Shower, is that you? Tang Zhujun opened her eyes, feeling dizzy and her knees aching. She looked at the worried maid in front of her and tentatively called out. She was a renowned doctor from the 22nd century who had just finished 2 surgeries overnight. While heading to the cafeteria, she fell down the stairs, thinking it was a major embarrassment, only to find herself in a different world. Suddenly, many memories that did not belong to her flooded her mind. Her name was Tang Zhujun, 20 years old, the daughter of Tang Mingfan, a well-known official in the capital, and famous for being a love-struck girl desperate to marry. Poor Tang Mingfan, a virtuous man, was made to age prematurely due to his daughter's antics, which tarnished his reputation. "Miss, are you all right? You scare me to death," Xiaoa said, still shaken, reaching out to help her up. "It's true, I really have crossed over." There was no time to feel sentimental. Tang Zhujun just wanted to run away. She had tripped over the threshold and now, lying on the bed was an unconscious man, her target, the crown prince. Her previous self had foolishly chased after all the young nobles in the capital. Recently, the crown prince, the emperor's son who had been living among the people, had returned to claim his heritage, and his handsome appearance had caught the attention of her foolish predecessor. Today was the flower appreciation banquet at the Grand Princess's residence, mainly to select a bride for the crown prince. Tang Zhujun, feeling bold, had knocked him out and was now in a precarious situation. "Let's go, hurry." Tang Zhujun scrambled up, grabbed her fallen pouch from the ground, noticed some white powder inside, sniffed it, and without looking at the handsome man on the bed, tucked the pouch away and pulled Xiaoer out the door. "But miss, the crown prince is right there." Xiaoer stared at Tang Zhujun in disbelief. "Just go," Tang Zhujun insisted. There was no time to explain. They had to run. "Miss, are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" Xiaoer asked uncertainly. "Aren't you trying to be with the crown prince? I must be crazy. I could just go to a tavern instead." "But you were thrown out last time because you didn't have money," Xiaoer whispered. "Taverns cost money. Going to a tavern costs money, but going to the crown prince could cost me my life. If you keep talking, I'll leave without you." Her previous self must have been out of her mind to try to scheme against a prince. Whether it worked or not, it could lead to serious trouble. Just as the two of them hurried into the courtyard, they suddenly heard the sound of the door being locked outside. "This is bad. Someone is plotting against us," Tang Zhujun realized immediately. "What should we do?" Xiaoer asked in a panic. No matter what, they must not get caught. Today's situation is either aimed at her or her father. Tang Zhujun glanced at Xiaoer and said, "Do you want to get close to Prince Jean? If you have that thought, I will help you." "I don't want to. I don't want to." Xiaoer was frightened. Tang Zhujun looked at the wall and made up her mind. "Let's climb the wall." She wanted Xiaoer to go first, but Xiaoer refused and squatted down, asking her to step on her shoulders. Tang Zhujun hesitated, but stepped up. Xiaoer gritted her teeth and slowly stood up. Now, Tang Zhujun was high enough to see far. A group of nobles led by the eldest princess was being guided over by their maids, and the eldest princess looked very displeased. Tang Zhujun could see it clearly. This was bad. They were trapped and couldn't escape. "Put me down." Even in a bad situation, she had to struggle and not surrender easily. Moments later, a maid's voice came from outside, "Right here." The door opened, and the group surrounding the eldest princess saw Tang Zhujun sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, casually fanning herself with a hand fan, with a maid standing behind her. The two seemed to be resting peacefully. Tang Zhujun pretended to be calm, but she was actually very anxious. She feigned surprise and stood up to greet them, saying, "What's going on? Everyone is here? The princess's residence is so big that I got lost, so I brought my maid here to rest. Is this a forbidden area?" "I'm sorry, Xiaoer. Let's go. It was better to slip away quickly." "Stop," the eldest princess scolded. "What a suspicious look. How inappropriate." "Oh no. Why is she insulting me? Who am I stealing from? I haven't touched your good nephew. He's resting well inside." Of course, Tang Zhujun could only think this in her mind. Her gaze then fell on the girl next to the eldest princess. The girl looked about 15 or 16, dressed in a light blue floral robe with a pouch at her waist and a pomegranate red skirt that revealed her pearl-embellished shoes. Her black hair and bright eyes made her look graceful and beautiful. Her name was Ruan Anruo, the daughter of Ruan Xingji, a minor official, and she had always been friendly with Tang Zhujun. Ruan Anruo feigned surprise and said, "Zhujun, what's going on? How did you end up here?" Tang Zhujun recalled the things Ruan Anruo had done and realized she was a schemer. Today's events were likely instigated by her. Ruan Anruo was proud and thought she was better than Tang Zhujun, but her father was always under the thumb of Tang Zhujun's father. So, he kept encouraging Tang Zhujun to do foolish things, hoping she would embarrass herself and even cause Tang Mingfan to resign. If you have the ability, come straightforwardly instead of bullying the foolish. Tang Zhujun was furious and sarcastically said, "Anruo, didn't you say you would stay with me today? Why did you leave me?" Ruan Anruo blushed. "I just want to greet the Grand Princess, and when I turned around, I couldn't find you." "Zhujun, have you seen Prince Jean? He seems to be missing everywhere." "Oh, what a good friend," eager to stab her in the back. Tang Zhujun replied, "Who is Prince Jean? I've never heard of him. But you clearly said before that you wanted to follow Prince Jean." "Zhujun, stop joking. The prince is of high status." Ruan Anruo said, "If this gets out, it will be difficult for Lord Tang. Just admit it. The Grand Princess will be lenient." "Wow, how touching." Tang Zhujun was determined not to admit anything. Since she hadn't been caught in any wrongdoing, who could blame her? So she forced a smile and said, "Anruo, since you keep mentioning Prince Jean and seem so close to him, you must know where he is." "I don't know, Zhujun, you can't say that." Ruan Anruo's eyes turned red. "That's enough." The Grand Princess, not known for her patience, glanced at them and said sternly, "Let's go in and see if Prince Jean is here." "And I'm here." A deep, magnetic voice echoed, and to Tang Zhujun, it sounded like thunder. Wasn't this the Prince Jean she had drugged? He was just pretending? Oh right, it seemed that way. She hadn't thought about it carefully before, but now she realized she had indeed been tricked. "Your Highness, how did you end up here with Zhujun?" Ruan Anruo exclaimed. "Do you really want to blame everything on the prince?" A guard stepped out behind Prince Jean. Blame felt relieved. With the prince accompanied by guards and her with maids, it certainly wasn't a secret meeting. Prince Jean was tall, with distinct features, long eyebrows that slanted into his hair, deep-set eyes, a strong nose, and a robust demeanor. His dark blue robe was embroidered with golden dragons, looking majestic as if they might leap out. He scanned the crowd with indifference and greeted the Grand Princess with a bow. And, seeing him, the Grand Princess's expression softened considerably. "I've been looking everywhere for you. After having a few drinks, I came here to rest," the Prince of Jean said calmly. "Is there something wrong with so many people here?" Tang Zhujun politely greeted him and said loudly, "I didn't know the prince was resting here. I entered the courtyard without permission, but thankfully I didn't go inside. I apologize for any disturbance." As soon as she spoke, the Prince of Jean looked at her twice, and there was a murmur among the crowd. Because Tang Zhujun was not someone who would typically say such things. "It's nothing," the Prince of Jean replied coldly. "Just because you look good, you think you're special, huh?" Tang Zhujun sighed with relief, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the guard behind the prince was looking at her with a very sad expression. "Come on, just bear with it. I've been very polite. If I really did something to your master, you wouldn't have a head left." The prince was surprisingly calm. He didn't come out when she fell earlier. Wait, that's not right. Tang Zhujun suddenly thought. Why didn't he come out to stop her? The prince clearly wasn't in trouble but pretended to be unconscious, and the guards were hiding. What were they planning? Were they setting a trap? However, there were too many people, and Tang Zhujun didn't have time to think further. The Grand Princess said, "It's fine. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's go. Everyone is waiting for you." As she spoke, her gaze toward Ruan Anruo held a hint of reproach. Tang Zhujun looked at Ruan Anruo with a half-smile, her eyes mocking. Unexpectedly, Anruo seemed determined to target her today and said, "Your Highness, Jun really told me she wanted to bring in that kind of unclean medicine to deal with the prince. I was worried about the prince, so I—" Tang Jun raised an eyebrow. "You believe that? If I told you to die, would you do it?" This was the attitude a notorious woman in the capital should have, and everyone immediately looked at her with disdain. Unexpectedly, Tang Jun changed her tone and clapped her hands, saying, "Besides, I never said that, nor would I do such a thing. The prince is like a cloud in the sky, and I am just dirt on the ground, too afraid to reach for him, fearing I would fall and shatter. Then are you brave enough to take out your purse? If you're not, then please let the lady-in-waiting beside the prince do it." Anruo's face turned red, her expression somewhat twisted. At this point, everyone had lost their sense of dignity. If they didn't pin Tang Jun to the shame pillar today, others would say she was framing them. Before Tang Jun could respond, Xiaoer panicked and trembled uncontrollably. After all, that was the medicine she had bought, and if this was exposed, she would be the first to be in trouble. "On what grounds do you want to search my sister?" A cool voice rang out, and everyone turned to look in the direction of the sound. The man at the door stood tall, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His features were well-defined, and he wore a slightly old but very clean stone-blue robe. He was holding a little boy, about 4 or 5 years old, with fair skin and eyes like black obsidian, though his expression was serious for his age. Tang Jun looked at the adorable little boy glaring at her with anger and hatred, feeling overwhelmed. The man was Tang Baixin, Tang Jun's only older brother. The boy he was holding was Tang Jun's nominal nephew, but in reality, he was her
biological son.
Yes, 5 years ago, her previous self gave birth to this son on New Year's Day, naming him Tang Duo, with the nickname Linlin, because she had a child out of wedlock and didn't even know who the father was. Tang Jun now wished she could scold her former self for making such a foolish mistake. Tang Jun was raised by her grandmother back home. Her mother died during childbirth, and her father, deeply saddened, had to return to the capital for work. Not wanting to remarry and thinking his daughter was still young, he decided to leave her in his mother's care, bringing his son, Tang Baixin, to the capital. This was Tang Mingfan's biggest regret in life, without a doubt. He was an honest official with a small salary and no other income, and living in the capital was expensive, so he struggled financially. Despite this, he sent most of his earnings home to honor his parents and to ensure his daughter lived comfortably. However, he really didn't understand his mother well. Visiting home only once every few years, he didn't notice that his daughter was being raised poorly. In reality, Tang Jun had become a vain and sharp-tongued girl, unaware of the world around her. It wasn't until her unwed pregnancy scandal broke that Tang Baixin hurried home and realized how much his sister had changed. He brought her back to the capital, but by then, the child was too big to abort, so she had to give birth. To protect his sister's reputation, he discussed with Tang Mingfan and claimed the child was his illegitimate son, damaging his own reputation in the process. At that time, Tang Baixin had already achieved top honors, and this scandal affected his future. Nevertheless, the emperor still held him in high regard, so he now worked in the Ministry of Personnel. However, if he hadn't had an illegitimate child and maintained his moral integrity, he could have entered the Hanlin Academy. Tang Jun couldn't help but think about what these two men were doing regarding her former self, wishing that woman would suffer the consequences of her actions. Though emotionally, she knew it was impossible. The previous person caused trouble and brought shame to her family, yet she remains unrepentant. She neglects her own son and wastes money, making life difficult for the 3 men in the house. Not only that, but she is also very proud and obsessed with looks, believing she deserves to marry the best man in the capital, leading to many embarrassing situations. Tang Mingfan has a great reputation and never wanted anyone to say anything negative about him, but because of this daughter, his name is tarnished. If it weren't for the emperor's repeated attempts to keep him, he would have already returned home. Tang Baixin's outfit is so poor that even the servants have better clothes, but this is the best he can wear to go out. As for Linlin, Even the meat left for him at home was taken by Tang Zhujun, so he deeply resents this aunt. The previous person truly wasted her blessings. Her father was a top scholar, her brother was a top scholar, and her son is a genius. Yet everyone else is left to clean up her mess. It's all her fault. She couldn't even look Linlin in the eye and, feeling guilty, said to Tang by Xian, "Big brother, I didn't mean to." But before she could finish, Tang by Xian sternly interrupted, "You be quiet. Tang Shuyun." The previous person must have done something terrible. Is she here to pay her debts? What bad luck. Ruan Anruo said, "Young Master Tang, I'm sure Zhujun has something inappropriate in her purse. What is your certainty worth?" Tang by Xian scoffed. "Since you know, why are you only saying it now?" Linlin's cold smile mirrored Tang by Xian's. "What my daughter hides is none of your business. Now, even her father is here." Seeing Tang Mingfan in his patched official robes and the sweat on his forehead from the sun, Tang Zhujun felt deeply moved and cursed the previous person 1,000 times. The three men in the house protect her so well, yet she is like mud that cannot be lifted. "Master Tang," one Anruo said anxiously, "she brought something dangerous in. What is her intention?" Tang Zhujun stepped forward to bow to Tang Mingfan and then supported his arm, saying, "Father, I will handle this matter myself." Tang Mingfan rushed over, clearly having heard something serious had happened. He looked a bit stunned. "Today's daughter seems different?" Tang Zhujun tilted her head and asked Ruan Anruo, "Come on, tell me, what dangerous thing did I bring in?" Ruan Anruo replied, "A drug. You have a drug in your purse. You said you wanted to harm the prince, and you even said the prince isn't someone you can't reach. He has a daughter too, and it's not his first marriage." The previous person indeed thought that way. Although she has an illegitimate child, the daughter of the Jin Wang still doesn't know who the father is. Aren't they a mismatched pair? The Jin Wang's face darkened, like a huge air conditioner, releasing cold air. If looks could kill, Tang Zhujun would have been in pieces by now. Tang Zhujun feigned surprise. "Have you watched too many dramas, or are you just being dramatic? What kind of background do I have to scheme against the Jin Wang? The Tang family only has one maid and one gatekeeper, while the Jin Wang has dozens of servants. Why would I try to plot against him? You've done such things before. You used to wet the bed," Tang Zhujun scoffed. Saying something so crude in public made Wan Xinru's face flush with anger. "You're just feeling guilty." "Guilty? I'm worried you won't be able to handle this." Tang Zhujun took out a small pouch from her waist, pulled out a bit of fine powder, and, in front of everyone, put it in her mouth and tasted it. "Sugar powder. Want to try?" "Impossible." "Enough!" the Grand Princess shouted angrily. "A proper noble lady causing such a scene. Do you have no shame? Someone, throw them out. They are not allowed back in the princess's residence." "Princess, please let me explain." Ruan Anruo panicked, wanting to cling to the Grand Princess for support. After all, she was the emperor's respected sister. Tang Zhujun, however, was eager to leave and called to the three men in her family. "Dad, brother, Linlin, let's go home." Tang Baixin shot her a glare. Neither the princess nor the Jin Wang had left. Where did they think they were going? Tang Zhujun felt confused, thinking Tang Baixin was still angry with her, so she kept quiet. The Jin Wang took a deep look at Tang Zhujun before leaving with the Grand Princess. Tang Mingfan said, "Let's go home first. We can talk about it later." With her head down like a wilted plant, Tang Zhujun followed the three men home. The Tang residence was a rundown courtyard, very simple. Tang Mingfan lived in the main house, Tang Zhujun in a side room, and Tang Baixin with Linlin in the east wing. The gatekeeper, Granny He, and her daughter Xiao lived in the west wing. Granny He and her daughter were alone and homeless after a legal issue, and Tang Mingfan took them in. Though they lacked experience, both mother and daughter were diligent and loyal, keeping the house very clean. This family, except for Tang Zhujun, was quite reliable, even if they were poor. When Tang Mingfan returned home, he looked like he had aged years, his back no longer straight as he leaned on a chair, breathing heavily. Tang Zhujun sensed that her stepfather's health wasn't very good. Tang Baixin said, Hand over that dirty medicine. Xiaoer knelt down with a thud, repeatedly bowing her head. Sir, it's all my fault, all my fault. Tang Mingfan then said, you go find a doctor to check on the young lady. You can owe the consultation fee for now. As he spoke, his eyes showed both anger and worry. Hey, Xiaoer, get up. Tang Zhujun sighed. What else could she do but clean up the mess? She slowly knelt down. In the past, I didn't understand and caused worry for my father and brother. I won't do it again. Xiaoer bought fake medicine, tricked by sugar powder, so I'm fine. She had only wasted 5 taels of silver, which she borrowed from outside. Tang Zhujun felt that her previous self was truly unforgivable. Tang Mingfan earned 300 taels of silver a year, while Tang Baixin earned 50 taels, along with some allowances, totaling over 400 taels. Tang Mingfan now gave 200 taels to the family, leaving him with over 200 taels, which should have been enough for a good life, but it was all squandered by Tang Zhujun. She had borrowed money before. It wasn't the first time, because Tang Baixin controlled her and didn't give her much silver. He had helped her out of trouble more than once, and she really was quite troublesome. Tang Zhujun roughly calculated that she still owed over 100 taels outside, and that was without revealing it. Now it all fell on her shoulders. Heaven and earth, what sin had she committed to end up here taking the blame? Who in the capital didn't know that the Tang family had a lovesick old girl who couldn't get married? Tang Mingfan was so angry that his hands trembled. Baixin, bring the family rules. Dad, Mom, please think of my mother and spare me this time. Although Tang Zhujun looked down on her previous self for always bringing up her deceased mother when in trouble, facing punishment, she still backed down. Tang Mingfan fell silent, remembering his late wife and looking at his daughter, whose face was almost identical to hers, tears streaming down his face. Tang Baixin sneered. He knew it would be like this. He didn't believe Tang Zhujun would truly change. A dog couldn't stop eating poop. He took the little boy's hand, who had returned with a blank expression and hadn't even looked at Tang Zhujun, and said, Come on, son. Let's go back to the room to study. The 2 handsome faces, one big and one small, walked past Tang Zhujun coldly. Get up. Tang Mingfan was greatly affected, weakly saying, The day I close my eyes to find your mother is the day I won't have to worry about you anymore. You can go. I need to return to the office. He stood up unsteadily, but almost fell. Tang Zhujun helped him up and said, Father, please take it easy. Let's have a meal first before you go to the government office. She took the chance to check Tang Mingfan's pulse and felt like crying. Tang Mingfan, a high-ranking official, had a weak and faint pulse, cold hands, and was clearly lacking in nutrition, which affected his health. At just over 40, he already had a head full of gray hair. This was a capable official who could achieve great things, yet he was brought down by an unworthy daughter. Like bamboo arrows have their shafts, like pines and cypresses have their hearts, represents steadfastness and purity. Her and her brother's names were a reflection of Tang Mingfan's aspirations, symbolizing a noble and proud heart. But she felt like a useless burden, ruining his brilliance and seeing no hope. Tang Mingfan collapsed onto a chair, his gaze filled with sadness and despair. In the end, Tang Mingfan did not eat at home. With worry in her eyes, Tang Zhujun watched him sway as he left for the government office. Lying in bed, she cursed her luck while looking at the clear sky after the rain. What a mess she had gotten herself into. She had to change the opinions of the 3 men in her family without revealing any flaws. Otherwise, if they found out she had taken over the original owner's body, she would be treated like a monster. Moreover, she needed to quickly find a way to repay the high-interest loans outside, as failing to do so could affect her family's careers. It was unfair that she had avoided credit cards in the modern world, only to return to ancient times with debts. Accepting her situation, Tang Zhujun embraced the role of the original owner. As for the Prince Jin and the troublesome Ruan Shinru, she had already pushed them out of her mind. First, she needed to clean up her own mess before seeking revenge or settling scores. Determined, Tang Zhujun called for Xiaoer and began sorting through her past belongings. The debts had accumulated to about 120 taels, so she needed to sell or pawn everything she had collected over the years to gather the money quickly. However, when she saw what Xiaoer brought out, she felt like cursing. What kind of junk had the original owner bought? Items worth 5 or 600 taels would barely sell for half that amount. Suppressing her anger, she selected some jewelry and winter furs. "Miss, what are you planning to do?" Xiaoer stammered in fear. "You aren't thinking of eloping with Prince Jin, are you?" Tang Zhujun replied, "I wish he would come with me. Is the prince deaf or blind? Has he not heard his own reputation or seen his own appearance? Who do you want to elope with?" Tang Zhujun was frustrated. Why did everyone think she had to elope? In her memory, this Xiaoer was very loyal, but unfortunately, she was a bit slow-witted. "You help your mother cook at home. I'm going out for a bit," Tang Zhujun said, grabbing her bundle. No, miss. I can't let you go. What will I do if you leave?" "I'm not leaving. I'm just going out to sell things. If I don't get paid, I'll hand you over to them," Tang Zhujun said fiercely. Xiaoer trembled in fear. "Miss, I don't want that." "Then let go and help your mother. I'll be back soon." Only then did Xiaoer release her grip, tears in her eyes as she watched Tang Zhujun leave. Tang Zhujun went to the pawn shop. Hearing the clerk ask whether it was a live pawn or dead pawn, she gritted her teeth and replied, "Dead pawn." Then the shopkeeper calculated and sang out, 3 worn fur coats, 13 broken pieces of jewelry, dead pawn, 100 taels. "What? That's outrageous. But those pieces of jewelry are real gold, silver, and gemstones, and my fur coat was worth 50 taels when I bought it. Take it or leave it. If you don't want it, then leave." Tang Zhujun was furious. The pawn shop counter was very high, and the people behind it looked down on the customers. No one came to a pawn shop unless absolutely necessary, so they were used to taking advantage of people. Now, the tears she shed were a result of her past extravagance. Tang Zhujun stubbornly tried to bargain, but an older hand reached out and pushed her items back, saying, "Go check somewhere else." Tang Zhujun grabbed that hand. The shopkeeper was stunned. After so many years, it was the first time someone had touched him like this. Taking advantage of his surprise, Tang Zhujun felt his pulse. She was secretly pleased. It was just as she suspected. Before the shopkeeper could get angry, she cheerfully said, "Shopkeeper, do you often wake up with stiff joints and experience swelling and pain?" She had noticed his deformed fingers earlier, which led her to make the bold move to check his pulse. The shopkeeper was taken aback, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes. "How did you know, little girl? Did someone tell you? This old problem of mine is known by many. If you want a bargain, just go ahead." Indeed, people in business were often suspicious. Tang Zhujun calmly said, "Come closer. I want to tell you something that others don't know." The shopkeeper, skeptical, leaned down. Tang Zhujun whispered something in his ear, and the shopkeeper's face turned red, his gaze toward her filled with scrutiny and seriousness. "My ancestors were famous doctors," Tang Zhujun said casually. "Your pulse is weak and stagnant. You must have taken a lot of medicine." "I have taken many, but none have worked. Why not try my prescription?" Tang Zhujun said confidently. The shopkeeper seemed doubtful. "Do you really know how to treat illness, or are you just pretending?" Tang Zhujun smiled. "You can show my prescription to other doctors. If they don't say it's good, then I'll consider it a trick." A young assistant nearby said, "Shopkeeper, why not give it a try? You suffer too much when your illness flares up." The shopkeeper slapped the assistant on the head. "Go away." Tang Zhujun understood he didn't want her to feel too proud, so she pretended not to notice and waited for him to speak. Sure enough, the shopkeeper said, "All right, you write the prescription. If it really works, I'll give you 10 taels of silver as a fee. As for the medicine, you'll get the usual amount. 20 taels, Tang Zhujun said without looking up. "That's my final offer. I'll collect the money only if it works." The shopkeeper gritted his teeth. "Fine. Someone prepare the writing tools." When his condition flared up, the pain was unbearable. If she could really cure him, he would gladly pay even 50 or 100 taels. "I said, you write it," Tang Zhujun said. To her embarrassment, she didn't know many characters, and her handwriting looked terrible. Since she was new here, she didn't recognize the characters that looked like seal script, making her feel awkward. The shopkeeper thought she didn't want to leave a written record, so he took the pen himself. Epimedium, Salvia, Rehmannia, and Qingfeng Vine, 2 qian each. Tang Zhujun spoke slowly and confidently. After finishing the prescription, Tang Zhujun took out 100 taels of silver notes and said, "To show my sincerity, I'll come back for the fee in 10 days. The shopkeeper said, "Let's write a contract." "No need," Tang Zhujun replied as she walked out. "I trust you." Mainly, her handwriting was too ugly, and besides, 10 days was only enough for him to relieve his symptoms. For further treatment, she would need to change the prescription and rely on herself, so she wasn't worried about him going back on his word.
Wait.
The shopkeeper chased after her, pulling out 2 taels of silver from his sleeve and handing it to her. "This is a deposit. Since you trust me, I will trust you too." Tang Zhujun smiled slightly and calmly accepted the silver. It seems that the shopkeeper has started to trust her a bit and wants to build a good relationship in the future. After she left, a young assistant leaned in and asked the shopkeeper, "What did that young girl say to you?" The shopkeeper's face turned red. "Go away, stop asking." How could he share what happened in the room? That girl, he wondered if she was just lucky or if she really had some skills. He was eager to see. With the 2 taels of silver, Tang Zhujun decided to buy some things. She remembered that the Tang family ate very simply, usually just steamed buns and pickled vegetables for a meal, and occasionally some meat for Linlin. This wouldn't do. Food is essential for life, and if you can't eat well, what's the point of living? Tang Zhujun walked to the meat stall. Since it was almost evening, the butcher was packing up. There were only a few large bones with little meat left on the counter and a bucket of pig intestines on the ground. "We've sold out of meat today. If you want to buy some, come back tomorrow," the burly butcher said politely. "How much for the bones and intestines?" she asked. The butcher paused for a moment and then replied, "I was planning to take these home. But if you want them, just give me a little money." The bones could sell for a few coins because they still had some meat flavor for soup, but no one wanted the intestines. He usually took them home or gave them to neighbors. Tang Zhujun felt happy and cautiously said, "How about I give you 20 coins for all of it?" 1 coin is roughly equivalent to a modern dollar, so 20 coins for that much meat was a great deal. The butcher happily agreed and tied up the items. After paying, Tang Zhujun smiled. If only you had some pig blood too. That way, she could make spicy hot pot. Although she didn't have beef tripe, it would still be good. She remembered that there were already chili peppers here, but many people weren't used to them, and there was no Sichuan cuisine. The butcher said, "There is actually 1 piece left. Wait here, I'll get it for you. I'll give it to you, and you can come by often." Tang Zhujun asked him to watch her things while she went next door to buy the necessary vegetables and seasonings. Then she carried the large bones and pig intestines home. With over 10 pounds of items, her hands were sore and red by the time she got home, leaving her out of breath. Tang Zhujun couldn't help but sigh. Her body was too weak. In her previous life, her father was a Muay Thai coach, so she had been training with boxing gloves since she could walk. After living for over 30 years and practicing Muay Thai for more than 30 years, she never gave up even after her father passed away. If it weren't for her mother getting sick and passing away when she was a teenager, she might have pursued a career. The separation and loss deeply affected both father and daughter. Her father fell into depression, and she dedicated herself to studying medicine, working harder than anyone else. Later, when her father unexpectedly passed away, she found herself alone and focused even more on her career, not realizing she would face unexpected challenges. Thinking of her parents brought tears to her eyes. "Miss, what's wrong?" Xiaoer came out and was surprised to see tears in her eyes. "Oh, did you buy pig intestines?" Xiaoer was even more surprised when she saw what was in her hands. Tang Zhujun sniffed. "Come help me. We're having something special tonight." She put down the items and vowed to exercise more and always bring a basket when shopping. Who would eat such smelly intestines? Xiaoer complained. I know. You bought them to feed the cats, right? There were many stray cats around their home." Tang Zhujun didn't want to explain and said, Come in and help. I'll cook tonight. Xiaoer's mouth dropped open in shock. You cook? But miss, you don't know how to cook. I grew up in the countryside. How could I not know how to cook? I just didn't want it before. Tang Zhujun first took the money inside to keep it safe, then came out to prepare the pig intestines. Xiaoer watched her work skillfully, nearly dropping her jaw in surprise. But when she saw her using flour to clean the intestines, Xiaoer couldn't help but say, "Those intestines are so cheap, yet you're using something as precious as flour to wash them." She thought the miss had changed, but it seemed she was still being silly. Tang Zhujun found her chatter annoying and sent her out of the kitchen to keep busy. Xiaoer didn't mind. She started chopping wood outside the kitchen, feeling a bit resentful, thinking that when the elder brother returned, he would surely scold the miss for her antics. She had never been scolded by him, but she felt scared whenever he frowned. And then there was the young master. Even though he was younger, his deep gaze made her tremble. That evening, the three men came home almost simultaneously. Tang Mingfan asked, "What does that smell?" "It smells so good," Tang Baixin replied with a straight face. From next door, Linlin said, "I'm not tempted at all. Father, big brother Linlin, you're back." Tang Zhujun peeked out from the kitchen, smiling. "Wash your hands, it's time to eat." The three men looked at her, each with a different reaction. Tang Mingfan asked, "Ah Jun, did you cook?" Tang Baixin chuckled. Linlin remarked, "Hypocritical, Tang Zhujun." The three men washed their hands and silently sat at the table. Tang Zhujun, along with Xiaoer, brought out the dishes and rice. She made a large pot of spicy hot pot, which smelled delicious and looked very tempting. The bone broth was creamy white, with rich marrow shining, and sprinkled with fresh green onions. She also prepared scrambled eggs with garlic sprouts, and in Linlin's bowl of porridge, there was meat she had taken from the big bones, making a small bowl of fragrant meat porridge to compensate for his inability to eat spicy food. Seeing the three men frozen in place, Tang Zhujun nervously said, "You should try it. It's actually quite tasty." Tang Baixin was the first to react. "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" Tang Zhujun replied, "Me? I didn't do anything. I just went out to buy groceries and cook. I used to be thoughtless, but I won't be anymore." She pretended to be shy, looking down and fiddling with her clothes, appearing pitiful. Sure enough, Tang Mingfan said, "Baixin, don't say that about your sister. A wayward child can change for the better. Let's eat." Tang Zhujun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Parents' hearts are always soft. She had learned how to make her parents feel this way from her past life, and it worked again. Tang Mingfan picked up his chopsticks and grabbed a piece of pig intestine. This is pig intestine?" Tang Zhujun said. "I cleaned it well, Dad. You should try it, really." To show she was responsible, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth. Xiaoer muttered beside her, "You used half a pound of flour to clean it. How could it not be clean?" "Dan zuzun ziplit." "You go away and eat your own food," Tang Baixin scoffed. "So you still waste food." Seeing his daughter eat, Tang Mingfan, though feeling uneasy, closed his eyes and took a bite. "Dad, you should spit it out," Tang Baixin urged. Tang Mingfan's expression froze for a moment, but then his eyes lit up as he praised, "Delicious, really delicious." "Baixin, you should try it." Tang Baixin disdainfully pushed his bowl of rice away, saying, "I won't eat it." His father was getting more and more exaggerated. His sister had been spoiled to this extent, almost causing a disaster, and now she brought pig intestine to the table, and he was still encouraging her. Tang Mingfan laughed heartily. "Really, why would I lie to you? I never knew that Ajun had such good cooking skills. I always said Ajun is a good child. You should try it." While speaking, he picked up a piece and placed it in Tang Baixin's bowl. Tang Baixin didn't move. Tang Zhujun said, "Then big brother, try the pig's blood." Knowing the taste, she didn't believe that after trying her dish, Tang Baixin would really refuse to eat. Tang Baixin saw her looking at him eagerly and suddenly felt soft-hearted, reluctantly trying a piece of pig's blood. His eyes lit up, but the brightness quickly faded. Tang Zhujun noticed and felt satisfied. She couldn't believe that anyone could resist her cooking. Even her proud brother was no exception. The adopted son was clever. He was quiet now, bowing his head to drink his meat porridge, but his expression didn't reveal if he liked it or not. Unexpectedly, the most reserved one at home was him. She wanted to win over Linlin, but it would be a long journey. Try some, Tang said, offering Linlin a piece of pig's blood. It's too spicy, Tang Zhujun quickly interrupted. Linlin, as if intentionally opposing her, ate the whole piece of pig's blood, his little lips turning red from the spice, but he didn't mind and wanted to keep eating. The three men cleaned out the entire pot of spicy hot pot. If it weren't for the rice running out, they probably would have soaked the soup with rice too. Tang Zhujun was dumbfounded. She now seriously doubted that the family was poor because of her. It was the three gluttons who were eating them into poverty. Tang Mingfan was very happy and asked his son, "Did your sister's dish taste good today?" "It was okay," Tang Guoxin said proudly, "but it used a lot of oil and rice." Tang Zhujun muttered softly, "Once it's in the stomach, it's not a waste." Tang Mingfan laughed and said, "That's right. Ajun is correct." Ajun, what happened in the past is in the past. Just live well from now on. This was a father. His expectations for his children were always so low. Tang Zhujun nodded. "I understand, Dad." Seizing the moment while everyone was present, she gathered her courage and said, Dad, big brother, I have something else to say." Tang Guoxin's expression immediately became alert. Tang Mingfan said, "Go ahead, no need to hesitate. Nothing makes me happier than seeing you do well in your studies. If you have any difficulties, tell me. Your mother left early. Let's not mention that. Ajun, you speak." Tang Zhujun said, "I want to borrow 20 taels of silver from home, but I can pay it back in 10 days. 19 taels. She needed to quickly repay the loan because if Wan Xinru found out she borrowed money, that green tea would probably take the opportunity to cause trouble. Before today, they hadn't fallen out, so Wan Xinru couldn't directly expose the secret. But now, she likely had no reservations and would probably bring up the loan." Tang Zhujun decided to seal it off before it became an issue. Tang Guoxin slammed the table and said, "I knew something was off about your mood today. It turns out it was for money. Not a single coin. Don't even think about it." He was so angry that his handsome face turned red, and his hands were shaking. Tang Zhujun could actually understand. It was impressive that Tang Baixin hadn't harmed the previous owner despite being dragged into such a situation. Tang Mingfan also looked disappointed, but he still asked, "Ajun, it's fine to ask for money. Just tell me what you need it for. Is it okay to ask for money?" Tang Baixin was surprisingly angry. "Fine, I won't take care of this family anymore," he stormed out, then quickly returned, placing a money box on the table. He took Linlin's hand and left without looking back. Tang Mingfan instantly seemed to age several years and sighed deeply. However, he opened the money box and took out 2 silver ingots, handing them to Tang Zhujun. Seeing only a few pieces of silver left inside, Tang Zhujun felt very upset and stammered, "Dad, I'm not wasting money. Please believe me, I will pay it back." She didn't dare mention borrowing money, fearing it would upset her father. Faced with his unwavering trust and support, she felt a surge of regret for the previous owner. "Dad believes you are different now. Not for any other reason, but because it's the first time I've tasted the food you made," Tang Mingfan said, his eyes reddening. "You take after your mother. She cooked so well. Even the simplest ingredients tasted amazing. Back then, the family was poor, and his wife was a child bride. Life was tough, yet she made delicious meals from whatever she could find, but she never got to enjoy her success before passing away." This pain would never fade for Tang Mingfan. Seeing her father in tears made Tang Zhujun's heart ache. She carefully took the money box and said seriously, "Dad, I will manage the household from now on. I promise everyone will have enough to eat and wear, and I won't waste money again." Having taken over her daughter's life, she was determined to live beautifully and repay the debts owed. Tang Mingfan unsteadily got up and returned to his room to slowly process his sadness. The next day, before dawn, Tang Zhujun was awakened by noises outside. "Be quiet, don't wake your sister," Tang Mingfan said in a low voice. It seemed Tang Baixin was pouring water into a basin and accidentally dropped the ladle with a loud clatter. Tang Mingfan sighed. That's your sister. Never mind. You don't need to walk me. I can go by myself. Tang Baixin softened his tone. Dad, I heated up 2 buns for you. Take them to fill your stomach. No need, the palace provides meals. But who knows when that will be after the court session ends. Tang Baixin said anxiously. Tang Jun vaguely remembered that it was still early, and her father had to go to court before the rooster even crowed. Since they were poor and didn't have a carriage, her father had to walk, which meant he had to get up even earlier. Everyone else also hurried to court, so they arrived early to eat their own meals and snacks to avoid being too hungry during the meeting. Although the emperor provided food, it was only available after the court session and was usually cold and not very tasty. Only Tang Mingfan would take advantage of this situation seriously. Feeling uneasy, Tang Jun got up, dressed quickly, and hurriedly tied her hair into a bun.
Dad, wait a moment.
I'll make you 2 fried eggs. Eat them before you go. It won't take long. She decided that even if she hadn't prepared anything today, she would make sure to have food ready for her father tomorrow. No need. Save the eggs for Linlin, he replied. It's fine, I have more. I'll be quick. Tang Jun rushed to the kitchen. He was already boiling water, so she quickly made the fried eggs and brought them out. Dad, eat these before you go. Okay, Tang Mingfan said, nodding at his daughter, who looked completely different. As dawn broke, it seemed that brighter days were finally ahead. After the incident about the money yesterday, Tang Baixin continued to ignore Tang Jun. She wasn't in a hurry to explain. Over time, people would see her true character. It had taken years for her to change others' impressions of her, and she knew it wouldn't happen overnight. She made potato pancakes and vegetarian wontons, and sent Xiao Er to buy fresh milk. After preparing some pickled vegetables, a simple breakfast was ready. Linlin came out, rubbing his eyes, already dressed with his long, straight, shiny black hair flowing down his back. He was such a cute little boy. Tang Jun stood at the kitchen door, unable to look away. Noticing her gaze, Linlin's childish expression vanished, and he walked coldly to the large water jar, standing on tiptoe to wash up. I'll help, Tang Jun quickly offered. A child as small as him could easily fall into the water jar. However, Linlin ignored her and called for Xiao Er instead. Tang Jun felt helpless, but didn't push it. She let Xiao Er assist him while she took the food to the dining room. The 3 of them ate in silence. After breakfast, Tang Baixin took Linlin out. Linlin was going to study at the prince's residence, while Tang Baixin had to report to the Ministry of Personnel. The men in the family wouldn't return home until the evening. Tang Jun asked Xiao Er to stay at home to help Granny, while she took the silver to pay off her debt. Luckily, there were no problems, and after some bargaining, she managed to get back 5 taels of silver for paying in full ahead of time. The next time you need silver, feel free to come back, the shopkeeper said as he saw her out. Tang Jun thought, do you know saying that can get you in trouble? However, because of the 5 taels, she wasn't angry and even felt satisfied, thinking she could afford a little splurge. She went to the butcher to order pig intestines and stomach and bought a piece of pork belly, spending a total of 101. Remembering the salty pickles she had for breakfast, which were overly salty and not healthy, she decided to buy some spices to make a cold dish herself. The recipe for this cold dish was a family secret passed down from her mother, full of her mother's flavors. The ingredients were complex, requiring lemongrass, cardamom, senai, monk fruit, sand ginger, white atractalodes, cloves, and more, over 20 types in total. At the southern and northern goods shop, Tang Jun only managed to buy a few types, so she thought about it and decided to try her luck at the herbal shop. At the entrance of the herbal shop, she unexpectedly ran into a familiar face, the servant of Prince Jean. The servant limped, carrying several bags of medicine, and recognized her, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. Tang Jun asked, "Is it because I got punished?" She noticed his awkward walking, likely from being hit, and it seemed very stiff. The servant angrily replied, "What a useless person." Tang Jun was confused. Did he mean to blame her for not succeeding? Suddenly, a realization struck her. That day, she had clearly used powdered sugar, yet Prince Jean had just lain there without moving. She had felt something was off but hadn't had time to think about it. Now, seeing the servant's sorrowful face, she understood that Prince Jean had done it on purpose. He wanted to take advantage of the situation. The servant had been waiting for her to fall into the trap. But after she had crossed over, she had thwarted his plans, and he took out his anger on the servant. Despicable and shameless, Tang Zhujun stomped hard on the servant's foot and quickly walked inside. These two had their own schemes. Based on her experience surviving 3 days in palace intrigue, she figured that Prince Jean had just returned to the capital and was trying to win over her father and older brother, which was why he acted this way. Ugh, shameless. Next time I see him, I'll spit in his face. The servant, Song Jingyang, shouted, "You wicked woman." However, in front of everyone, he didn't dare to speak to Tang Zhuyun anymore. Because he had acted on his own and failed to stop her, he had already faced serious consequences. If the prince found out he was talking to her again, he would be in even bigger trouble. He knew what Tang Zhuyun was planning that day, but he thought that even though she was unpleasant, the prince had just returned to the capital and needed support, so he decided to go along with it. He didn't expect the prince was pretending. If that woman had been a bit bolder, things might have turned out differently. This useless person, sigh, it's all so frustrating. Just as Song Jingyang was about to leave, he suddenly remembered why Tang Zhuyun had come to the pharmacy. He stopped and stood at the door, straining to hear what was happening inside. Unaware of his presence, Tang Zhuyun happily bought various ingredients and then said, "Please prepare a few doses of medicine for abortion, so I won't get pregnant again." Song Jingyang? He wanted to listen more, but someone outside the pharmacy noticed him and asked, "Sir, do you need anything else?" Feeling guilty and afraid of being discovered by Tang Zhuyun, he hurriedly left, thinking how close he had come to trouble. Luckily, that woman didn't succeed. Otherwise, wouldn't she have been trying to hand over a child to the prince? No wonder she wanted to get close to him. She was coming with hidden intentions. That wicked woman. The prince is wise and powerful. The pharmacy assistant said, "We don't have that, you need to bring a prescription. Besides, we don't want to be involved in such matters." Tang Jian smiled and said, "There are too many stray cats around my house, and now that it's spring, they make noise all night. I want to mix some sterilization medicine in their food to prevent them from multiplying." The assistant quickly replied, "You scared me. We do have that medicine. I'll get it for you right away." Tang Jian spent over 100 coins at the pharmacy, then took her bags and went to buy some pork intestines and belly meat before heading home. "Big brother, why are you back?" Seeing Tang by Xian standing at the door with a stern expression, Tang Jian was very surprised. She thought she hadn't upset him today, so why did he look like he wanted to devour her? "Yun, I accidentally told Tang to go about the money you borrowed," Anruo said with a smug smile as she appeared at the gate of the Ruan residence. "I'm really sorry." Tang Jian smiled. "Okay, thank you very much. Just wait, I'll come find you later to properly thank you." Fortunately, she had the foresight to return the money. Otherwise, wouldn't her brother be furious? "Come inside with me," Tang Buxin said sternly, then shot a sharp glance at Anruo. Anruo immediately looked like she was about to cry. "Brother Tang, I did this for Ah Jun's sake. She must be blind to consider you a friend." Tang Juyin chuckled lightly, her voice cheerful. "Brother is right. Let's go home and talk, ignore the mad dog." Her brother was truly kind. Even when he was furious, he still cared about her feelings and would handle things privately. "Did you really pay it back?" Tang Buxin looked doubtful. "I really did," Tang Juyin replied confidently. "If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoer. I went to the pawn shop yesterday to exchange for silver, and I just went out to pay it back. Brother, I was worried it would affect Dad and you, so I hurried to pay it back. I won't borrow again." "Which place did you borrow from?" He felt uneasy without checking himself. Tang Juyin didn't avoid the question and told him the location. Tang Buxin paused and said, "You asked for 20 taels yesterday. Was it because you didn't have enough to pay back?" "Yes," Tang Jian replied, "but Dad and you gave me some, so I had enough." Tang Buxin felt a bit awkward thinking about his overreaction yesterday. He didn't know what to say. Although he didn't know what had upset his sister, he sensed that she had changed since yesterday. And he almost ruined her chance to change for the better. By the way, brother, there's something I need to tell you. Tang Juyin remembered the sycophant she encountered and spoke anxiously. Go ahead, Hung Buxin said in a serious tone. His sister didn't seem angry with him, so as long as she truly regretted her actions, he would definitely help her. Tang Juyin shared her concerns about the Prince Jean, saying, I'm worried that Prince Jean might have ulterior motives that could harm Dad and you. I don't understand the outside matters, and Dad is honest and won't think badly of others. Please be careful. Tang Buxin replied, I thought about this yesterday. Since he wasn't drugged, he shouldn't have come out so late. Don't worry, just stay out of these matters and avoid interacting with Anruo. She's not a good person. I'm relieved that you understand, brother. I'll definitely listen to you, Tang Juyin said, flattering him. Tang Buxin realized he had misunderstood his sister and came back to confront her, but she wasn't angry and was even closer to him than before, making him feel guilty. I need to go back now. I only took the morning off, he said a bit awkwardly. Then eat first and go back after? I won't need it, I'm leaving now. You just take a good rest. After saying this, he almost ran away in a hurry. Wait, big brother. I need to tell you that I'm going to the Ruan family. Ruan Anruo has been bullying me, and I want to stand up for myself. Tang Baixing paused. Then I'll go with you. His sister finally realized it and was willing to cut ties with Ruan Anruo. That woman is full of schemes and is not a good person. He had reminded her many times, but she never listened. No need. Why use a big knife to kill a chicken? Tang Jun smiled slyly. Trust me, big brother. If I can't handle it, then you can help me. Her tone was soft and a bit playful, her expression lively and charming, no longer the foolish and annoying girl she used to be. Then I'll wait for you at home, Tang Baixing said. I'll leave after you finish. Okay, I'll be quick. Tang Jun knew her brother was worried. She washed her hands, changed her clothes, and went to knock on the Ruan family's door. Tang Baixing paced back and forth inside, very worried that his sister might be at a disadvantage. Tang Jun didn't keep him waiting long. She returned in less than 15 minutes. Did you resolve it? Tang Baixing couldn't believe it. I did. Tang Jun smiled proudly, not teasing him. Ruan Anruo had taken many things from her cousin, and I told her mother. That cousin was from Ruan Anruo's uncle's family, but Madame Ruan looked down on her own family's business background and wanted her daughter to connect with the powerful. Actually, I know that Ruan Anruo either likes her cousin or just wants to take advantage, Tang Jun said, but her mother won't believe it. Hee. This annoying fly can finally be quiet. It was only fair to return the favor. This was just the beginning. Seeing that she had come out unscathed, Tang Baixing finally felt relieved to leave. Tang Jun was very pleased. It seemed that after winning over her easygoing father, she was now going to win over her easygoing brother too. They all loved her so much that as long as she made a little positive change, they could forgive her past mistakes. However, Linlin was different. Well, she would take her time. That evening, Tang Jun made a delicious dinner of stir-fried intestines, pork belly soup, and paired it with her homemade cold lotus root and wood ear mushrooms, along with scallion pancakes. It was a feast for the senses. Tang Baixing first brought Linlin home and had him practice writing in his room while he came to watch Tang Jun cook. Does Linlin still need to learn? Tang Jun asked, sensing that the little guy seemed a bit unhappy today. He didn't do well today, so I punished him, Tang Baixing replied. Tang Jun felt sorry for Linlin. With 2 top scholars in the family, the pressure on the child must be immense. She washed a small bowl of wild strawberries she bought from a vendor in the afternoon and brought them to Linlin's room. The door was open, so she didn't knock. She saw Linlin with a bruise on her arm that she hadn't had time to hide. What are you doing here? Linlin said with annoyance. I'm bringing you strawberries, Tang Jun replied as she stepped closer. What happened to your arm? None of your business. Should I call your dad to ask you? Tang Jun raised an eyebrow. Linlin was angry. Tang Jun set the strawberries down and sat beside her. Show me your arm. Linlin resisted and stayed still. Come on. Fine, I'll show you. Stop pretending, Linlin turned her head and extended her arm. Tang Zhujun carefully rolled up her sleeve, and when she saw the large bruise on her forearm, her heart ached. Who did this? There were no clear scratches, and it didn't look like a fall. It seemed more like someone had twisted her arm. "Why aren't you talking?" she asked again. "I don't want to say," Linlin replied with a frown. "It's not your concern. Stop pretending to care. If you think being nice to me will make my dad soft-hearted, you're mistaken. This child was really not charming at all. Take off your shirt," she insisted. She needed to check if there were any other injuries. Linlin refused, but when she heard Tang Zhujun say she would call Tang Baixin in, she gritted her teeth and said, "I'll show you. But if you tell grandfather and father, I tell them? I'll just say I'm a puppy." Tang Zhujun found it cute how he didn't know how to be fierce. Maybe it was because of their blood connection, but she couldn't help feeling a surge of motherly love for Linlin. Reluctantly, Linlin took off her shirt, and Tang Zhujun found a few more bruises on her abdomen and back, but the little one refused to take off her pants. "Did someone bully you at the Wang residence?" Tang Zhujun went out to ask Xiaoer to buy some ointment and returned to ask. Linlin bit her lip and stayed silent. "If someone hits you, hit them back. If you can't win, run away. If you can't run, just back down. A wise person knows when to avoid trouble. Understand? If you don't want to tell grandfather and your dad, just tell me and we'll help you, okay?" "What do you want?" Linlin asked. "There's hardly any money left at home, so flattering me won't help." Tang Zhujun. Well, her past mistakes will continue to bring her bad luck. She applied medicine to Linlin and smiled as she teased him. "Actually, I was joking about calling you dad." "Your dad went to pick up my dad, hee. This little kid is too serious. I hope he can relax a bit." Linlin. Just as he was about to ask Tang Zhujun to leave, he heard her say, "I know our family doesn't have much money, and you must have faced difficulties at the academy because of it. Who says children's world is all innocent and pure? Those who grew up with silver spoons have no idea about the struggles of life. Their families are well off, with better food and clothing than Linlin's. Yet Linlin studies the best, which makes them jealous, leading to his exclusion." "I actually think you shouldn't study there," Tang Zhujun said. "But I can't just speak up about it. Give me some time to think about how to talk to your grandfather and father, and we need to find you something to do." Even though she has never been a mother, she believes that a child's healthy growth is the most important thing. Being bullied is a very serious issue. Seeing Linlin looking down and silent, Tang Zhujun realized he really didn't want to go. Otherwise, with his self-dislike, he would have definitely rejected her. His silence meant that his situation was truly not optimistic. "How about this?" Tang Zhujun said. "I'll say you're sick tomorrow, and you can rest at home for a few days. Then we can come up with a plan together, okay?" Linlin hesitated for a moment. Okay, he really didn't want to go tomorrow because there would be horse riding lessons. Other kids have horses and can ride, but he can't at all, and he always performs poorly, which is hard for someone as competitive as him to accept. "Don't tell my dad or grandfather. I don't want them to worry about me," Linlin said with a hint of pleading, then quickly added, feeling a bit guilty, "They already worry too much about you." "I know, and I won't let them worry anymore," Tang Zhujun said, patting his head. "Now write some characters and finish your strawberries. I'll go check if the meat is cooked." Linlin looked through the swaying curtain at her faint silhouette, frowning and showing a puzzled expression. What is she really trying to do? When Tang by Xin returned with Tang Mingfan, it was already dusk. Tang Zhujun served warm food and organized dinner. To cheer up Linlin, who was feeling down from her injury, she specially prepared a small portion of the braised pork that she had planned to make tomorrow. During dinner, Linlin kept looking at Tang Zhujun, but she remained silent. Feeling gloomy, Linlin turned her sadness into appetite, eating 2 pancakes and half a bowl of braised pork, along with quite a bit of cold dish. She had promised to help him take a leave, but now she was acting clueless. He no longer trusted this woman. Tang Mingfan praised the cold dish. Tang Baixin suddenly said, "Dad, you should tell Jun about the matter with Prince Jin." Tang Mingfan looked surprised at his son. Tang Baixin lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes hiding his emotions, and said softly, "Jun understands things better now. It's better to tell her so she doesn't overthink it later. Dad, what's going on? Tang Zhujun asked curiously. Tang Mingfan felt a bit awkward and cleared his throat before saying, "It's not a big deal, and it doesn't concern you much." During court today, the emperor mentioned that Prince Jean will come to the Dali Temple in the future. What he didn't mention was that Prince Jean had already come in the afternoon, and they had just returned home after saying goodbye to him.
Tan Zuzun et Galim, Hiu.
Does the emperor know about yesterday's flower banquet? What a mess. That foolish emperor. If it were in her past life, she would have been stuck at the Dali Temple making a fool of herself every day. Tang Mingfan felt even more awkward and looked to his son for help. Tang Baixin said, "Someone today accused Dad of being too lenient, referring to what happened yesterday." Tang Zhujun was speechless. Which gossiping person was so annoying? But the emperor is wise and didn't blame him. Instead, he praised Dad and suggested that Prince Jean accompany him for some training. Oh no, that cunning man is coming. He clearly wanted to get involved with her, but was just lying there waiting for her to approach him.
Ugh.
By the way, did you tell Dad about my earlier guess?
Tang Zhujun asked.
Dad knows now. Tang Baixin replied. You won't have many chances to meet Prince Jean in the future, so there's no need to be nervous. I'm not nervous. I just dislike him, Tang Zhujun mumbled. Let's not talk about these annoying people during dinner. From now on, if I see him, I'll just avoid him. Seeing her only disdain and no signs of infatuation, both father and son sighed in relief. Tang Mingfan even joked, that dish from yesterday was good. Jun should make it again. It's too spicy. We can't eat it all the time, or we'll get heaty. Dad, big brother, what do you think of this cold dish? I think my recipe could even be sold for money. Delicious, delicious, Tang Mingfan enthusiastically praised, glancing at his son and noticing that he was smiling, which made him very happy. His son and daughter were finally getting along well, and the family was joyfully gathered around the table for a meal, which pleased him greatly. Linlin was usually quiet, so he didn't notice anything unusual. Linlin, help me clear the dishes, Tang Zhujun called out after they finished eating. In the evening, she needed to heat water for bathing and wash and iron clothes for the 3 men, so both Granny, he, and Shoer were very busy. In the kitchen, Tang Zhujun pinched Linlin's nose and said, "What's wrong? Are you upset?" Linlin turned his head away proudly and replied, "You're not trustworthy. I dislike you. Fool, if I say you're sick now, your dad will have to go find a doctor, and that would give everything away. Let's wait until tomorrow. You can pretend to be sick just before we leave, and your dad will be in such a hurry that he'll leave you behind." Linlin's expression softened a bit, and he said quietly, "I've thought about it. I still need to go, otherwise Grandpa and Dad will worry. But I don't want to go tomorrow, just for that one day." Seeing him clearly reluctant yet forcing himself, Tang Zhujun felt a pang of sympathy for him. "All right, we'll see. Tomorrow, I'll take you out to have some fun." Tang Zhujun believed that her father and brothers were good people, but their way of raising Linlin might not be the best. For example, after choosing a school for him, they seemed to focus more on his studies and less on other aspects of his life. It wasn't entirely their fault. As busy men, it was already commendable that they could care for the children to this extent. The real criticism should be directed at her past self. She had come back to repay her debts and was determined to ensure Linlin was happy and grew up healthy. The next day, Tang Zhujun indeed put on a show with Linlin and tricked the father and son. Once they left the house, Tang Zhujun took Linlin out as well. "Where are we going, and why are we bringing the cold dishes?" Linlin asked. "Don't you think my cold dishes are tasty?" Tang Zhujun replied. "Let's go out and see if we can sell a recipe and earn some money to buy you new clothes." She didn't dare to dream of becoming wealthy, but she wanted to do something to improve their family's life. Tang Zhujun was eager to get started. She thought of several ideas to try out and wasn't afraid of hardship or setbacks. As long as she could earn some money, she was willing to try multiple times. The reason she brought Linlin along was that she wanted him to see her efforts and believe that she truly regretted her past actions, hoping to mend their relationship gradually. However, selling the recipe was not as easy as imagined. At a few restaurants she liked, she was even chased away, without being allowed inside. Linlin finally felt a bit sorry and said, "Forget it. It's enough that you cook for us." Seeing his face that clearly said, "I'm trying to comfort you," Tang Jian laughed and pinched his cheek. "I was just trying my luck. If it doesn't work, that's fine. Let's go to the pharmacy. I need to buy some medicine." It didn't matter that selling the recipe wasn't going well. She could still make medicine. After buying some herbs and vegetables, she also got Linlin a wooden toy of a chick pecking at grains. Tang Jian held Linlin's hand and headed home. "Move aside, everyone." A horse-drawn carriage came rushing by, and the driver shouted while wildly waving his whip to urge the horses on. The crowd quickly parted, but the street vendors in the middle could only run, leaving their goods behind. In an instant, the area where the carriage passed was in chaos. "Go to the Jin Wangfu for money," shouted the guard riding behind the carriage. The carriage bore the emblem of the Jin Wangfu. Tang Jian pulled Linlin aside and couldn't help but scold. Are they in such a hurry to go somewhere? This Jin Wang is too arrogant, rushing through the streets like this. What if they hit someone? It was a shame. He looked good. He had the appearance of a gentleman but acted irresponsibly, wasting his looks. Linlin said, "That's the direction to the palace. I saw a woman with a child behind the curtain. I think the Jin Wang's daughter is unwell." "What?" Tang Jian didn't understand. "The Jin Wang's daughter has a heart condition and epilepsy. She often falls ill. I heard she's been in grave danger each time." Linlin studied at the Wangfu, so she had heard about these matters from her classmates, who came from noble families.
"How sad," Tang Jian said.
With such an irresponsible father, and she's sick too. Though she felt sympathy, she didn't think she could interfere in the affairs of the Jin Wangfu. "Let's go home." After Tang Jian spoke, she noticed Linlin hadn't moved and was staring at the dust and the horses. Linlin was thinking about how the Jin Wangfu's horses were well-fed and looked like rare treasures. She had heard that the Jin Wang had brought a batch of fine horses from the north. She wondered if these were them. If she could have one, that would be wonderful. Then she wouldn't fear being laughed at anymore. She believed she could be the best rider.
"Linlin?"
"It's nothing. Let's go," Linlin replied, looking down. When they returned home, Grandma he took Xiao out to sell pouches. She couldn't do calculations, so she always brought her daughter along. Only Tang Jujun and Linlin were left at home. "Linlin, would you like to learn some martial arts?" Tang Jujun asked after he had eaten and drunk some water. Linlin lowered his head and said nothing. Of course, he wanted to learn. But the family had no money to hire a martial arts teacher. The royal mansion didn't teach these skills, so where could he learn? Seeing his expression, Tang Jujun understood the answer. She said, "I learned a bit when I was a child in the countryside. If you don't mind, you can learn from me." Linlin looked up in surprise, but then his gaze dimmed, clearly showing his dislike. Tang Jujun remained calm. "Just watch for now." She changed into some comfortable clothes and went to the yard to practice a set of punches. At first, Linlin looked at her as if she were crazy, but as he watched, his eyes widened in amazement. When he saw Tang Jujun kick and break a tree branch as thick as his wrist, he was stunned, his mouth slightly open, unable to speak for a while. Tang Jujun shook her head, dissatisfied with her performance. No, I have no strength. I'm much worse than before." Her physical condition was clearly lacking, and she needed to strengthen her training in the future. "How did you learn that?" Linlin asked, his gaze now filled with admiration. Tang Jujun felt secretly pleased and lied. "I just practiced on my own in the village. When I was in the countryside, no one paid attention to me, so I played by myself. Besides this, I also know some medicine because I helped a homeless old man. I often brought him food and talked to him, and he taught me medicine for a few years." "You know so much. Why did you do that?" Linlin asked, his eyes showing confusion and pain. Tang Jujun felt a sharp pain from his gaze. Linlin knew. He understood her background. He was asking why Tang Jujun had to work on a flower boat and have him with a man whose identity she didn't even know. Linlin not only knew but also felt deeply inferior and sad because of it. He was a child without a known father, born with original sin. "I'm sorry, Linlin," Tang Jujun said with difficulty. feeling that all her explanations were powerless in front of such sad eyes. I know many things, but I don't know which things are right to do and which are wrong. If I made mistakes that caused you pain because of your background, it's all my fault. Her long eyelashes were stained with tears, not because she regretted things she had never done, but because of the suffering this child had endured. He had faced too much pain for someone his age. Linlin suddenly asked, "What will you do if that man comes looking for you in the future?" He clenched his fists nervously.
So he was worried about this.
"I don't know him. I won't let you go with a man like that. Will you forgive him and marry him?" "Forgive?" Tang Zhujun smiled sadly. "He doesn't need my forgiveness. He just needs you to forgive him for bringing you into this world to suffer. The fault lies with me and him. I won't marry again. Your grandfather is old and needs care. Your father has already suffered too much because of me. If he remarries, I won't feel comfortable letting you go with someone else. So, we'll live together, okay?" Linlin didn't respond. After a while, he said, "I don't need a biological father. If you try to give me to someone else, I will never forgive you. Never. This is a smart child who lacks security. Tang Zhujun, you need to work hard." Tang Zhujun took the initiative to teach Linlin Muay Thai, but she realized that her own body was weak, and Linlin's health wasn't great either. Considering the food at home, it was no surprise. There was no way around it. They could only improve slowly. "What do you want to eat for lunch?" "I'll make it for you." After exercising for a quarter of an hour, Tang Zhujun wiped her sweat and asked with a smile, "Anything is fine."
Can you?
"Never mind." Linlin hesitated. "Little kid, do you know that speaking like that can get you in trouble?" Tang Zhujun held back the urge to pinch his cheek and said, "I can, of course. Ani can do anything. Come on, tell me. Can you bring me lunch tomorrow?" Linlin looked down but sneakily glanced at her, biting his lip and speaking softly. He was nervous, fidgeting with the hem of his clothes. Tang Zhujun immediately understood. Linlin must have faced discrimination at school and probably didn't get enough to eat, but felt embarrassed to mention it to his family. Today, he likely sensed the change in her and bravely made this excessive request. "Sure." Tang Zhujun replied cheerfully, then exaggeratedly said, "Oh no, I agreed too quickly. What if I don't do well and embarrass you?" "It won't be like that," Linlin said quietly. "Anything is better than now." Tang Zhujun felt a pang in her heart and almost couldn't help but ask him what had happened in the study at the prince's residence. But she held back. They weren't that close yet. Tang Zhujun prepared a hearty meal, and it was clear that her family was very pleased with her current situation. If there was one downside, it was that there was always a hint of doubt and worry in their eyes, perhaps fearing that her enthusiasm would fade quickly. The next morning, Linlin woke up very early and rushed to the kitchen before he had even finished getting dressed. Tang Zhujun was making wontons, skillfully shaping them into round, plump pieces that were neatly arranged on the counter. "You're up so early?" "Sure. Go get some water and help Linlin wash up," she said. "Are you making dumplings?" Linlin asked, looking disappointed. "They're wontons, chicken wontons," Tang Zhujun replied. "I'll cook them in chicken broth later and add extra cilantro for you." "How does that sound?" Linlin nodded, looking around as if searching for something. However, he didn't find it, and his expression turned sad and a bit angry. He had clearly asked her yesterday to bring him lunch, but she seemed to have forgotten. He was so upset. He shouldn't have had any expectations. But then he heard Tang Zhujun say, "What do you want for lunch?" "I'll go buy ingredients after I drop you off, and then Shoer can bring it to the prince's residence." "They'll let her in, right?" Linlin felt surprised by this sudden offer and couldn't believe it. You'll have Shoer bring me lunch?" He had only planned to take it himself in the morning and never imagined she would think so far ahead. Tang Zhujun didn't understand his hesitation. "You don't want Shoer to go?" "Then I'll go instead." Linlin hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. His aunt was different now, and he wasn't afraid of her embarrassing him. "All right then," Tang Zhujun smiled. "Quickly wash your face and comb your hair. We'll have wontons and fill our bellies so you can ace your exams," Linlin said seriously. "I will. I will be the top student like my grandfather and father," Tang Zhujun replied. No. What? I mean, don't put so much pressure on yourself, she said. When I said top student, I was just using it as an example. Being second or third place, or even just passing, is still very impressive. Children shouldn't carry such heavy burdens. It's not good for their healthy growth. You don't believe in me, Linlin said, looking hurt. Tang Ziyun. She had never been a mother, but she had heard colleagues complain about their children not being motivated, and it was enough to make her ears sore. What kind of rare breed is this Tang family member who is just doing it all by herself? She doesn't even need to push her child. Is she here just to win effortlessly? This is someone who is self-motivated, confirmed. You can do it. Who else but you? Tang Ziyun immediately changed to a serious tone, her face full of, I believe in you, with sparkling eyes that said, you are so outstanding. After her heartfelt performance, which could rival an Oscar winner, Linlin finally showed a hint of a smile and said seriously, I will. I'll go study for a while. Tang Ziyun, touching the hearts of young heroes. Keep it up. A future of 3 top scholars is just around the corner. Yay. After Tang Baixin took Linlin out, Tang Ziyun went out to buy groceries. She had actually prepared everything last night, kneading the dough with pumpkin and spinach juice ahead of time. After returning with the groceries, she quickly made cute little pig buns and frog buns to steam. Children have little resistance to cute things, but it still needs to be nutritious. Tang Ziyun sliced fresh grass fish into thin pieces, removed the bones, and made a slightly spicy sour soup fish according to Linlin's taste. She also prepared baked pumpkin with egg yolk, stir-fried pork with asparagus, fried small river shrimp, and a cold dish of wood ear mushrooms and lotus root slices. She peeled and cut sweet melon into small pieces and mixed it with mulberries for a fruit platter. Bring 2 wet towels to wipe his mouth and hands, Tang Ziyun instructed Xiaoer. With so much food, she packed it into 2 containers and, along with Xiaoer, headed to the Prince Rong's residence. The doorman, upon hearing it was the Tang family delivering food, looked at them as if they were visitors from another world, waved his hand impatiently, and let Tang Ziyun in, muttering, The Tang family is so poor, but this maid is quite pretty. Tang Ziyun thought, You must be blind. However, she said nothing and went in with Xiaoer. Hit him, knock him down. From a distance, she heard a group of excited children, and her heart sank. She hurriedly carried the food containers, leaving Xiaoer behind. Tang Duo, you useless one, get up. I bet 30 taels of silver on you winning. Haha, you're definitely going to lose today. As Tang Ziyun approached and heard this exchange, she placed the food containers on the ground and frantically pushed her way through the crowd. The scene before Tang Ziyun was something she never imagined. Linlin was being attacked by a much larger boy who was throwing punches like rain. He could only curl up and desperately try to protect himself. Enough is enough. No one is going to get away with this today. With adrenaline rushing through her, Tang Ziyun rushed forward, grabbed the boy, and delivered a flurry of slaps before he could react. She then held onto his arm and kicked him hard in the thighs, shouting, Is it fun to bully someone smaller? Fine, I'll play with you. Her hair was a mess, her clothes disheveled, but she didn't care. All she could think was, You dare to hit my child? I'll fight back even if it costs me everything. How dare you? The boy's followers panicked and rushed to pull Tang Ziyun away. This is a prince from the royal house. Tang Ziyun was furious and didn't care about his status. Not even the king could stop her. Linlin watched his aunt's wild actions in shock. He hadn't cried when he was hit, but now his eyes were filled with tears. He got up and hugged Tang Ziyun's waist, saying, Aunt, please stop. I'm fine. Only then did she stop, breathing heavily, and patted his head, her eyes red with anger. Are you foolish? Why let him hit you? Linlin's tears fell as he cried in her embrace. The boy who hit him was a young prince, the cherished son of the royal prince, and just 2 years younger than Linlin's oldest cousin, so he acted without fear of consequences. Linlin was afraid to fight back because he feared being expelled from the royal prince's household. He was stubborn and tried to endure without crying. But today, in his aunt's arms, he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. Tang Ziyun quickly understood this. Listening to the chaotic shouts of those around her, who were scolding her while trying to appease the young prince. She bent down with effort to lift Linlin. Looking down at the group of older children, her gaze was proud. She sneered. Is it just a family reputation? If you don't want it, then forget it. I'm the one who hit him, and I'll stand before the emperor and admit it. If your parents are so capable, let them come and argue with the emperor tomorrow. I want to see if the emperor will reward you for bullying the weak or punish you for your actions. Linlin felt her embrace was thin, yet it brought a warmth he had never experienced before. He sniffled. Aunt, grandfather, and father will be angry. He didn't say he wanted to stay, just that he was worried about his family's anger. You being bullied will only make grandfather and father angry. Tang Zhujun glanced disdainfully at the kids who were too scared to speak because of her presence. Linlin, remember, even if you're not here, one day you will be better than all of them. We won't attend this terrible school anymore. If grandfather and father punish you, you still have your aunt. Suddenly Linlin shouted, Let father punish me. I just don't want to go anymore. Good child, let's go. But Linlin broke free from Tang Zhujun and said, Aunt, I'm going back with you. I won't come here again, all right. Tang Zhujun picked up the fallen peachwood hairpin, casually put her hair up with it, grabbed the food box in one hand, and held Linlin's hand in the other, walking away without looking back. Standing not far away, Prince Ruan looked awkward and said to the tall, stern man beside him, Why are these kids causing such a scene today? It wasn't like this before. I meant for Yanran to study, not to be with them, but in the family school. The man was the Jin Wang, who had just been rejected by Tang Zhujun. Although Prince Ruan was his uncle, Jin Wang was the emperor's biological son, and the emperor made great efforts to make it up to him, so Prince Ruan had to please Jin Wang. Jin Wang coldly replied, Thank you, uncle, but that's not necessary. His daughter would not be placed in such a chaotic and unpleasant environment. Prince Ruan awkwardly smiled and said, Then forget it. If you change your mind in the future, you can send her any time. Jin Wang indeed wanted his daughter to have some peers to interact with. His daughter, besides having health issues, also struggled with socializing. Jin Wang had previously arranged for some young maids to play with her, but due to their different statuses, they couldn't connect, and her situation did not improve at all. So, Jin Wang thought it might be better to find some noble girls of higher status, which is why he planned to visit Prince Ruan's residence, as it was well known for its family education in the capital. However, upon arriving, he encountered such a scene and felt utterly disappointed. A group of spoiled children with poor family values did not impress him. He was also surprised by how fierce and strong that woman was, so different from the one who had tried to climb into bed with him. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her bold demeanor left a deep impression on Jin Wang. What was her name again? Jin Wang frowned slightly. Tang Zhu. Zi?
Dan Zuzi?
He couldn't quite remember. Previously, he had felt sorry for Tang Mingfan for having such a daughter. But it seems there are some positives. Tang Zhujun took Linlin back, and after her anger faded, she began to feel a bit sad. After applying medicine to Linlin, they stared at each other. Linlin, do you think grandfather and your father will be angry? She asked. She felt guilty and worried that her mistakes might get her kicked out. They will, Linlin replied, but I will take responsibility. It has nothing to do with you. If you are really scared and regretful, I will find a way. Tang Zhujun said, Regret? What do I have to regret? There was no way she would regret this decision. She would never regret it in her life. A good child growing up in a bad environment might achieve great things, but their heart would be twisted. What good is an unhappy top scholar? Even the emperor wouldn't care. If I regret anything, it's that I didn't hit a bit more, since I already did it, Tang Zhujun said. But I am a little scared. I'm afraid of your father. He is really fierce, you know? As she spoke, she made a frowning expression like Tang Baixin. Does it look like him? Linlin laughed at her a little. Never mind. It doesn't matter. At worst, I'll just get scolded by your father. He can't hit me anyway. Tang Zhujun decided to let it go. If Tang Baixin lectured her, she would just count sheep. Come on, let's eat. The food is getting cold. Tang Zhujun stood up and placed the food from the box on the table. Quick, try it and see if you like it. Linlin took the chopsticks she handed him and suddenly said, "Annie, I'm a bit regretful." "Regretful about what?" Tang Jun was surprised. "I should have eaten before leaving so they could envy me, seeing the food but not being able to eat it." Tang Jun laughed at his seriousness, knowing he was joking. She pinched his nose and said, "As long as you can smile, that's good. The world is big, but eating is the most important. Let's fill our stomachs and get ready for the storm from your father." "Okay," Linlin replied loudly. Tang Jun watched the little guy eat happily, occasionally looking up and smiling at her. She thought, what bad thoughts could a child have? As long as she treated him well, he would return her kindness with pure trust. With 3 men in the house, all it took was a little sunshine for them to brighten up. After Linlin finished eating, Tang Jun urged him to take a nap. She tucked him in and sat by the bed, looking into his obsidian-like eyes. "Linlin, don't worry about the future. Annie's thought about it. Your grandfather and father are both top scholars. Can they really be worse than those snobbish scholars at the royal residence? Don't say they don't know that Linlin is being bullied. They're just pretending to be confused while covering things up. In the future, at home, grandfather and father will teach you literature, I will teach you martial arts, and you can also learn medicine. Our future is bright." "Sir, why are you back so soon?" a panicked voice from outside called out. Tang Jun thought, how useless. Why feel guilty? Let her come. "Emma, stand up, my legs are weak." The fear of this older brother has become muscle memory. However, when Tang Jun saw the nervous and slightly trembling Linlin, her motherly love surged. Facing Tang Baixin, she raised her head and said, "Brother, you're back. What happened?" Tang Baixin frowned and asked as he entered. "I heard there was a disturbance at the prince's residence, and you even fought with the young prince." "Father, it's my fault," Linlin said as she got up. "It has nothing to do with my aunt." "It was me." "What do you mean it was you?" Tang Jun interrupted, meeting Tang Baixin's gaze without flinching. "Brother, I was the one who hit someone, and I was also the one who didn't let Linlin study." "No, father, it's all my fault, and it has nothing to do with my aunt. If you want to punish someone, punish me. It was me." "Enough from both of you." Tang Baixin interrupted them, sitting down in front of the chair with a serious expression. "I took leave. I have plenty of time to listen to you." Tang Jun cleared her throat, appearing fearless, but she was actually very anxious. She worried that Tang Baixin would suspect her intentions and think she was deliberately urging Linlin not to study. Preventing Linlin from becoming a top scholar would be a grave sin in the Tang family. "Brother, Linlin is being bullied at the palace, and I can't stand by and watch," Tang Jun said. "That group of kids ganged up on Linlin, and this has been going on for a while. I don't believe Linlin can learn well with such a group of spoiled children. Father is a top scholar, and so are you. Why not teach Linlin yourself?" Tang Baixin looked at Linlin, his tone serious. "Is what your aunt said true?" Linlin bit her lip and nodded. Tang Baixin was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. Tang Jun felt each tap resonating in her heart, but she still mustered the courage to say, "Brother, she cannot continue at that school. I'm afraid if Linlin keeps going like this, there will be problems." "Then she won't go," Tang Baixin declared firmly. Linlin's face showed disbelief, followed by overwhelming joy. Tang Jun said, "Brother, you are wise and powerful." Tang Baixin gave her a glare, but his expression was gentle. He walked to the bedside and said to Linlin, "Let me see where you're hurt." Linlin shyly lifted her clothing, revealing the bruises on her body. "Is this why you didn't want me to help you bathe?" Linlin's eyes glistened with tears as she looked down in silence. "It's my fault," Tang Baixin said. "I didn't pay enough attention to you. From now on, stay at home with your aunt during the day. I'll give you homework, and I'll check on you and guide you in the evenings." In the past, they didn't keep Linlin at home because both father and son were worried about Tang Jun, fearing she might sell Linlin. This wasn't an unfounded fear. She had done such things before, and only after Tang Baixin had punished her severely did she abandon the idea. Tang Jun, with a sly glint in her eye, said, "I knew my big brother was the best. I will take good care of Linlin. But can you talk to Dad about it?"
Hee hee.
Tang Buxin shot her another glare but didn't argue, silently accepting the situation. Tang Zhiyun was very pleased. With a reliable father and big brother and a son who listened, she felt she could do anything without worrying about needing a man. "Dad," Linlin said softly, "I'm afraid the prince's residence won't let us go." Tang Buxin scoffed, pride shining in his eyes. "If you two didn't conspire against me today, he wouldn't dare to do anything." As the Minister of Justice, he was protective and he held a significant position in front of the emperor. Despite many mocking the Tang family's poverty, few dared to confront them directly. Seeing his confident demeanor, Tang Zhiyun felt relieved and playfully remarked, "Big brother is amazing. Then I can act like a crab and walk sideways." Tang Buxin replied, "Go cook. I'm hungry. You didn't skip lunch, did you?" Tang Buxin replied irritably, "I was about to eat when I heard you were causing trouble, so I rushed back." "Okay, I'll go cook now." Tang Zhiyun hummed a tune as she left. After a satisfying fight, Linlin wouldn't have to suffer anymore, and her big brother was there to support her. She felt wonderful. Watching her cheerful figure, Tang Buxin couldn't help but smile. However, the smile didn't last long as he turned serious and asked Linlin, "Do you want to stay at home with your aunt? If not, I can find another place for you to study. I have a friend." "I want to stay," Linlin quickly replied. "Aunt treats me very well." Today, he realized that her aunt truly cared for her. Since the flower viewing banquet, my aunt seemed like a different person. Although I didn't know why, I really hoped she would stay this way forever. Tang by Xian patted my head and said, "Good. You can stay at home with your aunt. If you change your mind in the future, just let your father know." "Okay," Linlin nodded seriously. "I will study hard at home and make my grandfather, father, and aunt proud in the future." "Good." When Tang Mingfan heard about this later that evening, he surprisingly agreed calmly. Tang Zhijun looked shocked and Tang Mingfan smiled, saying, "I was worried you couldn't take care of Linlin, but now I have no concerns." Tang Zhijun thought, "Is it her again?" She widened her eyes at Tang by Xian, who nodded in confirmation. "Tang Shuyun. Fine, she understands now." So Linlin no longer went to the Wang family, but stayed at home with Tang Zhijun. He was very eager to learn, hardly wanting to take breaks. He either read books or practiced writing, seeming determined to excel right away. Watching him write, Tang Zhijun sadly realized that out of a piece of writing with 40 or 50 characters, she only recognized one. Yes, just that one. The characters here were similar to Seal script and extremely hard to read. Compared to them, even traditional characters seemed easy. In her past life, she had not studied and was illiterate, and now she was still illiterate after traveling here. "Linlin, can you teach me to recognize characters?" Linlin was very willing and enjoyed being a teacher. The only thing that bothered him a bit was that his aunt was a little slow. Tang Zhijun discovered that Linlin's memory was like a camera. He could remember everything perfectly, truly a genius. It was said that a dog's IQ is about 40, an average person's IQ is 100, and Linlin's IQ was at least 140, possibly even 180. Linlin looked at her as if she were a dog. In this situation, Tang Zhijun focused hard on learning, trying to be a smarter dog, so she wouldn't be too looked down upon. It seemed impressive, but in reality, everyone struggled under the pressure of learning. A few days later, it was time to meet the pawnshop owner as agreed. Tang Zhijun took Linlin out. "Miss, you finally came." The pawnshop owner, who had previously been arrogant, now looked at Tang Zhijun like she was a savior. He came out from behind the counter, bowing repeatedly and expressing his gratitude. The old problem that had troubled him for years was finally resolved. This was all expected. Tang Zhijun was only thinking about the 18 taels of silver. She patiently listened to the shopkeeper's flattering words and smiled, saying, "I'm relieved to hear that. What about the silver we discussed earlier?" Of course. The shopkeeper took out 2 10-tael silver ingots and placed them on the table. "That's 20 taels of silver, but since you already gave me 2 taels, you should give me 18 more. The extra 2 taels are a deposit for next time," the shopkeeper said with a big smile. I have this habit, and I may need to trouble you again in the future. He didn't expect to heal completely. He would be grateful if it didn't hurt. After thinking for a moment, Tang Zhujun said, Then I won't be polite. I will come by often, but if you still have this old habit, I won't charge for the consultation. Thank you very much, miss, the shopkeeper replied with a smile. Only those who have experienced pain know how important a good doctor is. Tang Zhujun smiled and said, By the way, I have another favor to ask. You've been the shopkeeper here for many years. Do you know anyone from the restaurant? To be honest, I have a recipe for cold dishes that I want to sell, but I have no connections. That's easy, the shopkeeper said. How much silver do you want for it? I'll buy it. From his tone, she could tell he was thinking of buying it for 3 to 5 taels, or maybe a little more. That wouldn't be enough to satisfy Tang Zhujun's appetite. So, after smiling, she calmly said, Shopkeeper, please let me finish. I brought some prepared seasonings today. This recipe for cold dishes, I'm not boasting, tastes amazing. I won't charge for this package. We can discuss the price after the restaurant staff tries it. The shopkeeper, being very shrewd, immediately understood her implication and nodded, saying, All right, I happen to know the shopkeeper of Sihai Tower. However, he is quite busy, so we may need to schedule another time. Hearing that there was a connection made Tang Zhujun happy, and she quickly said, No need, just help me deliver this package of prepared cold dish seasonings. I'll come back in a few days to hear the news. The shopkeeper agreed without hesitation. Tang Zhujun then helped him adjust the prescription before leaving with Linlin. I have money now. What do you want to buy? Tang Zhujun said proudly. Linlin quietly reminded her, Aunt, you borrowed 20 taels of silver from the public funds, but now I'm also buying for the public funds, Tang Zhujun replied. Didn't you hear? I found a way to sell my cold dish recipe. Will it really sell? Linlin was a bit doubtful, recalling the previous failures. Tang Zhujun wasn't entirely sure either, but she confidently said, Of course. Now, tell me, what do you want to eat or buy? I don't want anything, Linlin said. Silly child, come on, I'll buy you some meat and fish to take home. And pig organs, Linlin exclaimed loudly. Haha, no problem. The two walked around and bought things. Tang Zhujun initially wanted to buy clothes for her father and brothers as well as for Linlin, but she found the clothes here to be ridiculously expensive. It wasn't that the clothes themselves were costly. The fabric was the main issue. Even fine cotton was quite pricey, and as for silk, that was out of the question. Coarse cloth was cheaper, but given her family status, they couldn't wear that. In the end, Tang Zhujun made up her mind and spent 2 taels of silver to buy several pieces of fine cotton and coarse cloth, asking Aunt He and Xiaoer to make outfits for the 3 men in the family. Xiaoer was very skilled at embroidery, which was one of the few good qualities she had besides being loyal. As they passed by the horse market, Linlin hesitated to move on. He knew horses were expensive, but he couldn't help but look. Aunt, I'm just looking, I won't buy, he said softly. Tang Zhujun remembered his earlier mention of riding horses and understood what he was thinking. For boys in this era, horses were like superheroes. They were the coolest and most impressive. Then let's look for a while. After all, looking is free, Tang Zhujun said with a smile. The horse trader, in his 30s, was very good at business. He didn't look down on them for their ordinary clothes and enthusiastically introduced the horses. When he saw Linlin liked a horse, he took out a piece of malt candy for him to feed the horse. Just like that. When you have your own horse, you'll need to train it this way. Linlin's face lit up with joy, and it licked my palm. Seeing this, Tang Zhujun smiled and turned to chat with the horse trader, asking about the prices. The trader told her that he didn't have old horses. All of them were good. The cheapest horse here was over 100 taels of silver, and the better ones could cost 1,000 taels. Tang Zhujun mentally calculated the prices, realizing they were similar to modern car prices. These were well-known vehicles, ranging from several 100,000 to 1,000,000, which was indeed quite expensive. She couldn't afford it. She really couldn't afford it now. Tang Zhujun pointed to the horse Linlin liked and asked, How much is this one? I'll give you the honest price. It costs 300 taels of silver. I'll come back to buy it when I have money, Tang Zhujun replied with a smile. But she didn't know when she would have money. This was already most of her family's salary for half a year. Unless she struck it rich, she really couldn't buy it. Looking poor, can you even afford it? What? Tang Zhujun heard the voice and turned around, seeing Ruan Anruo's delicate face. Ruan Anruo looked a bit worn out, her eyes filled with resentment. I didn't expect the house arrest to be lifted so quickly. How can your mother let you out? Did your good cousin go to the palace? Tang Zhujun said with a half-smile. Ruan Anruo twisted her handkerchief in anger, her face twisted with fury, as if she wanted to swallow Tang Zhujun whole. How much is that horse? She pointed at the horse that Linlin was feeding. 300 taels of silver, and I already bought it, Tang Zhujun replied. Ruan Anruo asked, Do you really have 300 taels of silver? That's none of your business, Tang Zhujun shot back. Anyway, I bought the horse. Ruan Anruo felt a bit suspicious, but knowing the Tang family's capabilities, if they really wanted to accept bribes, a few hundred or even thousands of taels wouldn't be hard. Were they starting to seek wealth now? But no matter what, Ruan Anruo couldn't show weakness in front of Tang Zhujun. She had plenty of money. Her mother came from a wealthy merchant family, and her father, a noble, married her mother for her wealth. 350 taels, sell it to me. Ruan Anruo said coldly, looking at Tang Zhujun with confidence. Tang Zhujun replied, Hey, we had a deal. Come here, let me tell you. Honesty is important. As she spoke, she pulled the horse trader aside to whisper a few words. The trader looked troubled. Miss, the highest bidder wins. You can't just make me lose 50 taels, can you? Tang Zhujun showed her anger. Then I'll offer 351 taels. Ruan Anruo looked at her disdainfully. 400 taels. 401 taels. 500 taels. You. Tang Zhujun looked exasperated. Ruan Anruo, you're doing this on purpose. What if I am? Ruan Anruo revealed her true colors. You deserve to be scolded by your parents. 501 taels. Tang Zhujun shouted through gritted teeth, clearly trying her best. Linlin stood by, looking confused but silent. Ruan Anruo said, 600 taels. You're ruthless. Tang Zhujun replied angrily. Fine, take the horse. Linlin, let's go. Linlin glanced back at the horse with reluctance before silently following her. Once outside, Linlin suddenly said, Aunt, I promise to buy you a horse in the future, one that's very expensive, so no one will dare look down on you. Just a moment ago, Tang Zhujun was furious, but now she was all smiles as she gently pinched his cute face and said, How about I buy you a horse now? Linlin was stunned, his big eyes filled with confusion. Just wait and see, Tang Zhujun said with a sly smile. She bought Linlin a portion of candied chestnuts and found a large stone by the roadside to sit down and peel them for him. Annie, do we have money to buy a horse? Linlin finally asked. No, Auntie doesn't need money to buy a horse. Do you believe me? Tang Zhujun winked, playfully teasing him. Then, isn't that stealing? Linlin asked in surprise. Tang Zhujun replied, It's not stealing if it's earned through skill. Just eat your chestnuts and you'll understand soon. After finishing the chestnuts, Tang Zhujun took Linlin back to find the horse dealer from earlier. The dealer was all smiles when he saw her, saying, You're truly my lucky star. Earlier, Tang Zhujun had secretly told him to raise the price above 300 taels of silver, and they would split the extra. Just pick me a horse that costs 150 taels of silver, Tang Zhujun said. The dealer was even happier and chose a horse that was originally priced at 200 taels, also giving her a bridle and saddle for free. Seeing Linlin's astonished expression, Tang Zhujun smiled and said, Let's go home. Annie, do we really not have to pay? Linlin was amazed. Tang Zhujun laughed, holding the horse with one hand and Linlin with the other, slowly explaining what had just happened. Although Linlin was smart, the other two men in the family were too upright and wouldn't teach him these unconventional methods. When facing enemies, if you can fight, then fight. If you can't, find a way to win. If that doesn't work, then run. If you can't run, then kneel. A gentleman can take his time for revenge, right? Tang Zhujun guided him gently. And you can't be too rigid. Sometimes you need special tactics to deal with unpleasant people. A good cat is one that catches mice, regardless of the method. Linlin pondered this, but his thoughts were short-lived because he was too excited. He couldn't believe their family could actually own a horse. "Auntie, can we name the horse?" "You name it." "I haven't been to school," Tang Zhujun encouraged Linlin, downplaying herself. "Okay." Linlin eagerly agreed. "Let's call him Gale." As Tang Zhujun prepared to put their purchases on the horse, Linlin felt a pang of sympathy. Tang Zhujun felt helpless. What was the point of buying a horse if she wasn't going to ride it or use it to carry things? Was she supposed to carry the horse instead? "Aunt, let's go to the river first," Linlin pleaded. "I want to brush the horse there and let it eat grass." "The grass by the river is the freshest," Tang Zhujun thought. It felt like she hadn't bought a horse, but a demanding ancestor. She bought 2 brushes and 2 large baskets to hold her previous purchases, then led the horse to the riverbank. At the river, there were women washing clothes and children playing. Seeing the tall horse, many children gathered around to look, but didn't dare to come closer. In the midst of envious glances from the children, Linlin let the horse eat grass while he stood on tiptoe to brush it. When Tang Zhujun tried to help, Linlin complained that her movements were too rough, so she could only remind him not to go into the deep water, while she sat idly by, watching the flowing water and daydreaming. This river was a tributary of the Lu River, still about 3 or 4 yards wide, with deep parts estimated to be several meters, but thankfully the current wasn't too strong. Tang Zhujun thought about the horse she had bought, but now she needed to buy a cart too. She wondered how much silver that would cost. Once she had a cart, she would also need a driver, which would be another expense. But these 2 expenses couldn't be avoided because Tang Mingfan was working hard from dawn till dusk, especially in winter when it was even tougher. The family's income was limited, but she didn't want to spend money carelessly like before. She should be able to afford a cart. And if that cold dish recipe could sell, it would ease the current pressure. It really was tough to make ends meet. Everything from rice to oil costs money. Suddenly, she felt an itch on her foot and looked down. Wow, she discovered something amazing. Tang Zhujun smiled brightly as she picked up a small crayfish, watching it futilely wave its claws in her hand. How could she forget? It was the season for eating crayfish. Spicy, garlicky, or with special seasoning, crayfish are delicious no matter how you cook them. She vaguely remembered that when she was in the countryside, there were many crayfish by the river, but not many people wanted to eat them. If it weren't for being very poor, no one would bother to catch them. Only the children occasionally caught some to boil, but most complained about the muddy taste. Tang Zhujun felt the excitement of discovering a new world and rolled up her sleeves to start catching crayfish by the river. A few children shifted their attention from watching the horse to watching her, probably because they had never seen an adult catch these before. Tang Zhujun's eyes sparkled as she said, "Help me catch some crayfish. You can trade 10 for 1 coin. What do you think?" The children couldn't believe their ears. By the river, they could easily catch dozens of crayfish, which was worth several coins. For them, it was like a fortune. After getting a positive answer from Tang Zhujun, the children became extremely excited and rushed to catch crayfish. Tang Zhujun prepared a basket and made a lid from grass, waiting for the children to come and trade their crayfish for money. In the end, when Linlin finished brushing the horse and was ready to go home, she spent 23 coins and collected 230 crayfish, coming back with a full load. Once home, Linlin couldn't wait to show Grandma He and Xiaoa her prize horse. The two were almost in shock and then genuinely happy for her. However, when Xiaoa heard that Tang Zhujun had spent money on crayfish, she exclaimed in concern, "You actually paid for something that could be gotten for free? You could have just spent 5 coins on candy for those kids." Tang Zhujun laughed. "Stop complaining. You'll enjoy it more than anyone else later. Come help me wash the crayfish." This task was quite challenging. That evening, Tang Baixin returned home to a fragrant yard filled with the spicy aroma of crayfish. But the first thing he noticed was Linlin happily chewing on tree bark beside her horse. Dad, Linlin's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Come see the big horse. Andy bought it for me." Its name is Fierce Wind. Tang Baixin was amazed, and after hearing Tang Zhujun explain, he laughed. How could you come up with such a clever trick? What will Anruo say when she finds out? I can't wait for that. Tang Zhujun replied, if it's offered to me, I won't back down. I want her to think I'm afraid of her. Linlin stayed outside with Fierce Wind, refusing to go inside, and asked Xiao for a carrot to feed the horse. Tang Zhujun called from inside, Linlin, if I see you sharing that carrot with Fierce Wind again, I'll let your dad take action. Hearing this, Tang Baixin couldn't help but smile. When Tang Mingfan returned and saw Fierce Wind, he was smitten, circling around the horse like a child, patting and stroking it. Linlin watched from the side, feeling a bit sorry for her dad. Tang Mingfan even asked Tang Zhujun to set up dinner in the yard, enjoying the special liquor that Xiao had brought while eating crayfish, his gaze hardly leaving Fierce Wind. Tang Zhujun smiled and stuck out her tongue, saying, I was worried that Dad would think I was doing something wrong by helping the horse trader sell horses. Tang Mingfan replied seriously, you helped the horse trader sell horses, and he gave you a reward. How can that be considered wrong? Tang Zhujun laughed heartily. She really liked this dad, who was both upright and caring. Tang Mingfan then said to Linlin, the horse was bought by your aunt. This is her kindness to you. So remember that, okay? Linlin nodded. Grandfather, I will also be good to Aunt. If Aunt doesn't get married, I will take care of her. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, and both Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin looked at Tang Zhujun, worried she might get upset. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhujun cheerfully said, then it's settled. Dad, big brother, what should we do about the horse cart? I want to order one, but I'm afraid of being tricked. How much silver do we need? If 20 taels is enough, let's buy one. Where will we get 20 taels of silver? Tang Zhujun intentionally steered the conversation here, pretending to be casual. I learned medicine in the countryside before. When I took something to the pawn shop, I gave the shopkeeper a prescription that helped him with a long-term illness, and he rewarded me for it. Linlin can confirm. Linlin nodded repeatedly, recalling the shopkeeper's admiration and gratitude, feeling proud. Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin were both very surprised. Linlin said, my aunt can also fight. No one took this seriously, but both Tang Mingfan and his son realized they didn't know enough about Tang Zhujun. They began discussing the horse cart. A simple horse cart without fancy decorations would cost around 10 taels of silver, so Tang Mingfan immediately decided to let Tang Baixin take a day off tomorrow to buy one. This way, by the day after tomorrow, he would also have a horse cart for court. Tang Zhujun had never noticed this charming side of her frugal dad, like a child eager to show off a new toy. Since that was the case, she decided to encourage him further. Her dad deserved to be pampered. Big brother, don't forget to find a coachman. Just have him pick up Dad every day. Dad, I will prepare a lunchbox and a charcoal stove for you, so you can have your meals on the way or eat them in the palace without them getting cold. Tang Mingfan said, what was that dish called? Something. Spicy hot pot. Yes, let's make that. Tang Mingfan, having had a couple of drinks, was a bit excited. Tang Zhujun hesitated. Dad, won't that be too greasy for breakfast? And in the palace, won't the smell bother others? Just that, listen to me. Tang Mingfan's face turned red with excitement. Listen to your father, just do that. Seeing that he was a bit tipsy, Tang Zhuyun weakly agreed. She couldn't tell if it was the alcohol or the full moon, but it felt like her father had transformed. Later, Tang Baixin helped him inside and made sure he lay down. After coming out, he said to Tang Zhuyun, Father hasn't been this happy in a long time. He knows this horse is your way of showing respect. Linlin looked at Tang Zhuyun eagerly, thinking the horse was a gift for him. Tang Zhuyun couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. In the morning, grandfather went to court, and in the afternoon, you learned to ride. By the way, big brother, can you ride? Why don't you teach Linlin? Tang Baixin felt embarrassed to admit he couldn't ride either. He was hoping to learn from this opportunity. He covered his mouth with his hand and awkwardly said, well, I have someone in mind who can teach Linlin. It's Changji, who works for father. Tang Zhuyun immediately pictured a bearded man from the northwest. Changji was originally a bandit leader but admired Tang Mingfan and came to the capital to serve him. Now he worked as a constable. Changji used to come to the Tang family for meals often, but after Tang Jian moved to the capital, she disliked him and didn't treat him well. To avoid troubling Tang Mingfan, he stopped visiting as much. Undoubtedly, Changji also disliked Tang Jian very much. That's fine. Tang Jian pretended there were no hard feelings and agreed readily. I remember Brother Chang can eat a lot, so I'll cook more dishes. Changji was not just a big eater. He could finish a whole pot of rice by himself. Seeing she didn't object, Tang Baixin said, then it's settled. I'll tell him tomorrow, and he can start coming in the afternoon. The next day, when Changji heard that the Tang family bought a horse and carriage and needed a coachman, he confidently claimed he could handle the job. To put it simply, he wanted to save the Tang family some money. Changji wasn't short on cash. He had made quite a bit during his years as a bandit. He genuinely admired Tang Mingfan and wanted to help him, but he had been firmly rejected multiple times. Well, what about Miss Tang? Changji asked, turning his head away with a sneer. If it weren't for Tang Darren, he wouldn't want to see that unpleasant woman at all. Tang Baixin smiled and said, It's fine. My sister is different now, you'll see. The next day, Changji indeed came early to take Tang Mingfan to court. He quickly harnessed the carriage and waited outside for Tang Mingfan to come out, not wanting to see Tang Jian at all. Unexpectedly, Tang Zhujun took the initiative to come out. She was holding something in her hand, and behind her was Shoer, carrying a large food box. Tang Zhujun smiled as she handed him what she was holding and sweetly said, Brother Chang, these 4 meat sandwiches wrapped in lotus leaves are for you to snack on during your journey. Has she really changed? Changji didn't say anything and reached out to take the large lotus leaf, lowering his head to take a big bite. This is so delicious. Tang Zhujun, but you can't eat the lotus leaf. Changji replied gruffly, What's wrong with eating the lotus leaf? It helps with digestion. You just don't understand. Tang Zhujun didn't dare to respond. While eating the meat sandwiches, Changji casually placed the large food box in the cart and said, These meat sandwiches are really tasty, but there are too few. I need more. Tang Zhujun stared in shock as he finished all 4 sandwiches in no time. Oh, okay. She took out the 8 sandwiches she had saved for her family, and after Changji finished, he still wanted more. When he heard there were none left, he expressed his disappointment, saying, I only ate a little. Please make more tomorrow. I'll bring some meat later. Linlin looked at Changji with admiration. He had gotten up early today because he was worried about his fierce wind and came out with Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun sighed, wondering if men's admiration was always so inexplicable. Why admire a glutton? After a while, Tang Mingfan came out with his head held high, looking like he was about to ascend to the throne rather than attend court. Ugh, such disrespectful jokes shouldn't be made. Once the cart left, Tang Zhujun couldn't help but mutter, What is father planning to do? Turning back, she saw the small charcoal stove glowing, with red oil sizzling and the hot pot bubbling, filling the entire hall with a strong aroma. She couldn't bear to imagine how beautiful that scene was. Tang Mingfan felt that today's court session was particularly long and unbearable. Standing below, listening to those officials chatter, he cursed them in his heart. These old folks just waste time without doing any work. Although he was also a scholar, he was a doer, unlike them. Because of his high position, he stood near the front, and even the emperor on the dragon throne noticed that he seemed a bit restless today. The emperor couldn't help but smile and said, Minister Tang, do you have something to report? The emperor was also tired of the officials, but didn't dare to say anything, fearing they would make a scene and want to leave a mark in history, while he would be labeled a foolish ruler. Enough is enough. So he called on Tang Mingfan, hoping he would interrupt the officials' chatter. The censors could not find any faults with Tang Mingfan. They could only nitpick about trivial matters concerning his children, and they did not dare to say much. Who doesn't have unworthy descendants? Besides that, Tang Mingfan was clean and honest. Who could claim to be more disciplined than him? Tang Mingfan was a powerful tool for the emperor against the censors. Tang Mingfan stepped forward, holding his tablet, and said, Your Majesty, I have no business today, just feeling dizzy from hunger. The Prince of Jin glanced at him, and others murmured, surprised by Tang Mingfan's unusual demeanor today. The emperor laughed heartily. Minister Tang is a pillar of the nation. We can't have him starving. In that case, let's end the court session. Wang Fu, please assist Minister Tang with his meal. Wang Fu, the head eunuch, who had served the emperor for decades, immediately replied, I obey your command. Only then did everyone realize that the court session ended simply because Tang Mingfan was hungry. This humble Tang Mingfan truly had the emperor's favor. They would have to tread carefully around him in the future. Wang Fu helped Tang Mingfan to the dining hall, knowing he never brought his own food. He scolded a young eunuch. What are you waiting for? Hurry and have the meal prepared. Tell the kitchen staff to make sure the meals for the ministers are well prepared. If I catch anyone slacking off, they'll face consequences. Everyone knew this was just to give Tang Mingfan face, as others did not eat the food there. Unexpectedly, Tang Mingfan leisurely said, No need. I brought my own meal today. Everyone was taken aback. Did it rain red in the world? Tang Mingfan actually brought his own food today? At that moment, someone remarked, What kind of fortune has Minister Tang found? First, he took a carriage, and now he brings his own meal? This person had seen Tang Mingfan arrive by carriage that morning. Tang Mingfan proudly replied, My daughter is thoughtful and prepared it for me. The Prince of Jin exchanged a few words with the emperor before entering, just as he heard Tang Mingfan's comment. Was it about the girl again? Why was she everywhere? His subordinates suggested he marry her to secure his position, but he dismissed the idea. That day, he had planned to humiliate Tang Jian when she reached the bedside, hoping she would back down, but she unexpectedly fled. Later, at the Prince of Rong's residence, he witnessed her fierce fighting skills, which changed his perception of women. He never expected to hear Tang Mingfan mention her today. The Prince of Jin calmly walked to his seat, and the young eunuch quickly opened the food box for him. He had a cold and hard demeanor, keeping people at a distance and never giving anyone face, so when he entered, the dining hall fell silent. Tang Mingfan leisurely blew on the charcoal stove and calmly waited for the spicy hot pot to boil. Soon, the strong aroma of the dish filled the entire dining hall. Tang Mingfan picked up his chopsticks and started eating rice with great enjoyment, completely ignoring the fact that everyone was watching him, including the usually aloof Prince Jin. People began to wonder if Tang Mingfan was doing this on purpose. Did he conspire with the emperor beforehand? His strange behavior was puzzling. While Tang Mingfan savored his meal, others were somewhat distracted. What did the emperor and Tang Mingfan want to do? Tang Mingfan thought, I just want to show off. Aren't you all tired from overthinking? You're such fools. The next day, he brought spicy crayfish. The day after that, he brought boiled fish. On the fourth day, he had a sore on his lip and finally brought plain porridge and side dishes. But why were his buns shaped like frogs and pigs? Tang Mingfan, my grandsons are being filial to me. Also, why did even the cold dishes he brought smell so good? However, everyone was no longer as anxious as before and began to speculate that perhaps Tang Mingfan wanted to show off his family cook. But he didn't seem like that kind of person. Everything in the dining hall naturally caught the emperor's attention. One day, during a meal after court, the emperor arrived. At that moment, Tang Mingfan was eating crayfish, but today it was garlic-flavored. Seeing the emperor, he quickly wiped his hands and greeted him along with everyone else. To his surprise, the emperor sat down across from him and said with a smile, Tang Iching, I came because I smelled something delicious. May I have a taste? Tang Mingfan protected his bowl, saying, These are just humble dishes. I dare not present them to the emperor. What a joke. The emperor was so wealthy. Why would he want to take advantage of him? If he wanted to eat, he could have his daughters cook for him. He had over 10 daughters. But none could compare to this one dish. The emperor replied, If you can eat it, then I can too. Bring my meal here. Everyone's hearts, which had just settled, rose again. It seemed the emperor was up to something, and Tang Mingfan, that cunning fox, must know something. The emperor had never eaten crayfish before. Wang Fu served him, skillfully peeling it like Tang Mingfan did and placing it in the emperor's bowl. Tang Mingfan said, It's delicious with some dipping sauce. Wang Fu thought that, "Sir, you and the emperor are being too informal." But the emperor laughed and said, "Dip it, dip it." Wang Fu could only follow the orders, as this was something Lord Tang had tasted before. Everyone stared at the emperor without blinking. The emperor took a bite and said, "Not bad, surprisingly good. Lord Tang, your dish is excellent. Your Majesty flatters me. It's just my daughter experimenting at home." Wang Fu thought, "Lord Tang, could you lower your head when being modest? Holding it high like a proud peacock doesn't do justice to your esteemed position." Tang Mingfan had a daughter who was quite troublesome, and the emperor was aware of this. Seeing his demeanor now, could it mean she has changed for the better? The emperor couldn't help but glance at Prince Jean, feeling sympathy for all parents. Everyone was startled again. What did this mean? When Tang Mingfan mentioned his daughter, the emperor looked at Prince Jean. The flower banquet was still fresh in their minds, and the emperor's current behavior was indeed thought-provoking. Tang Mingfan's daughter had a bad reputation, but both father and son were talented. If the emperor arranged a marriage, could it mean he favored Prince Jean? This situation was serious. Just as everyone was speculating, the emperor spoke. "Lord Tang, your daughter must not have grown up by your side." Tang Mingfan replied, "Yes, your Majesty. I have neglected my daughter and feel guilty about it. Am I not the same with Prince Jean?" The emperor sighed. Prince Jean stood up and said, "Father, please don't say that. I am already grateful to be recognized by my ancestors." The emperor waved his hand, signaling him to step down, and they would leave after the meal. For the emperor, it might just be a fleeting thought, but many were anxious, including Prince Jin's sycophant, Song Jingyang. "Your Highness, does the emperor want to arrange a marriage for Tang Jian with you?" Prince Jin replied, "Oh, so her name isn't Tang Juzi." Song Jingyang said, "You must not agree. That woman is pregnant." Prince Jin was surprised. Pregnant. She might have lost it now. Song Jingyang recounted his encounter with Tang Jian, gritting his teeth. "She climbed into bed that day to get you to support her child. Her intentions are despicable." After a brief surprise, Prince Jin stopped thinking about Tang Jian. The woman was unimportant. He was focused on the emperor's intentions. Without a doubt, the emperor was promoting Tang Mingfan, but was there a deeper meaning? After returning to the capital, every step was filled with anxiety. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Seeing his master deep in thought, Song Jingyang dared not speak further and stood quietly by. Tang Jian sneezed twice, and the pawnshop owner chuckled. "Miss, have you caught a cold? You should be careful." Zhao, the manager of Sihai building next door, agreed. Today, Tang Zhujun came to the pawnshop to ask how the cold dish seasoning was selling. To her surprise, the shopkeeper looked at her as if he had seen a fortune and quickly sent a young man to call manager Zhao from Sihai building. He then said, "Miss, you finally came. I've almost been worn out by manager Zhao these past few days." Hearing this, Tang Zhujun understood that the cold dishes were selling well. She casually laughed and said, "It's not that exaggerated." "Not exaggerated at all," the shopkeeper replied, and had someone bring out snacks for Linlin to eat. Linlin waited for Tang Zhujun's nod before picking up a piece of beef tongue cake to nibble on, listening quietly to the adults talk.
"Miss, think about it.
If this recipe were to be sold, how much silver would you ask for it?" the shopkeeper asked cautiously. Tang Zhujun smiled slightly. "I'm really sorry, but this recipe is a family secret, and I can't sell it for any amount of silver. However, Sihai Building can get the seasoning from me, and I guarantee a steady supply." Since silver wasn't in short supply right now, she decided not to sell the recipe and keep it for future benefits. The shopkeeper laughed awkwardly, sensing that Tang Zhujun was not easily fooled. When manager Zhao arrived, he praised Tang Zhujun and offered to buy her recipe for 200 taels of silver. Tang Zhujun still refused to sell. Manager Zhao was not in a hurry and stroked his beard, saying, "Miss, please think it over. After all, recipes can be figured out over time." "Then manager Zhao can take his time to think it over," Tang Zhujun replied with a smile. Manager Zhao said, "I'm not that kind of person. Since it's your family's secret recipe, I won't use it for free. The price isn't fixed. We can negotiate." "Let me share my thoughts," Tang Zhujun said calmly. For the cold dish seasoning, it's 1 tael of silver for 10 pounds. Miss, aren't you asking for too much? My Sihai building needs 20 to 30 pounds of cold dish seasoning every day. Manager Zhao was anxious. This seasoning isn't without cost. My price is quite fair, Tang Zhujun insisted without budging. After careful consideration, Manager Zhao realized that although the seasoning was not cheap, the cold dishes were indeed popular, so there was profit to be made. Then you guarantee that this seasoning will only supply my Sihai building? Of course, Tang Zhujun smiled, but that would be at a different price, an additional 200 taels every year. This was a monopoly fee. Manager Zhao was exasperated. After some back and forth, he reluctantly agreed to Tang Zhiyun's idea and asked the pawnshop owner to mediate, so both sides signed a contract. Tang Zhiyun left with 200 taels of silver. She went straight to buy a new official outfit for Tang Mingfan, which cost 50 taels. The outfit was made of high-quality material, embroidered with vivid cranes and water patterns, making it a true luxury. She also painfully bought a set for Tang Baixin, which cost 20 taels since his official rank was lower. In total, she spent 70 taels, and she felt the pinch even when buying groceries. Although she found it easy to earn money, spending it was even easier. In the countryside, this income could support a large family for many years, but in the capital, it would only maintain a basic standard for a first-rank official's family. As she returned home with Linlin, she saw the front door wide open and heard a lot of noise inside. Changji shouted, "Don't slack off. Kill the chickens and chop the firewood. When Miss Tang comes back to see you all, she'll be angry if you don't behave well." Tang Jian stormed in, hands on her hips. "Here we go again." This Chang Ji was getting too bold. He was taking advantage of her kindness. Recently, he had become addicted to eating at her place and even brought along the officials from the Dali temple. Although they always brought ingredients, who wanted to serve them? Chang Ji chuckled. "Miss Tang, let's talk. Today is my birthday. You just celebrated yesterday." "I made a mistake yesterday." Tang Jian replied, "Don't give me that. Tomorrow you'll remember again and say today was a mistake too." "Linlin," Changji said, trying to change the subject, "Uncle Chang will take you horseback riding?" Linlin looked eagerly at Tang Jian. Tang Jian rolled her eyes. "You have to come back in half an hour." "Thank you, Aunt," Linlin said happily. The officials who came to eat were busy helping chop wood, fetch water, and clean up. They were so eager to eat that it made Tang Jian feel a bit guilty for not cooking for them. She sensed that these visits for free meals would become a regular thing. She would endure it. Once Linlin learned to ride, she would put an end to it. Humph. In the afternoon, at Linlin's request, Tang Jian took her to the riverbank to brush the horse. Tang Baixin returned early that day and joined them. Tang Zhujun told Tang Baixin about the cold dish recipe. "I roughly calculated that the cost of 10 pounds of ingredients is 200 coins, and we can earn 800 coins. If we sell 20 to 30 pounds a day, that's about 2 taels of silver. In a month, that's 60 taels. Even in the slow winter season, we can still make 500 taels a year without any problem." She secretly kept 200 taels as a monopoly fee, claiming that the official clothes were paid for in advance by the other party. She needed to have some private savings. Tang Baixin was very surprised. He never expected that a simple cold dish recipe could earn more than their combined salaries. Tang Zhujun raised her eyebrows proudly. "Isn't it impressive? I'll tell father tonight. He will be very happy." Tang Baixin hesitated. "Big brother, what's wrong?" "Don't tell father," Tang Baixin said awkwardly. "He has been bragging about how capable you are, and many people think he's gone a bit crazy because of it." Tang Zhujun. "Being obsessed with showing off is a problem that needs fixing. Besides, father isn't good with money. If he knows we have so much silver, he'll start spending it recklessly. You should keep it safe yourself." "Father would spend money recklessly?" Tang Baixin. "He will. You'll understand later." "All right, I'll keep it safe and not tell father." Tang Zhujun quickly made her decision. She had only hidden 200 taels, but her brother was even more ruthless and suggested she hide a portion. Suddenly, they heard a shout. "Oh no! A child has fallen into the water." Tang Zhujun's smile vanished, and her heart sank. Could it be Linlin who fell in? Tang Jun looked over in panic and saw Linlin holding a brush, looking stunned and clearly frightened. It's okay, it's okay. Tang Jun rushed over to hug him, pressing his head against her so he wouldn't see, while she looked into the water. You can't escape today, a familiar voice from the stone bridge shouted. It was Changji, followed by a group of guards, and the Prince of Jin? Tang Jun felt the same way about the prince as he did about her. He seemed to be everywhere, haunting her.
Who can swim?
Jump in and catch him, Changji shouted angrily, wishing he could jump in himself. Hearing that the officials were catching someone, the women on the shore hurriedly pulled their children back. The guards did not move. Tang Jun could swim, but she didn't have the ability to catch someone underwater. At that moment, a figure in white suddenly leaped in, moving swiftly and cleanly. Once in the water, they glided like a silver fish straight toward the person at the bottom. It is Prince Jin. After a moment, the follower Song Jingyang jumped down as well, and the two began searching in the long, wide river. Aunt, are they catching bad guys? Linlin asked quietly. Tang Jun replied, shall we go home first? Tang Baixin added, Linlin, let's go back with your aunt for now. Father will stay here for a while to see if he can help. Linlin didn't want to leave and said, maybe aunt can help too. Let's wait a little longer. I caught him. I caught him. Changji shouted excitedly from the bridge. Come on, let's hurry and assist the prince. I've seen how skilled the prince is today. After a while, Prince Jin and Song Jingyang came ashore, both soaked, each holding an arm of the captured criminal, dragging him to the bank. Prince Jin was drenched, wearing thin clothes suitable for spring and summer, which clung to his body, revealing his strong chest and abs, along with outlines that shouldn't be seen. However, Prince Jin quickly shook off his robe, so it was no longer visible. Tang Jun expressed her anger, thinking, who wants to see that? Tang Baixin subtly tugged at her sleeve, hoping she would stop staring at Prince Jin. He was a bit worried that his sister might become infatuated again. They had just started enjoying good times. He hoped they wouldn't repeat past mistakes. Darn it, Changji said, checking the criminal and feeling frustrated. After finally catching this guy, I thought we'd make progress, but he's still dead. Now Lord Tang will be worried. Prince Jin frowned. Is he not breathing? Yeah, Changji replied, looking defeated. Hearing it was her father's case, Tang Jun hesitated briefly, looking at the lifeless body on the ground, which had a belly swollen like a toad, and said, let me try. With that, she handed Linlin to Tang Baixin, covering Linlin's eyes with a handkerchief, and warned, don't let Linlin see. She might have nightmares. Tang Baixin asked, what are you going to do? Save him. Isn't it important for father? Tang Jun said as she approached the man, telling Changji, let me take a look. She first cleared his mouth and nose, then instructed Changji to place him face down on the ground to control the water, and then to lay him on the ground. Brother Chang, help him breathe, like this. She tried to pull out her handkerchief, but realized she had given it to Linlin. Prince Jin noticed her gesture and offered his own handkerchief. Tang Jun didn't notice who it was. She saw a long hand holding Fang Yubai's handkerchief being offered to her, so she took it, unfolded it, and placed it on the person's mouth, demonstrating artificial respiration. The crowd gasped. Tang Jun said, what's all the fuss about? If you want to save someone, hurry up. Changji immediately stepped in to help. Tang Jun began performing CPR. However, it was quite tiring, and while she worked, she breathlessly asked, can someone take over so I can catch my breath? I'll do it, said King Jin, his voice smooth as jade, already crouching down. Tang Jun moved aside and ungracefully sat down on the ground, exhausted. Song Jingyang skeptically asked, is this really going to work? Tang Jun didn't have a good impression of them and retorted, if you think you can do better, go ahead. Song Jingyang. At that moment, Tang Baixin calmly said, a dead horse can be treated as a live one. There might still be a glimmer of hope. Look at how well her brother spoke, always finding a way out for her. But she felt they would need a backup plan. Tang Jun believed the person could be saved. Sure enough, after a while, the person coughed a few times and woke up. At that moment, the person humorously tried to bite their tongue to end it all upon realizing they were alive, but King Jin swiftly prevented it. Hearing the crack, Tang Jun couldn't help but shudder. That move was too frightening. As a woman who grew up on sweet stories and romantic tales, her mind was filled with lovely images. Such a beautiful hand wasn't meant to just hold the heroine's chin, pretending it was her, and gently kiss her, right? But with King Jin, it was just a crack, and the chin was gone. What a shock. She felt sorry for his future partner for 3 seconds. Chang Ji laughed heartily, patting Tang Jun on the shoulder with such force that it almost hurt her. Sister, you really helped me a lot today. Haha, it's nothing, Tang Jun said, wanting to roll her eyes from the pain. You should take the person back and report. I still need to go home and cook. I want to eat too, but I have things to do today. What a pity, Chang Ji laughed. Now that we've caught this little thief, this big case will soon be over. Once I have time, I can teach Linlin how to ride. Tang Jun. If it weren't for seeing Linlin looking forward with eager eyes, Tang Jun would have thrown a handful of salt into Chang Ji's bowl next time. However, when the officers were ready to take the little thief away, Tang Jun said, "Wait." Everyone stopped in their tracks, and King Jin looked over at her. First, let him lie down and hold him down. Tang Jun just glanced and noticed something was off, raising her suspicions about the thief. Indeed, after checking, she suddenly looked up at Prince Jin and said with a forced smile, "Your Highness, you are quite impressive." Song Jingyang jumped in. "What do you want? Don't think that just because you used some tricks today, my lord will see you differently." Such a sycophant. Tang Jun replied coolly, "Your lord broke his ribs. It's best to find a doctor to set them, or else if his lung is punctured, it will be a fatal mistake." Prince Jin was indeed a fierce figure, and one could only feel sympathy for his woman. Did he cause his daughter's mother to die? That night, Tang Mingfan returned home late, his tired face unable to hide his smile. "Ah Jun, you really helped me today." Tang Jun proudly said, "I told you I could heal, but you didn't believe me." "Ha ha ha," Tang Mingfan said with pride. "When Prince Jin asked me today, I said the same thing." "Ah Jun, you are truly impressing me more and more. And I want to learn too," Linlin said while eating. Tang Jun picked up a cloth to wipe his mouth. "Okay, I'll teach you tomorrow, and I'll also teach you martial arts and math. Your grandfather and father only teach you reading. I'll take care of everything else." "And did you forget something?" Linlin kept blinking at Tang Jun, his expression pleading. What did she forget? Tang Jun didn't realize immediately until Linlin made a wing-flapping gesture. "Right, let's buy a few chicks to raise at home so we won't have to go out for eggs." Linlin loved the fluffy little yellow chicks he saw outside, but raising chickens was messy. Tang Jun was initially reluctant, but seeing Linlin's pleading eyes softened her heart. She also needed to speak on his behalf in front of the family. And Linlin said, Tang Jun said with a smile, he will help with cleaning. What she worried about was that the two men at home would think it was a waste of time. Unexpectedly, Tang Mingfan was very open-minded. "Then let's buy a few." He remembered how his late wife used to do all the dirty work at home and was often scolded by her mother. She was timid and would never speak up when scolded, always needing Tang Mingfan to come to her rescue. However, this timid girl, because she was too weak, would occasionally find a way to sneak an egg from her mother's tightly guarded basket and secretly give it to him. Thinking of this, Tang Mingfan could no longer eat and sadly returned to his room. Tang Baixin watched his father's back, feeling worried. Tang Jun, initially confused, quietly asked, "Elder brother, does father not want to raise chickens? If so, should we just forget it? While making the children happy is important, isn't it too much for father to feel this way?" Tang Baixin lowered his gaze and said, "Father is just reminded of mother. Let's eat." Oh, the next day, Tang Jun took Linlin to buy chickens and also got some millet and water for Linlin to feed them. Being a child, Linlin couldn't resist these fluffy, cute creatures and played around the chicken coop for a long time without getting up. Seeing this, Tang Zhujun smiled and said, Linlin, I have a riddle for you. Can you try to solve it? The studious child perked up at the challenge, eyes sparkling. What is it, Annie? Tang Zhujun smiled and said, There is a cage with chickens and rabbits, a total of 12 animals. They have 34 legs. Can you tell me how many chickens and rabbits there are? Linlin focused and thought for a while but couldn't come up with an answer. Tang Zhujun wasn't surprised. In this place, studying didn't include math. Having a middle school level in math was considered impressive, and most people only knew basic addition and subtraction. This kind of math problem was still too difficult for a 5-year-old. However, Linlin was determined and said, Annie, wait a moment. I'll go get paper and pencil to draw it out and come back to tell you. Okay, I believe you can do it. Linlin didn't disappoint her and, after a little while, said, Annie, I figured it out. There are 5 rabbits and 7 chickens. Tang Zhujun, while kneading dough, smiled and said, Well done. You're such a smart child. Unexpectedly, Linlin shyly replied, No, I just guessed the numbers one by one. If the numbers were bigger, I wouldn't know how to do it. I need to think of a better method. Then Tang Zhujun watched him run off. Wow, a studious child really is impressive. Xiaoer was nearby helping knead the dough and asked, Miss, is this enough? Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes and said, Chong Fan is coming. Do you think it's enough? Moreover, recently Chong Ji had been getting more demanding, not only coming himself but often bringing others along, so it's always better to prepare more. To make things easier, she decided to have noodles for lunch, mixing white flour and sweet potato noodles to make them smooth and tasty. She would just prepare a few simple dishes. Before long, Chong Ji's loud voice could be heard from a distance, as if he was talking to someone. Tang Zhujun thought to herself that he was not shy at all. However, considering his loyalty to her father, how he always brought something and taught Linlin to ride, she let it go. But big brother, what does it mean to bring the Prince Jean here? Chong Ji shouted when he saw her. Sister, you really helped us a lot yesterday. We stayed up all night working, and now we're here to grab a bite before heading home to sleep. It seemed he thought of this place as a restaurant. Look who I brought, Tang Zhujun replied. My eyes are a bit bad lately, I didn't recognize him. Chong Ji was speechless. Prince Jean calmly said, I came uninvited. Sorry for the disturbance. Oh, he was quite self-aware. But would she fall for it? She would remember how he and his lackeys tried to harm her forever. Although her previous self had made mistakes, Prince Jean was still waiting to take advantage of her, and that was unacceptable. If it was just something physical, it might be okay, but considering his plans against her family, he was a jerk. Chong Ji nudged her secretly. Don't be rude, add a few more dishes. Tang Zhujun turned and went inside, leaving Chong Ji feeling awkward. Despite being treated coldly, Prince Jean did not leave and followed Chong Ji inside. Linlin came out to greet everyone and, upon hearing that Prince Jean had arrived, acted like a little adult and asked Xiaoer to serve tea. Noticing ink stains on Linlin's fingers, Prince Jean approached the desk and asked, What are you writing? Linlin honestly replied, Andy gave me a difficult problem, and I can't solve it. Chong Ji laughed. Let the prince help you. Prince Jean thought the same. However, after looking at it for a moment, he surprisingly found that he couldn't solve it either. This was awkward. Linlin looked at him eagerly, genuinely seeking help. Prince Jean said, I can't help you either. You should ask the person who gave you the problem. Just then, Tang Zhujun came in to grab something and casually said, Let all the rabbits stand on their hind legs. Think about it again. Both Linlin and Prince Jean quickly understood. Especially Linlin, who excitedly ran over and hugged Tang Zhujun's leg. Annie, how can you be so smart? Prince Jean was surprised that this problem had been posed by Tang Zhujun. Chong Ji joked, You're too clever, too clever. I heard that your highness has beautiful handwriting. Linlin, why don't you ask his highness to write something for you? The prince, being a royal, knew better than to offend anyone. Before Linlin could speak, the prince said, Sure. He walked to the writing desk, and with swift strokes, he quickly wrote 4 big characters. Then he looked at Tang Zhujun beside him. Tang Zhujun asked, Why are you looking at me? The prince replied, Please take a look, Mississippi. I can't read. The prince was taken aback. Tang Zhujun misunderstood the prince. He wasn't showing off but trying to be friendly because he needed something from her. That's why he didn't bring along the person she disliked, Song Jingyang. Even when Tang Jun was being sarcastic, he didn't leave. Seeing that the prince didn't seem angry or upset, Tang Jun felt a bit disappointed and decided to ignore him, returning to the kitchen to continue making noodles. "Old lady," he said, "Miss, I can handle it. You should make a couple more dishes since the prince is here." Tang Jun didn't want to cook, but old lady, he continued, "Even if you don't want to, you should consider it. He is the emperor's son after all." Her words, though rough, had some truth to them. Tang Jun sighed. "Fine, I'll make 2 more dishes." She prepared sweet and sour pork and scrambled eggs with cucumber, which Linlin loved. Then she personally made a serving of noodles for Linlin and carried everything on a tray into the dining area. Changji and Linlin sat at the lower end, while the prince sat at the head of the table. They hadn't started eating yet, and were still discussing the events from yesterday. Changji was animated, speaking passionately, and had already started calling the prince brother. The prince remained calm and didn't interrupt him. "Hey, what dishes did you make? You must have added these special dishes because the prince is here," Changji exaggerated. Hadn't he just said that? Now he was pretending as if she was trying to impress the prince. She was worried that others might think she had ulterior motives. So, she placed the dishes in front of Linlin and said, "Eat up. These noodles are for you." Linlin obediently lowered her head to eat, while Changji awkwardly urged the prince to eat as well, mumbling, "Sister, are we running out of time today? Can you make us spicy hot pot another day? And don't forget to mix that cold dish." "Spicy hot pot isn't suitable for this occasion, but I can send a plate of the cold dish over shortly." Tang Jun did not dare to go too far, and replied. Linlin was eating when she used her chopsticks to pull out a fried egg, while Changji had already finished a bowl of noodles and did not have an egg. Linlin glanced at Tang Jun. "They don't have eggs, only you do. You are a child, the most precious," Tang Jun said. "Go ahead and eat." Changji. What she said made it sound. He quickly explained to Prince Jean, she didn't mean that. She was talking about the egg, as in a chicken egg. Tang Jun was speechless. If he hadn't mentioned it, no one would have noticed, including herself. This only made things worse. Why was he explaining? She angrily took Changji's bowl and served him another bowl of noodles. Prince Jean ate his food without rushing, which was more pleasant to watch than Changji. However, Tang Jun was not fooled. She knew what kind of person Prince Jean was and wouldn't be swayed by his looks. Though sometimes a man's features might influence her views, when it came to her own situation, she was very clear-headed. "Bad boys, stay away." After finishing a bowl of noodles, paired with cold dishes, Prince Jean surprisingly found it delicious. Simple food, yet it brought joy. If only Tang Jun didn't keep giving him sharp looks. Had he offended her? Even if something happened at the flower banquet, wasn't it her own fault for forcing herself? He had helped her speak up, so why was she so hostile towards him? He had never been close to women before. This was the first time he felt that a woman's love and hate could be so confusing. After finishing his noodles, Prince Jean found them tasty and wanted 2 more bowls. He didn't expect Tang Jun to serve him. He was not born a prince and was used to doing things himself. So he stood up to get another bowl. Unexpectedly, as he lifted the bowl, Tang Jun coolly said, "As a guest, let me take care of the bowls and chopsticks. You don't need to do it." Prince Jean. Changji, being naive, was surprised and said, "Your Highness, are you full already? That seems too little. You should eat more dishes." Prince Jean had to put down the bowl and sit back down, pretending he was really full. Linlin said, "Your Highness, you ate too little. You won't grow like this." "But it's okay, you're already tall." Prince Jean. Exactly, instead of worrying about others, you should focus on eating well and growing taller, Tang Jun said, giving him a piece of sweet and sour pork. "Don't you love sweet and sour? Eat more." The meat looked strange. Was it really sweet and sour? The hungry Prince Jean moved his throat and stood up, saying, "I'm going out for a walk." Tang Jun was taking care of Linlin while Changji quietly asked, "What's wrong with you? Are you deliberately targeting the prince? I heard about the last incident. Are you angry because you didn't get your way? Tang Zhujun replied. Pfft. Who knows what anyone is thinking? Be quiet, please, Changji said, looking outside with concern. That's the prince. Tang Zhujun was being intentional. She disliked how Prince Jean looked at her with an innocent expression. Do you think I don't know? Your informants have already spilled the beans. He just wants to cling to his father's influence, trying to win his favor. She was worried he might come after her. She wasn't foolish. A prince like Jean was a high-risk individual. One wrong move, and it could bring disaster to her whole family. It was best to keep her distance. She didn't understand why the emperor insisted on placing him in the Dali temple. It was so annoying. Prince Jean stood in the courtyard, feeling the strong wind. Everyone in the capital knew he was a good horseman. Then he saw Tang Zhujun come out and head to the kitchen, bringing out a plate of something. It looked like it was made of ice, topped with a white, milk-like substance that was solid, with cut cherries and strawberries around it, looking very delicious. Linlin, it's time for ice dessert, Linlin cheered. Oh, we get to eat ice dessert. This was Tang Zhujun's own creation, a fruit ice cream. Ancient people had some surprising ideas, like storing ice in winter to have it all year round. You can't eat too much. It will upset your stomach. Plus, your uncles have worked hard and haven't had any yet. They should get a taste, right? Hearing her talk to Linlin, Prince Jean felt a gentle yet firm warmth in his heart. Soon, Changji came out with Linlin after finishing their meal, ready to teach him how to ride a horse, joking, I'm showing off like a carpenter in front of a master. Linlin looked up at Prince Jean and asked, Is the prince good at riding? For some reason, when he met Linlin's bright, clear eyes, he felt a moment of softness. He smiled and said, I'm just okay at it. Changji laughed heartily. The prince is being modest. Come on, Linlin, let's get you on the horse. Get on what? Tang Zhujun interrupted. Didn't I say we just ate? We need to rest for a while. You never listened to me. Linlin, come here and take a walk with your aunt for a bit. As she led Linlin away, she said, Haven't I told you many times that you shouldn't do intense activities right after eating? Your stomach is still delicate. It can't handle it. The stomach is like a little girl. You must take good care of it. Prince Jean watched her back, deep in thought. My lord, Changji said, I brought you here. Can you tell me the truth? What do you really want to do? Prince Jean had not been at the Dali temple for long. Although Changji thought he was a decent person, especially when he showed no airs while catching thieves and was quite skilled, he wasn't foolish enough to reveal everything right away. These people were clever, and he, being a simple man, couldn't outsmart them and usually kept his distance. However, he still needed to show some respect. So when he heard that Prince Jean wanted to join him for a meal, he hesitated briefly, but thought it wouldn't hurt. He could just keep an eye on Tang Zhujun and make sure she didn't get too close to the prince. So he agreed. But even after the meal, he couldn't figure out what Prince Jean really wanted, which made him ask. Prince Jean replied, I was curious about her unique way of saving people I saw yesterday. Changji suddenly understood. Yes, I haven't seen that before either. I meant to ask her how she learned it, but I completely forgot. I'll ask her later. Prince Jean shook his head. That's not necessary. He had already made up his mind. Tang Zhujun returned from her walk, yawning and said, Brother Chang, it's up to you now. My lord, feel free. I need to go rest. Changji quickly sent the officers back and took Tang Zhujun out with him. Prince Jean stayed behind, watching Tang Zhujun, who seemed indifferent to him, and slowly said, Miss Tang, I have a favor to ask. Tang Zhujun had just stepped over the threshold when she turned back, smiling and said, I can't help you. Flattery without reason is either deceitful or opportunistic. Deceit was impossible. She would break his legs. As for being opportunistic, there was nothing to gain from this broken family except for the people. She wouldn't let his high status make her lose her head and act polite. It surely couldn't be anything good. Perhaps I can't help, but if I can, I will offer you a reward. Do I look like I need anything? Tang Zhujun asked with a smile. Even if he offered himself, she wouldn't care. She wasn't lacking in men. Money. Tang Zhujun really wanted to laugh out loud. Who needs money? She had a recipe for cold dishes, a golden goose. At least for the next year or two, there is some security. Does she lack money? Humph. Your brother embezzled 5 or 6,000 taels of silver. You're talking nonsense. Tang Jujuan's face turned red with anger, and she cursed loudly. Her brother is such an honest person. He even gets upset when she borrows money, so how could he be corrupt? This is clearly slandering the Tang family's reputation. Prince Jean said calmly, "You will know in a few days. Get out." Tang Jujun angrily pushed him away. Just leave. She even fed him. Now she wouldn't give him food even to feed the dogs. Prince Jean replied, "If you need anything, you can come to the palace to find me. If I'm not there, leave a message with the doorman and I will come to see you." After saying this, he looked deeply at Tang Jujun, his dark eyes cold, and then turned to leave. Tang Jujun was so angry that she wanted to chase after him and scratch his face. He asks for her help, and when she refuses, he curses her family? What a jerk! If she sees him again, she would make him question everything. But for some reason, Tang Jujun felt uneasy. When Tang Baixin returned, she pulled him into her room and told him everything, testing him a bit. "Brother, do you think Prince Jean is really annoying? I don't know what he wants me to help with, but I thought good things wouldn't come to me, so I refused directly. Is he not infuriating?" Tang Baixin calmly replied, "It's right not to pay attention to him." He looked at Tang Jujun with a hint of approval in his eyes, patting her shoulder. "Ah, Jun has grown up. I can rest easy." These words made Tang Jujun's heart sink. She wasn't sure if she was overthinking, but she felt those words were ominous. Tang Baixin smiled at her. "I understand. Don't worry, I will handle it. Handle it." Tang Jujun looked into his eyes. What does brother plan to do? "Are you going to hold Prince Jean accountable for spreading rumors?" "Not that," Tang Baixin said. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Although Tang Jujun felt something was off, she thought again that if her brother really embezzled that much silver, he should be spending it on the family, right? But when she arrived, the family was struggling to make ends meet, proving that Prince Jean was just talking nonsense. It couldn't be true. She hoped she wouldn't see that jerk again, Tang Jujun thought through gritted teeth. However, in the middle of the night, while she was sleeping soundly, she was awakened by noises from the next room. The sound was like a heavy object hitting flesh, mixed with muffled groans and suppressed shouts. Tang Jujun suddenly woke up. It was coming from Tang Mingfan's room. She hurriedly got dressed, put on her shoes, and pushed the door open. The cold night air made her shiver, but the candlelight in Tang Mingfan's room and the shadow of someone swinging a stick made her heart race. Is Dad hitting Big Brother? If that's true, could what Prince Jean said during the day really be true? She quietly approached and heard Tang Mingfan angrily say, "How have I taught you since you were little? If it's not yours, you can't touch it." "Dad, I made a huge mistake. I am an unfilial son. Why did you take the silver? Where did the silver go?"
Dad, it's all my fault.
"I had a moment of greed. It has nothing to do with anyone else. The silver was stolen." Tang Jujuan's heart sank. Did Big Brother's words, "It has nothing to do with anyone else," mean he was trying to clear her name? It wasn't her trying to take the blame. It was that their family had been ruined before, and if Tang Baixin really took the court silver, it was likely because of her. Big Brother really should have returned the stolen goods. Instead, the silver was unfortunately stolen. Did that little thief also report Big Brother? No. If this matter hasn't been exposed yet, how did Prince Jean know? Could he have set a trap to frame Big Brother? With his cunning nature, it was very possible. What a despicable person. This matter isn't over. Tang Jujun thought through gritted teeth. But since Tang Baixin wasn't saying anything, how could anyone help him? Thinking this, Tang Jujun pushed the door open and entered. Once inside, Tang Jujun saw Tang Baixin kneeling on the ground, looking submissive to the beatings, while Tang Mingfan held a rattan stick, his chest heaving with anger.
Dad.
Tang Jujun looked at Tang Mingfan's pale face and quickly stepped forward to support him, trying to calm him down. "Dad, please don't get too worked up. You can't handle it. Let's talk calmly." In the past, she was a source of worry, but at least they had Tang Baixin, a successful son. Now that she had just started to understand things, Tang Baixin had gotten into big trouble. Tang Mingfan looked so pitiful. June, you go out. Tang Mingfan said, "This has nothing to do with you." It was clear he was trying hard to control his emotions. Dad, since I am your daughter and big brother's sister, his matters cannot be unrelated to me. To put it bluntly, if she were to face severe consequences, could she really escape? She has done so many outrageous things without facing any punishment. Is it because of her beauty? No, it's because of her family's protection. We are all in the same boat. If one suffers, we all suffer. Tang Jujun helped Tang Mingfan sit down in a chair and glanced at Tang Baixin, whose face was flushed with embarrassment. She knew he felt ashamed to be seen in such a sorry state, likely also feeling guilty about the embezzlement issue. "Father," she said, shaking Tang Mingfan's sleeve, "can we let my brother speak while standing? He shouldn't have to kneel while I stand. Let him kneel. Let him kneel there until he can't anymore." Tang Mingfan gasped, clearly very angry. Tang Baixin said, "Ajun, you should leave. This matter has nothing to do with you." Tang Jujun felt a bit angry. Everyone kept saying it was not her concern. How could she just walk away from it? "Brother, this afternoon when I spoke to you about Prince Jean, I found it quite ridiculous. Now, I find it even more so," Tang Jujun said. "Ajun." Tang Baixin looked uncomfortable. "Brother, I would rather believe I lost my mind and stole something than believe you would embezzle money," Tang Baixin said. "Unless it was for me."
No. Tang Baixin insist.
"This has nothing to do with you, so don't take it upon yourself." He spoke quickly and urgently, repeating, "It has nothing to do with you." After a moment, as if he made a decision, he bowed deeply to Tang Mingfan. "Father, I have been unfilial. Please decide now and expel me from the family." Tang Mingfan trembled, unable to speak. This was his son, whom he had raised and taught with pride. Tang Jujun took a deep breath and tried to pull Tang Baixin, but she couldn't budge him. "Brother," she spoke quickly, like beans spilling from a bowl. "At this point, Father is already this angry. Can't you at least tell us the truth? I don't know what you're hiding, but I sold myself for 10 taels of silver and had a child out of wedlock. Can anything be more foolish than that? Back then, you and Father protected me unconditionally and arranged everything for me to start over. Now that you're in trouble, why won't you share it so we can find a solution together? You're just stabbing us in the heart. It's easy to expel you from the family, but what about Father? What about Linlin? What will you do in the future? Big brother, please just tell me the truth, okay? Even if you did something foolish and are facing criticism, we will stand by you. It's fine. We can earn back the lost money and help you make amends. But we just want you to be honest with us. Can you do that?" Tang Jian spoke through her tears. With the memories of her past life, she knew how much pressure Tang Baixin had endured for this family. Such a talented and responsible brother should not have his future ruined like this. Wiping her tears, Tang Jian looked at Tang Mingfan. "Father, what will happen if the court finds out about the embezzlement?" Tang Mingfan replied weakly, "The punishment could be death or, at the very least, exile. What if we return the money?" "That's thousands of taels, not just a few hundred," Tang Baixin said. "Jun, don't worry about me." "Father, I'm talking to you," Tang Mingfan said. "It depends on the emperor's decision. Perhaps the punishment will be lighter. But I don't know." The daughter suddenly realized that after only a short time of good fortune, misfortunes had come one after another, almost crushing this upright man. He was only 40, but his hair was already mostly gray, making him look like an old man. Tears streamed down Tang Mingfan's face. Tang Baixin repeatedly bowed, his forehead hitting the hard ground with a loud thud. "I am an unfilial son, unfilial son. In the future, Jun will take care of you. Let her marry into our family."
I trust Ayun completely.
Jun, enough. Tang Jian finally exploded, unable to hold back any longer. "Even now, you still won't tell the truth. Fine, I won't ask anymore. I will go find Prince Jean. Since Prince Jean threatened her, even if he wasn't the one who started it, he at least knew the truth." "Don't go," the father and son said almost in unison. Tang Jian had faced setbacks with Prince Jean before. If she went now, who knew how he would treat her? They were more worried that Tang Zhiyun would be hurt again and revert to her old self. Tang Zhiyun looked at Tang Baixin, sneering. If I end up running around like a headless chicken and something happens, it will be your fault. I can't ignore you, and I won't regret it, but I hope you won't blame yourself. What I owe you, I will repay this time. At dawn, I will go find Prince Jin. Whether he wants my body or my life, I will give it to him. With Tang Baixin being so stubborn, only strong measures would work. Don't say anything about entrusting father to me. I won't accept it. I'm now entrusting father to you, since I owe you both. Since I can't escape without losing part of myself, let me go first. It's late, I'm going back to sleep. After saying this, Tang Zhiyun turned and walked out, her eyes determined and her back resolute. 1, 2, 3, she silently counted in her mind. She was taking a gamble, hoping that Tang Bai's heart would ache for his sister, and he wouldn't just watch her sacrifice herself for him. Sure enough, just as she counted 2, 5, she heard Tang Bai sigh. June, come back, I mean. So what you mean is, Tang Zhiyun's eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to Tang Bai. You don't even know where the problem is, but the evidence is clear? Tang Bai nodded. He explained that someone had used his seal to withdraw large sums of money under various pretenses, totaling thousands of taels. This was clearly a conspiracy, but the evidence was undeniable. How on earth did you manage your seal? Tang Mingfan exclaimed angrily. I've told you since you were little that it's as important as your life. Tang Bai lowered his head. I'm foolish, and I still don't know where the problem lies. But I know that with the current evidence it can lead to a conviction. He was a smart person, but he had no leads at the moment, so he didn't believe anyone could uncover the truth. He didn't want to implicate his father's career, so he pleaded with his father to disown him. Tang Zhiyun wanted to scream. What a ridiculous situation. Father is the Minister of Justice. Brother, since you haven't done anything wrong, what are you afraid of? Exactly because I am the Minister of Justice. Tang Mingfan leaned back in his chair. This matter, with clear evidence, cannot be overturned. Otherwise, people will question my abuse of power. Tang Jian thought, how is this reasonable? This is so unfair. It made her furious. Bai Xian, get up. Tang Mingfan motioned for Tang Jian to help Tang Bai up, a slight smile on his face, already showing his determination. No. Tang Bai saw through his father's intentions. I would rather die than have you give up your position as Minister of Justice. He might never reach his father's position in his lifetime. His father had sacrificed too much to get where he was. And even if you give it up, what will change? Those people are prepared and won't let me go. Father, you need to be clear-headed. We can't both fall. Jun and Linlin need someone to take care of them. If you let me go for the greater good, the Emperor will still trust you like before. Tang Zhiyun couldn't take it anymore. Brother, what a great idea you have. Just be quiet. She was so angry she felt like she might explode. Why can't we discuss things as a family? Even if the sky falls, we should face it together. Now, acting tough and thinking she can handle it while making her family suffer is not a good idea. Doing foolish things in the name of, I'm doing this for your sake, I'm sacrificing myself, is just plain silly. She thought this and expressed her feelings openly. Tang Bai Xian stared at her, feeling her words almost hit him in the face. He had never seen his sister so fierce yet so warm at the same time. Dad, after finishing her outburst, Tang Zhijun asked Tang Mingfan, this isn't about who sacrifices for whom. Given the situation, what do you think is the best way to help our family? Just tell us what to do, and my big brother and I will handle it. Tang Bai Xian tried to speak, but was silenced by her fierce glare. Aren't you already dead? What more do you have to say? Tang Bai Xian found himself speechless. His sister had changed. The old version of her would never have taken on such responsibility. Tears filled his eyes. Everything seemed to be improving, yet he felt he had caused a huge problem. Tang Mingfan, feeling heavy-hearted, thought carefully and said, I still have a bit of face in front of the Emperor. I will risk my reputation to ask him to sentence your brother to exile. At least that gives us a chance to appeal. I refuse to believe that after a lifetime of handling cases, I can't clear my son's name. This meant they would need time to overturn the case. Tang Zhujun asked, "What about the Prince of Jin?" She mentioned the warning from the Prince of Jin. He said he wants my help and is using this situation to threaten us. Although she didn't want to deal with someone dangerous, she would face any challenge for her family. Absolutely not. Tang by Xian said anxiously, "If the Prince of Jin has any improper intentions towards you, he would rather endure any pain than let his sister suffer humiliation for him." Tang Zhujun laughed in anger, pointing to her face. "Big brother, do you think I'm stunning?" To be fair, she was quite beautiful. But the capital was full of beautiful women. The Prince of Jin could have anyone he wanted. Why would he want someone like her, who had already had children? If the Prince of Jin was seeking her out, he must have other motives.
Tang by sin phao si len.
Yes, he was also curious about what the Prince of Jin wanted with his sister. Tang Mingfan sighed and said, "The Prince of Jin comes from the common people, and his thoughts are deep and hard to read. No one can understand his relationship with the Emperor. Others say the Emperor doesn't care about the prince, but Tang Mingfan feels differently. However, he has no evidence to support his feelings. The Emperor's mind is difficult to gauge, and even after decades of service, he cannot figure it out. I'll test the waters and find out," Tang Zhujun said, filled with determination. "I don't believe he would dare to act against me now." The Emperor clearly wouldn't easily believe the accusations against Tang Baixin regarding corruption. In such a sensitive situation, anyone who tries to harm the Tang family might attract the Emperor's attention and become a target of suspicion. Tang Mingfan looked at his daughter, who increasingly resembled his late wife, and tears filled his eyes. "All right, this is settled. After the court session tomorrow, I will speak to the Emperor in person. Baixin, you continue your work at the Ministry of Personnel quietly. If you can find something, that's great. If not, don't force it. Jun, go see the Prince of Jin and see what you can learn." He mentioned his daughter's meeting with the prince last, not holding much hope. Although she had changed her temperament, she still seemed inadequate in front of the prince. Nevertheless, he was already touched by her willingness to help. Tang Zhujun thought, "What do you mean may be helpful?" "It must be helpful, the Prince of Jin." Yes, she knew he was cunning and treacherous, but he wasn't without weaknesses. The next morning, Tang Zhujun prepared a hearty breakfast for Tang Mingfan before he headed to court. Seeing his surprised and emotional expression, she smiled brightly. In this vast world, eating is the most important. Good, Tang Mingfan repeated. Tang Baixin looked a bit worn out, clearly having not slept well, and was distracted during breakfast. Linlin noticed and cautiously asked, "Dad, are you sick?" Tang Baixin felt a pang in his heart. He had been careless and harmed his family. Linlin, having a father like him, would be affected in the future. What had gone wrong? "Your father is fine," Tang Zhujun said, handing Linlin a meat bun. "He's just a bit forgetful." Was she really relying on a shaky foundation? "Be careful today," Tang Baixin said. Tang Zhujun ignored him, focused on her meal. She never expected that the roles of the siblings would switch so quickly, with her now being the more aloof one. After breakfast, Tang Baixin went to the Ministry of Personnel, while Tang Zhujun reminded Xiaoer to take good care of Linlin and headed to the Prince of Jin's residence. "Your Highness requests your presence." The servant looked at her with caution. After all, she was the first woman to make the prince wait instead of attending court. Song Jingyang seemed to see a green hat about to be placed on the prince's head. The Prince of Jin brought Tang Zhujun to a pavilion in the garden. The pavilion was situated on a high hill, offering a view of the surroundings, but anyone eavesdropping would be easily discovered. The prince said, "Isn't it more reassuring to talk here? Hypocrite." Tang Zhujun replied nonchalantly, "I think it's you who should be worried, Your Highness. What fear could a person like me, with such a bad reputation, possibly inspire?" The prince did not engage in banter and got straight to the point. "What do you think about your brother's situation?" "What can I think? Just watch closely to see if he's a man or a dog," Tang Zhujun scoffed. "Your Highness, your time is precious, so let's get to the point." She strongly suspected that this was a trap set by the prince for her brother to uncover his hidden agenda. Whatever he intended to do was likely related to that position, using threats and temptations against her family. You have good medical skills. Help me save someone. As long as she is fine, your brother will be safe. Was he targeting her? This was a bit strange. She had only shown her medical skills briefly by the river, and now he was focused on her? However, her brother's corruption must have happened long ago. So, the prince had suddenly changed the terms of their exchange. First, tell me how you plan to help my brother. Since those seals for withdrawing money do indeed belong to him, the prince stood with his hands behind his back, his figure tall and imposing. I oversee the Golden Scale Guard and have the authority to act. Tang Jun was taken aback. The Golden Scale Guard? Wasn't that the Emperor's personal guard? No one dared to offend the Golden Scale Guard, as they never knew how they would report to the Emperor. This was a very mysterious unit, and she hadn't expected the Emperor to entrust it to the prince. Noticing her skepticism, the prince flicked his sleeve, and a gold medal fell into his hand, which he presented to Tang Jun. She looked at the medal and saw 4 characters on it, unable to suppress her thoughts. "Brother, are you trying to fool me?" "Your Highness, you may be mistaken," she said, looking at the prince with a noble and cold demeanor. "I can't read, but I can count. These are 4 characters. Please tell me how many characters Golden Scale Guard has." The prince replied expressionlessly, "Read more, and don't believe those old sayings about women being virtuous for lacking talent." "This means, as if I were present." "Tang Jun. Are you deceiving me? What do you think?" "I'm sorry, the prince cannot use this to deceive others. If it gets out, it's a death sentence." Tang Jun kept her knees straight, pretending not to see. "Ignorance is no crime. The truth doesn't concern me. Where were we just now?" "I can say that I investigated the Ministry of Officials and had your brother act as an informant." "An undercover? A bait?" Whatever it was, it could be easily explained. As long as the Golden Scale Guard was mentioned, no one would dare to speak against it. Tang Jun's mind raced. If he wanted to save someone, then this deal wouldn't be a loss. But wait, there was a flaw. "You will always use this to threaten me, won't you?" Tang Jun asked. "Not really, because soon someone will trace this back to your brother, and it won't take forever," the prince replied coldly. Tang Jun sighed with relief. Perhaps it was worth a try. It was like dealing with a tiger. She had to stay alert and not let her guard down. "You will be treated now. I give you 1 month to recover," the prince said. "After a month, the embezzled money must be returned. If you meet my requirements, I will cover the amount. If not, it will be confirmed that he indeed embezzled, and it will have nothing to do with me." A threat. So blatant. "Let me see your daughter first," Tang Jun said, raising her chin. Don't think only he could read people's hearts. She was no less capable. She quickly guessed he was doing this for his daughter. "All right, follow me," the prince said. With his long legs, he walked quickly, while Tang Jun ran after him with her short legs, inwardly cursing him. However, coming down from the pavilion was downhill, and she stumbled, falling forward in a dramatic fashion. Tang Jun's only thought was, "Oh no, I'm going to travel through time again." She thought she was just crossing over, but it seemed like a quick travel. But she hadn't resolved her issues yet. She couldn't die. Tang Jun realized that she might just fall onto the prince, hoping he would turn around and save her like a hero. Even if she fell into his arms and accidentally brushed against his lips, and they locked eyes in a cringe-worthy moment, she would accept it. However, the cold and unfeeling prince, despite hearing her gasp, didn't turn around, acting like a statue. Tang Jun thought, "You're just a supporting character, destined to be a pawn." She fell to the ground, flailing her arms, as she stumbled behind the prince. In her panic, she seemed to grab onto something that eased her fall a bit, but it still hurt a lot, and tears streamed down her face. Fortunately, she was not dead. However, what was going on with the strong, muscular calf in front of her? She could even see the leg hair, and it was her first time closely observing a man's leg hair. To be honest, it was quite thick, and she thought about helping him shave it off. Tang Jun suddenly realized that she was holding a piece of cloth. No, to be precise, she had pulled off the prince's pants and was now under his robe, examining his leg hair. Oh no! She wished she could travel back in time again. Tang Jujun felt like she was losing her mind. She had pulled off the prince's pants, accomplishing something her previous self had never done. Tang Jujun couldn't even imagine the prince's expression and lay on the ground pretending to be dead. Then she heard the prince's gritted teeth voice, "Give me back my pants." Tang Jujun firmly believed that at that moment, the prince wanted to bite off a piece of her flesh. She lowered her head, staring at the grass, and struggled to pull the pants from under her, raising them above her head. "Haha, Your Highness, the grass in your royal residence is different from elsewhere. I need to study it closely." At that moment, a lackey arrived, angrily shouting, "Tang Jujun, you shameless woman. How could you?" "Shut up, step back," the prince said angrily. Tang Jujun stared at the grass roots. "Lackey, how have you survived this long? With your poor eyesight, it's a miracle you're still alive. Your family's grave must be in chaos. Why are you jumping in now? Are you looking for trouble?" "Song Jingyong, I will defend my prince's honor to the death." After an unknown amount of time, Tang Jujun heard the prince say, "How much longer do you plan to lie there?" Tang Jujun got up, dusted herself off, and pretended nothing had happened as she confidently walked down the slope. She had only looked at his legs. What was there to feel guilty about? The prince, with a dark expression, led her forward to a secluded and tranquil courtyard. On the bed lay a little girl, and when Tang Jujun glanced over, her heart melted. The little girl is about the same age as Linlin, with long, thick black eyelashes and big, bright eyes that sparkle like crushed starlight. Her skin is very pale, almost unhealthily transparent. When she sees the king enter, her lips curve into a gentle smile, revealing 2 shallow dimples as she softly says, "Father." The coldness on the king's face fades, and he looks much gentler as he sits on the chair by the bed. "Yanran, how do you feel today?" "Father, I feel fine. I just want to go outside for some fresh air and sunshine." The room has its windows tightly shut, and the heavy, sweet-smelling incense in the air makes Tang Jujun feel uncomfortable. She also senses Yanran's curious and expectant gaze on her. What is this little angel hoping for? The king takes his daughter's hand and says, "You can go out once you recover, my dear. Today, I brought a doctor to help you get better." Yanran looks at Tang Jujun and asks, "Is it this sister?" Tang Jujun smiles. Although it seems like the king is taking advantage of her youth, she doesn't mind. "Yes, it's me." Tang Jujun steps forward. At that moment, a maid in a peach-colored dress enters, carrying a bowl of dark medicine. Her eyes light up upon seeing the king, but she quickly looks down to hide her joy and respectfully greets him. "Greetings, Your Highness. What a charming man he is." Tang Jujun finds this scene tiresome and glances at Yanran, unexpectedly catching a glimpse of her nervousness. Does she not want to take the medicine? Tang Jujun remains silent, observing closely. The king says coldly, "Bring the medicine here." "Your Highness, let me do it." The maid kneels before the king, subtly revealing a hint of her neckline. The king ignores her, picks up the medicine, and reaches out to support Yanran, clearly accustomed to this situation. Yanran seems to encourage herself, saying, "Father will feed Yanran." Yanran is not afraid of bitterness. It's not bitter at all. "Oh, this little cutie. She's even more adorable than Linlin." Tang Jujun says, "You don't need to take the medicine just yet. I will check her pulse first." The king replies, "Wait until she takes the medicine. You've given her so much medicine before. Has it helped?" Tang Jujun replies with a cold smile. "Since Your Highness invited me, shouldn't you follow my medical advice?" "Impudent," the maid suddenly scolds. "How dare you be so disrespectful in front of His Highness? I can be impudent because I have the right to be. If you don't believe me, why not try being impudent yourself?" Tang Jujun looked down at her with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Suddenly, she took a handkerchief from the tray and stuffed it into her chest, saying, "Next time you sell something, you need to have capital first." The maid's face instantly turned red. The prince said, "Leave." The maid, feeling wronged, had tears welling up in her eyes and whispered, "I'm afraid the young lady will look for me later." As she spoke, she glanced at Yanran, who clearly looked flustered. Father, I want the red sleeve, I want the red sleeve. Stand aside, the prince commanded. A smug look flashed in Hongxiu's eyes. Tang Zhujun gently said to Yanran, extend your wrist, so I can take a look. We won't take any bitter medicine, don't be afraid. Yanran smiled brightly, her gaze soft. I'm not afraid of bitterness, sister. Good child. For such a fierce figure as the prince to have such a heartwarming daughter is truly a genetic miracle. Tang Zhujun checked Yanran's pulse, her brows slowly knitting together. Though the prince's voice remained deep, it couldn't hide his tension. How is she? How is Yanran's health? She's fine. Tang Zhujun gently placed Yanran's small hand back under the blanket. Fine. The prince raised his voice, his gaze cold as he looked at Tang Zhujun, clearly doubting her words. So many doctors had examined Yanran and said she was seriously ill, claiming she might not live past 10, and her seizures were indeed severe, often putting her between life and death. Now, she was telling him she was fine? Hongxiu exclaimed, Your Highness, she is clearly a quack. A fraud. Yanran looked anxious, but didn't know why she remained silent, her beautiful eyes filled with tears, wanting to speak but unable to. Tang Zhujun stood tall, glancing between the prince and Hongxiu, a cold smile on her lips. The prince suspected she was upset about being called a fraud, so he said coldly, Hongxiu, step back. Hongxiu replied, I'm worried. I raised the young lady myself. Leave, Tang Zhujun interrupted. She couldn't hold back her frustration any longer. Feeling wronged, Hongxiu wanted to explain, but when the prince shot her a cold glance, she immediately fell silent, bowing and retreating. Tang Zhujun said, Go away as far as you can. Hiding outside doesn't count as leaving. The prince said coldly, Know your limits. She has been serving Yanran since she was little, and is in charge of this courtyard. Then you must be blind. Tang Zhujun replied. What did you say? I said her chest is really small. Jin Wang. He suddenly doubted whether it was the right choice to place his last hope on Tang Zhujun, thinking that Yanran had no chance. Originally, he wanted to use the situation where Tang by Xian was framed to win over the Tang family, but considering Yanran, he decisively chose to make a deal with Tang Zhujun. Now it seemed that this woman was arrogant and proud, and he couldn't see any real ability in her. Was it just a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? You can leave too, Tang Zhujun said rudely, continuing to drive him away. Take everyone in this room downstairs. I want to see Yanran alone. What are you trying to do? You invited me here, Your Highness. Don't you understand the principle of trusting those you employ? Tang Zhujun crossed her arms and sneered. I said I could help, and whether you believe it or not is up to you. Jin Wang hesitated for a moment and said to Yanran, Don't worry, Father is right outside. She wouldn't dare do anything to you, or else Father would take care of her. Take care of her? Was it because she had just pulled down his pants? Tang Zhujun found this amusing. Jin Wang took everyone out of the room. Facing Tang Zhujun alone, Yanran felt a bit timid and shrank back. Tang Zhujun thought her guess was somewhat correct. She said, Yanran, could you take off your clothes, please? Yanran was greatly frightened. No, don't take off Yanran's clothes. Yanran is very good, very good. Tang Zhujun felt a pang of sadness but patiently comforted her. Sister won't hurt you. I'll wait for you. Can you take your time? Then she said something else, and Yanran's eyes widened in disbelief. Tang Zhujun said, I helped you get rid of Hongxiu. Yanran flinched in fear, then looked at her with wide, expressive eyes, as if trying to discern the truth, filled with dread. Good girl, Tang Zhujun said, like a mischievous aunt trying to coax a child, her voice incredibly gentle. I know she hasn't treated you well, right? Tears suddenly welled up in Yanran's eyes, and she unconsciously gripped the bed sheets tightly. What more did Tang Zhujun need to understand? As soon as she entered, she felt something was off. The key was that when she checked Yanran's pulse, she found no serious congenital or acquired illnesses. Yanran was a frail but very healthy child. However, this child clearly had a poor mental state and a deep fear of Hongxiu. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Tang Zhujun dressed her and picked her up. The child felt so light, almost just bones, even thinner than the malnourished Linlin, making her afraid to hold her too tightly for fear of hurting her. "Let's go outside," Tang Jian said. Yanran clutched her clothes tightly. "Don't be afraid. Today is the day that wicked servant will pay," Tang Jian said through gritted teeth. In her life, she hated those who bullied the weak and vulnerable the most. When the Prince Jean saw them come out, his expression turned serious, and he stepped forward, asking, "What's going on? Have someone capture Hongxiu and punish her." Tang Zuyan nearly ground her silver teeth, her eyes fierce. Yanran buried her face in Tang Jian's shoulder, refusing to look up, no matter what Tang Zuyan or Prince Jean said. Prince Jean noticed the issue and said in a deep voice, "Song Jingyang, bring Hongxiu in. I have questions for her." When Hongxiu entered the courtyard, she rushed to grab Yanran, saying, "Your Highness, the young lady is delicate. How can she go outside? What if she catches a cold?" Prince Jean glanced at Tang Jian, signaling her to speak. Tang Jian felt the small body in her arms stiffen even more. She gently patted Yanran's back and said slowly, "Your Highness, punish her. Don't stop until she confesses." She wouldn't let Yanran testify. Yanran was just a child, still haunted by her trauma, and she shouldn't have to reopen her wounds. "Your Highness, please help me. I am loyal to the young lady. She cannot be without me," Hongxiu said, sounding very wronged. Prince Jean hesitated for a moment and asked, "Yanran, tell me, do you want Hongxiu or Tang Jian, the one holding you right now?" Tang Jian thought, "How arrogant. Do you really think you deserve her?" Yanran held onto Tang Jian tightly, refusing to let go or look up, wanting to bury her head in Tang Jian's chest. Prince Jean turned to Tang Jian and said, "You speak." "She mistreats Yanran," Tang Jian replied. "If I'm not mistaken, she's the one who bathes Yanran and waits on her, isn't she? Doesn't she never allow anyone else to come close? Doesn't she say Yanran only likes her? So clumsy, so very clumsy." But unfortunately, Prince Jean didn't notice at all. A flash of panic crossed Hongxiu's eyes, but her voice suddenly rose. "Your Highness, please see. I am loyal to both you and the young lady." "Slap her," Prince Jean ordered. Song Jingyang immediately stepped forward and slapped Hongxiu twice, knocking her to the ground. "Continue," Tang Jian said. "If she isn't punished today, Yanran will never dare to speak the truth. Look at Yanran. Does she really like her this much? It's surprising that you, a prince, could be deceived like this. Let me tell you, Yanran is not sick at all. All her ailments are made up by her, and the scars on her body are also self-inflicted." Everyone in the courtyard was shocked. "Is that true?" Prince Jean asked. "But I've seen Yanran have episodes a few times. Are you talking about her seizures?" "It's common for children to have convulsions when they have a fever. That's normal. But all the doctors, including the imperial physician, say Yanran is weak and needs to rest. Does being weak mean she can't get out of bed or go outside?" Tang Zhujun scoffed. "Do you believe that if you say your back hurts, the physician will say you have kidney issues? It's normal for children to have headaches or fevers. As a doctor, especially when treating someone influential, it's easier to exaggerate symptoms. If they cure the patient, they gain praise. If not, they can avoid blame by warning in advance." Yanran clung to Tang Zhujuan's neck, crying loudly, shaking with sobs, releasing all her grievances. Prince Jean had many questions in his mind. He had always cared for Yanran because of her status, but initially, Yanran was very attached to Hongxiu, who was a maid she brought from her previous home. So he never doubted Hongxiu. He didn't particularly like Hongxiu, as she could be a bit pretentious, but since she took good care of Yanran, he tolerated her. He never expected things to turn out like this. He felt blind to the truth. After Yanran came out today, refusing to lift her head while holding onto Tang Zhujun, he sensed there was more to the story, but he didn't anticipate the truth would be so cruel and mocking. Hongxiu probably realized her time was up and shouted, "Your Highness, I am." Song Jingyang quickly covered her mouth and dragged her away. Tang Zhujun said, "You truly have a heart of stone." Though she spoke harshly, when it came to Yanran, Tang Zhujun's tone softened as she gently said, "It's okay, Yanran. She won't come back. Don't be afraid. Give me Yanran. Prince Jin stepped forward. However, no matter what anyone said, Yanran refused to let go, clinging tightly to Tang Zhujun's neck, as if she were holding onto a lifeline. Tang Zhujun, this won't do. She still has to go home. But no matter how she pleaded, Yanran wouldn't let go. Tang Zhujun was sweating, and finally, the king spoke, allowing her to take Yanran home. Take her to my house. Tang Zhujun's eyes widened. Why should she take care of his daughter? Money, the king said directly. For the sake of a little profit, Tang Zhujun agreed. Is this the king's daughter? The three men of the Tang family looked at Yanran, who was sitting on Tang Zhujun's lap and refusing to get down, surprised. They were supposed to negotiate with the king, but how did they end up with his daughter? Was this negotiation a success or a failure? Tang Zhujun couldn't mention this in front of Linlin, so she made an excuse to send him away. Linlin glanced at her and left unhappily. Abusing the king's daughter? Tang Bai doubted his hearing. Tang Mingfan stroked his beard and said, I've seen a case like this before. After all, she's just a child. Even princes in the palace can be bullied by eunuchs and maids, especially when they are young. Children naturally depend on those around them and try to find warmth even when they are scolded. Feeling vengeful comes much later. How foolish of the king not to ask the child privately and show some concern, letting a servant lead him around. Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Dad, big brother, let's not get involved in the king's family matters. I've done my best to be fair, Tang Zhujun said clearly. The real question is, can we trust the king's words? Yes, the father and son replied in unison, then reflected on how the king controlled the golden scale guard. The emperor openly sent the king to the Dali temple for training, while secretly giving him his personal guards. He doesn't even treat the crown prince this well. Then does this mean the matter is resolved, big brother? Tang Zhujun asked. Tang Bai nodded, his eyes filled with guilt and gratitude. He solemnly bowed to her and said, Thanks to you, sister. I feel truly ashamed. Hey, big brother, why say such things? Tang Zhujun replied, feeling a bit shy. Tang Mingfan said, It's great that the king is willing to help, but regarding the money, we should consider it a loan from him. Once we solve the case, we will pay him back. Even if it becomes a cold case, we must repay him, even if it means tightening our belts. Tang Zhujun. Fine, she really didn't want to repay him at all. She helped the king deal with troublesome servants and took care of his child. Shouldn't she receive some reward for that? You can't say that, consider it interest, Tang Mingfan said. Oh, it's over. Instead of getting rich, I've taken on a debt of 5,000 taels of silver? Tang Zhuyun, who had just felt she was starting her path to wealth in ancient times, was greatly discouraged. It was tough for her. Making money in the capital was easy, but spending it was just as easy. 20 taels of silver could support an ordinary family for a year, but for nobles, weddings and funerals could easily cost tens of thousands of taels. This is the unevenness of the world. The road to wealth is difficult. The little money made from cold dishes is hardly enough. Yanran refused to leave Tang Zhiyun's side, even following her into the kitchen when she went to cook, always staying within reach. Although Tang Zhiyun disliked Prince Jin, she couldn't resist the weak child and let her sit nearby. Linlin came in. Tang Zhiyun was boiling large bones and, seeing they were cooked, tore off a small piece of meat and offered it to him, saying, Help your aunt taste the saltiness. Then she gave a small piece to Yanran, who shook her head in refusal, so Tang Zhiyun ate it herself. Aunt, Linlin said, looking down. Do you want to marry Prince Jin? Tang Zhiyun replied, Impossible, what are you thinking? Then why did you bring her back? Was it to please Prince Jin? He pointed at Yanran. Tang Zhiyun was momentarily speechless. She couldn't say that Yanran insisted on coming along. It was clear the little one was feeling jealous. Sister, do you want to marry my father? Yanran asked. When will you marry? Tomorrow, Tang Zhiyun thought. Please, you two, stop causing trouble. If this goes on, she'll have to spend the night with Prince Jin. First, I don't want to get married. I don't want a husband, Tang Zhiyun said weakly. Second, even if I ever decide to marry, it definitely won't be Prince Jin, or I might as well poke my own eyes out. Only a fool would be matched with a fool like Prince Jean. Standing at the kitchen door, Prince Jean had just lifted one foot but then stepped back outside. It was better for him not to go in. Seeing Yanran here made him feel at ease, so he went to meet Tang Mingfan and his son. Whatever he said, Tang Jian later found that her father and brother were very polite to him, and Tang Mingfan even asked her to prepare a few more dishes to welcome Prince Jean. Tang Jian was frustrated. It was one thing for a child to come over for a meal, but for someone as important as Prince Jean to do so was quite bold. Then, even worse, a couple of days later, she discovered that Prince Jean had moved next door and came over for meals every day. She couldn't complain in front of Tang Mingfan, especially since it was about interest, considering it was 5 or 6,000 taels of silver. The Prince of Jean had a thick skin and a strong mentality. No matter how much Tang Jian rolled her eyes at him, he still came over for meals, claiming he was there to see his daughter. But does your daughter even want to see you? After leaving the prince's residence, Yanran was not close to him at all, and even resisted talking to him. Tang Jian suspected that Hongxiu was using some tricks to force her to please the prince, which was why she was acting so rebellious now. By the way, how is Hongxiu doing? One time, Tang Jian secretly asked the sycophant Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang replied coldly, no comment. Tang Jian said, "Then I will ask the prince." She sensed that Song Jingyang really didn't like her getting close to the prince, and his gaze often darted toward her. Could it be that he was jealous? Don't even think about it. You and your master should stay far away from me. Sure enough, Song Jingyang narrowed his eyes and said fiercely, "I'm telling you, don't try to attract the prince's attention." She was punished and sent to the border for her actions. He was trying to scare her to see if she would still act so boldly. Sounds like a fitting punishment. Tang Jian clapped in approval. Evil people deserve to be dealt with. Song Jingyang was speechless. Tang Jian asked again, "Can you honestly tell me why you keep looking at me? Don't even think about following the prince." Song Jingyang said angrily, "If you don't want me to follow the prince, do you want me to follow you instead?" Song Jingyang exploded with anger. "Who would want you? Don't think I don't know you're pregnant with someone else's child. A woman like her didn't deserve to be near the prince. She wasn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. And are you really pregnant?" Linlin came out of the room. "I have a baby." Tang Jian rolled her eyes. "Why are you barking like a dog? From now on, in the prince's residence, no one is allowed to bother me except Yanran, got it?" Linlin looked troubled, and the prince is actually quite nice. The prince often visited and seemed to have plenty of free time, unlike Tang Mingfan and his son, who were always busy. So, he spent a lot of time at the Tang family's house. Yanran only clung to Tang Jian, while the prince could only help Linlin with her writing, and their relationship improved rapidly. The prince even taught Linlin how to ride a horse, letting him ride his prized horse, taking him out for rides, and even hunting. Sometimes they would go out to release chickens and could have fun for half the day. Linlin's experiences of bullying at the Wang family's school left some scars, but they were slowly healing. The prince wanted to take Yanran with him, but she refused. Yanran preferred to stay with Tang Jujun, helping her pick and wash vegetables, learning to cook while standing on a small stool, and feeding the little lamb next door. She went in and out every day, eating well and looking healthier. Speaking of eating well, ever since the prince arrived, Linlin's appetite had increased, and she even asked for milk every day. Tang Jujun had mentioned that milk helps with growth. Why was this child suddenly so eager to grow up? Curious, Tang Jujun asked Linlin, expecting her answer to be about getting stronger to avoid bullying or wanting to take the imperial exam. Instead, Linlin, the talented child she hoped would be the third top scholar of the Tang family, said, "I want to pee farther than the prince." Tang Jujun felt her world collapse. She learned that little boys often compete to see who can pee the farthest. When the prince took Linlin out, he showed off this unusual skill, impressing Linlin. Is admiration among men always so refreshing? "Prince, you're impressive." Tang Jujun worried that getting too close to the prince might raise suspicions from the emperor, but her father and brothers were not concerned and treated the prince with great courtesy, even enthusiasm. "Dad, is this okay? She finally couldn't help but share her worries with Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan stroked his beard, looking pleased. Ah Jun has really grown up. You even thought of this. Tang Zhujun thought to herself. It's because she didn't want to get into trouble. Who knew if the prince would suddenly challenge the crown prince? If he did, it wouldn't matter if she was in danger, but what about the consequences for her? Don't worry, I've already mentioned this to the emperor. So, he had already paved the way with the emperor. No wonder he was her father. What did you say? What did the emperor say? Tang Mingfan replied, I told the emperor that the prince getting too close to you isn't good for your reputation. Tang Zhujun recalled the earlier incident and thought her father made a good point. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was so charming that the prince couldn't resist her. In reality, they both found each other annoying. Tang Zhujun was frustrated because she hadn't gained anything, yet others thought she was thriving. She could engage with the prince without getting emotionally involved. After all, she was someone who appreciated looks. But now she feels annoyed. Being foolish and blind might be contagious. What did the emperor say? Tang Zhujun asked curiously. I saw a thoughtful look on the emperor's face. After a long time, he told me to trouble you to take good care of Yanran. Tang Zhujun. So the royal family is thick-skinned by nature. They treat her like a nanny. By the way, the emperor also said he wanted to reward you with something, but I refused. Tang Mingfan said, she's just a child. How much can she use? Besides, Prince Jean often buys things. Tang Zhujun was speechless. She seemed to understand what Tang Baixin meant earlier. Her father is generous despite being poor, and he doesn't feel like life is hard. He even wants to help the emperor's granddaughter. But it's too late to refuse now. Tang Zhujun, holding back her heartache, asked, why does the emperor care so much about Yanran? Does he lack granddaughters? Did he have 18 grandsons and finally get a granddaughter? Tang Mingfan replied, not really. The emperor has 14 sons, and there are still 8 princes left. He must have more than 10 granddaughters. Tang Zhujun. So, it's about love for the family. Father, do you know how Prince Jean ended up among the common people? People in the capital only know that Prince Jean was recognized from the common folk, and there are many guesses about his identity, but no one has accurate information.
Tang Mingfan said, well,
I don't know either. Really don't know. Tang Zhujun doubted. Tang Mingfan smiled and said, all right, no more questions. Go outside and watch Linlin and Yanran. I need to write a few letters to an old friend. He seems to know something. Linlin was with Yanran playing with the chicks. The fluffy little chicks were waddling around the yard, looking very cute. All right, it's time to study, Tang Zhujun said with a smile. Linlin's teacher was very happy because, besides Tang Zhujun, he also took Yanran as a student, diligently teaching them to recognize characters. Tang Zhujun, being a medical doctor in modern times, learned quickly, but she struggled with a soft brush, and her writing looked terrible. After finally writing something legible, Xiaoer rushed in. Miss, please come out for a moment. Tang Zhujun replied, wait, let me show Linlin first. No, you have to come out now, Xiaoer insisted, stamping her foot. Tang Zhujun put down her brush, confused, and asked, what is it? As she spoke, she walked outside. Xiaoer leaned in close and whispered, Miss, Qingfeng has arrived. I think he has changed his mind, so you should seize this opportunity. I have already tidied up your room. Let's go out with the young master, and you. Before Tang Zhujun could respond, she hurried into the room and quickly brought out the 2 children, moving as if she were flying. Tang Zhujun thought, what is Xiaoer doing? Once Xiaoer left, a man walked in. He was tall, wearing a white long robe with bamboo patterns, looking handsome yet somewhat delicate, with fair skin and captivating eyes, even more attractive than a woman. Seeing him reminded Tang Zhujun of the young man she had once desired, but was mocked for wanting. What was he doing here? Had her business deal been exposed? The man bowed to her and spoke softly. Miss Tang, it's been a while. Qingfeng sends his regards. Qingfeng? Where is Vita? She never buys anything without comparing first. What do you want? Tang Zhujun asked directly. Now she understood Xiaoer's reaction. The silly girl was trying to make space for her and Qingfeng. But was she that kind of person? I offended you before, Miss Tang. and I have felt guilty ever since. I came today to apologize, Qingfeng said, his charming eyes fixed on her. Tang Zhujun crossed her arms. Speak plainly. Qingfeng was clearly someone who only sought favor, always flattering without reason. Miss Tang, he smiled, I am here to apologize. Whatever you decide, I will accept without complaint. Then I want you to leave. Miss Tang, can you really do that? Before she could retort, he suddenly loosened his belt, and his clothes fell to the ground, revealing that he was completely unclothed. Tang Zhujun thought, wow, do people from ancient times really do this? Miss Tang, today I am yours. You can do whatever you wish with me. He didn't have large muscles, but his skin was very fair and smooth, making women feel self-conscious. This might spark a desire for conquest in many men. Clearly, he had his talents. However, Tang Zhujun didn't like this type. She preferred someone with strong muscles, solid and full of energy. She needed to take care of her health, but the man in front of her only made her feel weak. Miss Tang, are you satisfied? Qingfeng stepped forward gracefully. Wait, hold on. Tang Zhujun raised her hand to stop him. Seeing that she wasn't blushing or flustered, Qingfeng was briefly surprised but quickly returned to his usual demeanor, feeling secretly pleased. It seemed that this infatuated girl was indeed bold and unashamed, welcoming any man. With his charm, it would be easy for him to win her over, and today's events would likely succeed. Though he looked down on her in his heart, he didn't show it on his face and posed in what he thought was the most attractive way, saying, Miss Tang, Qingfeng will follow your lead. Really, you will follow my lead? Tang Zhujun asked. Qingfeng nodded, smiling obediently, though his eyes held a hint of teasing. What a troublemaker. But this troublemaker wasn't perfect. Tang Zhujun, with her obsessive nature, felt restless seeing patients who were unaware of their ailments. However, Qingfeng's intentions today were not pure, and since it was ancient times, there were some things, like certain procedures, she couldn't handle. But that didn't stop her from teasing him seriously. So, Tang Zhujun lifted her chin and said, All right, just wait. After saying this, she went to the kitchen and took out a kitchen knife. Qingfeng, his smile became strained. Miss Tang, please don't joke. If you think it's inappropriate outside, Qingfeng can follow you inside. Whatever you want, I can do. I'm very capable. Tang Zhujun felt nauseated. Weakling, who cares? I think you could do better if I gave you a little cut. Really, she meant every word. Qingfeng watched as she approached him, panic on his face. This woman is crazy. Seeing his change in expression made Tang Zhujun laugh. She advanced on him and said, Don't move. Didn't you say I could make you do anything today? I really want to give you a cut. Trust me, it's for your own good. When Prince Jin arrived, he saw a bare man cornered by Tang Zhujun, who was holding a kitchen knife with no way to escape. He almost doubted his sanity. Could a person really do this? Tang Zhujun. Prince Jin gritted his teeth. Tang Zhujun. She awkwardly put away the knife. Yan went out to play. She's not home. You can go find someone else. Prince Jin clenched his fists, making them crack. How dare she send the two children away and act like this with a man in broad daylight? Tang Zhujun noticed the veins on his forehead throbbing and muttered, Are you looking for me? Who is this person looking like he just caught someone in a scandal? Qingfeng, being a person familiar with social situations, sensed the tension from the prince. Although he didn't know his identity, he felt a wave of fear and quickly crouched down to put on his clothes, explaining, No, nothing happened between us. The man in front of him had an intimidating presence, one that suggested he could be dangerous. He wouldn't risk his life for money. He loved money, but he valued his life even more.
Wait.
Tang Zhujun stopped him from leaving. She had changed her mind. Why not take advantage of a good opportunity? Your Highness, Tang Zhujun said to the prince, Do you have something to do? If not, could you leave for now? We have matters to discuss. The prince gave her a sharp look, his gaze cutting like a blade, then turned and left. Regret washed over him. He deeply regretted letting Yanran be with a woman like her. He knew her past reputation, and it was clear what had blinded him. Your Highness? Qingfeng's face turned pale with fear. Miss Tang, he is Prince Jean, Tang Zhujun replied nonchalantly. Our business has nothing to do with him. Come, I have a great deal to discuss with you. Qing Feng felt weak in the knees. Prince Jean was indeed the infamous cold-hearted prince. He had angered him and, worse, had upset the prince's woman. The furious expression on Prince Jin's face earlier clearly indicated jealousy. Qing Feng was no longer in the mood to discuss business. He said, Miss Tang, could you please pretend I wasn't here today? Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Tang Zhujun found it somewhat amusing and raised an eyebrow, saying, if you partner with me in business, you would be my associate, and I would certainly protect you. Qing Feng felt helpless. Today had turned into a disaster. But now, what could he do but agree? That was Prince Jean. Come, sit. Tang Zhujun gestured to a stone bench in the yard and walked to the stone table to set down the knife. I was just joking with you earlier. Qing Feng forced a smile, no longer feeling tempted to flirt with her. He said, Miss Tang, I've learned something today. What is it? After being apart for 3 days, one should see others in a new light.
Tang Zhujun replied. Well said.
Qing Feng continued, you can say anything. As long as you can keep Prince Jean from making things difficult for me, I will agree to anything. Tang Zhujun scratched her ear and said, I advise you not to say, I can do anything so easily in the future, or you might get hurt. Qing Feng lowered his head and replied, you are right, Miss Tang. As a young attendant, he had to be flexible. If someone slapped him, he would still smile and ask the guest if their hand hurt, offering the other side of his face for them to hit again. There's no need to play the victim, Tang Zhujun pointed out. After all, I'm not your guest. I genuinely want to discuss business with you. Please, go ahead. I want to know if you sell any special medicines there, the kind with effects that can't be shared with outsiders. Qing Feng quickly understood. You mean recreational drugs? Yes, exactly. If you want them, I can bring them to you. Qing Feng replied readily. You have some? Tang Zhujun seemed a bit disappointed. I do. What if I have something better? Tang Zhujun pressed on. Although she couldn't produce Viagra, she had a few recipes for kidney tonics. I have 6-flavor Remania pills, golden lock essence pills, and kidney chi pills. Tang Zhujun said with a smile, counting on her fingers. They're all good for kidney health. Was she trying to sell him medicine? Qing Feng looked a bit troubled. We can split the profits evenly. You sell one for me, and I'll take half the money. I won't ask for anything more, Tang Zhujun coaxed. That seemed low risk for him. If sales were poor, it wouldn't be his fault. Qing Feng recalled the fierce face of Prince Jean and gritted his teeth, agreeing. All right. Great, I'll have someone deliver it to you in a few days, Tang Zhujun said happily. This kind of money comes quickly. Who cares about spending on medicine in such places? Viagra costs over $100 a pill nowadays, yet sales remain steady. Men can't say no. If they can't perform, there's always a medicine for that. Qing Feng just wanted to leave and kept agreeing. Miss Tang, can I go now? No. Qing Feng thought. Am I stuck here? You haven't said. Tang Zhujun narrowed her eyes at him. What brings you here today? Qing Feng forced a smile. Actually, it's like this. The 5th son of the Changyang Marquis got drunk and killed someone. He tried to use money to persuade the magistrate for a light sentence. However, the case still needs to be reviewed by the Dali Temple, so the magistrate wouldn't agree. He mentioned that if Lord Tang could turn a blind eye, he would consider a lighter sentence. How much did he offer you? 10,000 taels. Tang Zhujun felt a deep sense of regret. Being a greedy official would be so much easier. If she could just take half of the profits, she could pay off Prince Jin's debts without having to work so hard selling kidney pills. But no, if he is good, then I am good. She is benefiting men and women everywhere. Humph. Yanran returned in tears, running in and hugging Tang Zhujun's legs, shaking all over. Behind her, Linlin followed, looking very angry. Further back was Prince Jean with a gloomy face. Tang Zhujun picked up Yanran and sat her on the couch, wiping her tears while saying, Don't cry, don't cry. When you cry, our Yanran doesn't look good. Yanran sobbed, Sister, I don't want to go back to the palace unless you go too. Tang Zhujun immediately understood that her earlier, inappropriate behavior made Prince Jean feel he couldn't leave his daughter with someone like her. She shot a fierce glare at Prince Jean and gently comforted Yanran. It's okay. No one is forcing you to go back to the palace. Don't you live well here with your sister? On one hand, she needed to wait for Prince Jin's money to fill the gap, and on the other hand, she was genuinely worried about Yanran. Prince Jean clenched his fists at his sides, but ultimately held back from speaking. Linlin pointed at Prince Jean and said, "Aunt, it's all his fault. He insists on taking Yanran away." Tang Zhujun translated this statement in her mind. "Aunt, bite him." In Linlin's eyes, she was now the symbol of the Tang family's fighting spirit. She would confront anyone without fear. But, oh dear, he was a prince. If it weren't for Yanran, he could easily crush her mother with a single step. Tang Zhujun carefully styled Yanran's messy hair into 2 cute little buns, making her look adorable, just like the daughter she had imagined in her past life. "All right, no one is going to take our beautiful Yanran away. Go play with Brother Linlin while I talk with your father, okay?" Linlin was the brother and she was the sister. Tang Zhujun spoke confidently, not feeling any difference in their status. Prince Jin's face was as dark as water, but he did not object. He wanted to take Yanran away, but he needed Tang Zhujun's help, which was frustrating. When had he ever felt such humiliation? If it weren't for Yanran, he would have. Yanran timidly looked at Prince Jean, walked over, tugged at his sleeve, and said, "Father, it's all my fault. Please don't blame my sister, okay?" She looked so sweet and innocent that it could melt anyone's heart. "It's all right, don't be afraid. Your father can't beat me." Tang Zhujun laughed to cheer her up and signaled for Linlin to take her outside. Once the 2 children left, Tang Zhujun pointed to a chair and asked, "Would the prince like to sit down and talk?" The prince sat down and Song Jingyang stood behind him, looking serious. Tang Zhujun touched her nose and said, "If the prince wants to take Yanran away because of what happened today, I can explain." "Go ahead," Tang Zhujun said. "I was looking for him to sell medicine." "Do you believe that?" The prince scoffed. "Selling medicine? Are you going to tell me he was undressed to test it?" "Not testing, but it did inspire me," Tang Zhujun said boldly. "I noticed he seemed weak, so I thought I could sell him some medicine." "So that's how you see weakness?" The prince sneered. He was too tired to deal with this smooth-talking woman. "Well, not everyone has my insight." Tang Zhujun raised an eyebrow. Song Jingyang. Speaking nonsense without blushing. Yanran's current condition isn't serious, but she's weak. I think it's better for her to stay with me for now, and watch you openly flirt with men. Tang Zhujun stood up angrily. "Which eye of yours saw me flirting with men? If your eyesight is bad, go see a doctor." She was trying to be nice for Yanran's sake, but he was acting like he was above her. "What do you think?" the prince sneered. Tang Zhujun, my patience has limits. Yanran will have her good days. From now on, as long as she's with you, if you want to find a man, keep it hidden from me, or I will kill that man, no matter who he is. Tang Zhujun smiled elegantly. "Now I'm really watching you, prince. If you have the ability, go ahead and harm yourself." Song Jingyang's face turned red. "You have no shame," Tang Zhujun scoffed. "Don't give me that. Everyone knows about relationships. Don't say I didn't do anything today. Even if I slept with Qing Feng, so what? If the prince took care of himself, would he have Yanran?" After a pause, she continued. "Why do you care about me? I didn't let Yanran find out. The one who made her cry today is you. Even if what happened with Qing Feng was a bit much, was it her fault? Fine. Even if she was wrong, did the prince have the right to control her? Don't forget, Prince, Yanran is here because you asked me." Tang Zhujun said bluntly, "So please be polite to me, or don't blame me for turning against you." What a ridiculous situation. He was a prince, and she was also of noble status. Who was afraid of whom? The negotiation ended poorly, but the outcome is what it is, and life must go on. The prince felt frustrated and unhappy. Song Jingyang noticed his dark expression and cautiously said, "Your Highness, please bear with it for a moment. After all, the young lady has her preferences. I think the urgent task is to keep Tang Jian steady and prevent her from causing trouble. Speak plainly, no need for roundabout ways." "Understood," Song Jingyang replied, What I mean is, since she likes men, let's find her a suitable one to keep her calm. This man should be loyal to you, and it would be best if he is handsome enough to attract Tang Jian. At that point, wouldn't it be easy to manage Tang Jian? The prince looked at him thoughtfully. Song Jingyong felt nervous under his gaze and mustered the courage to say, "Your Highness, I'm just suggesting. If you find it unsuitable, then forget it." "It's suitable," the prince said. "I think it's worth a try." Song Jingyong chuckled. "Then for this candidate, I think you would be a good choice." Song Jingyong nearly fainted, stammering, This wouldn't work for me. You have followed me since childhood and have been loyal. I believe you are the most suitable." Song Jingyong knelt down, saying, "I am willing to do anything for you, Your Highness, but this. Do you think Tang Jian would disrespect you?" Song Jingyong nodded seriously and recounted the incident involving Tang Jian. "Besides, I'm still a novice. I can't let her take advantage of me." The prince laughed. "Get up, I was just joking."
I wouldn't want to waste you on that.
He valued Song Jingyong too much to let Tang Jian mistreat him. Song Jingyong sighed in relief and wiped the sweat from his brow. "Your Highness, I have a candidate in mind." Desperate times call for desperate measures. Song Jingyong was determined. "Changji?" The prince frowned slightly. "Yes." Song Jingyong eagerly promoted him. "Hasn't he been getting along well with you lately? Plus, think about it. He has been with Lord Tang for a long time, so Lord Tang would trust him." Song Jingyong pushed for Changji. The prince decided to ask Changji right away. No matter who it was, if they could make Tang Jian settle down and behave while bringing Yanran to full recovery, he was willing to give it a try. However, when Changji heard this, he shook his head vigorously. "That won't work. I already have someone special." Changji had been involved with a brothel madam for many years. He chuckled. "I don't want to get married. I was a bandit myself. How could I raise a child properly? Isn't that harmful? Tang Jiujun, aren't you considering it? Your Highness, are you joking? Who am I to think about the beloved daughter of Lord Tang?" In short, Prince Jean was left disappointed. That night, just as Prince Jean was about to sleep, he suddenly heard Xiaoer knocking on the door, shouting, "Your Highness, wake up. Miss Yanran has a fever." Prince Jean went to see Yanran. Yanran had a high fever and was talking nonsense, repeatedly saying, "Sister, I won't leave." Tang Jiujun pushed past Prince Jean, who was blocking the bed, and placed a cool cloth on Yanran's forehead, saying, "Are you satisfied now? Such a person is fit to be a father? Shouldn't he think about the child before doing anything?" Prince Jean remained silent, watching her scold while gently caring for Yanran. Linlin came in, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Aunt, what's wrong with Yanran?" "Nothing. Go back to sleep," Tang Jiujun replied. "She just got a bit scared during the day and has a slight fever." Linlin refused to leave and sat on a small stool, watching Yanran obediently. "Aunt, will Yanran be okay tomorrow? She needs a few days of rest," Tang Jiujun said. "Will she be able to go out for the Dragon Boat Festival?" "I promised to take her with me," Linlin asked. The Dragon Boat Festival was in 5 days, and Tang Jiujun had been preparing colorful strings and rice dumplings with them. Linlin had seen the dragon boats before and had described the grand festival to Yanran, where the emperor would celebrate with the palace and officials. Yanran was very excited. She hadn't interacted with many people and had an instinctive longing for lively events. "The Dragon Boat Festival will be fine." Tang Jiujun patted her head. "Now go back to sleep, or you'll tire yourself out. Then I'll sleep here," Linlin said, looking at the big bed. "Yanran must feel awful being sick, so I'll keep her company, all right." The bed was large, and Tang Jiujun let him lie down inside, tucking him in. Both children soon fell into a deep sleep, while Tang Jiujun sat at the foot of the bed, resting her head on her elbow, dozing off. Prince Jean sat in a chair, watching, his gaze deep and bright, showing no signs of sleepiness. What puzzled him was that even though Tang Jiujun was dozing, she was very aware, waking up after a while to check Yanran's forehead temperature, give her some water, or wipe her down, tirelessly and without complaint. Tang Jiujun was indeed extremely tired, but having worked in hospitals in her past life, it wasn't too hard for her. She was just very angry. She was doing the work of a doctor and nurse, while her biological father just sat there. What a jerk. Will she have an episode this time? Jinwon was very worried about Yanran having another seizure. It won't happen, Tang Zhujun said, knowing better and feeling annoyed. You should see who's taking care of her. Yanran was just startled, and 2 days later, she was lively again, counting the days until the Dragon Boat Festival. Qingfeng didn't dare to come back, but he sent a servant with 5 taels of silver, saying it was a share from selling medicine. Tang Zhujun was very excited. This way of making money was quick. She gave the servant some money and handed him the prepared medicine, saying, "Tell your master I wish him great business." Haha, as long as she couldn't cross her legs, her fortune would keep coming. The servant left happily, telling her to make more, as there was high demand, and Tang Zhujun agreed. Tang Zhujun asked Jinwang for supplies. The Dragon Boat Festival is coming soon, and I plan to make a piece of clothing for each child. You need to cover the fabric and labor costs. Jinwang sneered. Why not ask your lover for it? He had checked, and that Qingfeng was not only a top performer, but also half a boss, greedy for money and had accumulated many shops and fields. Tang Zhujun retorted. Aren't I asking now? Jinwang exclaimed. Why is it okay for you to slander others but not for others to slander you? Tang Zhujun said bluntly. How ridiculous. Have some shame. If you can't raise your daughters, just give them to me. What a pitiful sight. Jinwang's face turned dark from her words, and he immediately sent Song Jingyang back to the manor to fetch several bolts of satin, almost wanting to throw them at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun looked at the precious satin, showing no signs of hiding her amazement, unable to take her eyes off it. Oh my, this is too exquisite, even better than what I saw in the museum, Song Jingyang said, like a cow chewing peonies. Then he noticed Tang Zhujun looking at him with a smile, and he suddenly felt uneasy. Sure enough, Tang Zhujun said with a forced smile, a dog catching a mouse. Without hesitation, Tang Zhujun made new clothes for the whole family. After 2 or 3 days of hard work, Granny He and Xiaoer finally had everyone dressed in new clothes for the Dragon Boat Festival. Tang Mingfan asked, This fabric is quite valuable, isn't it? Tang Zhujun replied calmly. His Royal Highness insisted on giving it. Isn't Yanran here? Tang Mingfan sighed. The prince is indeed thoughtful, just like the emperor. The emperor summoned me yesterday and said that the rewards for the Dragon Boat Festival were usually sachets and rice dumplings, thinking I wouldn't need them. So he directly rewarded me with 500 taels of silver. What a good emperor. Tang Zhujun's eyes lit up. So, Dad, where's the silver? She was indeed the family manager. Tang Mingfan said, I think our family has enough money for food and drink, so I decided to share some with the poor subordinates at the Dali Temple so everyone can enjoy the festival. Tang Zhuyun felt a pang in her heart. With such difficulties, why help others, she thought. What about the money you owe Prince Jin? Tang Zhuyun asked. Tang Mingfan replied, Well, I doubt Prince Jin will rush me for it. We can talk about it later. The emperor gives many rewards. Tang Zhuyun was speechless. No wonder Tang Baixin repeatedly warned her that her father was wasteful. But she couldn't say much. Her father was destined to be recorded in history, and as an ordinary person, she couldn't fully understand him. Tang Mingfan then praised Tang Zhuyun. Ayun, your outfit looks really nice, and the 5 bats button is clever. You should dress beautifully today. Just say what you mean, Tang Zhuyun replied. She was worried about money and wasn't in a good mood to hear him hesitate. Today, the emperor is celebrating with the court officials and the people. If you see someone you like, tell me privately when we get back. Don't. He was worried she might get upset. Tang Zhuyun helplessly said, I understand. There will be many people trying to talk to you. You don't have to pay them any mind. There are too many eyes on me in this position, so don't take advantage of anyone. Just keep an eye on the 2 kids. Hey, isn't that the famous girl from the capital? Just as Tang Zhuyun settled down with Linlin and Yanran, she heard a sarcastic voice from behind. Oh, did they think she came out without her weapon today? But she had her words. Tang Zhuyun told the 2 little ones, Sit here quietly and watch how I deal with the monsters. Yanran worriedly tugged at her sleeve, saying, Sister, Let my father help you. He's really strong. But Linlin was confident in her aunt. Don't worry, Auntie will definitely win. Tang Jian turned around, her expression shifting from gentle to a cold smile, narrowing her eyes at the newcomers. Oh, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the well-known poor folks from the capital. Two elegantly dressed women stood before her, looking like walking jewelry displays, eager to show off their lavish outfits. One was her old friend, Ruan Anruo, and the other was her cousin Ruan Anhwa. Ruan Anhwa was the legitimate daughter of a marquis, unlike Ruan Anruo, who had moved out after their family split, so she held a higher status. But even with a high status, they still needed to eat. The Marquis' family had fallen on hard times in recent years, often relying on Ruan Anruo for support. Eating from someone else's plate makes you indebted to them, so Ruan Anhwa treats Ruan Anruo fairly well. However, Ruan Anruo doesn't like her opportunistic cousin. She pretends to be polite but then complains to Tang Jian, saying Ruan Anhwa acts like a beggar. Ruan Anhwa sneers, "If we're talking about being poor, who dares to stand in front of the Minister Justice? Don't think I don't know about your borrowing money." Tang Jian, adjusting her hair, smiles charmingly. "Even if you borrow money, you pay it back. It's not like some people who visit their Ruan family and act like they want to take the land with them." Some noble ladies around them couldn't help but laugh. Tang Jian looks at Ruan Anhwa's flushed face and continues, "Guess what your dear sister says about you? Others are stingy, but my sister is so greedy she has to cling to others. She wanted to embarrass them today." Ruan Anhwa glances at Ruan Anruo. Ruan Anruo looks like she might cry. "Sister, how could I say that about you? June, you can't stir up trouble like this. Even if I messed up your chance with Prince Jean last time, it was for your own good. Bringing up Prince Jean again." Tang Jian laughs. "Anruo, wasn't I trying to help you get Prince Jean? I hoped he would take you in so you wouldn't be infatuated with your cousin and make your mother angry. That would be very unfilial. Come on, let's hurt each other." "Don't worry," Tang Jian says with a sincere expression. "I'll help you. I know there are things you can't say, so I'll say them for you. Ruan Anhwa, have some shame and stop taking everything from her. That fan you have was a gift from Anruo's cousin. She treasures it." "You're slandering me," Ruan Anruo exclaims, panicking. How could she let everyone know about her secret exchanges with her cousin in public? Besides, that fan was indeed hers, but it wasn't given by her cousin. Oh. Tang Jian quickly covers her mouth. "Sorry, Anruo. I accidentally let it slip. I didn't mean to. I didn't say anything. You didn't hear anything." Ruan Anruo loves to play the role of a good sister, so she plays along. "Forget that," Tang Jian continues. "Ruan Anhwa, didn't you take Anruo's fish pendant, her new lotus skirt, and the gold necklace that Madame Ruan gave her?" She lists them one by one, and Ruan Anhwa's expression turns sour. These matters were originally between sisters, but now that Tang Jiujun knows and publicly humiliates her, it must be Ruan Anruo who spread the word. "It seems she really has a problem with me."
Anruo, what do you mean by this?
Ruan Anhwa said anxiously. "Those things were clearly your initiative." What a fool. With such a silly opponent, Tang Jiujun felt pleased. But Ruan Anruo was not so easy to deal with. She interrupted Ruan Anhwa, saying, "Sister, we sisters should support each other. Let's not talk about this anymore." Seeing the look on her sister's face, Ruan Anhwa stopped speaking, though her expression remained quite unpleasant. Tang Jiujun felt victorious and refreshed. "Here she comes, Miss Meng." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention away from the argument to look at Miss Meng. "Have you heard? At the last flower viewing banquet, Miss Meng was supposed to attend, but she was sick, so the Princess of Jean didn't finalize anything. My mother said the same, that the position of the Princess of Jean was mostly reserved for Miss Meng. Isn't Miss Meng quite pitiful? With someone like the Prince of Jean, it's really sad." When Tang Jiujun heard this gossip, especially about the Prince of Jean, she perked up like a lively rabbit, eager for more. However, it can't be said that way. Miss Meng is wonderful, but after all, she is already 19. Is there really a noble young lady who is 19 and still unmarried? Hearing this, Tang Jiujun realized they were talking about Meng Yulan from the Meng Duke's residence. She was exceptionally beautiful, graceful, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, a model of virtue and talent, the center of attention wherever she went. If one had to point out a flaw, it would be that she was already 19 and still had no marriage prospects. However, given her excellence, it seemed understandable that the Meng family was being selective. The previous owner of this body had limited opportunities to go out and had never met Meng Yulan. Tang Zhujun was filled with curiosity about this noble lady and couldn't help but look over with the crowd. Wow, she is truly a beauty, with delicate features and a graceful walk, her demeanor dignified. Tang Zhujun immediately thought of the character Xialong. Yes, she is just like Xialong. That kind of noble and aloof beauty is unforgettable. Sister, look over here. I want to be your fan. Meng Yulan held a high status, as the current noble consort was from the Meng Duke's residence and was her aunt. Tang Zhujun even entertained a fanciful thought. If only she could have this beautiful lady as her sister-in-law. Pairing her with the Prince of Jin would truly be like a flower blooming in a field of manure. Just as she was lost in thought, the manure appeared. However, he did not come to the lady's side but appeared next to the emperor. Yanran noticed this and excitedly said, "Father, it's my father." Tang Zhujun wanted to stop her, but it was too late. Everyone probably guessed Yanran's identity. After all, she was still pointing excitedly at the Prince of Jin. Wherever the Prince of Jin went, no grass would grow. He was with the emperor, and everyone else kept their distance, making his intentions very clear. Tang Zhujun looked up at the sky, planning to pretend she didn't know Yanran. Sister, Yanran bounced over and grabbed her hand. Look, it's my father. Tang Zhujun felt like she wanted to disappear. Everyone looked at the closeness between Yanran and Tang Zhujun with surprise. Weren't they saying that the Prince of Jin's daughter was sickly? Weren't they saying that the Prince of Jin was not interested in women? Weren't they saying that Tang Zhujun was a love-struck girl everyone disliked? Now she could no longer pretend not to know. Tang Zhujun awkwardly smiled. I see. Yanran felt very happy. Would this make others realize that she only liked her sister? Then no one would mention anything about the Princess of Jin. If her father had to marry, her sister would be the best choice. This way, she wouldn't have to be separated from her sister, and she wouldn't have to worry about a wicked stepmother. Look, father is watching you too, sister. Tang Zhujun really wanted to cover her mouth. Was he looking at her? He was looking at you, his own daughter. Yanran, are you hungry? Tang Zhujun quickly grabbed her hand and led her to their seats, wanting to change the subject. She didn't want to be marked as the Prince of Jin's daughter. Unexpectedly, just as they sat down, while she was thinking about how to tell Yanran that such things were not suitable to say in public, she heard a gentle female voice. Is it Miss Tang? The voice was refreshing, and Tang Zhujun couldn't help but look up, only to see Meng Yulan, who had just been the center of attention, standing beside her. Tang Zhujun replied, It's me. Miss Meng, is there something you need? As soon as she spoke, she realized that Meng Yulan had probably heard Yanran's words or had someone tell her, which made her feel uneasy, so she came to check. She hurriedly said, Miss Meng, please don't misunderstand. Yanran is just recuperating at my home. Meng Yulan replied calmly, What would I misunderstand? What does the Prince of Jin have to do with me? Tang Zhujun couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but she felt that Meng Yulan seemed a bit disappointed. Then Meng Yulan exchanged a few pleasantries with her and welcomed her to visit her home in the future, before returning to her seat with her maid. Tang Zhujun was confused. What was going on? If she once thought she could survive the palace drama, now she seriously doubted if she could last even one episode. If you can't fight back, you have to keep a low profile. Tang Zhujun stayed quiet like a quail, taking care of the two children, giving them snacks and reminding them to drink water, ignoring the curious gazes around her. But she wanted to keep a low profile, yet some people wouldn't allow it. A palace maid approached and said, Miss Tang? The prince wants you to bring Miss Yanran over. Tang Zhujun thought, I don't want to go. Yanran is shy and doesn't want to go. She made an excuse, looking at Yanran for help. Look at me, I really don't want to. Although Yanran was small, she was very perceptive. She wanted to go, but seeing Tang Zhujun like this, she said, "Tell father I'm not going." Tang Zhujun sighed with relief. Good girl. However, the maid looked troubled and lowered her voice. Actually, the emperor wants to see you. The emperor? Has he lost his mind? He could see his granddaughter anytime, why now? The main issue was that Tang Zhujun had to take Yanran, and she didn't want to be the target of everyone's attention. Not trusting either Yanran or Linlin, she took one child in each hand and walked toward Prince Jean. As they got closer, she asked Yanran, "Are you okay to go by yourself?" She didn't want to walk close enough to bow to Prince Jean while also taking care of the children. It would be too embarrassing. Yanran said nothing but looked up at her with big, watery eyes, looking very pitiful. Tang Zhujun's heart softened, but she wasn't foolish. She couldn't stand out. Then she had a clever idea. How about letting brother Linlin take you over? Yanran immediately nodded eagerly. Tang Zhujun smiled. Linlin had always followed Tang Baixin and was very polite and confident. All right, it's up to you, son. Then Linlin took Yanran's hand and stepped forward to greet Prince Jean. The sight of the two children, like golden boys and jade girls, drew admiration wherever they went. Tang Zhujun proudly listened to people around her discussing whose children they were, thinking, they are all mine. Prince Jean glanced at Tang Zhujun, who was hiding behind the guards, and then took the two children to greet the emperor. The emperor laughed and said, "Old Six, where did you get another grandchild for me? I feel like I've seen this one before." Tang Mingfan stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Majesty, this is my useless grandson." "You old man," the emperor teased, "are you afraid I'll compete with you for grandchildren? Come, both of you, come over here." Yanran felt a bit shy. She was not used to meeting people, and now facing the emperor made her nervous. Linlin gently squeezed her hand, and Yanran realized that the emperor was not someone to refuse. She lowered her head and followed Linlin forward. The emperor was very happy and asked Wang Fu to bring them some snacks. He inquired about Yanran's health, and she softly but clearly replied, "Thank you, grandfather." Yanran's illness has been cured by Sister Tang. Sister Tang? Tang Mingfan looked proud but humbly replied, "Indeed, it is my daughter." The emperor became interested. "Is she the daughter you always worried about?" Tang Mingfan was not pleased with this comment, even if it came from the emperor. "Your Majesty, she's the one who wakes up early and works hard to take care of the household and honor her old father." The emperor laughed heartily. "You are challenging me." "I thought Linlin looked familiar. She resembles you a bit, doesn't she?" "Good child. May you be like your grandfather, honest and upright, and become a good official." Linlin knelt and bowed. "Tang Duo will remember your teachings, Your Majesty." "Good. Good." Tang Aiching, your grandson is excellent. Wang Fu, reward him with the 4 treasures of the study, and give him that piece of chicken bloodstone seal I just received, along with a bag of gold and silver coins to play with. Everyone understood that the emperor valued Tang Mingfan more and more. Linlin accepted the decree and thanked him. Yanran looked happy and whispered, "Brother Linlin is amazing. Even grandfather praised you." The emperor smiled at her. "Why is Yanran so happy?" "The rewards are not for you." Yanran blushed, lowering her head but still smiling. The emperor said, "Seeing you so lively makes me truly happy." Wang Fu, reward Yanran, reward Tang. "Bamboo Yun, my daughter Bamboo Yun," Tang Mingfan interjected. Everyone was speechless at Tang Mingfan's shamelessness. Yet the emperor found it amusing and laughed. You. Since the emperor had given rewards, Tang Zhuyun could no longer pretend to be shy. She stepped forward and properly bowed to thank the emperor. The emperor rewarded her with 6 bolts of silk, unsure if they were beautiful or not. If they weren't, she couldn't sell them, which made her feel a bit sad. Yanran received 2 bags of gold and silver coins, and she preferred to exchange them with Yanran. It seemed like Yanran understood her thoughts and gave her all her rewards. "This is for Sister Tang's dowry." Tang Zhujun felt her face flush. She could even hear the emperor's laughter. Well, this mark of being a lovesick girl would be hard to shake off. Tang Zhujun hurriedly fled with the 2 children. while Yanran wanted to say a few words to Prince Jean, but was stopped by her. What couldn't wait until later. Once they were back, she secretly told the children, "Eat more, speak less." In such situations, it's best to stay low-key. Her father's proud expression, as if he thought, "My daughter is the best in the world," made even her thick-skinned self blush at the thought. "Miss, would you like more tea?" A palace maid in a blue outfit asked while holding a teapot. All the palace maids present were dressed in blue, with beige dresses underneath, looking quite refreshing. Tang Zhujuan's cup was empty, so she smiled and said, "Thank you, sister." Here she was, a 20-year-old woman calling a 14 or 15-year-old girl sister, truly bold of her. The maid leaned in to pour the tea, but suddenly it overflowed and spilled onto Tang Zhujuan's sleeve. The maid quickly grabbed a cloth to wipe it off and repeatedly apologized, saying, "Miss Tang, let me help you change into a new outfit." Change outfits? She needed to have something to change into. This outfit was still thanks to Yanran. Tang Zhujun glanced at her and, with a half-smile, said, "I think that outfit of yours looks a bit big. It might fit me better." The maid blushed. "Miss Tang, you're joking." Tang Zhujun waved her hand, saying, "It's just a little wet. It's no big deal. You can go now." The maid thanked her and left. "Auntie," Linlin called out. Tang Zhujun subtly shook her head, signaling him to be quiet. Soon, Anruo approached, pretending to be friendly. "Jun, I haven't visited you in a while. Today there was almost a misunderstanding, and I thought you might be worried, so I came to explain." TSK, the implication was that she was petty. Tang Zhujun looked her up and down and said loudly enough for everyone to hear, "Anruo, if there were an assassin, I would definitely have you stand in front of me." Anruo's smile became awkward as she stammered, "If there really were an assassin, I would definitely protect you. We are friends. You wouldn't be in trouble either. With your thick skin, you could take 3 cuts without bleeding. Do you believe that?" "I'm sure of it." Laughter erupted around her. Without using any foul language, Tang Zhuyan was truly sharp-tongued. Anruo's face turned red. Tang Zhuyan pretended to casually play with the items gifted by the emperor, spilling gold and silver coins onto the table for the 2 children to count and sort, ignoring her completely. Anruo could only grit her teeth and leave. "Stop," Tang Zhuyan spoke up. "Jun, do you need something?" Anruo had to hold back her anger, especially with so many people around. Tang Zhuyan, shamelessly reckless, still wanted to pursue the matter. "You dropped something." Tang Zhuyan kicked an object towards Anruo. Everyone looked over and saw a carved monkey holding a watermelon made of yellow jade, vividly detailed on the ground. Anruo's expression changed instantly. Tang Zhuyan smirked. "The maid who just brought me tea is over there." She pointed, and the maid, hiding behind someone, panicked and tried to escape, but was caught by Song Jingyang. Finally, a lackey did something good. Tang Zhuyan calmly said, "When she brought me tea, I noticed her clothes didn't fit her at all. In a royal banquet, how could a maid wear such ill-fitting attire? After she left, I found your jade pendant with me. Quick, capture her and interrogate her." "Who is trying to ruin our friendship and sow discord?" Anruo's face turned pale, and she stammered, "Well, there's no need for that. It's just a small matter during the Dragon Boat Festival. Let's forget it." Song Jingyang had already brought the maid over and made her kneel on the ground, followed by guards holding a box of snacks. He was sent to deliver treats but happened to stumble upon the conflict between the women. Though he didn't think much of Tang Zhuyan, he felt obligated to help her since she was close to Yanran. "Slap her," Tang Zhuyan ordered. Song Jingyang. He wasn't used to following Tang Zhuyan's orders and didn't react immediately. Tang Zhuyan rolled up her sleeves and took action herself, delivering 4 swift slaps to the fake maid before anyone could react. Everyone was stunned. Even if noble women occasionally disciplined their servants at home, once outside, who wouldn't maintain their composure, they would swallow their pride to avoid being seen as undignified. But this one took matters into her own hands. Tang Zhuyan thought, "What's the big deal about hitting someone? Just look at her wrist." Tang Zhuyan blew on her reddened palms and looked down at the palace maid, saying, "I will only ask you once, who sent you? You have 2 choices. First, tell me. Second, don't tell me. If you choose not to speak, I will inform you how the Jin Wangfu deals with disobedient maids, removing tongues, cutting off limbs, and sending them to the border. Song Jingyang turned red with anger. You can't say that. His lord's reputation was already poor. If this continued, who would want to marry him? Tang Jian asked, has anyone been treated this way? Song Jingyang was silent. His silence was seen as an admission, frightening the other ladies into silence. The Jin Wangfu was truly a den of danger. The palace maid was also terrified and looked at Ruan Anruo, pleading, Miss, help me. Ruan Anruo replied, Why are you looking at me? I don't know you, see? No one is helping you. Song Jingyang, take her away. No. The palace maid clung to Ruan Anruo's leg. Miss, I was bought by you. Ruan Anruo threatened her, saying she would sell her if she didn't handle things well. However, compared to what Tang Jian said, that was still a better fate. At least she wouldn't face punishment. With this commotion, everyone understood what was happening. It turned out Ruan Anruo had staged this herself. Trying to frame me for stealing your things? Tang Jian sneered. Then clean up your own mess. Fool! Ruan Anruo bit her lip and suddenly gave up, saying, Do you think that even if you didn't steal from me, no one knows how poor the Tang family is? I don't know if the Tang family is poor. Tang Jian stabbed at her heart, but I do know that you and your cousin are finished. With this incident, do you think you can still marry into the high family your mother wants? Go home and explain it to your mother, fool. Unexpectedly, Ruan Anruo was not afraid of her threats. I'm not afraid to tell you that my cousin and I are already engaged. Oh, is the sun rising in the west? Ruan Anruo noticed the brief embarrassment on Tang Jian's face and lifted her chin, saying, My cousin has already passed the highest examination, and my parents have agreed. Today's incident was actually your deliberate scheme to frame me for stealing. But everyone knows what kind of person you are. The innocent will clear their name. Pass the highest examination? It wasn't that Tang Jian doubted it, but Ruan Anruo's cousin had been studying for many years without any news of passing the exam. How could he have passed the highest examination? However, since she dared to bring it up in public, it must be true. Tang Jun sneered. So, you were both top scholars in high school? That's impressive, isn't it? If my father and older brother could easily become top scholars, shouldn't I be walking around with my head held high? A mere top scholar, and not even a second-tier one at that. How arrogant. Ruan Anruo. She seemed to have made a mistake by mentioning the imperial examination in front of the Tang family. It was like showing off a big axe in front of Liu Ban. It's not a big deal. Everyone disperse. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival, and with all this fuss, neither of you nor the onlookers will gain anything, said Meng Yulan. She didn't know when she had walked over. Song Jingyang immediately became servile upon seeing her, stepping forward to greet her. Miss Meng, you're here today too. I'm just bringing some snacks for Miss Yan Ran, not for anyone else. Tang Jun. What should she do if she wanted to scold him? This annoying sycophant. However, she vaguely understood that the marriage between Prince Jin and Meng Yulan was widely accepted. Meng Yulan's attitude was very cold, and she didn't even nod. Song Jingyang felt embarrassed and awkward. When everyone saw her arrive, they dared not speak further. Meng Yulan was favored by the Defei, who had long served the Empress, and was well liked by her. If they offended her, they could end up in trouble with the Empress. Who would benefit from that? Ruan Anruo left with the maid who had been beaten by Tang Jun, looking dejected. Tang Jun had won a great victory. Unexpectedly, Meng Yulan sat down beside her. Tang Jun said, Well, I really dislike Prince Jin. I truly have no interest in Prince Jin. First, he is unpleasant. Second, she wouldn't be foolish enough to compete for a man with a moral role model, would she? That would only make her a target for criticism. Yan Ran became anxious upon hearing this, but Linlin wouldn't let her speak. Yan Ran looked at Linlin with a pitiful expression, and Linlin offered her a piece of pastry, gently patting her hand, saying, Let's talk about it at home. Yan Ran felt comforted by the mention of home and happily started eating the snacks. Meng Yulan didn't respond directly, but said, You looked down on the top scholars earlier. Do you know how many here have family members who are top scholars and are proud of it? While top scholars are at the bottom tier for noble families, having a top scholar is already quite impressive. It's a matter of pride. Tang Zhujun thought, I really didn't expect to offend someone without realizing it. If Meng Yulan hadn't pointed it out, she wouldn't have thought of it. It seems she still has much to learn. She quickly said, I was reckless. Thank you for the reminder, Miss Meng. She appreciated this favor. Meng Yulan said, I also dislike Prince Jean. Huh? Tang Zhujun took a moment to understand and replied, Miss Meng really has good judgment. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone. A hint of disappointment and self-mockery flashed in Meng Yulan's eyes, but it was gone so quickly that Tang Zhujun thought she imagined it. Meng Yulan sat there for a while, and Tang Zhujun didn't know what to say, so she pretended to care for the child and made small talk like, the weather is nice today. She couldn't help but wonder, what is the model doing here? She didn't know Meng Yulan well and was hesitant to trust her words, especially the part about disliking Prince Jean. If she took that seriously, she'd be foolish. It wasn't that Meng Yulan was definitely lying, but she couldn't grasp Meng Yulan's motives, which raised more questions. After a while, a palace maid came over with a tray, smiling and inviting everyone to place their bets. What teams are there? Tang Zhujun asked, not understanding. The maid replied with a smile, the current bets are on the dragon boat teams of several princes. Oh, then I'll bet 1 or 2 silver on Prince Jean to lose, Tang Zhujun said. The maid awkwardly replied, Miss Tang, we only bet on the winners, and 1 or 2 silver. That bet was really not worth it. Oh, is that how it works? Then forget it, I won't bet. She was already reluctant to lose 1 or 2 silver on Prince Jean, and guessing randomly with a 1 in 6 chance seemed like throwing money away. If she wasn't lucky enough to win, she wouldn't dream of winning. The maid's smile became even more awkward. Meng Yulan said, I won't bet either. I can't see through it. The maid bowed and retreated. Tang Zhujun vaguely felt that she was trying to save her face. Anyway, even though she couldn't understand Meng Yulan, she didn't feel any dislike toward her so far. You are a good person, Meng Yulan suddenly said. Tang Zhujun was puzzled by this comment. While she felt good about herself, she wondered how Meng Yulan came to that conclusion. Was it just because she didn't bet? That was because she was poor. If she were wealthy, throwing away silver wouldn't be a problem. Yan looked at Meng Yulan with some caution. Everyone who could become her stepmother, besides Tang Zhujun, was an enemy. Children don't hide their emotions, and Tang Zhujun felt a bit awkward, explaining, this child is shy. Please don't take offense. She understood that Yan didn't want to have hostility toward a stepmother, but in this matter, Yan's attitude was insignificant. From what we can see, Meng Yulan will likely become the Princess of Jean, so it's better to maintain a good relationship with Yanran. Meng Yulan's attitude was calm. She showed no anger, but also no extra affection. She sat there, seeming very close yet feeling very distant. This might be the difference between a celestial being and a mortal. At that moment, another palace maid approached, kneeling and greeting Meng Yulan. Miss Meng, I finally found you here. The Empress Dowager requests your presence, along with the Empress, Concubine Da, and Concubine Qi. Only then did Meng Yulan stand up and say to the relieved Tang Zhujun, I'll come find you to talk later. Tang Zhujun. No need, really. I'm happy just admiring my sister from afar. This silent exchange almost brought her to tears. Wasn't it awkward? She watched Meng Yulan walk away with teary eyes. Sister, Yanran said softly, I don't want her to be my mother. What could Tang Zhujun say? She replied, It's okay. If you're not happy living in the palace, come find me, all right? Why can't you marry my father? Yanran looked up at her, tears welling in her eyes. Tang Zhujun was so surprised she almost fell off her chair. Sweetheart, we shouldn't repay kindness with resentment. At that moment, Linlin said, If I marry your father, I won't be able to see my aunt. Brother Linlin can come too, then I would just be a burden. Tang Zhujun almost laughed out loud. All right, let's not talk about that. She quickly changed the subject. I'm starving. Quickly tell me, which snack is delicious? Yanran hurriedly picked up a snack and brought it to her mouth, while Linlin offered her a sweet drink. Tang Zhujun felt very pleased, being held on both sides.
Who needs a man?
Raising children is enough. Men can be heartless and fickle, but as long as children are raised well, how many are ungrateful? The dragon boat race began, and they focused on watching. The Jean Prince's boat came in last, and Yanran felt a bit disappointed. Tang Zhujun regretted not letting her place a bet. Wouldn't she have won something by now? Meng Yulan had been gone for a long time, but Tang Zhujun felt relieved. She's back. Let's sit further away. Let's go change. Make sure not to show anything. After all, her man is. Who is it that everyone dislikes so much? Tang Zhuyun looked up and saw a woman in her 20s approaching, dressed in somewhat inappropriate clothing. She appeared a bit timid, and her two maids seemed to be better off than she was. The woman seemed to be searching for a seat, glancing around, but everyone avoided her gaze, clearly not wanting to interact with her. Tang Zhuyun was puzzled, but had no intention of inviting her over. However, the woman walked up to her and awkwardly asked, "Miss, is anyone sitting here?" "No, please have a seat," Tang Zhuyun replied. The woman sat down. Her face was heavily powdered, almost falling off, while her neck was dark, and her hands looked rough, suggesting she was used to hard work. She seemed uncomfortable in this setting, her eyes showing a mix of panic and humility, yet she tried to smile at Tang Zhuyun, complimenting her two children and expressing envy. "Don't mind me. I didn't recognize which family you belong to," Tang Zhuyun said with a smile. The woman blushed and hesitantly replied, "My husband is Wang Fu." Wang Fu? That name sounded familiar. Wang Fu. Isn't he the high-ranking eunuch close to the emperor? Tang Zhuyun suddenly understood why everyone treated her this way. Associating with her could lead to being labeled as flattering a eunuch, and this Mrs. Wang didn't seem very charming, which could easily lead to awkwardness. Most people likely looked down on her background. But Tang Zhuyun was different. If Mrs. Wang could win Wang Fu's affection and marry him, she must have some remarkable qualities. Other ladies might be glamorous, but who would dare to embarrass their husbands in public? They would have to keep their heads down. Although Mrs. Wang was cautious, anyone with eyes could see she didn't fit in. Yet, Wang Fu still allowed her to come out, indicating he was pleased with her. If she could win a man's heart, why should a group of cautious women look down on her? So you are Mrs. Wang," Tang Zhuyun said with a smile, inviting her to have some snacks. Mrs. Wang was surprised by her reaction and awkwardly said, "I'd rather not sit here, so I don't disturb you." "It's fine. You probably don't know who I am," Tang Zhuyun replied. Her reputation was quite poor, and it was uncertain who would be causing trouble for whom. After introducing herself, Mrs. Wang looked confused. It seemed there were still people unaware of the gossip. "It's all right, as long as you don't mind. Please sit here." At that moment, Tang Zhuyun felt quite confident. Her father was honest and upright. Who would dare accuse her of flattering Wang Fu? After a while, Meng Yulan returned, looking quite upset. What could have happened to make her lose her composure? Meng Yulan was about to sit down, but upon seeing Madame Wang, she paused and gave Tang Zhujun a deep glance. That look was so complicated that it made Tang Zhujun's heart sink. Before long, Tang Zhujun understood why. She heard that the emperor had publicly decreed that Meng Yulan would marry Prince Jin as his princess. If it had ended there, Tang Zhujun would have only felt sorry for Meng Yulan and scolded Prince Jin a bit.
But
the emperor also decreed that Tang Zhujun would be the prince's secondary wife. Tang Zhujun felt overwhelmed. What does this have to do with her? She was just enjoying her snacks and watching the dragon boat races. How did she suddenly get into this mess? She had said she admired Meng Yulan, but that didn't mean she wanted to share a husband. What about her father? Didn't he oppose this? Oh heavens, strike me down with lightning. The weather suddenly turned gloomy, and thunder rumbled in the distance. Tang Zhujun. I take it back, I take it back. There might still be a chance to change things. Staying alive is the most important. Oh, dear heavens, I will fight you to the end. Madame Wang congratulated Tang Zhujun upon hearing the news. Tang Zhujun, does my face say, I'm so happy? Back at home, Tang Zhujun was gloomy, and Linlin was not very happy either, while Yanran was overjoyed. When her father and brother finally returned, Tang Zhujun stepped forward and asked, "Dad, big brother, what's going on?" Tang Mingfan said, "Jun, don't get too worked up. The official decree hasn't come down yet, so there might still be changes. But don't worry, I will do everything I can to make sure the Emperor issues the decree quickly and prevents any further complications." Tang Baixing chuckled. "Dad, no need to be so cautious. Saying that will only make Jun worry more." Tang Zhujun? "Forget it, heavens, just end it for me." Feeling hopeless, while the world thinks she should be happy, makes one question the meaning of life. Tang Mingfan said, "Although being a secondary wife is a bit unfair to Jun, remember. Besides, the young lady from the Meng family is known for her kindness and won't bully Jun." Tang Zhujun, "No one stop me. I'm going to end this." After a while, the father and son finally understood from Tang Zhujun's repeated explanations that she truly did not want this. Yanran was hurt and was taken out by Linlin. Tang Mingfan couldn't understand. "Jun, you're not just saying this in anger, are you? Are you rejecting the side consort because you dislike her?" "No, I just don't want to marry Prince Jean." "Dad, is there still a chance to change this?" Tang Baixian frowned and said, "I'm afraid not. The Emperor has already announced it, and there's no way to reverse this." "Jun, can you tell your brother why you don't want to marry Prince Jean?" Tang Zhujun replied, "I just don't want to." "Is there any way out?" "Dad, brother, let's think of something. Other time-traveling girls who ran away from marriage had many tricks, right? Climbing a wall, faking death. Anyway, she couldn't just sit and wait. She couldn't lose face as a time-traveling girl." After thinking for a moment, Tang Baixian said, "If you really don't want to, then let's think of a way." Tang Zhujun could tell from his tone that he already had an idea. "Brother, hurry up and tell me." No. Tang Baixian denied before he could even finish. "That would ruin your future. You wouldn't be able to marry anyone later." Not being able to marry? That suited her just fine. "Brother, just tell me," Tang Zhujun said, shaking his arm playfully. Tang Baixian had little resistance to her charm and said, "I was thinking you could pretend to be sick, say you have a serious illness." "Great!" Tang Zhujun jumped up excitedly. "Brother, if you had such a good idea, you should have said it sooner." "I was worried for nothing." Tang Mingfan's expression was serious. "Jun, do you really want to do this?" "Dad, I really don't want to get married," Tang Zhujun said. "Linlin knows about my background. I've promised him I won't marry anyone and will raise him myself. I don't want to burden my brother any longer." She was working hard to earn money to help Tang Baixian find a wife and live a normal life. She was already 20, and her brother was 24.
Tang Baixian said, "So you were worried about me."
"I'm your brother, and I willingly do this for you. Just seeing you improve is enough for me. Don't worry, I will still treat Linlin as my own. You can rest assured about marrying into the prince's residence." Tang Zhujun. How could she explain to them that she didn't like Prince Jean? What was so good about Prince Jean? Especially when she heard in the courtyard that Aunt He and Xiao were preparing incense and candles to thank Buddha for blessing her with a good marriage, Tang Zhujun felt even more frustrated. She really wanted to die. "Dad, brother, I can handle the illness myself," Tang Zhujun said. "You both should focus on what you need to do and not worry about me. If you really want to help, just delay the decree and don't issue it so quickly." Tang Zhujun thought she couldn't waste time. For her own happiness, she needed to prepare the medicine right away. Being afflicted with a serious illness has its own significance. After thinking it over, she decided to disfigure herself. If she developed a rash that looked like smallpox, the Emperor would likely change his mind. If he felt embarrassed, he might ask her father to bring it up, and the Emperor could easily agree, perhaps even rewarding her with some compensation. If the Emperor still wasn't convinced, she would need to leave some after effects, using strong medicine to make him feel that marrying her would be unfair to his son. She was quite clever. "By the way, father, there's something I almost forgot," Tang Zhujun said. "Today, Ruan Anruo bothered me again and mentioned that her cousin passed the imperial examination." Tang Mingfan frowned. "I need to talk to Ruan Shaoqing and make sure he teaches his daughter properly." I didn't lose anything," Tang Zhujun replied. "It's all personal matters, not worth it." Tang Mingfan felt relieved. I've heard something about this before. Although he passed the exam, it's not impressive, but it's still acceptable since he comes from a merchant family. Merchant families don't have much of an academic atmosphere. It was only in the last decade that the emperor relaxed restrictions and allowed merchants to study. No, what I meant was, I knew he was incompetent. How could he pass the palace exam? Are you suggesting that someone might have cheated? Yes, Tang Baixin said, that shouldn't be the case. If what you say is true, cheating from the autumn exam to the spring exam and then to the palace exam would be very difficult. But it's not impossible, Tang Mingfan replied. Since your sister mentioned it, check this year's top candidates and see if there are any clues. Tang Baixin agreed. Tang Zhujun felt very happy. Although she wasn't entirely sure about the matter, her father and brother took her seriously and were willing to investigate, showing their respect for her. Father, brother, I'm going back to my room. After she left, the father and son fell into a difficult discussion about whether Tang Zhujun truly didn't want to marry Prince Jin or was just pretending. Her mixed signals had caused her family to lose trust in her. If they really stopped her this time, there might not be another chance. Tang Zhujun was unaware of their dilemma and focused on her own plans. No, she was focused on making medicine. She didn't even prepare dinner. Granny brought the meal that left everyone in the house looking uncomfortable. Tang Zhujun was not picky. After finishing a bowl of noodles, she returned to her work with renewed energy. Tang Baixin looked at Tang Mingfan and asked, Dad, has Ajun been affected by something? Tang Mingfan replied, Can I still bring lunch tomorrow morning? This was a serious matter for him, concerning both his pride and his stomach. Tang Baixin was speechless. Tang Mingfan sighed. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. Ajun has spoiled us all. Tang Zhujun worked hard until late at night. Eventually, she couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. Yawning and with teary eyes, she put down her medicine and fell asleep on her bed. In her dream, she imagined marrying the Prince of Jin, sitting on the bed with a red veil over her head. When the prince entered and lifted the veil, he was so startled by her appearance that he fainted. Prince, look at you now. What's wrong with me? The voice next to her sounded too real. Tang Zhujun instinctively muttered, You jerk. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her face, as if someone had pinched her hard, waking her from her dream. The prince's face appeared in the candlelight, looking almost golden, but his expression was not pleasant. It took Tang Zhujun a moment to realize that this jerk had barged into her room in the middle of the night. What are you doing? She exclaimed angrily. This was too much. She wasn't even his anything, yet he entered her room. If she really became his concubine in the future, would he treat her like this every day? However, seeing the medicine on the table that she hadn't tidied up, she felt a bit guilty. I need you to come with me right now. Why should I? Fine, but you need to explain yourself. Tang Zhujun took the 100 taels of silver the prince handed her and tucked it into her pouch. Help me save someone. It's urgent. Then, let's hurry. Tang Zhujun said. But I need to tell my dad first. Don't wake up Lord Tang in the middle of the night. I'll explain everything to him later. What if you kill me to keep me quiet? Tang Zhujun said with a look of disdain. Then I do it right now. Who would suspect me? The prince's expression clearly showed his lack of intelligence. Ignoring the prince, Tang Zhujun focused on the money. Reluctantly, she agreed. Is there still a reward if the person is saved? The prince impatiently replied, I'll give you another 100 taels. This woman was clearly motivated by money. All right. Tang Zhujun smiled brightly. Who do we need to save? Meng Yulan. What did you do to her? Tang Zhujun instinctively asked, looking both disgusted and wary. What a beast. Just as she became his fiancée, he pushed her to the edge. I didn't see you were this kind of Prince Jin. The prince said nothing, but Tang Zhujun imagined a dramatic scene of a bully forcing a good woman. Come with me, Prince Jin said, his presence suddenly cold. Tang Zhujun felt even more indignant. He was clearly angry because she had seen through him. And besides, why was he pulling her around? Whether it was for Meng Yulan's innocent sake or just for the money, she didn't want to help someone like him. Humph. Before leaving, Tang Zhujun told Xiao about it. Because it involved Meng Yulan's reputation, she spoke vaguely, just saying she was going out with Prince Jean. Xiao looked at her and then at Prince Jean, nodding eagerly. Miss, you can go without worry. There's no rush to return. I'll cover for you. Tang Zhujun. Really, this maid is so useless. She could be thrown away, and no one would pick her up. Xiao, you really are something the best. Tang Zhujun was too angry to speak, but she was also anxious to save someone, so she hurried out with Prince Jean. Is there a carriage? She asked, holding up a lantern and looking around. Only horses, Prince Jean replied. Time is of the essence. I apologize for the inconvenience. Then, Tang Zhujun felt two strong arms lift her off the ground and place her on a horse. Before she could even gasp, a broad, sturdy man was pressed against her from behind. Go! Having never ridden a horse before, Tang Zhujun was terrified and clung tightly to the horse's mane, shouting, You jerk! Prince Jean held the reins with one hand and tightly gripped her waist with the other, but she was too scared to move, completely unaware of how awkward this position was for him. Prince Jean felt his face heat up, unsure of what to say. After a moment, Tang Zhujun adjusted, feeling the wind rush past her ears and realizing she was stable on the horse. It wasn't so bad after all. However, she still didn't dare to sit up. Her sense of security came from the close contact with the horse. She seriously doubted that Prince Jean treated Meng Yulan any differently today, which had led to her injury. What a crazy man! A wise woman doesn't suffer losses up front. She would settle the score with him later to avoid making him angry and losing her life. The Prince of Jean didn't know which entrance to take her to at the Meng family estate. When he carried Tang Zhujun off the horse, a man who looked like a steward and a woman holding a lantern were anxiously waiting for him at the door. Even though it was late at night, Tang Zhujun noticed that both of them changed their expressions when they saw her. It made sense. Something had happened to Meng Yulan in the middle of the night, and here was the prince bringing another woman, looking quite close and riding together. It seemed very suspicious. However, the prince showed no intention of explaining. He said in a deep voice, Lead the way. Yes, yes, yes. The prince pulled Tang Zhujun's sleeve and walked ahead. After a couple of steps, she felt a sharp pain in her thigh. It was her first time riding a horse, and it had hurt her delicate skin. But saving someone, especially Meng Yulan, was urgent. Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth and hurried to keep up, though her walking was a bit awkward. She didn't notice that the prince's gaze flickered slightly, but he said nothing. After winding through several paths, they arrived at a quiet courtyard filled with the fragrance of flowers. Lanterns along the corridor illuminated the swing and rock formations in the yard. However, there were many people standing in the courtyard, men and women, both masters and servants. When the prince entered, Duke Meng and his family stepped forward to pay their respects, looking ashamed. It's my fault for not managing things well. I hope the prince can forgive me for this incident. The duke appeared to be in his 50s, and his wife and concubine stood behind him, bowing their heads respectfully to the prince. The prince said in a serious tone, First, let's check on Miss Meng. Have you called a doctor? Duke Meng replied, This is a family matter, and I was afraid it might affect your reputation, so I didn't dare to call a doctor. We will wait for your decision. Tang Zhujun was incredibly angry upon hearing this. Isn't Meng Yulan still your daughter? Even if a married daughter is like spilled water, she hasn't married yet. If something serious happened to Meng Yulan, it would be too late. And what family matter? Tang Zhujun couldn't imagine what kind of scandal someone like Meng Yulan could create. The prince said, This is Tang Zhujun. She knows medicine. Let her take a look. Yes, Duke Meng replied. However, Mrs. Meng gasped in surprise. Tang Zhujun? Wasn't she supposed to be the prince's concubine? Why was she with him at this hour? Duke Meng looked displeased. Be quiet. You must not speak out of turn in front of the prince. Duke Meng likely had a commanding presence, and as soon as he spoke, the courtyard fell silent. The prince said to Tang Zhujun, You go in and take a look. It's not convenient for me to enter. Tang Zhujun lifted her skirt and hurried inside. In Meng Yulan's room, There was only a maid kneeling by the bed, quietly sobbing. Meng Yulan lay on the bed, her face pale as paper, with a deep mark around her neck, her eyes closed, as if she had lost all signs of life. Tang Zhujun was stunned. Did Meng Yulan
hang herself?
Not daring to delay, she stepped forward and said, "I'm a doctor. Let me check on Miss Meng." The Duchess of Meng entered shortly after, signaling the maid to step aside. As soon as Tang Zhujun placed her hand on Meng Yulan's pulse, the latter opened her eyes and, with a weary smile, said, "I'm fine. I won't die. I didn't mean to trouble you and make you come here at this late hour." Tang Zhujun sighed in relief, sitting down on the footstool. Looking at her lifeless face, she couldn't help but say, "Sister, why are you feeling this way? Don't you know that those who hang themselves end up with their tongues sticking out? It's such an awful sight. Living poorly is better than dying." She truly couldn't understand those who chose to end their lives. Tears streamed down Meng Yulan's cheeks, flowing into her dark hair. From her eyes, Tang Zhujun saw deep despair. The Duchess of Meng said, "Yulan is fine. Please inform the prince that she is okay, and we will take good care of her from now on." In front of the prince, "I hope you can say a few good words for her." Her words were sharp. As a mother, she seemed quite dissatisfied that her future son-in-law favored a concubine and brought her into their home at such an hour. Just as Tang Zhujun was about to retort, "Didn't you have a part in pushing your daughter to this point? Why do you keep referring to the prince as if he were your own son?" Meng Yulan spoke first. "Mother, please go rest. I have something to discuss with Zhujun." The Duchess was worried but couldn't go against her daughter, so she left with the maid. "Sorry to disturb your rest," Meng Yulan said. "I'm fine, but I just can't understand why someone like you would feel this way," Tang Zhujun replied, looking down. "Someone like me, with a ruined reputation, is still trying to live." Thinking of this made her want to curse. It was one thing to have a tough home life. She could change her situation with hard work. But the problem was that there were too many messes to clean up from her past. She didn't know how long it would take. For instance, the people she had offended, her tarnished reputation, and her strict biological father. All these ticking time bombs could explode at any moment. However, even so, she did not want to die. There are many things in this home that she cherishes. Who knows if she will ever live again, or what her life would be like if she did. Having been born into this life, they are truly winners in life. Being ungrateful could bring misfortune. "Because I," Meng Yulan said, "do not want to marry the Prince Jean, Tang Zhujun." That the Prince Jean is indeed widely criticized and disliked. The two women about to be married off have one thinking of escaping due to illness, while the other is even more straightforward, saying she would rather die than marry. "To be honest, I don't know what the Prince Jean is really like," Tang Zhujun said honestly, "but from my limited interactions with him, he seems to be a reasonable person, not as violent as the rumors suggest." "Sister, why not get to know him better? Even if the Prince Jean is a celestial being, I still won't marry him," Meng Yulan said. "It's not that he isn't good enough, it's just that my heart belongs to someone else." Tang Zhujun was surprised to hear such shocking news and didn't know how to respond. The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. She wasn't at all interested in prying into Meng Yulan's feelings. No matter the situation, as long as she could enjoy gossip with the crowd, it was fun and safe. But knowing secrets that others don't is like handling a bomb. It could explode at any moment. However, Meng Yulan seemed eager to share and continued, "I am 19 this year, Tang Zhujun. I'm 20, but I still want to call you sister. From 13 to 19, I have turned down countless marriage proposals just to wait for him. But in the end, I couldn't fight against fate or a royal decree. If I can't give my heart and soul to him, I would rather die." What a strong-willed woman. What could Tang Zhujun say? She didn't know the full story and could only say, "Actually, I think since the decree hasn't been issued yet, if you really don't want to marry, you should think of a way, but don't make it hard on yourself. The emperor has already publicly declared it. What room is there for change?" Meng Yulan said with a sorrowful expression. "What's most heartbreaking is that right now I might not even be able to die if I wanted to. I can't even handle this small matter. I feel so useless." It turns out that even a role model can feel this way sometimes. Tang Zhujun felt a bit sad, but their relationship was still shallow, and it wasn't the right time to say much more. Meng Yulan continued, I saw you for the first time yesterday, but I had heard about you before. Tang Zhujun blushed. Look, the past has its consequences, and now the retribution has come. However, Meng Yulan said, to be honest, I really envy you. I envy how you can openly express your feelings and be yourself without being held back by rules. Wait a minute, miss. Why is there anything to envy about being infatuated? Your perspective seems a bit off. I saw you yesterday, and you truly are the bold and free-spirited woman I imagined, which makes me like you even more, Meng Yulan continued. I didn't expect we would meet again, especially in this situation. Tang Zhujun blushed even more, feeling shy from the compliment. She didn't expect Meng Yulan to think so highly of her. Meng Yulan pointed to a delicate 3-layered jewelry box on the dressing table and said, Zhujun, could you please bring me that box? Tang Zhujun did as she was told. The jewelry box was made of rosewood and felt heavy, though she didn't know what was inside. Meng Yulan struggled to sit up, and the noticeable red mark on her neck was mostly hidden. As she opened the drawers of the jewelry box, she said, I know you said you dislike Prince Jean, but I don't believe that's true. You actually like him. In her youth, she had also playfully told someone she disliked him while secretly feeling sweet inside. Tang Zhujun replied, No, that's not true at all. Please don't say that. I have someone in my heart and truly have no interest in him. I've known my family had such plans for a long time, so I really don't like him. Looking back, what does this have to do with Prince Jean? It's just that I'm not fortunate enough. Tang Zhujun insisted. Sister, you really don't need to say anything good about Prince Jean. I truly don't like him. The drawer Meng Yulan opened nearly dazzled Tang Zhujun's eyes. The 3 layers were filled with various exquisite jewelry, gold, silver, and gems. These are gifts from my elders over the years. I keep the ones I like here, Meng Yulan said, closing it and pushing it towards Tang Zhujun. I'm giving these to you to enhance your beauty. I wish you happiness with Prince Jean, flying together like a pair of lovebirds. It's my way of showing I care for you and apologizing for the trouble Prince Jean has faced. Tang Zhujun repeatedly declined. Sister, I can't accept this. She couldn't accept such valuable items no matter what. Please take it. I don't have much time left, Meng Yulan said. Although her family would keep a close watch on her, she felt that if she was determined to end her life, she could find a way. When her news reached far away, it would let him know that his Yulan had remained devoted to him in this life. Thinking of the person she cares about, Meng Yulan cried like rain. Tang Zhujun felt a heavy stone in her heart, feeling very uncomfortable. Her background, appearance, and upbringing. None of these helped Meng Yulan find happiness, which was truly upsetting to think about. Originally, Tang Zhujun could observe from a distance, but Meng Yulan genuinely liked her. Even before the end, she thought of leaving her beloved jewelry to her. This affection made Tang Zhujun feel she could never repay it. So she took out a handkerchief to help Meng Yulan wipe her tears and said softly, Sister, don't cry. The imperial decree hasn't been issued yet. If you really don't want to marry Prince Jean, I can help you think of a way. She never owed anyone a favor, especially couldn't stand when others opened their hearts to her. However, Meng Yulan didn't quite believe her and self-deprecatingly said, Right now, there's no way out. But thank you, I just regret not meeting you sooner. Alright, it's not the time to talk like that. Listen to me. Meng Yulan clearly had given up and didn't believe Tang Zhujun's words. She said, I know you mean well, but you don't understand. The power of the emperor is frightening. Since he has spoken in front of so many people, he won't take it back. Until the final decree is issued, anything is possible. Zhujun, can I call you that? Meng Yulan held her hand. I know you have good intentions, but silly girl, you shouldn't say that. Seeking benefits and avoiding harm is human nature, and Tang Zhujun involving herself in her matters brought no good to her. This was also why she increasingly liked Tang Zhujun. Her boldness and sincerity were much better than those noble ladies who wore masks every day. If it were someone else, I wouldn't care, Tang Zhujun said, explaining her plan to pretend to be sick. Sister Meng, I will give you the medicine. Meng Yulan stared at her in shock, completely not expecting such an outrageous idea. After a moment, she smiled bitterly and said, Zhu Jun, you're really too foolish. If you give me the medicine, what will you do? They couldn't both be seriously ill at the same time. Anyone would be suspicious. I have another reason, Tang Zhujun replied. She had been torn about which reason to use, but now it was settled. One for each of them. What reason? I can't tell you right now, but I will definitely be able to escape unharmed. She wasn't a maiden. That was enough to save her. Meng Yulan shook her head. No, that's your way to save yourself, and I don't want it. Even if we escape from Prince Jean this time, we can't hide from others later. Moreover, she smiled sadly and asked, Zhuyun, how does your family treat you? Very well. Tang Zhuyun replied without hesitation. You know my past reputation, but my father and older brother have always treated me well and never gave up on me. She was deeply grateful for this, even though the past had nothing to do with her. I'm even more envious of you. I wondered why you have such a warm and innocent personality. It must be because your family spoils you, but I heard that my sister is also quite favored in the Meng Duke's residence. This statement was half true and half comforting. The truth was that among the unmarried girls in the Meng Duke's residence, Meng Yulan was treated the best, which everyone knew. The comforting part was that Tang Zhuyun had just seen the Duke's flattering attitude towards Prince Jean, so she understood how much of that favor was genuine. You are right. I am favored. Compared to my other sisters, I shouldn't complain, Meng Yulan said. But if I fall seriously ill, I will become a shame to my parents and burden my mother. She is already struggling. In a wealthy family, the competition among wives and concubines was fierce. Tang Zhuyun, though not experienced, understood a bit about it. But sister, if you die, won't that affect mother too? At least death would end everything, Meng Yulan said sadly. Every day I live is a torment. I miss him so much. Tang Zhuyun wanted to say, if you miss him so much, why not run away to find him? She couldn't imagine 6 years of longing in darkness. However, she also understood that her modern thoughts were not applicable to Meng Yulan. She could never do that. She felt deep sympathy for Meng Yulan. If Meng Yulan dared to lose herself like in her past life, her family would be the first to harm her. Meng Yulan was right. If her marriage to Prince Jean happened, it would betray her feelings and persistence. If it didn't happen, she would still let down her parents and burden her mother with a difficult future. Why was it so hard? If Meng Yulan truly had no way out, what about Prince Jean? Sister, Tang Jian said, what about Prince Jean? If he opposes this marriage, won't it have nothing to do with you? You might only be laughed at a bit, but with your reputation and Prince Jin's notorious name, people would eventually sympathize with you. Meng Yulan stared blankly at Tang Jian, unable to understand how such a small mind could come up with so many ideas. Free-spirited and unrestrained. What a desirable free soul this is. Tang Zhujun stroked her chin and said, let me think about how to make the Crown Prince call off the engagement. The Crown Prince probably also wants to please the Emperor, so going against him would be very difficult. It seems they don't have any important leverage to sway the Crown Prince. Meng Yulan looked at her. Zhujun, do you know the Crown Prince well? Tang Zhujun. She knows a little. Not very well. But wasn't his daughter unwell before? Now she's with me for health care. She's a likable child. Is she the young girl who was with you yesterday? Yes, I can tell she really likes you. Yes, affection is mutual, just like me and my sister. We hit it off right away. Tang Zhujun smiled. Actually, in terms of age, I'm the older sister. I'm 20 this year, but I feel like you're more like the sister. Meng Yulan smiled. I'm glad to finally meet you, Zhujun. These are all things I like, given to someone I care about. Please accept them. She pushed the items closer to Tang Zhujun. Before I leave this world, I want to find them a new master. Also, I'm not entirely selfless. I have a request. I can't accept these, and you can't leave us. But if you need something, you can tell me. Didn't I say we'd think of a way regarding the Crown Prince? Look, I managed to outsmart him. You're even smarter. This was a bit of boasting. Her success was due to the Crown Prince's pressure and temptation. But now, to encourage Meng Yulan, boasting was fine. The maid who came with you earlier, named Green Bamboo, is the daughter of my wet nurse. She has been by my side since childhood, Meng Yulan said. She has hidden many of my letters. Tang Zhujun immediately understood who those letters were for, and her eyes grew warm. This lovesick girl is so heart-wrenching. Please keep them safe for me. I'm afraid they'll be discovered there and put her in danger, Meng Yulan said. When he returns to the capital one day, please give them to him so he knows that Meng Yulan never betrayed him. Never. Mentioning the person she longed for, etched deeply in her heart, made Meng Yulan tear up. Fate can be cruel. They were childhood friends, well-matched, and their mothers were close friends. She had even heard her mother privately ask if she would be willing to marry him. She would. Marrying him was her dream since childhood. For him, she wanted to become the best version of herself. However, before the marriage was settled, something happened at home, and the entire family was exiled to the border, never to be heard from again. Listening to her story, Tang Zhujun found it hard to connect the dots. 6 years ago, her previous self had not yet arrived in the capital. Even if she had, she probably wouldn't have been interested in such matters unless there was an exceptionally handsome young talent involved. But something felt off. Exile didn't mean no communication. Why had there been no news for so many years? Could he have died? She didn't dare to say that outright, so she gently asked, "Sister, has he never written to you?" "No," Meng Yulan replied. "He is very reserved and strong-willed, and he surely doesn't want to burden me. But in my heart, there is only him. If I have to marry someone else, I would rather die." Oh, it was so difficult. A pair of star-crossed lovers. Tang Zhujun felt troubled because Meng Yulan was not like her. No matter what happened, her family would always support her. But for Meng Yulan, any trouble would first affect her family. So, they needed to find a way to approach the Prince Jean. However, she had no leverage against the prince, which was quite frustrating. Meng Yulan tightly grasped Tang Zhujun's hand. "His name is Jiang Beihan, the heir of the Wuyang Marquis. When he returns to the capital, sister, please help me tell him that my heart belongs only to him. Give him my letters so he knows that Yulan is his in life and in death." "Sister Meng, no, please don't," Tang Zhujun said. "It hasn't come to that point, really. You must live well, no matter how hard it gets, so that one day you can reunite with the person you love. If someone dies, there is truly nothing left." Tang Zhujun couldn't think of a solution at the moment, but she gritted her teeth and said, "Sister Meng, it was the Prince Jean who brought me here. Why don't we invite him in and honestly tell him that your heart belongs to someone else? We can ask him what to do." Meng Yulan was startled. "How can we ask the prince what to do? He hasn't done anything wrong. In fact, my desire to die would be very unfair to him. If word gets out, he might gain a reputation for being a wife killer, especially since she wanted to die and Tang Zhujun wanted to avoid any illness. Combined, who would dare to marry the Prince Jean in the future?" "No," Tang Zhujun said. "I believe he is not unreasonable. If we speak honestly with him, it would be better than having 2 deaths, which wouldn't be good for him either. It's better to resolve this peacefully, right?" Meng Yulan felt something was off about the situation but was too intimidated by Tang Zhujun to voice her objections. Tang Zhujun invited Prince Jean in. Meng Yulan got out of bed and knelt on the floor. Tang Zhujun pulled her, but she refused to get up, lowering her head and accepting the prince's judgment. The prince didn't ask her to rise, ignoring Tang Zhujun's desperate gestures. "Speak," he said coldly. Meng Yulan couldn't say that her heart belonged to someone else, as that would be difficult to explain to her father. Tang Zhujun couldn't hold back and said, "Your Highness, about the marriage." "Be quiet, I didn't ask you," the prince interrupted. Tang Zhujun. What a frustrating man. Meng Yulan bowed her head and spoke with difficulty. "I am not worthy of the prince, despite his great reputation." Tang Zhujun added, "Neither am I." The prince sneered. "You know your own reputation." This was directed at Tang Zhujun. Tang Zhujun thought, "What a good man, but he talks too much." The prince then said to Meng Yulan, "If you don't want this, go to the emperor and refuse the marriage." Meng Yulan was speechless. Tang Zhujun thought. If there were true equality, that would be easy. But women are at a disadvantage, and reality doesn't allow it. Your Highness. Tang Zhujun faced the prince's cold gaze and swallowed hard. There's a saying, a forced marriage is not sweet. Tang Zhujun, do you think I would settle for anything less? How could he say that? As a prince, he shouldn't be so desperate. All favors from the ruler are blessings, the prince said coldly. Whether it's sweet or not is not for you to decide. Tears from Meng Yulan fell to the floor. Did she not understand this truth? Just as Tang Zhujun was about to scold the prince, he said, you both have a year. If you want to refuse the marriage, you'll have to rely on your own abilities. A year? Tang Zhujun and Meng Yulan looked at the prince in surprise. The prince turned his back to them, standing with his hands behind his back, his voice like shattered ice. Before next May, the emperor will not arrange a marriage. Tang Zhujun asked, why? Why was she so skeptical? Meng Yulan, however, thanked him. Thank you, Your Highness. With nearly a year left, she felt a glimmer of hope. She had heard that there seemed to be new developments in the case of the Wuyang Marquis, and the emperor's attitude had softened. Being consumed by darkness before dawn was the deepest despair in her heart. Before then, you two must either change the emperor's mind or obediently marry into the royal family. If you dare to harm the royal family's reputation, don't blame me for being harsh. The prince's words were heavy, carrying a chilling warning. What a frustrating man, with such a terrible attitude. Who is afraid of whom? If it weren't for the fact that he gave her a year of probation, Tang Zhujun would have spat in his face. Meng Yulan sincerely thanked the prince and bowed 3 times. There's still a year. She didn't expect to change anything, but she hoped the person she cared about could return to the capital. If she had more time, even if she still ended up dying, she could do so with more peace and fewer regrets. The prince said, aren't you coming with me? Tang Zhujun replied, wait, today's events might cause trouble for Sister Meng. We should think of a way to help her through this first. The prince insisted, I said you should come. He was a man, and women had gone so far as to take their own lives to avoid marrying him. He had been patient until now and even extended the deadline by a year, which was already very generous. Why be so fierce? Sister Meng, Tang Zhujun quickly suggested, just say my reputation is poor, and I don't want to share a husband with you. But after meeting me today, you realize the rumors are exaggerated, so you've changed your mind. How about that? The prince sneered. Meng Yulan said, sister, just go. Don't anger the prince. I can handle my own matters and won't drag you down. The prince's reputation was even worse. Her unwillingness to marry him would likely be more convincing. The prince gave her a deep glance, and Meng Yulan suddenly felt a chill, as if all her thoughts had been seen through. The prince was truly frightening. The prince took Tang Zhujun back. Although this time Tang Zhujun wasn't as flustered as when she arrived, she remained stiff in the saddle. When the prince tried to lift her down, she was still rigid, and he scolded, you're as stiff as a log. Is all your courage used up on me? You just realized that. Tang Zhujun replied irritably, her thigh aching more. In front of the prince, she didn't care about her image. After all, he had seen her in all her awkwardness, walking like a waddling duck. The prince sighed, go back and apply some ointment. Tang Zhujun suddenly turned around. Your Highness, since I helped you in the middle of the night, could you give me a pill? What kind of pill? He asked. Aren't you a doctor? I want a calming pill. Tang Zhujun looked at him. Is the year you mentioned for real? The prince replied, get inside before I get angry. Tang Zhujun said. Fine, she couldn't win, so she backed down. However, just a few steps later, she heard him say, my grandmother passed away, and I need to observe a year of mourning. Ah. Tang Zhujun genuinely felt embarrassed and stammered, I'm sorry, I didn't know. Although the prince sometimes acts selfishly, like wanting to marry her for the wrong reasons, he is still a good person overall. If he didn't have some cleverness, he would have been in danger long ago. His grandmother passed away, and he didn't have to observe mourning, but he chose to because of his deep feelings. Take care, Tang Jian said. When someone dies, they don't just disappear. They become stars in the sky watching over us. When you think of those who have passed, just look at the brightest stars. They are your loved ones. Oh my, what is she talking about? She tends to say silly things when she's embarrassed. The prince is not a child. But the prince seriously looked up at the night sky and after a while said, "You should go inside. I'll watch over you here." Suddenly, she felt a bit warm. Even the injured demon king was becoming kinder.
Sigh.
After returning home, Tang Zhuyan tossed and turned. She had an injury and was troubled, so she couldn't sleep and decided to get up and cook. Tang Mingfan noticed there were 2 large food boxes today and happily said, "Jian, you worked hard. You didn't need to prepare so much. It just benefits others." Just look at Scholar Su, who prides himself on being high-minded, refusing to brew tea unless it's the best, yet he quickly competes for pig stomach and trotters with me. Seeing her father so pleased with himself, Tang Zhuyan couldn't help but smile. "Father, this is for you, and this one is for the prince." Tang Mingfan was surprised. The prince? He couldn't have heard that right. Just yesterday, his daughter was adamant about not wanting to marry the prince. Although he felt confused, he secretly felt proud, thinking, "My daughter is truly remarkable. Wealth cannot corrupt her." But now, Tang Zhuyan seemed to have changed her mind again. Children shouldn't change their minds so quickly. Seeing his expression, Tang Zhuyan realized he misunderstood and said, "No, father, I haven't changed my mind. It's just that the prince said he would talk to the emperor and delay the marriage for another year, so we should thank him." The prince's background is a mystery and no one seems to know who his grandmother was, so she unintentionally let that slip. How can it be delayed for another year? Tang Mingfan found it hard to believe. He opened the food box for the prince and found 2 plates of buns, a small dish, and 2 bowls of rice porridge, nothing more. When he opened his own box, he saw braised meat, eggs, and sheep's milk, with the buns being thin-skinned and juicy, completely different from the round, fluffy buns meant for the prince. His daughter still favored him the most. The Prince of Jin might get angry, but let's not make it too obvious. Hearing him speak, Tang Jian said, "Father, the Prince of Jin is currently fasting, so this is a vegetarian bun." "Fasting?" "Yes, so you don't need to worry, just take it to him."
All right.
"But Yun, you and the Prince of Jin, there's nothing between us. It's absolutely impossible."
Oh.
After the court meeting, Tang Mingfan invited the Prince of Jin to have a meal together. The prince was a bit surprised, but did not refuse. When he finished the vegetarian breakfast that Tang Zhuyan had specially prepared for him, he felt a slight warmth in his heart.
She remembered what I said last night.
The prince finished his meal, thanked Tang Mingfan, and then went to see the emperor. "Your grandmother has passed away?" The emperor was somewhat shocked and fell silent for a while. Wang Fu quietly replaced the cold tea in front of the emperor with hot tea, and then quietly stepped back. In the large study, there were only the father and son, along with Wang Fu. Wang Fu had served the emperor since his time in the Hidden Palace, and over the years, he had established a solid position as the emperor's most trusted aide. The Prince of Jin lowered his gaze. "Your grandmother raised you, and I approve." "Thank you, father." After a moment of silence, the emperor continued, "Your princess and concubines have all been carefully chosen by me. Although the marriage can only be granted after a year, I do not wish for any changes." "Father, Meng Yulan is one thing," the Prince of Jin said, "but I truly do not understand why you have given me Tang Jian." Both Meng Yulan and Tang Jian did not want to marry him, yet he seemed more upset about Tang Jian, feeling a sense of defiance. "If you don't want to marry, then I won't force you." So today, he wanted to remove Tang Jian from the equation. He was a proud person. How could he force a woman? The emperor said, "Actually, I have seen her when she first entered the capital, but she has forgotten." At that time, the emperor saw Tang Mingfan return home after visiting relatives, looking thin and worn out, and wanted to understand what was happening. But when the emperor asked, Tang Mingfan said it was nothing. The emperor felt something was off, so he went out in disguise and found the Tang family. At that time, Tang Jian was at home, causing a scene, wanting to go outside. Neither Granny he nor Xiaoer could hold her back, and when Tang Baixin slapped her, she lay on the ground and wouldn't get up. Tang Mingfan was nearby, crying. She's pregnant? The Prince of Jin couldn't believe his ears.
Yes.
Tang Baixin's son is actually her child with someone else from the countryside. But if that's the case, why did Father Emperor still arrange a marriage for me? I was very angry at the time and wanted to punish her, but Lord Tang Mingfan and his son pleaded with me. After returning to the palace, I thought about it and couldn't help but feel upset. How could there be such a woman? I ended up breaking a few teacups. Just then, Master Hong'en arrived. Master Hong'en is the respected head of the Great Xianghua Temple. When no one believed in the emperor before, he told the emperor that he would become the future ruler. After the emperor ascended the throne, he often invited him to the palace. Seeing the emperor looking troubled, Master Hong'en asked what was wrong. The emperor was about to share his feelings and told him about the situation. Master Hong'en said, "Is it Lord Tang Mingfan's daughter?" "Yes." The emperor gritted his teeth. "Then may I ask, how many daughters does Lord Tang have?" "Only this one, raised in the countryside, so she has become quite unruly. Then your majesty need not worry. That girl just needs the right opportunity. After she turns 20, she will change." The emperor was skeptical but later forgot about the matter. "You see, this year she just turned 20, the emperor said to Prince Jin. "The girl you see now is completely different from the rumors, isn't she?" I increasingly feel that Master Hong'en is quite profound. He even predicted my relationship with your mother. It turns out there was such a reason behind it. If it weren't for her having had a child, I would have intended to make her your main wife. Both Lord Tang and his son are loyal ministers. Knowing that Tang Baixin suffered an undeserved misfortune, the emperor admired his responsibility and continued to support him despite advice to the contrary. Tang Zhuyan has transformed, and for no other reason than that she protected Yanran. I also have an explanation to your mother, so I won't be ashamed to meet her after 100 years. Tears sparkled in the emperor's eyes. Let her be your secondary wife. I hope her good fortune will bless you and Yanran. I, too, am a father who wishes for the safety and happiness of my children. Father Emperor. Prince Jin lifted his robe and knelt. Your heartfelt intentions I will always remember. Get up. When I think of your mother, I can't help it. However, Prince Jin did not stand up immediately and said, Father Emperor, I understand your concerns. But that Tang Zhuyan has had another man's child. What could he say? Tang Zhuyan disliked him and didn't want to be with him at all. At that moment, Wang Fu suddenly spoke up. Miss Tang grew up in the countryside without anyone to care for her, so it's understandable that she went down the wrong path. Yesterday, I saw that she truly likes Miss Yanran, and what's even better is that Miss Yanran likes her too. Your Highness, forgive my meddling, but finding a good mother for Miss Yanran to secure a place as a side consort is worth it. The emperor glanced at him and smiled, saying, You old fellow, it's rare for you to meddle in affairs. Tell me honestly, did you accept a gift from the Tang family? Prince Jin was also surprised. When has someone like Wang Fu ever spoken up for others? Especially on such a sensitive topic as marriage. If Tang Zhujun does not turn out well, the emperor would blame him too. Why would he speak up? Wang Fu laughed and said, Your Majesty, you jest. Even if I were to accept gifts, I wouldn't receive anything from Lord Tang. You know I privately support the Imperial Kitchen to ensure they prepare good meals for Lord Tang. If you say that, I am truly more wronged than Do-yi. The emperor laughed and scolded. You old fellow, trying to be clever in front of me? Be honest, why are you helping Tang Zhujun? Are you perhaps under her influence? It had become a running joke that Wang Fu would sneak food from Tang Mingfan's table, and the emperor was aware of it. Prince Jin quietly listened to their conversation. Wang Fu bowed and said, Indeed, nothing escapes your keen eyes, Your Majesty. I do wish to speak up for Miss Tang because she is truly kind-hearted and beautiful. Oh, then tell me more, the emperor said, intrigued. Your Majesty, at the Dragon Boat Festival banquet yesterday, I was forced to bring my wife, who is not of high status. You mean your lady? Exactly. I know about this, the emperor replied, pointing at Wang Fu and saying to Prince Jin, I advise you not to offend Wang Fu. He holds grudges. It turned out that Wang Fu had been taken into the emperor's service at the age of 7, and he resented his family, cutting ties with them. However, his parents had been in dire straits, which led to their decision. For over 20 years, Wang Fu had not contacted his family, who believed he was dead. By then, their situation had improved significantly, with dozens of acres of good land, making them a well-off family. Wang Fu's mother missed her son and felt guilty, so she bought him a wife, a thin, dark girl who had fled from hardship, obtained for a measure of rice. This girl later became Mrs. Wang. Mrs. Wang knew about her husband, whom she had never met, and though she faced ridicule, she remained honest and devoted, taking care of her in-laws and managing the household. Later, Wang Fu's younger brother came to the capital to take the exam and successfully reached the palace test. Recognizing Wang Fu, he looked almost exactly like their father. After a series of ups and downs, Wang Fu finally forgave his family. The Wang family traveled to the capital for a visit, and naturally, they brought along Mrs. Wang. It was then that Wang Fu met his wife, who was more than 10 years younger than him, for the first time. Wang Fu still had some distance from his family, but he later realized that they had not taken advantage of him. Instead, they cared for him. His brother, who could have stayed in the capital, chose to work in a distant county to avoid any rumors of favoritism. Wang Fu was touched by this. Logically, he should not have been interested in Mrs. Wang. With his current status, even as a eunuch, many women would want to marry him. Yet, fate is strange. He gradually fell for her and even asked the emperor to grant her a title. The emperor understood that Mrs. Wang was very important to him. Wang Fu said, "You know she's not someone who stands out. But when I returned yesterday, she went on and on about Miss Tang, saying how wonderful she is, and now I'm exhausted. I wondered why you were different today. Turns out you were trying to please your wife." The emperor laughed heartily. "I think your majesty is wise and perceptive." Prince Jin said, "Tang Zhiyun, it's not that I won't help you. It's that you have a kind heart." If Tang Zhiyun knew, she would feel very wronged. She hadn't done anything to Mrs. Wang, just followed basic etiquette. Good intentions leading to bad outcomes. Did she know? Thus, Prince Jin returned empty-handed. He didn't spare Tang Zhiyun either and told her everything that happened.
Tang Zhiyun ziplit.
What are you looking at? I'm looking for a wall to bump my head against. Prince Jin said, "Since this is your own doing, you should behave yourself from now on. Don't let me find out you're involved with unsavory people. Until you can break off the engagement, we share both glory and misfortune." Tang Zhiyun slapped her forehead. "Oh no, I forgot. I ran out of medicine. Why am I talking to you? I need to go prepare more. The world is vast, but making money is the most important. Recently, business was good for Qingfeng, and the medicine was in high demand. If it makes money, who cares about men?" Prince Jin. At that moment, Yanran came out of the room giggling and, seeing his gritted teeth, asked in surprise, "Father, what's wrong?" "Nothing," Prince Jin replied through clenched teeth. "I don't know how Meng Yulan explained this to her family, but the matter has completely turned around." When Meng Yulan arrived, Tang Zhijun was naturally happy and welcomed her, saying, "Sister Meng, you're here? Come in and sit down." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Meng Yulan smiled and said, "Actually, I have no reason to visit unless I really need something." It turns out Meng Yulan wanted Tang Zhijun to help deliver something to Jiang Beihan. "I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I haven't had anyone reliable to help," Meng Yulan said with a self-deprecating smile. "Luzhu wants to help, but she's just a sheltered girl and can't really do much. Moreover, the more people who knew about this, the greater the risk. She couldn't dare to tell outsiders." "I know this request is a bit much," Meng Yulan said, lowering her gaze, "but honestly, I don't know who else to turn to." Tang Zhijun hesitated at first. She didn't want to get involved in such matters. She still hadn't figured out why Jiang Beihan was punished back then, and what if it implicated her family? In the past, she was fearless, but now with 3 men in the house, she felt a heavy sense of responsibility. "I'm afraid he might blame me for not contacting him all these years. I can't wait to let him know how I feel." Tang Zhijun understood that Meng Yulan wanted to send something in her own name. That made it less of a problem. Sure, it's just finding someone to deliver something, right? Tang Zhujun agreed immediately. Meng Yulan thanked her profusely. If you hear anything from that side, please let me know. Okay, Tang Zhujun decided to find out more discreetly. Meng Yulan didn't stay long, saying, My family is very strict with me right now. They let me out only because I said I was visiting you, so I need to hurry back. As Tang Zhujun saw her out, she lifted the curtain and stepped aside for Meng Yulan to go first. Just then, Tang Bai rushed in and almost bumped into Meng Yulan. Tang Bai froze, then immediately turned red and apologized repeatedly. He stood with his head down, unable to show his expression, but his ears were bright red. Tang Zhujun found it amusing. She hadn't realized her older brother could be so shy. Meng Yulan also didn't expect to nearly collide with the man. Although the rules here weren't too strict, the close call still made her blush. She bowed and said, I was careless. Please forgive me, Lord Tang. Tang Zhujun supported her and playfully scolded, Why is my brother so flustered today? Rushing back like this, Tang Baixin said, I forgot to bring a document. I'll go in first. You go see Miss Meng off. Seeing his awkwardness, Tang Zhiyun didn't tease him further. After sending Meng Yulan away, she asked, Hey, big brother, how did you know she was Miss Meng? I haven't introduced her yet, Tang Baixin stammered. I've seen her a couple of times before. All right, I'm busy, I'll go now. With that, he hurriedly left with the document. Tang Zhiyun wondered, is he really that flustered? Could it be that he has a crush on Sister Meng? Oh, thinking about it, Meng Yulan would be a perfect match for him. Unfortunately, she already has someone in her heart. Otherwise, if they got together, she could have Meng Yulan as her sister-in-law and spend time with this graceful and kind-hearted girl every day. Then she could stay at home without getting married, and she wouldn't be pushed away. She couldn't think about it anymore. Tang Zhiyun felt so regretful, she could almost slap her thigh. Meng Yulan also didn't know what she brought for Tu Jiang Beihan. Tang Zhiyun found 2 old bundles and wrapped them up, then took some silver and went out to find someone. The capital was bustling and prosperous, with frequent trade in all directions, so it didn't take much effort for her to find a place. She spent 20 taels of silver to arrange for the delivery. The clerk smiled and said, Don't worry, when the recipient gets it, you'll receive a receipt. If the person can't be found, the items will be returned, but the silver won't be refunded. The service was satisfactory, and Tang Zhiyun agreed. She settled the recent bill for cold dish seasonings at the restaurant, which was over 40 taels, bought some meat and vegetables, and then went home to cook. Linlin was teaching Yanran how to read. When Tang Zhiyun returned, the 2 little ones rushed over to help her carry things. Tang Zhiyun smiled and said, I bought you some snacks. Let's wash our hands and have some. But don't eat too much. If anyone doesn't eat well at lunch, there will be no more snacks in the future. The 2 children agreed, helped her organize the items, then washed their hands to eat snacks, insisting that she eat first. Tang Zhiyun looked at the big characters Yanran wrote and said, You wrote really well, Linlin said. Better than what my aunt writes. Tang Zhiyun laughed. Is that so? Then I need to work harder. After all, her doctorate from her previous life wasn't for nothing. Her learning ability was impressive. Although she had only been here for a few months, she could already recognize most of the difficult characters. However, she wasn't good at writing with a soft brush, which Linlin often criticized her for. Eating snacks, the door was knocked on. Xiaoer quickly ran to open it and brought in a piece of pork weighing about 7 or 8 pounds and 2 plump carp, saying, Miss, Changji said he wanted to have a feast. Tang Zhujun. If it weren't for the perfectly marbled pork that she wanted for braised meat, she wouldn't have bothered. As a result, during lunch, Jin Wang unexpectedly showed up. Yanran and Linlin rushed to greet him, making Tang Zhujun feel envious. She worked hard at home to take care of the 2 little ones, so they were close to her. But what had Jin Wang done to deserve the same treatment? So frustrating. In her anger, she replied sarcastically, Does the prince not know what it means to avoid suspicion? I know. Unlike you, who is illiterate, Jin Wang replied expressionlessly. Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth. Jin Wang continued, You are mine, so there's no need to avoid suspicion. You are now under the rules of the Jin Wang Fu. I think if you keep looking at me like that, I should send 2 tutors to teach you some manners, tutors with wooden rulers. To vent her frustration, Tang Zhujun added a handful of salt to Jin Wang's soup bowl.
That'll teach him.
She served the soup but didn't leave, pretending to serve others while waiting to see his reaction. Jin Wang picked up the bowl and took a sip, immediately furrowing his brows but calmly said to Tang Zhujun, "This bowl of soup is a reward for you." Tang Zhujun. "I am the master, so you should thank me," Jin Wang said. Tang Zhujun was furious. He was freeloading and acting superior? "I should thank your ancestors." Changji was happily eating the braised meat and laughed. "Prince, Ajun, why are you two acting so strange today, flirting with each other?" Tang Zhujun wished she had sprinkled more salt on his food, then heard him laugh. "Prince, you are too unfair. You even spoke to me and Ajun about marriage. I wondered why you cared about these matters. It turns out you have your own intentions and are testing me." Tang Zhujun really wanted to dump that bowl of soup on Jin Wang's head. He lives by the sea, yet he meddles so much. Her marriage was not even discussed by her family, so what business was it of Jin Wang's? Jin Wang did not expect Changji to say that, and felt a bit awkward. He said to Tang Zhujun, "Get me another bowl of soup." Tang Zhujun ignored him and went inside to eat with the 2 children. Before leaving, Jin Wang was stopped by her. "I have something to say to you," Changji said. "All right, I'll leave first. You two take your time. I still don't understand when you two got together. Get lost, hurry up." This time, both Tang Zhujun and the Prince of Jin had surprisingly fierce looks in their eyes. "We're just pretending," Tang Zhujun said to the prince. "Don't let her act like a big shot. Since it's just pretending, there's no need to avoid suspicion," the prince said calmly. Today, he felt quite satisfied after defeating Tang Zhujun. "All right, you're tough." Tang Zhujun thought that arguing depended on the situation. She wasn't at her best today, so she accepted it. She would fight again another day. The prince smirked. "One thing is true. The prince's residence has its own rules and a strict caretaker." After saying that, he walked away before Tang Zhujun could respond. Tang Zhujun thought, "Where's my laxative?" Next time, she would just give him a strong dose to teach him a lesson. Her kindness was wasted on talking too much. As the prince left the Tang residence, he felt quite happy, but his joy lasted only 3 seconds before someone stopped him. He narrowed his eyes at Ruan Anruo, his aura cold and his gaze deep and dark, giving off a chilling vibe. Ruan Anruo couldn't help but shiver. She had a lot of bad things to say about Tang Zhujun, but now she was tongue-tied, unable to say a word. Panicking, she weakened and fell to her knees. "Your Highness, I... The prince glanced down at her and Ruan Anruo trembled, unable to speak. He didn't stop for her and quickly walked away. "Your Highness," Ruan Anruo seized the opportunity and shouted with all her might. The prince turned back. Her courage, which she had just mustered, crumbled under his cold gaze, leaving her weakly slumped on the ground. Xiaoer excitedly approached Tang Zhujun. Miss, I just went out to fetch water, and you'll never guess what I saw." Tang Zhujun was about to take a nap. She had just reflected on her earlier battle and felt she hadn't performed well, which made her quite frustrated. Winning an argument felt good in the moment, but replaying it later only made her feel worse. So when she heard Xiaoer's excited voice, she lazily asked, "Did you find some money?" "I'm happier than if I found money," Xiaoer replied. "Did you find gold then?" "Miss, you really hit the jackpot," Xiaoer said. "I just saw Ruan Anruo embarrassed in front of the prince." "How was she embarrassed?" Tang Zhujun finally showed some interest. Her 2 rivals facing off made her happy, no matter who lost. Xiaoer excitedly recounted what had just happened, saying, "You should have seen it." Ruan Anruo couldn't say a word in front of the prince. I think she was about to wet her pants from fear. "Oh," Tang Zhujun replied, feeling uninterested. "It wasn't really a serious issue, was it?" But Xiaoer continued to reminisce. "The prince is so impressive. Miss, you really have good judgment. Once you marry into the royal family, let's see who dares to bully you." "I think Prince Jin would dare," Tang Zhujun replied. Xiaoer was left speechless. Tang Zhujun scoffed. "It's one thing to scare off thousands on the battlefield, but scaring women is nothing impressive, Although she secretly felt pleased, she would never say anything nice about Prince Jean. A couple of days later, Tang Zhujun was practicing martial arts in the yard with Xiaoa and the two children. While Linlin was very serious, the three women were laughing so hard they could barely stand up. All right, stop fooling around. Xiaoer, pay attention. If something happens to your young lady in the future, we'll be counting on you to protect her. Xiaoer looked distressed. Her coordination was poor, making it hard for her to learn. So when she heard a knock at the door, she jumped up like she had found a savior, saying, "Miss, I'll go open the door." Soon, a confused voice came from behind the screen. "Old lady, who are you looking for? Is this not the home of Tang Mingfan?" Tang Zhujun, who was fixing Inran's hair, suddenly felt a mix of familiarity and strangeness at that voice, almost dropping the red string in her hand. How did this old witch get to the capital? Yes, it was her grandmother, Song, who had mistreated her in her past life. Song didn't come alone. She brought her niece, Song Chuer. It was impressive how quietly the old witch managed to bring a girl along and travel all the way to the capital. Supported by Song Chuer, Song entered the room and, upon seeing Tang Zhujun, her face showed displeasure. Still the same foolish girl, not knowing to greet people properly. Don't you even recognize your grandmother? At nearly 60, she was thin and wiry with high cheekbones, giving her a sharp and bitter appearance. Song Chuer looked about 16 or 17, timid and shivering, with ill-fitting clothes that barely covered her wrists and ankles. However, her eyes darted around restlessly, clearly anxious. It seemed heaven thought she was too idle, so it sent her two troublesome characters to deal with. Crossing her arms, Tang Zhujun said, "My grandmother is in the countryside. How dare you, old woman, impersonate her? Xiaoer, go report this." Mrs. Song was furious. "Where's your father? Bring him out. How dare this girl lie to my face? Her boldness is growing." Linlin and Yanran held Tang Zhujun's hands on either side, both looking confused, but their attitude was clearly united against the outside. At that moment, the coachman shouted from outside, "Where's the money? Didn't you say you'd pay me once we got to the capital?" Tang Zhujun was infuriated. So they had calculated the travel expenses to be her responsibility.
No.
Just take these two dishonest girls to the authorities. After a lot of shouting, Granny he had secretly informed Tang Mingfan, who hurried back home. "Mother, what are you doing here?" Tang Mingfan exclaimed in surprise. Mrs. Song pointed at Tang Zhujun. "This girl doesn't recognize me. You should teach her a lesson." Tang Mingfan replied, "Mother, there must be a misunderstanding. It's normal for Ah Jun not to recognize you after so many years. Normal my foot. I raised her until she was 15, and she dares to say she doesn't recognize me." Mrs. Song yelled like a shrew. Tang Zhujun leaned against the door, sneering, "So you're the one who withheld my money and forced me into a corner, grandmother." Tang Mingfan gave her a look. "Ah Jun, say less. Aren't you feeling unwell? You should go rest." Tang Zhujun didn't plan to confront her directly. After all, in this era, filial piety was paramount, and she was at a disadvantage in status. She had to be clever, not confrontational. But Mrs. Song was determined to put Tang Zhujun in her place and wouldn't let it go lightly. "Make her come and bow to me an apology, or I'll report you for being unfilial." Tang Zhujun was almost laughing with anger, pointing to the east. "Go ahead. Let my father be dismissed from his position and let your greedy descendant starve." Tang Mingfan's voice grew firmer.
Ayun.
"Don't think that just because you are now the prince's consort, you can disrespect your grandmother." Tang Zhujun was silent. Mrs. Song, however, was stunned, gripping Tang Mingfan's arm.
What? What did you say? Consort?
Who is the consort? For the first time, Tang Zhujun found the prince quite charming, straightening her back. "The prince's consort is here. You should pay your respects. But since you are older, I'll let it slide." That was close. Without this title, that old woman would have really pushed her around today. "Father, well done." Mrs. Song was so shocked that she stopped causing a scene and was coaxed by Tang Mingfan into the main room. Tang Zhujun returned to her room and felt a bit sorry for her father. Making a sandwich was not easy, especially with her mother on one side and her daughter on the other. However, she also felt for Tang Mingfan, as he had scolded her earlier but was actually on her side. This father of hers was quite clear-headed. Yan tugged at Tang Zhujun's sleeve, interrupting her thoughts. "Sister, I'm so scared. That mean old woman is too frightening." Tang Zhujun held her hand to comfort her. "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Besides, what are you scared of? You are the daughter of your father." At that moment, she suddenly thought of a question. Since Prince Jean was a royal, shouldn't Yan be a princess? Why wasn't she? Was it because she was born out of wedlock? She quietly questioned this in her mind. But it didn't matter. Prince Jean was protective and truly cared for Yan, which was good enough. Linlin clenched her small fists and said, "I hate her. I hate her." Since she understood her background, she probably knew how her grandmother had treated her previous self. Tang Zhujun comforted her, assuring her, "Don't worry, if she stays for a while, we can endure it, but if she wants to stay permanently, Auntie will definitely not let her have her way." Her current concerns were twofold. Tang Mingfan still had feelings for his wife, and the careers of the three men in the family. Being labeled as unfilial would be a big problem, even if the emperor favored them later. "You two stay here, and don't go out. I'll go listen quietly to what she wants," Tang Zhujun said, bending down and sneaking along the wall to listen to the voices coming from the window. "I'm worried about you all," Song said. "Those who should marry don't, and those who should wed don't. This household lacks a leader. Do you think I want to travel so far and suffer like this? I just can't let go of you." Tang Zhujun felt nauseous. That old woman was truly speaking nonsense. Her grandfather was still alive, but he was a pushover, always listening to her grandmother. "I brought Chuier here because I think she's a good girl and plan to have Baixin marry her." Tang Zhujun cursed inwardly, wanting to scratch that old woman's face. Just the thought of her handsome brother standing next to that timid, dark, and thin Song Chuier made her feel sick enough to throw up. Fortunately, Tang Mingfan was clear-headed and didn't agree immediately. He smiled and said, "Mother, we can talk about the future later. You've worked hard on this journey. You should rest well first. Dear, I have some business at the office. I'll be back soon. Jun, give the coachman 80 taels of silver and send him off first." Tang Mingfan stepped out and looked for Tang Zhujun, who was already standing tall, looking elegant and proud. "Jun, send him off first. Father knows you are upset, but don't confront grandmother directly. Wait for me to return before discussing anything." He gently reassured his daughter, and even though Tang Zhujun wanted to express her anger, she couldn't bring herself to do it. She gritted her teeth and agreed. Tang Zhujun knew the silver had to be given, and after sending Tang Mingfan away, she slammed the door loudly. Song came out from the house. "You little brat, after all these years, you still make me watch my words. After all these years, you still won't give me a chance to mourn at home." Tang Zhujun replied with a cold smile. Hearing this, Song was furious and sat down on the ground, crying loudly. "I have such a hard life. I raised my son with great difficulty, thinking I would enjoy a good life." Tang Zhujun covered her ears and said with a half-smile, "You can be louder. The Wang family next door might hear you and report my father, which would be for the best. He suffers every day, and I feel sorry for him." Song immediately quieted down and began to curse Tang Zhujun with harsh words. Tang Zhujun initially wanted to ignore her, but seeing the two children peeking through the door, she didn't want to let Song off easily. She said with a cold laugh, "Bringing up the past? You want to talk about the past with me? Is the blood bun tasty?" The silver from her first sale had been taken by Song. If she dared to bring it up, Tang Zhujun wouldn't hold back. Song thought she had found a weakness in Tang Zhujun and said, "You little brat, if you anger me, I'll tell the prince about your past misdeeds and ruin your chances of becoming a concubine. Go ahead, do it now." Tang Zhujun replied with a cold smile. "Your whole family would be guilty of treason, and many would accompany me in death. I'm not afraid." Being from the countryside, Song was frightened by the mention of treason. Tang Zhujun continued, No, no, the prince likes me so much that he might spare my life. I could even send you off at the execution ground. Song was so angry she nearly fainted. Tang Jujun was becoming harder to manage. She used to be easy to control, but now she was like a slippery fish. Song, at a loss for how to deal with Tang Jujun, turned to scold Song Chuer. You clueless thing, come help me. Then she shot a fierce glare at Tang Jujun and went into the main house. After they arrived, Tang Mingfan had to give up the main house to them and squeeze in with Tang Baixin and his son. It was really cramped, and Linlin came over to squeeze in with Tang Jujun. At night, when Tang Jujun was getting the two kids to sleep, she noticed they were both wide awake. What's wrong? Andy, I'm hungry. Sister, I'm hungry too, Tang Jujun thought. From the moment Song arrived, she had decided she would never cook for the old witch. So tonight's meal was made by Grandma He, and it returned to the previous poor standard, making the whole family frown while eating. Even Song complained, saying, "What kind of terrible food is this? It's worse than what you'd find in the countryside." Since she arrived, she had been complaining about everything, the small house, the shabby decor, and now the lack of meat. Tang Jujun replied bluntly, "Everything is expensive in the capital. If Grandma would provide some support, we could have meat." Song started to curse, blaming Tang Mingfan for being ungrateful and not giving his own mother any meat. Now she only dared to scold Tang Mingfan because Tang Jujun wouldn't indulge her. Tang Mingfan said, "Mother, you came in a hurry and didn't have time to prepare. Jun, please buy some meat tomorrow and cook it just for Grandma." Tang Jujun reached out. Money. The household money was given to the coachman, and I even borrowed 2 taels from Xiaoer. We barely have enough for vegetables until you get paid again. Tang Mingfan replied, "I have a few taels of silver here, take it." That was money Tang Jujun had set aside for him, thinking that as a high-ranking official, he shouldn't be without any money at all. Tang Jujun took it without hesitation. If her father was soft-hearted towards Grandma, then she wouldn't be soft-hearted. Getting rid of the old witch was the priority. Song continued to nag Tang Baixin about marriage, but he wasn't in a good mood and directly threw down his chopsticks and left. Tang Baixin still held a grudge against Song for the harm she caused his sister. Not flipping the table was already a great show of restraint. Great, there was an ally in the house. However, Tang Jujun was so focused on dealing with the old witch that she forgot the 2 kids still needed to eat. "Wait, I'll secretly boil a few eggs for you. Tomorrow, I'll take you next door to cook." The neighboring Wang residence was empty during the day, so she could sneak in to cook for Yanran. The prince probably wouldn't mind. The 2 little ones each ate 2 boiled eggs before finally falling asleep. The next morning, Tang Jujun still prepared breakfast for Tang Mingfan and took it to the palace. Tang Mingfan looked at the large lion's head and sighed silently. He knew his daughter was intentionally making things difficult for her mother, but from her perspective, her actions were understandable. He wanted to suggest leaving the lion's head, but seeing his daughter's bright eyes, he couldn't say anything and left with the food box. Tang Juyan yawned and went back to sleep. In the morning, they only had plain porridge, simple dishes, and steamed buns. Song was unhappy with the meal and complained, but Tang Zuyan ignored her. After eating, Song asked Tang Jian for money to manage the household, claiming she would take charge from now on. "Sure, no problem." Tang Jian handed her over 200 coins and some silver given by Tang Mingfan the day before, then took the 2 children out to play. If they couldn't eat well at home, they would eat out. She took the children to buy things after breakfast, and then had lunch at a restaurant before returning home to rest. But what did she find when she got back? The few decent pieces of furniture in her room had been moved to the main room, and the leftover fabric given by the prince had been taken by Song. Luckily, Tang Juyan had hidden her silver in the beams to prevent theft, so she was safe. Song argued, "This house has had no rules before. Shouldn't the good things go to the elders first? Clearly, we need someone to manage things." Song Chuer stood beside her, respectfully massaging her back like a little maid. Tang Juyan was furious. No, she had to get rid of these 2 as soon as possible. After returning to her room, she thought for a while and then said to the children when they woke up, "Linlin, Take Yanran to the government office and tell grandfather that we will have braised pork for dinner tonight, and invite the prince to join us. She decided to use her connection to the prince. He wasn't useless. At least he could intimidate someone like Song. Yanran was especially happy. It was the first time her sister had invited their father for a meal. Linlin was also excited. If the prince came, he could ride horses with him again. The two children happily left, and Tang Zuyun went to find Song. She reached out, asking for money. "What are you doing?" Song asked, looking displeased. "For buying groceries. The prince said he would come to see me tonight, so we need to prepare food." "Coming to see you tonight? What kind of rule is that? What's wrong? Does grandmother want to set rules for the prince?" Tang Zuyun said with a smile. "The prince can come whenever he wants. If you don't want to give money for groceries, just say so. I don't want to deal with it. If the prince gets upset later, whoever caused the trouble will have to face the consequences." Song was so angry that she almost fell over, but in the end, she gave her 2 strings of coins to buy groceries. "She invited me to dinner." The prince was skeptical upon hearing this news. It was hard to believe she would treat him to a meal without any hidden motives. "Yes, father, if you have time, come early. Sister will make you braised pork," Yanran said cheerfully. The prince hesitated for a moment, but agreed. However, it later proved that this decision was very, very wrong, and he regretted it deeply. After a long day of work, Tang Mingfan sat in a chair, rubbing his shoulders and daydreaming. This should have been the time he looked forward to the most. After returning home, his daughter would have prepared a feast, and Linlin and Yanran would be waiting at the door to greet him. However, because of his mother's arrival, he now felt hesitant and didn't even want to go home. "Lord Tang." The prince walked in. Tang Mingfan snapped back to reality. "Your Highness, you haven't left yet?" "I'm waiting for you." Tang Mingfan was surprised. "Miss Tang said she made braised pork today and invited me for dinner." Hearing this, Tang Mingfan wanted to slap his thigh. What a clever idea he hadn't thought of. Yesterday, he had mentioned it on a whim, and today his daughter had taken action. This was perfect. His mother would feel respect and wouldn't cause trouble, allowing the family to live more comfortably. So, Tang Mingfan warmly said, "Please, Your Highness." The prince felt something was off but couldn't pinpoint what it was. He initially wanted to test Tang Mingfan but realized it wouldn't help, so he reluctantly followed along. As a result, he received an unprecedented warm welcome. From a distance, he saw Tang Zhujun standing at the door and thought she would ignore him like before or give him a look that said, "Here comes the freeloader." But today was different. She was completely welcoming. Tang Zhujun looked like she was about to hold up 2 bouquets and sing, "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome." She smiled brightly and came out to greet him with a bow. The prince thought she might fall over, mainly because he had never received such treatment before and wasn't used to it, so he instinctively reached out to support her. Then he heard Tang Zhujun playfully say, "Your Highness, we must observe the proper etiquette." "Don't do that. Grandmother is here today." The prince was taken aback. "What did I do? Speak properly to me." "Straighten your tongue, Your Highness." Tang Zhuyun scolded him in her heart, thinking he was really out of breath because he was overweight, but she still placed her hand on his arm. "I specially made you braised pork. If you don't eat it soon, it will get cold." Tang Mingfan couldn't stand it anymore. While self-preservation was important in acting, wasn't this a bit too much for his daughter? Song was secretly watching from behind the door. Seeing the two getting close, she felt a bit more wary. However, she felt quite good about herself and thought she was impressive, so she greeted them with a smile that seemed like a brothel madam welcoming guests. "Oh, my granddaughter's husband has arrived." Outrageous. Song Jingyong, who had been holding back due to fear of Tang Zhiyun's strength, finally found an opportunity to speak up. Prince Jin's face darkened, as if a storm was coming. Song, being from the countryside, was startled and shrank back, not daring to make a sound. Just as Tang Mingfan was about to speak, Tang Zhiyun sweetly said, "Your Highness, my grandmother is from the countryside, so please don't impose those rules on her." "Do you really want to slap her 100 times? Your Highness, please consider my feelings." If Prince Jin couldn't see through this situation now, he might as well have never lived. He wasn't here just to eat. He was merely a tool. Tang Zhuyan might be feeling quite pleased with herself, thinking about shutting the door and letting the prince in. Thinking of this, he leaned close to Tang Zhiyun's ear and said through gritted teeth, "I'm giving you face. Otherwise, I would slap you 100 times right now, Song. There really is an affair. This little minx is indeed a seductress, making the prince dizzy." Tang Zhiyun, "Your Highness, please don't." Prince Jin lost his appetite. Not only did he not want to eat, but he also felt like he wanted to throw up what he had eaten yesterday. Tang Zhiyun wasn't foolish. Sensing the man's rising anger, she quickly said, "Yan Yan, father is here. Hurry and come out." Yan Yan ran out with Linlin. Prince Jin's expression softened a little. Tang Zhiyun breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "See? I can handle you." This was her way of using Yan Yan to command the prince, clever as she was. During the meal, Tang Zhiyun went out to serve dishes to Prince Jin, making him feel a bit uncomfortable, and his expression remained poor. Song Chuer, serving at the table next to Song, occasionally stole glances this way, her face turning red. Tang Zhiyun noticed her gaze and deliberately moved to the other side, intentionally blocking Tang Baixin. But Song Chuer still kept looking over, making Tang Zhiyun want to explode with anger. After finishing his meal, Prince Jin was about to leave when Tang Zhujun came to see him off, smiling. "Thank you, Your Highness. Come again tomorrow." She was eager to slip back inside to eat, as she was very hungry. However, her arm was caught in a firm grip, and she couldn't escape. "Your Highness?" "That's enough," Prince Jin said coldly. "If it happens again, there will be serious consequences." So, that meant she was safe this time. Tang Zhujun felt happy and encouraged, saying, "Don't worry, Your Highness, once is enough. You're just a one-time prince, goodbye. If I want this kind of treatment tomorrow, I won't serve you." Prince Jin could see her lively expressions and understood her thoughts, which made him angry, and he left in a huff. After Prince Jin came for that meal, the effect was immediate. The Song family became much more respectful, at least not treating her as they did before. Tang Zhujun kept herself busy, either taking the two children out to play or staying in her room to teach them things. Prince Jin didn't come for 4 or 5 days after that. He wanted Yanran to come out, so he had Song Jingyang call her, giving her some instructions and sending her back with gifts. Knowing that Yanran was Prince Jin's daughter, the Song family was even more cautious. They privately advised Song Chuer, "You need to learn well. The rules in the capital are different. Don't be timid or clumsy. It shows you're from the countryside." Before marriage, sending a daughter to be raised by her fiancé's family was unheard of in the countryside. One day, Tang Zhujun sent the two children next door to play while she calculated her income for the month. She was unhappy about giving money to the old witch, Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin. However, she had made several dozen taels from selling spices, and Qingfeng had done even better, earning 150 taels, bringing her total close to 200 taels. In the village, she would be considered very wealthy. But in the capital, it was different. Even at her current earning rate, it would take 2 years to pay off Prince Jin's debt. Not to mention, she wanted to buy a bigger house, get Linlin a good horse, and give Linlin the chance to study and meet great scholars. In the capital, making money was easy, but spending it was even quicker. "Is my cousin here?" Song Chuer's voice called from outside. "Yes, come in," Tang Zhujun replied, putting away her charcoal pencil and little black book. Song Chuer timidly entered, struggling to find something to say, complimenting Tang Zhujun's clothes and looks. Tang Zhujun grew impatient and said, "The kids will be back soon. Just speak your mind." Song Chuer finally said, "I think the prince is quite nice." Tang Zhujun nice? In what way? Where is a good place? But on the surface, she remained calm and pretended to be shy, saying, "It's okay, I guess."
Song Chuer blues hit.
Tang Zhujun, what? "I praised my man. Why are you blushing?" Song Chuer stammered, "I heard that when marrying a prince, you need to bring maidservants." "Cousin, are you ready? Is it Showa? Is one enough? If one isn't enough, you can join." Surprisingly, Tang Zhujun could see a hint of meaning on Song Chuer's face. This situation became interesting. Wasn't she aiming for her brother? Tang Jujun had been thinking about how to handle this, as she absolutely could not let Song Chuer become her sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, before she could come up with a plan, Song Chuer had already developed feelings for someone else. Well done, girl.
You have good taste.
You immediately noticed Prince Jin. I really can't find any words to praise him. That's definitely not enough. Tang Jujun pretended to be serious, but my family is poor and can't afford maidservants. Just to let you know, a good maidservant costs dozens of taels of silver. Song Chuer. Then, cousin, do you think I'm suitable? I promise to be obedient and won't compete for your favor. Tang Jujun could hardly hold back her laughter and said seriously, no, cousin. You see, the prince treats me well, but he has a bad temper. When he glares at me, I tremble. To make others interested, you must first raise your own value. Cheap things are unwanted, even for free. She was deliberately teasing. Sure enough, Song Chuer said, actually, I noticed that day at dinner, the prince was glaring at you, Tang Jujun. But I think that's what makes him manly, Tang Jujun. Here, take 2 little whips and go find Prince Jin. You think so too, Tang Jujun said. Honestly, my brother can't compare to the prince. My brother earns just a few taels a month, while the prince earns 1,200 taels a month, you know? Song Chuer gasped. Then the prince must kill a chicken every day. Sister, let's be civilized. Saying that makes me think too much. Does the prince do something extreme every day? That's not enough to eat. Tang Jujun was shaking with suppressed laughter. Song Chuer. Oh my goodness. What kind of life is that? Cousin, take me with you to enjoy life. I promise to listen to you. Really, I can be very obedient and capable. Can you outdo the prince? Tang Jujun's soul questioned. If she could surpass the Prince of Jin, she would send Song Chuer off with a generous dowry. However, she couldn't promise Song Chuer anything, as she knew she couldn't fulfill it, and Song Chuer didn't seem like a truly terrible person. It's understandable for a girl to plan for herself and want to marry into a good family. I can't make that decision, Tang Jujun said seriously, showing mercy because of Song Chuer's honesty. Unexpectedly, Song Chuer looked unconvinced. Cousin, are you afraid I'll compete for attention? Tang Jujun replied, how about this? If you really want to, ask the prince. If he agrees, I will bring whoever he wants. Does that work? She didn't believe Song Chuer would have the courage to approach the Prince of Jin. After all, someone as innocent as Anruo would wilt under the prince's cold gaze. But she overlooked the power of love. One day, when the Prince of Jin returned, he saw Song Chuer pacing nervously at his doorstep. What are you doing here? Song Jingyang asked as he approached. Song Chuer replied, you are Song Dage, right? We are from the same family, Song Jingyang said. Just tell me what you want. Song Chuer shyly looked up at the prince. I'm looking for the prince. The prince, bathed in the sunset, looked divine, and she thought the heavenly Erlang Shin must look like this. Erlang Shin ignored her, and the celestial dog was not pleased. What do you want with the prince? Song Chuer was getting annoyed. I'm looking for the prince. Why do you keep stopping me? I'm not looking for you. Seeing her unusual behavior, the prince turned to walk inside, not intending to engage with her. But Song Chuer panicked. Prince, I'm here to ask if you mind if my cousin has an extra maid as part of her dowry. Not replacing one, but adding another. What do you think? She was clever. The prince might be picky about a replacement, but who would refuse an addition? Song Jingyang's knees trembled, nearly causing him to fall. The Prince of Jin turned back at the door and said slowly, say that again. Song Chuer was intimidated by his presence and stammered, I'm helping my cousin ask. She was so scared she could barely speak and had to mention Tang Jujun. What did your good cousin say? The prince's expression was icy. She said if you agree, she will take me to the palace. What else did she say? The prince's hands clenched into fists, and the veins on his forehead throbbed. Song Jingyang thought, go get Tang Jujun and give her a good talking to. It's really not very manly to avoid this matter. Why should we put up with such nonsense? Song Chuer thought for a moment. It seemed that Tang Jujun hadn't said much.
But it wouldn't do.
The prince was so angry. She needed to say something nice. She suddenly had an idea. Cousin said the palace kills chickens every day. The prince gestured for Song Jingyang to send her away. Moments later, Song Jingyang returned, eager for action. Your Highness, shall we go find Tang Zhujun and settle this? The prince smirked. No rush. Let her rest well. We will go tomorrow. Tang Zhujun, who was telling a story to the two children, sneezed twice and thought to herself that the old witch was definitely cursing her again. Linlin said, Aunt, when will great-grandmother leave? I don't like her, Yan Yan added. Sister, I don't like her either. She always bullies you. It's fine. Let her stay a few more days. Tang Zhujun couldn't act just yet. She had to consider Tang Mingfan's thoughts. She could endure the old witch for a month. When Tang Mingfan could no longer handle the trouble and needed to be filial, she would take action. Sister, why don't you move to stay with father? She is afraid of him, Yan Yan suggested. Linlin disagreed. No, Aunt won't marry your father. Yan Yan was about to cry. Just as Tang Zhujun was thinking about how to comfort her, she saw Linlin hold Yan Yan's hand seriously and say, Don't be afraid. My aunt won't marry anyone. When you grow up, you can marry me, and then we will be family. Tang Zhujun. Duh. What a clever boy. He has a bright future. The next morning, when Tang Zhujun was about to take the two children out, the prince arrived. Tang Zhujun was confused. Why is the prince here? Don't you have court today? Linlin and Yan Yan rushed forward, hugging the prince's legs. Linlin said, Your Highness, I want to ride a horse. Yan Yan added, Father, I want to ride a horse too. The prince's gaze softened as he reached out to pat their heads. Go ahead. Song Jingyang is outside with the guards, and I have some good horses for you to choose from. Tang Zhujun's eyes lit up. Your Highness, can I go too? Riding a horse is like driving a car in modern times. It's a useful skill, especially when you need to get away quickly. She had wanted to learn to ride for a long time. The prince glanced at her, his lips curling into a smile. No, you can't. Tang Zhujun. I at you in percent. Yan Yan pleaded, Father, let sister go with us. The prince smiled. I have something to discuss with her. You two go ahead. Having heard that the adult had something to say, Yanran sensibly followed Linlin out the door. Tang Zhujun felt a chill from the way the Prince of Jin looked at her, as if he was smiling but not really. Are you still waiting for me to invite you in? The prince sneered. Tang Zhujun took a deep breath. There's no one at home. Just say what you want, Your Highness. Song sure took Song Chuer and Granny he to buy groceries. Ever since the old woman started managing the money, she has been very careful, fearing that Granny he and Xiaoer would take her money, so she had to go herself. But she was too noble to carry things herself. The prince said, I have nothing to do, just checking on the concubine.
Come.
As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Zhujun saw a stern-looking woman in her 40s, dressed in a light brown robe, walk in with a straight back. The woman approached the prince and performed a respectful greeting, her movements precise, as if measured with a ruler. Tang Zhujun widened her eyes at the prince. He really brought a teaching matron with him. Old servant greets Your Highness and Miss Tang. The prince replied, Madam Rong, no need for formalities. Tang Zhujun almost bit her tongue. Madam, what is your surname? Madam Rong lowered her gaze and said seriously, Old servant's maiden name is Rong. Tang Zhujun asked, Madam Rong, do you have needles with you? Madam Rong seemed a bit taken aback and after a pause replied, Old servant has some in her pouch. Tang Zhujun thought, so the dramas weren't lying. But she couldn't just sit and wait. Before anyone could prick her, she had to make the prince angry first. The prince said, Madam Rong is here to teach you reading and writing. You must study hard and not bring shame to the royal household or me. What? She's a female teacher? Tang Zhujun withdrew her outstretched hand and smiled. Then I look forward to your guidance, Madam Rong. She was capable of learning, even if Linlin often made her feel inadequate. The prince called out, Come in, and guards, servants, and maids entered, quickly setting things up in the flower hall. In the center was a rosewood chair with a thick, soft cushion, which was the prince's seat. In front of it was a bamboo mat on the ground, with a carved table on top, holding writing supplies and a book, along with a ruler. "Miss Tang, please." Madame Rong bowed and gestured for her to sit. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes and sat cross-legged. The prince sipped his tea and said with a smirk, "Madame Rong, I leave her in your hands. You now represent me in teaching her." Tang Zhujun flipped the table. It wouldn't budge. What is this? No wonder several guards brought him in earlier. The prince did this on purpose. Tang Zhujun glared. Is he really thinking too highly of himself? Nanny Rong chuckled softly and said, "I wouldn't dare, my lady. In the future, before you enter, there will be a teaching nanny to instruct you on the rules. I am just here to greet you and acknowledge my master." Tang Zhujun was taken aback. "Nanny Rong, you're not following the usual rules." The prince probably didn't expect his support to turn against him. He frowned and said, "Let her sit properly." Tang Zhujun replied, "If the nanny hasn't said anything, why do you have so much to say? Nanny, let's begin." Nanny Rong knelt beside her, speaking softly yet firmly, teaching her step by step. Feeling compared to her, Tang Zhujun felt a bit embarrassed. But seeing the prince sitting above her, she couldn't kneel. That would be exhausting. Not to mention kneeling. Just sitting on the ground for a while made her back ache, and she couldn't help but move around. Before she could speak, Nanny Rong said, "Your Highness, Miss Tang learns quickly. Let her take a short break." The prince glanced at Tang Zhujun and, noticing her smug expression, said calmly, "If you don't want to sit, then get up and learn to serve tea." Tang Zhujun thought. If it weren't for his usefulness, she would splash a bowl of hot tea on that annoying face. She wanted to protest, but when the prince said, "It seems you don't need me to intimidate your grandmother," she backed down. Fine, she would endure it and confront that old witch later. When Song returned, she saw Tang Zhujun repeatedly serving tea under Nanny Rong's guidance, too frightened to speak. She greeted them and quickly hid in the kitchen, peeking through the door. The prince seemed finally satisfied and said, "Not bad. Stand by." If looks could kill, Tang Zhujun would have already taken him apart. The prince flipped through a book as if it contained a treasure map. Tang Zhujun stood there for a long time, holding back her frustration. As noon approached, the prince ordered her to cook, and after that, she had to serve him his meal, making her run in circles. Any sign of resistance was met with his intimidating gaze. Tang Zhujun thought, fine, she would treat him as if he were disabled today. She was proud to care for someone in need. "Serve me while I change," the prince said as he stood up. Tang Zhujun was confused. Change? Here? What was she supposed to use? Nanny Rong noticed her confusion and whispered, "The prince needs to relieve himself." "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Tang Zhujun. "I can't believe it. You threaten me to clap while you go to the bathroom? If I don't cheer you on, you won't perform well? Then go ahead and clap. Some people clap for love. She can clap out of annoyance too." Tang Zhujun lightly clapped her hands. I wonder if King Jean feels awkward. Anyway, a person as bold as her feels embarrassed facing this strange habit. "Clap harder," King Jean shouted. Tang Zhujun. Yes, she clapped loudly. "Your Highness, please do your best and make it all the way to the palace." King Jean didn't need her help. He dressed himself, wiped his hand on the red brick wall, and then wiped it on her face. Tang Zhujun. "What did you just wipe on my face?" He didn't wash his hands. He wiped his hands, still damp, on her face. King Jean grabbed her by the collar and pushed her out. Tang Zhujun almost fell over, but managed to steady herself after a few stumbles. She tried to scratch him back, but was tightly held by Song Shi. Song Shi scolded, "You little troublemaker. Are you trying to pick a fight with the prince? What if he slaps you a few times? Why do you think you're so special?" Tang Zhujun. "So this is what clapping is about." She looked at King Jean, who was staring coldly at the trembling Song Chui'er, saying, "This is the rule of the palace." So King Jean wanted to scare Song Chui'er away? Did Song Chui'er come to find him? No wonder he suddenly came to bother her. It was for this reason. But Song Chui'er is a bit of a masochist. "Cousin, are you scared?" Tang Zhujun watched the scene unfold without fear. Song Chui'er trembled and replied, I'm not scared. I will behave." Tang Zhujun almost laughed out loud. shaking her shoulders as she lowered her head. "Your Highness, I realize my mistake." She could imagine how upset King Jin looked right now. There was nothing she could do. Song Chui just liked such a strong man. King Jin left in defeat, taking Mama Rong with him. Tang Zhujun felt like Mama Rong was also smiling. Maybe she was there to help her. Although she laughed at King Jin, she felt uneasy about him touching her face without washing his hands afterward. In this situation, both sides were hurt. Tang Zhujun washed her face countless times, and this time she really made her face red. When the Tang family returned and heard from Song Shi that Tang Zhujun was punished by King Jin for being disobedient, they immediately put down their chopsticks upon seeing her blushing. Linlin had never heard of this before and looked at Tang Zhujun in shock. "Aunt, is it really the prince?" Ruan, tired from playing, had already fallen asleep and was not at the table. "That's not true," Tang Zhujun said. "It's all a misunderstanding, let's eat." Tang Mingfan replied, Jun, don't be afraid, I'll take care of it." Tang Baixin asked, Jun, are you putting up with this because of me?" Linlin said, "Aunt, I'll help you." "I won't pay attention to the prince anymore." Song was angry and said, "Have you all lost your minds? It's clearly her." "Enough." Tang Mingfan slammed the table. "Mother, this has nothing to do with you. I'm going to find the prince." "Dad, I'm going too." As the three men were about to leave for the first time, Tang Zhujun reached an agreement with Song. "Don't go. I'm really not wronged." Not only was she not wronged, but she almost made the prince very upset. "Let's eat first, and after dinner, I'll tell you what really happened." The three men clearly had no appetite, and after finishing their meal, they went to Tang Zhujun's room together. Song tried to eavesdrop at the door, but was sent away by Tang Mingfan. Tang Zhujun honestly explained the situation, saying, "Actually, I think the prince was upset because I used him to block my grandmother, so." Tang Mingfan frowned. "That's just unreasonable." "No, I will talk to him tomorrow. You are still my daughter, and he has no say in this. If you marry into the prince's residence later." "No, Dad, there's no later," Tang Zhujun said. "Didn't we agree that you would tell the emperor I'm not perfect? If it weren't for grandmother, this would have been settled long ago." Tang Mingfan cleared his throat. "We'll talk about this later. Let's leave it at that." He continued, "I'll speak to the prince tomorrow. Jun, remember, if you ever feel wronged, you must let me know." "Got it." Tang Zhujun's eyes felt warm, and she smiled. "Hey, big brother, wait a moment." "Oh, never mind, it's fine. I can just talk to Linlin." Tang Baixin looked at her with concern before following Tang Mingfan out. Linlin asked, "Aunt, what do you want to tell me?" "Well," Tang Zhujun squatted down and whispered, "when you and the prince went to the restroom, how did he?" "You know, she was very curious about this." Linlin was taken aback by the question. He just stood with his legs apart. "What's wrong, Aunt?" Tang Zhujun asked. "Did he get any on his hands?" Linlin replied, "No. How could he get it on his hands?" Tang Zhujun sighed in relief. "That's good. So, do men need help with that?" "What?" Never mind. Tang Zhujun covered her face. "Hurry and wash up and go to bed." However, after a while, Linlin was called out by Tang Baixin. "What did your aunt ask you?" Linlin replied honestly. She asked if the prince got any on his hands. Tang Baixin, "Does my sister not trust Prince Jin? Did she discover something about him today? Otherwise, how could she have such doubts? It would take quite a bit to get it on his hands." Tang Baixin became very serious and concerned. "So Linlin, did the prince really get any on his hands?" Linlin, "Dad, why are you all asking this? Just answer my question first. It's important." Linlin, "No." Tang Baixin sighed in relief. Tang Baixin told Linlin to go back and reminded him, "This is a man's matter. Don't tell your aunt." Linlin was skeptical. "Why are the adults acting so strange today?" He nodded and said, "Dad, I would like your advice on my writing. I tried to write an article. It's a bit rough, but..." He had been hesitant to try, afraid that his grandfather and father would think he was too ambitious. However, Tang Zhujun encouraged him, saying that nothing happens overnight and that he should keep trying to improve. When Tang Baixin heard it was about learning, he said, "Go find it and bring it to my room. I can show it to you along with your grandfather." Linlin happily agreed. Taking this opportunity, Tang Baixin hurried inside to discuss. this important matter about Prince Jean with Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan, should I go check on him tomorrow? Tang Baixin. No need for that. You see, there's Yanran too. She is recognized by the emperor, so there shouldn't be any mistakes. He said this to comfort Tang Mingfan and himself. The father and son had reached an agreement about the authenticity of the marriage, but they hadn't mentioned it to Tang Zhujun, so they were both very concerned about every aspect of Prince Jean. Tang Mingfan nodded, but there was still doubt in his eyes. Tang Baixin was very worried that his father would really go to see Prince Jean tomorrow, but he didn't persuade him otherwise. Oh well, whether to look or not has its pros and cons. While the three men were discussing their studies, Tang Zhujun was thinking about Prince Jean. It was understandable for Prince Jean to be angry. After all, Song Chuer had come to bother him, which was indeed a great humiliation for someone of his status. If she offended him too much, she wouldn't have a good outcome either, so it would be better to ease the situation first. The next day, Meng Yulan arrived. Tang Zhujun welcomed her into her room and said, "Things are chaotic at home right now. It's really embarrassing for you to see this." Meng Yulan was surprised. "I heard your grandmother came to the capital, so I thought I would visit her and see you too." "Forget it," Tang Zhiyan replied. "She's like a leech. Once she sticks on, you can't shake her off." Meng Yulan said, "Ah Jun, keep your voice down. She's not here. She went out early to buy groceries and hasn't returned yet." Speaking of which, Tang Zhiyan admired the Song family. They could sell vegetables for 1 coin per 3 pounds and still manage to get 2 heads of garlic thrown in. All this was told to Tang Zhiyan by Xiao, who spoke with great admiration. "Let's not talk about her. It's better if you don't see her," Tang Zhiyan said. "She's not the same as your grandmother. It's like comparing 2 different species." Meng Yulan whispered to her, "Make sure not to give anyone a reason to criticize you. Sometimes you have to pretend, you know? If you can't handle a little unfairness now, you'll face bigger problems later." "I understand, Sister Meng," Tang Zhiyan replied. "Life isn't just about leveling up, it can be tough. There are always things to consider, so one must know when to stop. Let's not talk about her. Are you worried about news from the border?" Tang Zhiyan asked, holding her hand. Meng Yulan's hand was soft and delicate, her nails slightly pink, a result of daily soaking in milk. Indeed, beautiful people are always wonderful. Meng Yulan looked down and said, "A little, but I know in my heart that it won't come quickly." Tang Zhiyan comforted her with a few words, but honestly, they felt a bit dry. She felt that besides reunion and lovers coming together, everything else seemed pale and powerless. "Ah Jun, come out." Hearing Song's fierce voice, Tang Zhiyan couldn't help but roll her eyes. "She's like this every day," she whispered to Meng Yulan. "Stay here. I'll see what she's up to now." Earlier, she had already shared some of Song's outrageous stories, and Meng Yulan nodded, knowing she understood. Tang Zhiyan forced a smile as she lifted the curtain and stepped out, crossing her arms by the door.
"What has upset you this time?"
"You're getting older. Don't make things hard for yourself. Otherwise, you might miss out on enjoying my father's blessings later." Song Chuer looked up at Tang Zhiyan with a slightly wronged and resentful expression. "Tang Jun." Xiaoer then gestured to Tang Zhiyan, mouthing, "Ruan Anruo." Tang Zhiyan took a while to understand. What was wrong with Ruan Anruo now? She was already having a tough time. Could things get any worse? Tang Zhujun had recently overheard her family discussing cheating in exams and suspected it was related to her cousin, Ruan Anruo. This was a serious matter that could lead to severe consequences. Did they not hear about the investigation? Song Shi angrily said, "So you are just a favorite of the prince, but he is a proper wife above you." Tang Zhujun replied, "So what? You are still so arrogant." Tang Zhujun calmly adjusted her hair and said, "As long as the prince likes me, that's all that matters." "I know everything now," Song Shi said proudly. "You will have to serve in front of the proper wife. The real princess is the one who is impressive." Tang Zhujun smiled slightly and looked at the calluses on her fingers from recent work and practice. She suddenly changed the subject. "So, grandmother, are you thinking of remarrying?" Meng Yulan, who was listening inside, was first surprised and then covered her mouth to suppress a laugh. Tang Zhujun had quite the tongue. Song sure was furious, her eyes nearly popping out.
You.
Just wait. I will go find the proper future princess and tell her what you really are. Does the elder lady have something to say to me? Meng Yulan lifted the curtain, revealing her graceful and beautiful face. Song Chuer was stunned. How could someone be so beautiful, like a character from a play? Both her appearance and attire were so lovely. Song Sure was also taken aback, and after a moment, she stammered, "Why you? I am the proper wife the elder lady mentioned." "I wonder what you want to tell me," Meng Yulan said. Song Sure was speechless. Tang Zhujun did not expect Meng Yulan to be so playful at times. She stepped forward and held her arm, saying, "Sister, my grandmother misses you. She is worried I might offend you by not knowing the rules and wants to apologize in advance." Meng Yulan gently pinched her, signaling her to calm down. "The elder lady doesn't need to worry. I get along very well with A Jun." Song Sure was unsure how she returned to her room. After a long moment, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "I can't believe even the proper princess was fooled by that little girl." Song Chuer quietly said, "Did Miss Ruan not say? You are the elder, so even if you scold her, she wouldn't dare do anything. Although she seems fierce, she actually doesn't want to upset you." Song Chuer resented Tang Zhujun because she heard about the prince and his proper wife, feeling her own hopes of entering the palace were fading. Although she didn't know why she felt this way, she was filled with anger. Song said, "Wait, after the guests leave, just watch how I deal with that little troublemaker. Your grandmother is difficult to deal with, so be careful. Also, keep an eye on that troublemaker, Ruan Anruo." Meng Yulan warned Tang Zhujun as she prepared to leave. "You are too straightforward." Tang Zhujun smiled and replied, "I know. One more thing," Meng Yulan continued. "You need to watch your grandmother closely and make sure she doesn't do anything inappropriate." She spoke gently, but Tang Zhujun didn't fully understand. "Your father and older brother are both well-known honest officials. But if someone tries to get involved with your grandmother, it could lead to serious trouble." This was indeed a concern. Meng Yulan knew that her grandmother had arrived, and many others probably knew too. As Tang Zhujun escorted Meng Yulan out, she saw Song happily chatting with a woman dressed in fine silk. The woman clearly came from a wealthy family, adorned with gold and silver, and was currently flattering Song with a big smile. Two young maidservants stood behind her, each holding a gift box. Just as Meng Yulan mentioned something, this woman appeared. How amusing. Tang Zhujun quietly said, "Sister Meng, please wait a moment." She stepped forward and coldly asked the woman, "Who are you? What are you doing in my house?" Song angrily exclaimed, "How dare you speak to me like that? Do you not respect your elder?" The woman had come to conduct business and didn't want to cause trouble for the Tang family, fearing it would lead to chaos. She hurriedly said, "This must be Miss Tang. I am a servant from the Ministry of Personnel, working for the royal family. Can you read?" Tang Zhujun asked with a cold smile. The woman looked awkward. At the entrance of the Tang family, there was a couplet written by Tang Mingfan. "Do not violate the way, do not harm the people, true fairness, a heart without greed. No favoritism, no bribery, deception must be strictly punished. You all have heard of my father's reputation. If you come to bribe, my father will report it, but if you bribe, the punishment will be even worse." The woman was frightened by her words and hurriedly bowed. Tang Zhujun said, "Leave now. I'll pretend you were never here. If you keep bothering us, don't blame me for telling my father." The woman and her maidservants left in a hurry. Song was furious, feeling that her plans had been ruined. "I am in charge of this family. You little troublemaker, have you gone too far? If you want to face the consequences, go ahead." Tang Zhujun stood her ground. "If you dare to accept anything from anyone behind my father's back, don't blame me for being ruthless."
Song could not be allowed to stay.
Enduring her these days was for the sake of Tang Mingfan's filial piety. Now, Tang Zhuyan could no longer tolerate it. Seeing Tang Zhuyan daring to retort, Song reached out to hit her. Tang Zhuyan had mostly recovered her skills and coldly laughed as she prepared to grab Song's hand, intending to give her a taste of her own medicine. However, she caught sight of the wide-open courtyard door and saw Tang Mingfan and his son rushing back, about to enter the yard. Tang Jian quickly changed her mind, slightly turning her face to avoid the blow, letting Song's slap merely brush against her cheek. Song fell to the ground dramatically. Song stared blankly at her hand, wondering if she had actually touched Tang Jian. Tang Jian pinched herself hard, crying out as she got up. "How dare you hit my face? My father hasn't even hit me. I'll fight you." Meng Yulan hurriedly stepped forward to pull her back. She couldn't let Tang Jian make such a mistake. But someone was quicker. Tang Baixin tightly hugged Tang Jian, his eyes filled with anger. "Big brother, let me go. I want to fight her." She had been hit and suffered so much from Song. All of this needed to create a scene to remind Tang Mingfan and sever his ties with Song. Even if it couldn't be completely severed, she wanted Song to leave quickly. Meng Yulan touched Tang Baixin's arm, her face slightly flushed, and quickly stepped back, gently advising, "Jun, don't be impulsive. Remember what I told you." Her voice was soft yet firm, but she couldn't sway Tang Jian, who was determined to make a scene today. Tang Jian insisted, "Big brother, let go." "No, let me handle this." Tang Baixin bit his lip, a dark cloud shadowing his brow, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "I should have avenged you long ago." With that, he raised his hand and swung it forcefully at Song. Because of filial piety, even though his sister had nearly been harmed by this old witch, he had to endure. But now, with his sister doing so well, she was still bullying them. If he endured any longer, would he still be worthy of being a brother? A loud slap echoed, and the air seemed to freeze. "Miss Meng, you." Tang Baixin looked at Meng Yulan, who had blocked him, momentarily speechless. He had just hit Meng Yulan. Meng Yulan's arm throbbed with pain, but her gaze remained sincere and clear as she shook her head. "Young Master Tang, it's not worth it." Tang Mingfan, in poor health, entered slowly, already out of breath. Song lay down dramatically. "I can't go on. My grandson is going to hit me." "Enough!" Tang Mingfan's face turned red, his eyes filled with despair and anger. "Mother, pack your things. I will go to the emperor to resign and take you back home." He thought that only by taking Songshire with him could his children have a peaceful life. Songshire dared not cry and said, "You don't know how that girl bullied me when you weren't here. She wished for my downfall." Hearing her desperate cries, Tang Mingfan glanced at his siblings and said, "You two go inside first." Tang Baixin bowed deeply. "Miss Meng, I truly apologize for today. Jun, you go in and show Miss Meng your injury. Don't worry about the rest. I will do everything I can to protect you." Meng Yulan was deeply shocked. She had several brothers, but they were polite yet distant. None were as talented and passionate as Tang Baixin. She felt that his actions were impulsive, but now she was deeply moved.
Tang Jun pushed Tang Baixin.
"Brother, are you crazy? Why don't you trust me?" He was the pillar of the family, a talented person everyone admired. How could he ruin his future? Bad people should deal with their own kind. Meng Yulan was taken aback. What was Tang Jun doing? Then she saw Tang Baixin smile. His smile was like melting snow on a mountain, instantly blooming with countless pear blossoms. His eyes sparkled like crushed starlight.
"Phun, Tang Baixin giúp vợ Tang Jun sửa hè."
"I'm here." Tang Jun felt her eyes heat up, stamped her foot, and pulled Meng Yulan back into the room. "Sister Meng, I'm really sorry. It's all because of my sudden decision." Tang Jun found some ointment and applied it to Meng Yulan's red arm. Tang Baixin was very careful, and since Meng Yulan's forearm was fair, the fingerprints were clearly visible, making it easy to imagine how much it hurt. "I'm fine," Meng Yulan reassured her. "You should apply ointment to your face first. I would have forgotten if you hadn't said anything." Tang Baixin handed her the ointment and went to rummage through the medicine cabinet. A moment later, Tang Jun found another bottle of ointment and applied it to the slightly red parts of her face in front of the mirror, which immediately felt hot. "Jun." Meng Yulan watched her face swell almost visibly and was startled. "Sure." Tang Jun made a shushing gesture, wincing in pain. "I did it on purpose." Meng Yulan was stunned. "What are you doing?" "I need to let my dad see her hit me. Otherwise, when I want to get rid of her later, won't he feel guilty?" Tang Jian said confidently. I just didn't expect my older brother to be so impulsive and drag you into this. I'm fine, Meng Yulan replied. I'll be okay in a few days. But you all like this. It's really worrying. It's fine, I have a plan, Tang Jian said. Today, she wanted gifts and then hit me. The mother-son bond is almost gone. She never blamed Tang Mingfan for being soft-hearted towards Song, as she was his biological mother. Tang Mingfan did everything to protect his daughter, making him stand out among fathers of this time. Tang Jian could only use some clever tactics to make him gradually lose interest and send Song back to her hometown so they could live without burdens in the future. Let me know how things progress, or I'll keep worrying about you. If you need help, just ask me. The Duke's residence can probably intimidate some people. Tang Jian saw Meng Yulan out, and Tang Baixin was waiting at the door, apologizing to Meng Yulan repeatedly. Meng Yulan stepped aside and said, You care for Ajun, but with things like today. Please think carefully in the future. Tang Baixin replied, Thank you for your advice, miss. However, he had no regrets. He and Tang Jian shared the same thought. That was his father's biological mother, and it was hard to let go, even if it was excessive. Besides using strong measures, he couldn't think of another way to stand up for his sister. After sending Meng Yulan away, Tang Jian saw the mother and son still talking in the main room, so she pulled Tang Baixin into her room and said, Brother, you're too foolish. I did it on purpose today. It's also my fault for acting on a whim without discussing it with you. She explained everything and her plans. Is your face really okay? Tang Jian wanted to roll her eyes. It's really fine. Do you think I would disfigure myself? Brother, did you even listen to me? Do you think this will work? We can try. What do you need me to do? Just take care of yourself and don't get involved, Tang Jian said dismissively. What do you know about women's matters? Just do your job well, and later you can protect me. Ajun, I'm still the older brother, and I'm still the younger sister. Go get Linlin and Yanran, and don't let them see me like this. Tang Jian found a veil to keep in her pocket, rubbed her eyes hard until they turned red, and then pushed open the door to the main room. When Song saw her, she was filled with anger. Tang Mingfan looked at his daughter with regret. Seeing her swollen face made him feel even guiltier, and he decided that he would speak up for her today. Dad, Tang Jian said softly, is Grandma still angry with me? I know I was wrong today. It was my fault. Tang Mingfan quickly replied, She's not angry anymore. Grandma won't be mad at you. How is your face? Why didn't you let Xiaoer get some medicine for you? I'm fine, Tang Jian said, lowering her gaze. I was too impulsive today, but I got anxious when I heard someone was bringing gifts, and I was afraid. I understand, Tang Mingfan said, swallowing hard. I've made up my mind to submit a petition to the Emperor tomorrow to resign and return home to take care of your grandmother. Song let out a loud cry and jumped up from the bed, saying, No, I won't allow you to resign. But Tang Mingfan ignored her. Seeing that Song was about to cause more trouble, Tang Jian said, Grandma, please don't get upset. Let me talk to Dad. You little troublemaker, this is all you're doing, Song said, grabbing a feather duster nearby and swinging it at her. She still thought she could act tough like she did in the countryside. Tang Mingfan grabbed it and said angrily, Enough. Ah Juan, come with me. Help me with the writing. I'm going to write the petition now. Tang Jian followed him to the door and turned back to Song, giving her a mocking smile and mouthing wait. Song and Song Chuer saw it clearly. Song became hysterical, pounding the bed and crying, You little brat, behind my back and in front of others, you. Tang Mingfan pulled Tang Jian away and slammed the door shut. He returned to his desk, unable to calm down for a long time. Dad, have some tea, Tang Jian said, bringing him a cup of hot tea, being very obedient. Today was my fault. I'll go apologize to Grandma and ask for her forgiveness. Don't go. You must not go, Tang Mingfan said. It's my failure. It's all my failure. When I went to study, your mother was home alone and must have suffered so much. As he spoke, he slumped in his chair, tears welling up in his eyes. Dad, don't think about it. If Mom were here, she would just want us to be well, right? Tang Jian said. Take your time with the resignation. Maybe things can improve with Grandma in the next few days. No, I see it clearly. If she doesn't leave, you and your siblings won't have good days. You may be soft-hearted, but your brother was deeply hurt by her. When you were in trouble, if I hadn't stopped him, he would have burned down our ancestral home. Tang Jun was very surprised. Your older brother has loved you since you were little. He always shares his treats and fun with you. Tang Jun lowered her gaze, knowing that behind those impulsive actions was a limit that had been crossed. Just like when she saw Linlin being bullied by the children of the royal family, she couldn't think about the rules of the palace. All she could think was, you hurt someone I care about, and I will make sure you pay. Jun, your father is not capable enough to protect you. In the future, when you are in the capital, discuss everything with your brother. I feel more at ease when you do this. I am getting old and want to go home to be with your mother. She is waiting for me alone, looking towards the capital for too long. Seeing Tang Mingfan in pain, Tang Jun stepped back to let him process his feelings. She put on her veil and was about to start cooking when Prince Jin entered, holding a child's hand. Seeing Tang Jun in a veil, he looked displeased. Ran bounced forward and said, Sister, you look good like this, but isn't it hot? Linlin, being a bit smarter, stayed quiet and jumped up to pull at the veil. Tang Jun held the veil down, saying, It's not hot, this keeps the mosquitoes away. Annie, did you get hit? Linlin asked directly. Let me see. Tang Jun. What a bossy little one. While they spoke, the bossy older one had already stepped forward and ripped off her veil. When Prince Jin saw her swollen face, his expression changed completely, and he asked coldly, Who hit you? Ran gasped and cried, Sister, what happened to you? Linlin bit her lip tightly, her small fists clenched. Auntie, who did this to you? It's nothing. I just bumped into something. Tang Jun said, worried they might make things worse. All right, are you both hungry? Let's wash our hands and have some snacks. The two children were reluctant to leave, but finally, Prince Jin spoke, and they were taken to the room by Xiao'er. Prince Jin cornered Tang Jun against the wall, his voice cold and sharp. I ask you again, who did this? Tang Jun replied, It's nothing. You don't need to worry. Is he acting like a bossy CEO? With this kind of tension, she couldn't help but imagine. But then she remembered how ruthless he could be, and she shivered slightly. I don't need to worry, Prince Jin scoffed. If you get hurt, it reflects on me. You are mine now. What?
Ugh.
You're the one acting like a dog. All right, Tang Jun said impatiently. Don't you understand our situation? I can handle my own matters. If you really want to help, just keep my father from submitting his resignation for the next couple of days. After a moment of thought, Prince Jin replied firmly, It's your grandmother. Who else could it be? Tang Jun said. Now move aside. I need to check on the two kids. Prince Jin narrowed his eyes at the main house, a sharp look flashing in his gaze. Later that night, as everyone fell asleep, a sudden, piercing scream echoed from the main house where the Song family stayed. Song Chuer shouted, There's a snake. This alarmed everyone, and except for the two children, everyone rushed to the main house. Song Chuer, who was sleeping on the bed, suddenly felt something cold wrap around her leg. When she touched it, it felt slippery and icy, instantly waking her up. She threw the snake onto the floor, clutching her blanket and shouting in panic. This snake is not poisonous, Tang Jun said after a quick glance. Just put on your clothes first. She glanced at the shape under the bed curtains but remained silent. Tang Mingfan said, It's normal for snakes to appear in summer. As long as it's not poisonous, it won't hurt anyone. However, the Tang father and son noticed something was off. With such a commotion, how could Song not be awake? Tang Mingfan approached the bed and lifted the covers. Mother, he trembled as he checked her breathing and let out a sigh of relief. Song was slowly awakened by Tang Mingfan, but she found she couldn't move or speak. In her panic, she could only make muffled sounds. Mother, what's wrong? Tang Mingfan asked anxiously. Father, Tang Jun said, quickly call for a doctor. Tang Baixin pulled her back, preventing her from speaking. The swelling on his sister's face made it impossible for him to feel any sympathy for the old woman in bed. It would be best if she were gone. But Tang Jian didn't think that way. The old woman couldn't die. If she did, their father and older brother would resign and return home to mourn. Besides, that would be too easy for her. The old woman couldn't have a peaceful end. She had to keep living. Originally, she thought everyone would only notice Song's condition the next day, but the snake incident happened at night. It seemed even fate was against Song. Tang Mingfan panicked. Okay, I'll go get a doctor right now. Baixin, let's go. You should also go. We will split up. I see that your grandmother's illness is serious, so hurry up. He didn't have a clear understanding of Tang Jian's medical skills and had already forgotten about it. Tang Baixin didn't want to move, but after seeing his sister's expression, he gritted his teeth and left. Chuer, aren't you going to help with the lanterns? And Xiaoer, hurry up and help find people. I can take care of grandmother here. Everyone was sent away, leaving only Granny He to watch over the two sleeping children. Tang Ziyan sat down by the bed, touched her face, and said with a forced smile, Grandmother, is it worth it to trade a slap for a life where you can't move or speak? Song looked at her eyes nearly popping out, and veins bulging on her forehead. It was her, this little brat, who harmed her. Tang Jian calmly said, Grandmother, you're getting old. After coming to the capital, you indulged in rich food, which caused your stroke. She had plans that the doctors here wouldn't notice. Grandmother, don't you feel comfortable after a meal when I help you with your back and shoulders? She pretended to flatter Song while secretly plotting. Tang Mingfan felt guilty towards her, and his emotions were fully prepared. Song was extremely anxious. The person in front of her was not her granddaughter, but a devil. Don't worry, grandmother, Tang Jian said with a smile, reaching out to touch her wrinkled face. I will take good care of you from now on. Every day, every moment, I will honor you. Song was terrified. She was going to die. This little brat was going to torment her to death. No. She didn't want Tang Jian to take care of her. The doctor arrived, and as Tang Jian said, they all said that Song was old and had a stroke, with no good solutions. Tang Mingfan suddenly looked older. Father, I will take care of grandmother with Xiaoer and Song Chuer, Tang Jian volunteered in front of Song. Song immediately became agitated, struggling to move her fingers and making a painful sound. She was protesting. Both Tang Mingfan and his son noticed. Tang Baixin sneered, if she doesn't appreciate kindness, so be it. Father, buy 2 more maids to take care of grandmother. Tang Jian thought to herself that wouldn't do. She found the old witch disgusting. Moreover, she didn't want to keep taking action. She was secretly using needles to poke Song's pressure points, which wouldn't last long. She needed to send Song to the countryside quickly and find someone who could control her. Tang Mingfan said, let me think about it. Tang Jian pretended to be obedient and filial in front of Tang Mingfen every day, but then she would intimidate Song Shi, making her look much thinner. Father, grandmother, misses the countryside. Why not send her back? It would be livelier with more family around. If you're worried, we can hire someone to take care of her, and we can pay them well, okay? Tang Mingfan was a bit tempted. Is there someone suitable who can take good care of her? Of course, just leave it to me. Tang Jian already had someone in mind, and as soon as Tang Mingfan agreed, she could go get that person. Your Highness, it was Tang Jian who did it. I heard her say it myself after releasing the snake. Song Jingyang insisted. Prince Jin said lightly, I understand. Seeing him remain indifferent, Song Jingyang became anxious. He was not only a close attendant of Prince Jin but also his childhood friend, as his mother had nursed the prince. They grew up together. Because of this bond, Prince Jin treated him very kindly. Before entering the capital, his mother repeatedly reminded him to watch over the prince and not let him be distracted by any temptress, which could affect important matters. Everything was fine until they met Tang Jian. At first, Song Jingyang did not consider Tang Jian a temptress and thought that with her background, she was simply too much trouble. But later, he realized things were not as he thought. Tang Jian was truly without limits. Pregnancy, affairs, disrespect. There was nothing he could think of that she wouldn't do. Your Highness, Miss Yanran seems to be recovering well. Should we return to the palace? Then let her throw a fit and have a fever at night? Prince Jean retorted. Song Jingyang. That troublesome woman had a tight grip on Miss Yanran. Compared to other women who had feelings for the prince, Tang Zhiyun was the most cunning. From now on, aim higher and don't just focus on women, Prince Jean said. Look at Huaishang. He's already out there managing things on his own, while you still can't. Song Jingyang scratched his head. My mother said I'm just a loyal servant, not cut out for important tasks. I should just take good care of the prince. That's why he was on high alert around Tang Zhiyun. If he couldn't even serve the prince well, he might as well be a dog. Prince Jean valued loyalty in both him and Tang Zhiyun, as well as their shared history. It's getting late. You should go rest now. Prince Jean said, there are important matters to attend to tomorrow. Yes, Song Jingyang replied immediately, with a serious expression. At breakfast the next morning, Tang Zhujun served a bowl of porridge to Tang Baixin and asked, Big brother, can you take a day off today to watch the two kids at home? Sure, I'm not busy lately, Tang Baixin replied. What do you need to do? Tang Zhujun chuckled and saw the two kids looking at her, so she swallowed her explanation and said vaguely, just some things, I'll be back soon. Be careful. Okay. Tang Baixin looked at her still swollen face, worried and pained. Why is your face still not better? Why is he still worried about her? It's fine, my skin is sensitive, but it doesn't hurt anymore, Tang Zhujun said with a brave face. After breakfast, she put on a hat and went out, relying on her memory to find the spring pavilion where Qingfeng was. What a fitting name, Tang Zhujun muttered to herself as she looked up at the sign. Last time she came here, she was thrown out before she even entered, but this time she was welcomed inside respectfully by Qingfeng's servant. It was her first time in such a place, and she felt a mix of nervousness and curiosity, but she didn't want to show fear and walked in calmly behind the servant. Tang miss, young Master Qingfeng is waiting for you inside. Tang Zhujun pushed open the door and saw Qingfeng sitting at the dressing table in a robe, his dark hair cascading down his back as he groomed himself lazily, his eyes slightly raised, exuding charm. Tang miss, you came so early, Qingfeng said with a smile as he stood up. 'Twas busy last night. The bedding was neatly arranged, likely just tidied up, and thankfully, there were no guests around. I was supposed to be busy, but I declined because I knew you were coming, Qingfeng said. Thanks to you, my business is now unique in the area. He signaled the servant to bring tea and snacks. Is the competition quite fierce? She didn't expect her medicine to become Qingfeng's key competitive advantage. Actually, the money I give you now is 60%. Today, I want to sign a contract with you to supply this medicine only to me, and I can offer you 70%. What do you think? Tang Zhujun shook her head. Qingfeng's expression showed urgency. We can discuss the terms slowly. What I mean is, I can supply you exclusively for 70%, but I can't sign a contract. I'm afraid it might lead to trouble later. We can only rely on mutual trust. How does that sound? Okay, Qingfeng said with a relieved and cheerful tone. I trust you, Mississippi. I can't stay long, Tang Zhiyun said. What about the person I asked you to find? A few days ago, she had already asked her servant and Qingfeng to help her find someone. I have her here. I'll have her come to see you, Qingfeng replied. Tang Zhiyun lowered her veil, causing Qingfeng to gasp in surprise, which she brushed off lightly. While the servant went to get the person, Qingfeng smiled and said, Your request is a bit strange. Why do you want an older courtesan? He hesitated to mention that Tang Zhiyun had specifically asked for someone skilled in pleasing men and with a bold personality. Was she planning to learn something before marrying into the royal family? Regardless of the reason, Qingfeng diligently followed her request. Seeing Tang Zhiyun silent, he cautiously added, You can use her, but don't bring her into the royal residence. She is 26, but the skills of a courtesan are not something you can match, Tang Zhiyun replied. Use her? Actually, I suggest you don't. If you want to learn about intimate matters, I can help with that too. Tang Zhiyun had just taken a sip of tea and ended up spitting it out. Really? Qingfeng insisted earnestly. I can entertain both male and female guests. Tang Zhiyun interrupted. Stop. You're much scarier than a woman. You're a man who can compete with women for men. Qingfeng laughed heartily, then joked, just a pastime. Do you have treasures worth gold and silver? Qingfeng chuckled again. If I had known you were this interesting, I should have met you sooner. You have a sign at your door saying those without money shouldn't enter. I understand. Just then, the servant brought in a woman. The woman appeared to be around 25 or 26, with a lovely face. However, perhaps due to long-term makeup, there were fine lines at the corners of her eyes. Still, she was beautiful. She was very respectful, kneeling to greet Tang Zhuyun and Qingfeng as she entered. Jia Hong pays her respects to young Master Qingfeng and the young lady. Qingfeng did not ask her to rise, but said to Tang Zhuyun, Miss, her contract is in my hands. If you like her, you can take her as a gift from me. If not, I'll sell her again. Jia Hong immediately bowed her head repeatedly, pleading, Please, young lady, keep me. Compared to an uncertain fate, this girl at least didn't seem like a bad person. Your Highness, isn't that Tang? From the opposite third floor, with the window half open, Song Jingyang was astonished by the scene he witnessed. The Jin Prince walked to the window and looked out, frowning. The distance was far, so I couldn't hear what they were saying, but I could clearly see that Tang Zhuyun and Qingfeng were sitting across from each other, with a woman kneeling beside them, adjusting her clothing while leaning towards Qingfeng. Tang Zhuyun said, No. Qingfeng had just ordered Jia Hong to undress for inspection, which was very disrespectful. Although Tang Zhuyun was not overly sensitive, as a woman, she found it hard to witness such a scene. Qingfeng shook his head. Miss, let's keep the contract in my hands. Tang Zhuyun thought it was good for their business to last. Jia Hong had been in the brothel for over 10 years and was skilled at reading people. She immediately bowed to Tang Zhuyun and crawled over, saying, I can serve you, whether it's massaging or helping with your feet. No need. Tang Zhuyun replied. I want you to serve someone else. Jia Hong was taken aback for a moment, then asked, Who does the lady want me to serve? Qingfeng coldly said, Slap yourself. Jia Hong hesitated but, intimidated by Qingfeng, immediately raised her hand and began to slap herself hard. Song Jingyang said, She came here to bully people. Prince Jin narrowed his eyes. This time, Tang Zhuyun remained silent, knowing that Qingfeng was establishing authority for her. She didn't know Jia Hong well and had to listen to Qingfeng. After a while, when Jia Hong's face was swollen, Qingfeng finally called for a stop, smiling without warmth, and asked, Where did you go wrong? The master spoke, and I shouldn't have interrupted. If the master wants me to serve someone, I will serve them. Jia Hong replied obediently. Miss Tang is here, and I don't want to frighten her, a young lady. Otherwise, I might give you a cat as a reward, and you should know what that means. I wouldn't dare, I won't do it again, Jia Hong said repeatedly, bowing her head and trembling uncontrollably. Tang Zhuyun didn't understand the situation and didn't ask. She suggested, How about I take her back to try? If it doesn't work out, we can bring her back. If she comes back, it will embarrass me. You know how I will treat you. Qingfeng warned Jia Hong. Yes, I understand. I won't dare to misbehave. I will serve the lady well and listen to her in everything. Qingfeng then looked at Tang Zhuyun and asked, Miss, do you want her to demonstrate her skills in serving men? Jia Hong was frightened, and as soon as he spoke, she immediately started to undress. Tang Zhuyun said, No need. Let her go for now. The servant took Jia Hong away, and Tang Zhuyun breathed a sigh of relief before angrily scolding Qingfeng. Were you doing that on purpose? Qingfeng laughed. I was helping you establish authority. I'm afraid you won't be able to control her in the future. I don't need to control her, Tang Zhuyun muttered. Thank you. I will definitely give you the silver. You don't need to thank me. It's just a matter of 100 or so taels of silver, Qingfeng replied. Just don't come directly to me next time. I can handle things for you, but I really worry that if the prince finds out, I'll be in trouble. While they were talking, Tang Zhuyun suddenly felt something soft on her leg. Looking down, she saw a small, all-white puppy playfully biting her pant leg. Lady Yi, stop that, Qingfeng laughed. Lady Yi? Yes, that's its name. My last name is Yi, Qingfeng explained. Tang Zhuyun thought, You have quite a taste. Even this tiny puppy, you can handle. The puppy seemed to really like Tang Zhujun, refusing to let go of her pant leg and rubbing against her as if it wanted to follow her. Qingfeng called to it, but it wouldn't listen, so he squatted down in front of Tang Zhujun to pull it away, but he didn't dare to pull too hard for fear of hurting its little teeth. The puppy and its owner were at a standstill. From Song Jingyang's side, he could only see Qingfeng's head popping up near Tang Zhujun, either bobbing up and down or not standing up at all. "What are those two doing?" Prince Jean said coldly. "Move." "Ah. Oh, yes, Your Highness." Song Jingyang rushed out first. "You all go." After pulling for a while without success, Qingfeng simply sat down on the ground. "Lady Yi, a warning." Tang Zhujun asked. "What?" "It's a male dog. Of course it's a male dog. If you don't believe me, I can show you." As he spoke, Qingfeng turned the puppy around, showing its belly. "See." Tang Zhujun covered her eyes. "Who wants to see that?" "How inappropriate. If you want to see, just look through your fingers," Qingfeng teased. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, and 7 or 8 tall men wearing masks rushed in. "Linlin guard is here to investigate." Qingfeng was stunned, then quickly stood up and bowed. "I didn't expect all of you to visit the spring pavilion." Tang Zhujun thought, "Linlin guard? Aren't they the prince's people?" The puppy was startled and jumped straight into Tang Zhujun's arms. Tang Zhujun thought, "She really is loved by everyone, even dogs." Except for the prince and his servant, dogs were not as favored. For instance, even with masks on, she recognized that pair who blended into the crowd. She needed to quickly review the current laws. If a fiancé caught his fiancée, no, even if she was just a concubine visiting a brothel, would she still be punished? She sat steadily, but inside, she was panicking. Should she explain to the prince that she was getting him a concubine? Would she get in trouble for it? "Search," someone commanded coldly, and it wasn't the prince or Song Jingyang's voice. The sound of commotion filled the room. Tang Zhujun said, "Qingfeng, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." "Here, hold your wife properly. By the way, can I take my people with me?" Qingfeng looked at the Linlin guards and, seeing no one speak up, reluctantly said, "Gentlemen, this is my friend, and it's her first time here. If there's nothing going on, why not let her leave first?" Still, no one objected. Tang Zhujun quickly slipped away. Once downstairs, she called for Jiahong and almost fled with her. Back at home, she was still shaken and cursed under her breath, wondering why the prince seemed to be everywhere. What was he doing at the brothel? Surely it wasn't to catch her. That couldn't be. She wasn't that important. So, was he after Qingfeng? Did he have ill intentions after seeing Qingfeng? No way. But why not? Tang Zhujun was torn in her thoughts, while Jiahong stood behind her, secretly observing the Tang residence, thinking it didn't look very prosperous. "Jiahong," Tang Zhujun finally said, calming down. "I want to send you to the countryside." Jiahong suddenly knelt down with a thud, trembling but too afraid to object. Tang Zhujun ignored her and continued, "My grandmother is ill, and my grandfather needs someone to take care of him. Every year, I will send home 200 taels of silver. If you can win over my grandfather, you can keep the silver for yourself. I won't interfere. But my grandmother must not die, and no family secrets must be revealed. That's the bottom line. The country folk have little knowledge, so your skills would be wasted there. But no one will bully you. You won't suffer. In a few years, you can adopt anyone you want. I won't tell them your true identity. You'll be seen as a respectable young lady. But the contract will always remain with me." Jiahong quickly understood the situation and, after a moment's thought, happily agreed. Most of the girls her age had poor prospects, and given the current circumstances, this was much better than being mistreated. Tang Zhujun told Xiaoer that Jiahong would be taking care of their grandmother, and Xiaoer took her around to familiarize her with the surroundings. To distract herself from thinking about the prince's unsettling behavior, Tang Zhujun busied herself, making small medicine pills. After all, this was a lot of shiny silver. However, the Prince of Jin arrived quickly. "I have captured Qingfeng." Tang Zhujun widened her eyes. "Why? Is it unrequited love? Does love turn to hate? You are overestimating yourself." "Overestimating myself?" What does your relationship with them have to do with me? The prince's breathing became heavier. She said, he had unrequited love for Qingfeng. I am not interested in men, and I certainly don't care for the ones you like. What? Is this man speaking in riddles? Convince him to help me, and I will support you too in the future. The prince stood with his hands behind his back, his expression stern. Tang Zhujun, which of his eyes, saw her liking Qingfeng. I can't convince him. Tang Zhujun refused. You can't force someone to drink water. Qingfeng doesn't like me. He likes money. You are reluctant to spend, so you can't use me as a substitute. The mighty Prince of Jin, what could he possibly need Qingfeng's help for? But thinking of the prince's identity as the leader of the Golden Scales Guard, and considering that Qingfeng was in that mixed environment, which was the most upscale, men's club, in the capital, where he could meet many influential people, even someone with Tang Zhujun's intelligence could figure it out. He agreed, but I don't believe it, the prince said. You go talk to him. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes while fiddling with a small pill. Since you believe I am so important to Qingfeng, why not use me to pressure him? That's a good idea, Tang Zhujun. Go away. The prince not only didn't leave but sat down on a chair, staring at her hands and said, Is this your business with Qingfeng? Yes, what's wrong with that? If others find out that the beloved daughter of Lord Tang is doing such things. Hearing the threat in his words, Tang Zhujun got angry. Imitating his cold smile, she said with a forced grin, If others find out, I'll just say the prince is incapable and that I'm doing this for him, and he is profiting from it. The prince gritted his teeth. Say that again. Why deceive yourself, your highness? I didn't say it. If you were fine, why would you have no women around you? The prince ground his teeth. I have had women, of course, or else how would Yanran have come about? Tang Zhujun looked at him as if he were foolish, but just because it worked before doesn't mean it works now. The world is always changing. You have to test things out. Before the prince could get angry, Tang Zhujun said, The doubts about you are not just from me. You must have heard criticisms before, haven't you? Do you want to try? If other women heard this, they would probably blush and shy away. But she is Tang Zhujun. She has forgotten most of her university classmates' names, but she still clearly remembers the little yellow satin from their late-night talks. No, I'm afraid it would be awkward. After all, the prince has always been a noble man in my heart. Tang Zhujun, the prince's residence has rules. Your Highness, this is the Tang residence. As they were at a standstill, Xiaoer shouted from outside, Miss, someone is looking for you. The prince did not move, and Tang Zhujun wiped her hands on her handkerchief and stood up. I'm coming. Before leaving, she glanced at the prince and said, Your Highness, my medicine is limited in quantity. Implying, please don't take my medicine. Seeing the prince's dark expression, Tang Zhujun felt very pleased and gracefully went out. Who is it? It was a servant, the same one who had helped her deliver something to Jiang Beihan before. He was now smiling as he carried a bundle. Miss, I've returned this to you, and I'm giving you back your money. Tang Zhujun was very surprised. Isn't it too soon for that? Even if you're returning it, it shouldn't be this quick. She began to doubt the quality of this ancient delivery service. Miss, don't you know? The servant smiled broadly. Jiang Beihan, isn't he the former heir of the Wuyang Marquis? Yes, Tang Zhujun replied, confused. The Wuyang Marquis' case has been overturned, and he is on his way back to the capital. But since we don't know which route he's taking, we're returning your items and won't take your money. Really? Tang Zhujun was very happy to hear this news. She was thrilled for Meng Yulan. She cheerfully accepted the items and then gave the servant a generous handful of money. Song Chuer stood at the door watching, muttering, That must be 20 coins. Tang Zhujun shot her a glare, and she quickly retreated inside, pretending to serve Song Shi. After Song Shi was half alive, Song Chuer's attitude changed subtly, clearly not as attentive as before. After sending off the servant, Tang Zhujun happily carried the bundle back to her room, only to remember that the prince was still there when she saw his meaningful gaze. What are you looking at? Am I that good-looking? Tang Zhujun calmly put away the bundle and said irritably, You really are the biggest romantic in the capital. Is there any man you don't dare to dream about? Even Jiang Beihan, who is thousands of miles away, is not spared. Tang Zhujun replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Your Highness, but I don't want it from you. Alright, you seem busy, so you don't need to waste time here. You and Qingfeng can trade love however you want. I don't know and won't interfere. I will do what I want, and it won't concern you." She tidied up the pills. "I need to go serve my grandmother now, so don't interfere with my filial duty, okay? Filial duty, so you plan to take action against her." Tang Zhujun was startled, but quickly regained her composure. "Your Highness, please be careful with your words. You might slip up." The golden scale guards were quite terrifying. She thought she had done everything perfectly, yet the crown prince still suspected her. But suspicion is just that. Without evidence, she would never admit to anything. The crown prince said coldly, "I will make sure your lover is well taken care of. I won't harm you, but remember, if I catch him once, I will deal with him." Poor Qingfeng, suffering from such an undeserved fate. However, since the crown prince wanted to use him, his threats were likely just for show. Tang Zhujun shot him a glare and turned to leave gracefully. She went to scare Song Shi, leaving the latter in a daze, wide-eyed and looking frightened, unable to eat. Tang Zhujun achieved her goal and found Tang Baixin to join her in the act. Tang Baixin pretended to be serious and said to the gloomy Tang Mingfan, "Father, I think after grandmother fell ill, she must be missing her hometown. Shouldn't we send her back to enjoy her remaining years?" Song Shi blinked rapidly in agreement. She wanted to leave. If she stayed a few more days, this little troublemaker Tang Zhujun would drive her to her end. But Tang Zhujun said, "That won't do. I think staying in the capital is better. It will help grandmother recover." Song Shi was very agitated, her face showing strong resistance.
No.
This little troublemaker wanted to get rid of her. She couldn't stay. Song Chui'er didn't want to leave either. She hadn't yet followed the impressive prince. So she quickly added, "Cousin is right. I also think staying in the capital is better." However, Tang Mingfan had already noticed Song Shi's expression and said, "Mother, if you want to leave, just blink." Song Shi blinked rapidly, fearing Tang Mingfan wouldn't understand her. Tang Mingfan, however, was uncertain. "Mother, if you want to leave, this time keep your eyes wide open and don't blink." Then Song Shi stared wide-eyed, like a fish that couldn't close its eyes. Tang Zhujun watched, trying not to laugh until her stomach hurt. Thus, the decision for Song Shi to return home was made. Tang Zhujun suggested that Changji go back to sender, then took out 400 taels of silver and said, "Dad, this is the money I earned from selling cold dish recipes over the past 2 months. This is all I have, so please take it back to grandmother." Tang Mingfan was moved. "Jun, you've worked hard. Your grandmother treats you so well. Even if you didn't contribute a single coin, I would still." That wouldn't do. If she didn't contribute, Tang Mingfan would keep worrying about Song Shi, losing focus on his duties, and might even foolishly go back to fulfill his filial duties. She wanted to be independent, but she needed her father, the Minister of Justice, to support her. Emotionally, she also wanted Tang Mingfan to be happy. Blind devotion to family was a common issue in this era, and she didn't expect those around her to rise above it. After all, she was the beautiful warrior. With that settled, Tang Baixin privately asked Tang Zhujun, "How did you save up so much silver? Didn't you only have a little over 200 before?" Tang Zhujun chuckled, "I'm like a little fortune god." Tang Baixin laughed, "I know my sister is capable, but Big Brother still wants to remind you not to use the prince's silver, okay?" She understood, but that wasn't going to happen. She couldn't let him support her without any return. "Look at Dad," Tang Baixin sighed again. "You mentioned 400 taels of silver, and he's just happy to thank you, not even asking how you earned it." Tang Zhujun covered her mouth and laughed. "I noticed that too." "Dad, really? But it's fine, I'm here. I'll work hard to earn money so that Dad and Big Brother won't have any worries and can become renowned officials." Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the previous scandal and asked, "Big Brother, have you found out about that matter?" Tang Baixin lowered his gaze. "Dad and I have an understanding." Because of this, after much consideration, they ultimately decided to let Tang Zhujun marry the prince. They didn't seek her to be favored in the future, just hoping she would be safe. However, these matters couldn't be shared with Tang Zhujun. They didn't want her to worry. Tang Zhujun sensed he didn't want to discuss it and didn't push, just advised him to be careful in the future. I know, Tang Baixin said. You should go prepare things for grandmother's journey. That Jiahong, I can't shake the feeling she's not honest. Is she really trustworthy? Tang Zhujun smiled slyly. Big brother, don't worry. She's definitely reliable. What could go wrong with her grandfather? Look how filial she was, helping her grandmother and bringing joy to her grandfather. TSK. Don't worry, grandmother may not arrive in style, but I will definitely send her off properly. Tang Jun said, Big brother, I have a favor to ask you. Is there really a need to be so formal between us? Tang Buxin looked at his lively sister, feeling as if he were in a dream. No. Even in the most beautiful dream, he never imagined she would be this good now. Back when she wanted to sell Linlin, Tang Buxin almost lost his temper with her, and now he felt a bit scared thinking about it. About the cheating in the exam, do you know how much Dad has found out? Tang Juyin whispered. Tang Buxin's smile instantly vanished. Again, who told you something? No one, Tang Juyin replied. I wasn't asking for anyone else. I just wanted to know myself. Anruo keeps causing trouble, it's really annoying, so I plan to settle the score with her. What do you want to do? Tang Buxin was very cautious and didn't tell her right away. But seeing his reaction, Hang Juyin knew he had an idea, so she didn't hide it from him and quietly shared her plan. Even though she was busy every day, she absolutely could not forget about revenge. Some people just can't be taken advantage of. She wasn't talking about herself. She was referring to Jinwang. She only wanted to learn from him about being vengeful. While interrogating Tingfeng, Jinwang sneezed, and Song Jingyang quickly said, Your Highness, you should go back and rest. Qingfeng knelt on the ground, smiling bitterly. Your Highness, it's really gone. That is your future concubine. I wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Jinwang sat in his chair, looking down at him with deep eyes, his fingers playing with a jade ring on his other hand, silent, but exuding an overwhelming pressure. I really have nothing to confess. Qingfeng bowed his head, his attitude humble. Don't use Tang Juyin as a shield. You should know what I really want to ask. Qingfeng shivered. Yes, if you speak, you may not survive, but if you don't, I will make sure you can't leave today. Jinwang said coldly as he stood up. What if I ruin your body? What will happen to you then? Song Jingyang, hold him down. Bring the iron. Song Jingyang stepped on Qingfeng's head, using a knife to lift his waist, forcing him into a position of sacrifice. Qingfeng felt a chill behind him, followed by an intense heat approaching. He was forced to lie down, only able to see the hem of Jinwang's robe and the fiery iron in his hand, steadily closing in on him. Your Highness, I will tell you. Qingfeng lay weakly on the ground, drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from the water. His mind was filled with one thought. Prince Jin was terrifying. He had already suspected his master behind him, yet he still dared to use such extreme methods. The fact that Prince Jin was not afraid of the people behind him was what truly frightened him. Qingfeng was returned unharmed, but he felt as if he had been skinned and needed to rest for several days. Tang Zhujun sent away Song Shi and planned a deal with Ruan Anruo. She needed to act quickly. Tang Baixin had informed her that the cheating in the examination had been uncovered and was progressing, so she had to send Ruan Anruo onto that ship with her cousin before he got into trouble, to prevent her from jumping around like a toad in front of her. For this underhanded plan, she needed Qingfeng's help. However, since Prince Jin was everywhere, Tang Zhujun sent Xiu'er to deliver the message to Qingfeng. Xiu'er was quick on her feet and returned shortly after delivering the message, saying, Miss, Qingfeng was so excited to see me. How excited? He was trembling all over. Tang Zhujun replied, still trembling. He really knows how to exaggerate. What did he say after reading the letter? He said he would arrange it as soon as possible. That's good. Tang Zhujun asked Qingfeng to check if Ruan Anruo's cousin had been frequenting the brothels and to inform her if he found any leads. Miss, I also got a bag of candy. Xiaoer said happily. Running errands has its perks. Tang Zhujun laughed. Since you enjoy it so much, I'll send you to another place. Xiaoer eagerly agreed. This time, Tang Zhujun sent her to the Meng family. She repeatedly reminded her, make sure to only speak when you see Miss Meng alone. And this matter must not be mentioned to anyone, not even your mother, understood? Xiaoer promised. You can trust me. I won't say a word even if a knife is at my throat. Which man have you taken a liking to? Tan Zuzun Ziblit. She tapped Xiao on the head. Can I have some serious business? Go tell Miss Meng that Jiang Beihan has returned. Xiaoer mumbled. Isn't this about a man? Don't lead Miss Meng astray. Tang Zhujun really wanted to scold her. Hurry up and go. After Xiaoer left, Tang Zhujun practiced martial arts and read with the two children, enjoying the rare peace after Song Shi's departure. During their break, she took them to catch bugs to feed the chickens. Linlin felt different after practicing martial arts. She was showing off her skills in the yard, chasing the beautiful rooster until it was flapping and running everywhere, feathers flying. Tang Zhujun was speechless. Men's interests are so fleeting. Just before, someone was eager for her to buy chickens, and now they were chasing them away. Yanran watched with a smile, clapping her hands and cheering. Brother Linlin, over there, over there. If she hadn't been wearing new shoes today and worried about stepping in chicken droppings, she would have joined in. Of course, the main reason was that Tang Zhujun wouldn't allow it. You've gotten so tanned, Tang Zhujun said honestly. Let's wait until the sun isn't so harsh to play outside. Yanran was getting healthier and eating more, but for a girl, looking good is also important. Yanran obediently stayed by her side and suddenly asked, Sister, when will you marry my father? Tang Zhujun almost choked on her hawthorn candy and after a moment replied, Didn't we agree on this? But, Yanran said sadly, It will take a long time for me to grow up and marry Brother Linlin, but you can marry my father now. Tang Zhujun thought, I like you a lot, but marrying your father is too big of a sacrifice. But why did Yanran suddenly bring this up again? The little one hugged her knees, looking upset. Because my father asked me yesterday when I planned to return to the palace, saying it's not convenient for him here. Although Tang Zhujun was reluctant, she knew that all good things must come to an end. Yanran was, after all, the daughter of the Prince of Jin, and it wouldn't be right for her to stay here. But when she tried to persuade Yanran to go back, no matter how she promised to visit her later, Yanran cried uncontrollably. Tang Zhujun's heart broke seeing her cry, and she had to give in without any principles. Sister, please tell my father that I don't want to leave, okay? Tang Zhujun thought. I don't want to deal with your father either. All right. After a while, Xiaoer returned and immediately said, Sister Green Bamboo, who is with Miss Meng, caught me a big handful of money, more than 30. What about Miss Meng? Is she happy? After waiting so long, she was excited to see the person she had been thinking about. Speaking of that, I'm curious. Xiaoer squatted down. Miss Meng said she already knew, and her eyes were all swollen from crying. Miss, what is this about? She doesn't seem happy. Tang Zhujun replied, You don't understand. It's called crying from extreme joy. Oh, Xiaoer said, All right, as long as you're happy, I'm happy too. I'm going to give the money to my mother. Tang Zhujun watched the two little ones running in the yard, resting her chin on her hand, and thought that Meng Yulan and Jiang Beihan needed to give up on the idea of being granted marriage by the emperor. But being with the one you love, even if it means facing great challenges, is worth it. She wished them well and cheered them on, hoping they would succeed against Prince Jin. However, the thought of facing Prince Jin made Tang Zhujun feel uneasy. She worried for Meng Yulan but was also relieved that she didn't have to confront the formidable prince herself. What she didn't know was that Prince Jin was currently reading a letter from Qingfeng, his expression serious. Now she was interested in Ruan Anruo's cousin? This woman truly lived up to her reputation for being infatuated. Wasn't she in love with Qingfeng? Why was she asking her lover to play matchmaker? Was her head filled with nonsense? Qingfeng's servant knelt on the ground, too intimidated by Prince Jin's presence to speak. Go back and tell him to do as Tang Zhujun says. The servant felt relieved and hurriedly agreed before leaving. Prince Jin sneered, eager to see what Tang Zhujun was planning. During their time together, he hadn't noticed her infatuation, but her actions had certainly confirmed her reputation. Song Jingyong murmured nearby, "Why does she fall for every man she meets? But she hasn't succeeded with the prince, so why doesn't she just give up?" Prince Jin asked, "What about Huaishang?" He hoped his trusted aide would return soon to advise Song Jingyong to be more careful with his words. Song Jingyong quickly replied, "Your Highness, they should arrive in the capital in the next couple of days." After 2 days of rain, the weather finally cleared up. While Tang Jujun was out buying vegetables, several people on horseback rushed by, splashing water and wetting her dress and shoes. "Are you in such a hurry to go somewhere?" Tang Jujun exclaimed angrily. At the same time, the riders seemed to realize their mistake, stopping their horses to look at Tang Jujun and ask, "Miss, are you all right?" The rider was tall and handsome, though he looked a bit weary from travel. "That I'm fine," Tang Jujun said, lowering her head, her earlier anger fading. "That's good to hear. Farewell," the rider said as he rode away, splashing more water that landed on Tang Jujun's dress. This time, she didn't mind. Xiaoer, who was beside her, asked, "Miss, why aren't you saying anything? Just now, I thought you were going to hit someone. Is it because you can't bear to part with someone who looks good?" Tang Zhuyan, "Be quiet." She hurriedly picked some vegetables, paid with silver, and wanted to go home. "Go home? We haven't bought the pig offal yet. The master said we need to prepare more because Lord Wang from the Ministry of War is coming for dinner tomorrow. You go buy it. I'm worried about the 2 kids, so I'll go back and check on them first." Tang Zhuyan rushed away, leaving Xiaoer confused. Did the girl just encounter a ghost today? When Tang Zhuyan returned, Granny, he was teaching Yanran to embroider under the grape trellis. Yanran tilted her head, looking at the patterns with bright eyes. Hearing Tang Zhuyan's footsteps, she ran over and sweetly called, "Sister." Tang Zhuyan forced a smile and patted her head, saying, "Good girl, I bought you." "Oh, I forgot to get you snacks today. That's okay. We have plenty at home," Yanran said understandingly. "Sister, let me help you carry the basket." Tang Zhuyan smiled and nodded, asking, "Where's Linlin?" She felt inexplicably nervous. "Linlin is inside practicing his writing." Linlin was very disciplined. He wouldn't sleep until he finished writing 100 characters each day. "Okay." Tang Zhuyan sighed in relief and went to wash a plate of peaches to take to Linlin. Linlin didn't even notice her come in, focused on his writing. Tang Zhuyan didn't disturb him and went back outside to sit under the grape trellis, starting to roll her little pills. Only then would Yanran not come over and bother her to play. To be honest, meeting that man on the street earlier made her anxious, and she couldn't think about anything else. In the memories of that man, it was him who had chosen her on the flower boat. That man had forgotten her. After all, she was young back then and heavily made up. Now, thinking back to how she looked in the mirror at that time still felt shocking. That person must be Linlin's father. He rode a tall horse, dressed in fine silk, and held a jeweled sword. This man was both rich and powerful, who could cause a scene in the capital and ride through the streets without some influence. The world is so small, she actually encountered him again. If that man recognized her and knew Linlin was his child, he probably wouldn't let his own blood be lost. And even if it went to court, she likely wouldn't be able to keep Linlin. What should she do? No, she absolutely wouldn't let Linlin be taken away by someone else. Who exactly is that man? What is his identity? Can I avoid this? Tang Zhuyan felt confused and anxious. She didn't dare to mention this to her family, as it would only worry them without providing any solutions. In the worst case, how could she protect Linlin? Should she befriend the Prince Jean and ask for his help later? No, it would be better to approach the Emperor. Ultimately, everything depends on his word. Don't panic, Tang Zhuyan told herself. That man might have already forgotten her. A man used to fleeting encounters probably wouldn't remember a brief relationship from years ago. Moreover, even if he recognized her, he wouldn't think that Linlin was his son. In the worst case, if he knew everything, he might be too intimidated by her father and brother's power to speak out. After a long period of mental preparation, Tang Zhuyan finally began to relax. Is Miss Tang at home? Hearing a woman's voice outside, Xiao went to open the door. Who is it? Oh, Sister Ilvzu. What brings you here? Please come in. It turned out to be Ilvzu, a maid from Meng Yulan's side. Tang Zhuyan smiled and invited her to sit, asking Xiao to wash some fruit. Ilvzu had red eyes and suddenly knelt down. Miss Tang, please help Our Lady. Tang Zhuyan quickly had Granny he bring Yanran inside and helped Ilvzu up. Take your time and tell me what happened. What's wrong with your lady? Could it be that after Jiang Beihan returned, Meng Yulan confronted the Meng family? The Duke of Meng would definitely not agree. Jiang Beihan couldn't bypass Prince Jin, and that was the Emperor's intention. Ilvzu cried, Our Lady, please go see her. She explained the situation. Tang Zhuyan said, What? Can you repeat that? Did she hear wrong? Jiang Beihan actually got married and had children? Meng Yulan waited for him in vain? Ilvzu sobbed. When he was exiled, Our Lady sent money and letters, asking him to wait for her. He promised to wait, but he broke his word. Our Lady has suffered so much. From her youthful days to becoming an old maid, she kept her promise, even risking her life. Only to end up like this? If Jiang Beihan hadn't made a promise, it would be one thing. Life is full of ups and downs. But he clearly agreed, and then went back on his word. It's infuriating. Tang Zhuyan said, Go back and tell your lady that shedding a tear for such a heartless person is a waste. I will go see her tomorrow. She felt too unsettled right now, and with mealtime and rest approaching, it wasn't suitable to visit the Duke of Meng's residence. Miss Tang, please go now. I'm worried Our Lady might do something foolish. All right then. She felt a sense of urgency. Knowing Meng Yulan well, she couldn't ignore the situation. Tang Zhujun asked Granny He and Xiao to look after the two children, change her clothes, and hurried to the Meng family estate. When Meng Yulan saw her, she burst into tears, and it broke Tang Zhujun's heart. Okay, Sister Meng. Tang Zhujun patted her back and waited for her to finish crying before speaking gently. I know everything. But he is not worth our lives. We need to live well, right? You can cry it out, and then we can start fresh. A three-legged toad is hard to find, but a two-legged man is even harder. Jiang Beihan is blind to lose a woman like Meng Yulan. That's his loss. Ah, June, I want to see him. I need to ask him why he hurt me. Tang Zhujun shook her head. Sister Meng, please calm down. If a dog bites you, can you ask the dog why? If it could reason, it wouldn't be a beast. No matter what Tang Zhujun said, Meng Yulan was too upset to calm down. She was eager to see Jiang Beihan and demand answers. Tang Zhujun thought about how a man's change of heart is as unavoidable as a dog wanting to eat. Why ask a dog why it does what it does? It's just in their nature. However, she understood that after so many years, Meng Yulan only wanted an explanation, which was quite reasonable. If it were her, she might not be so rational. Ah, June, please help me, Meng Yulan pleaded. She couldn't talk to anyone else about this. As a sheltered girl, she truly had no one else to turn to. Tang Zhujun smiled sadly. Sister Meng, you think too highly of me. I can't help either. Not everything can be shouldered by one person. She understood Meng Yulan's desperate situation but also knew her own limitations. If it were about meeting the crown prince, she might have been able to help. Ah, June, just think of a way for me. You don't have to run around. Just help me figure out how I can see Jiang Beihan. I can go myself. Clearly, Meng Yulan understood the concerns involved. Sister Meng, don't rush. Since he's back, he won't run away. He already has a wife and children, so you and he. It's just not meant to be. You can't change the outcome, and you don't need to rush for an explanation right now. She felt too shy to directly ask for an explanation, knowing she would have to bear the consequences. Meng Yulan sat down in despair, murmuring, I just don't understand why. How about this? Tang Zhujun said, I'll think of a way when I get home, but don't get your hopes up too high. I'll let you know if there's any progress. You need to take care of yourself first. She wanted to help but wasn't sure how much she could do, so she didn't want Meng Yulan to get her hopes up. Meng Yulan was very grateful, tears in her eyes, and said, I know I shouldn't involve you in this, but I have no one else to turn to.
Ayun? I'm sorry.
I'll try to calm down. Tang Jujun was right. The outcome couldn't be changed. When she got home, she felt pain thinking about Meng Yulan's situation. She actually thought it would be good for Meng Yulan to meet Jiang Beihan and clear things up. Only by cutting ties completely could Meng Yulan start anew. But how could she meet Jiang Beihan? Should she ask the prince? That would be asking for trouble. The prince always considered Meng Yulan as his own. If he had to arrange for his woman to meet another man, he would be furious.
So who else could she ask?
As she was lost in thought, Tang Baixin came home. Tang Jujuan's eyes lit up. Big brother, come here. I need to talk to you. Tang Baixin entered her room and handed her a box of snacks, smiling. These are treats my colleague brought from Jiangnan. Try them first. Don't save everything for the little ones. I can't eat right now. I'm worried about something. Tang Jujun explained Meng Yulan's situation. That's not appropriate. Tang Baixin frowned. It's not right for you to help with this. She shouldn't meet Jiang Beihan. Really? But how do I respond to Sister Meng? Tang Jujun felt overwhelmed. Listen, Tang Baixin thought for a moment and said, you shouldn't get involved directly. Let me find out some information indirectly. Jiang Beihan just returned and is about to inherit a title. He's a focus in the court. If I ask a few questions, no one will notice. What do you want to find out? Tang Jujun was confused. You silly. Tang Baixin replied, of course, about his wife's situation. I think Miss Meng would want to know about that. Plus, this way, you can help and be a good friend. Oh, where could she find such a caring brother? Sister Meng would be lucky to have him. Right. Since Meng Yulan's relationship with Jiang Beihan was over, could her brother take advantage of the situation? However, this thought only lingered briefly, as Meng Yulan's condition was concerning, and he likely had no interest in other matters. Big brother, please find out as soon as possible. I'll be resting tomorrow, and the day after, I'll go to the Ministry of Personnel to ask around, Tang Baixian said. Have the incense and paper money been prepared? Tang Jujun slapped his forehead. Oh no, I almost forgot. Thankfully, the incense and paper money were prepared earlier. I was just about to ask you, since we are going to the Great Xianghua Temple to honor our mother, shouldn't we avoid bringing meat offerings? Tomorrow is the anniversary of their mother's passing, and every year, Tang Mingfan takes the whole family to the Great Xianghua Temple to pray. Yes, Tang Baixian replied. No need to prepare offerings, just focus on the incense and candles. Father is good friends with Master Hong En, and he only charges 1 or 2 silver coins for the everlasting lamp each year. That's fine. All right, I'll get everything ready. Tang Mingfan had deep feelings for his late wife and had never considered remarrying over the years. He also had no one to take care of him, which was quite sad to think about. He lost his wife in his early 20s, and now at 40, he had spent 20 years alone, which was truly touching. Tang Jujun discussed with Yen Ran, suggesting she follow Prince Jean the next day, as this was a family ritual, and given Yen Ran's noble status, Mrs. Tang might not be able to handle such a ceremony. However, as soon as she spoke, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The little girl cried heart-wrenchingly, Sister, are you sending me home? Do you not want me anymore? Her cries were so loud they attracted Prince Jean from next door. Prince Jean looked at Tang Jujun as if she had mistreated Yen Ran. Father, hold me. Prince Jean reached out. But Yen Ran couldn't bear to hear such words. She shrank into the corner and cried even louder. Speak, Prince Jean said, a bit annoyed. Yen Ran was sobbing so much that she couldn't say a word. Tang Jujun awkwardly said, This is my fault for not explaining clearly, which led to Yen Ran's misunderstanding. She explained the situation and added, Your Highness, please talk to Yen Ran. We never meant it that way. Then let her come along, Prince Jean said. Huh? Tang Jujun was taken aback. Yen Ran immediately stopped crying and rushed to hug Prince Jin's leg. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Father. Tang Jujun sighed. When did that sweet, shy child turn into such a little sycophant? However, it seemed that Prince Jean had learned to throw a tantrum to get what he wanted, then smile widely, perfectly mimicking Tang Jujun's boldness. However, Even though he disliked Tang Zhuyan and often felt like scolding her, seeing his shy daughter become cheerful and less vulnerable made him realize that this change was not entirely unacceptable. "Tomorrow, tone it down a bit and don't act out, or I'll have to deal with you when you come back," he said to Tang Zhuyan. Tang Zhuyan. Yan Yan thought he was talking about her and obediently replied, "I will listen to my sister." If she listened to her, wouldn't that mean tearing off the roof of the Great Xianghua Temple? The next day, the family went to the Great Xianghua Temple with incense and candles. Tang Zhuyan followed her brother to bow to their mother's memorial tablet, and Linlin and Yan Yan did the same in a serious manner. Tang Zhuyan didn't dare to say anything about not letting Yan Yan bow, or the latter would end up crying. This little crybaby was getting better at handling adults. However, thinking back to the lifeless child who had been scolded by that rude servant, she preferred to see Yan Yan lively and spirited like she was now. "I'll go meet the master. Baixin, take them around, but don't go too far," Tang Mingfan instructed. The area around the Great Xianghua Temple was the busiest in the capital, bustling with activity, which led to many small businesses. There were not only Buddhist-related shops, but also many selling various other items. For example, Tang Baixin went to buy snacks, while Tang Zhuyan was fixated on a woodblock print, unable to look away. The chubby baby in the print was just too cute. However, the themes of the woodblock prints seemed a bit limited. Aside from images of fortune, longevity, and various deities, there were only a few charming chubby babies. Shouldn't there be some handsome men in the artwork? Actually, she could provide some material for that. Watching various young stars in her free time was quite enjoyable. Men could be divided into two types. For a pleasant view, one should look at pretty boys. For more excitement, a tall, muscular man with chocolate abs was needed. Oh dear, she was thinking too much. In ancient times, it would be hard to find someone who understood. Still blushing, she wondered why she started daydreaming in the middle of such a crowded place during the day. What is the little girl thinking about? Hearing that cheerful voice, Tang Zhuyan felt as if her secret thoughts had been exposed, and her face turned even redder. Looking up, she met the cold gaze of Prince Jin.
Wow, why is he everywhere?
Both of them read the same thought in each other's expressions. The speaker was the emperor. Today, he unexpectedly decided to visit in disguise. Tang Zhuyan shivered and smiled. "Oh, it's Lord Huang." Lord Huang, the emperor stroked his beard, pleased with the title. Yan Yan stepped forward and sweetly called him father and grandfather, making the emperor even happier. "This child is much smarter than before," the emperor praised. Linlin respectfully greeted them in a soft voice, then stood straight and composed. Tang Zhuju noticed that besides the crown prince, there was another man with the emperor, who seemed older than the crown prince. He had sharp eyes and a strong face, but his features showed signs of age, like a well-forged sword that was powerful yet humble. Tang Zhujun looked at him a bit longer, feeling that the crown prince's gaze towards her was sharp, almost like a knife. "Oh, he really thinks he's the main wife. Why have you come today?" the emperor asked. Tang Zhujun obediently replied, "Today is my mother's memorial day." "I see," the emperor said to the crown prince. "You should go pay your respects to Lady Tang later." Normally, as the side consort's mother, she wouldn't have such honor, but considering Tang Mingfan's status, it was understandable. The crown prince nodded in agreement. Seeing his reluctant expression, Tang Zhujun thought she would tell Yan Yan later that if she were to die, she hoped Yan Yan would find a husband like the crown prince, but never come to see her, as she feared she wouldn't be able to enjoy her offerings. The emperor then asked the other man beside him, "Beihan, you and the crown prince are about the same age. How many children do you have and how old are they?" "Beihan?" Tang Zhujuan's eyes widened. "Is this Jiang Beihan?" The crown prince seemed to sneer, and then Jiang Beihan replied, "1 son and 2 daughters. My son is 5 this year and my daughters are 3 and 1. This guy." Meng Yulan vowed never to marry for him, and here he was, with a whole bunch of children. Tang Zhujun was so angry she could explode, unable to hold back her sarcasm. "So exile is actually good for having children. The emperor should send the crown prince into exile too, so he can have more grandchildren." The emperor laughed. "What's wrong?" Tang girl? Do you know Beihan? I don't know. Tang Zhujun replied, I'm just a girl from the countryside. How could I know such a distinguished person? The emperor said to Jiang Beihan, You're in trouble. You must have offended this girl at some point. She doesn't forgive easily. The crown prince sneered, showing his unrequited feelings right in front of him. Did he really think he was invisible? Tang Zhujun first wrote a letter to Jiang Beihan, but now that she hears he has a family, she immediately changes her attitude and starts acting strangely in front of the emperor. She is clearly pursuing Jiang Beihan. Jiang Beihan calmly replies, If I have offended Miss Tang, I ask for your forgiveness. I heard you are about to marry the prince as a secondary wife. Congratulations. Tang Zhujun responds, Thank you for your congratulations. My ability to work with Miss Meng's husband must be due to good fortune from my past life. Jiang Beihan's expression remains unchanged as he gives her a deep glance. In front of the emperor, Do not speak foolishly, Prince Jin reprimands.
Step back.
Tang Zhujun takes 2 steps back and watches them leave before daring to look at the emperor. She understands the rules and knows that looking directly at the emperor is disrespectful, so she had kept her gaze lowered. However, when she finally looks up and meets the emperor's gaze, she is momentarily stunned. Your Majesty, Mr. Huang. Tang Zhujun can't help but exclaim. The emperor turns and smiles. What is it, Miss Tang? Mr. Huang, please walk carefully. There are many people around. Tang Zhujun swallows her words. What a thoughtful girl. Let's go, the emperor says as he walks away with his companions. Tang Zhujun feels a sense of loss. Linlin squeezes her hand. And the emperor, Mr. Huang. Sho. Tang Zhujun gestures for silence, saying softly, He is not someone we can discuss freely. Come, let's see why your father hasn't returned yet. Just then, Tang Baixin strides over. Elder brother, just now. I saw it. Tang Baixin replies. It's fine. That person often comes here to discuss Buddhist teachings with Master Hanzhen.
Oh.
Elder brother, when will father come out? Will he run into? He should, Tang Baixin says. It's all right. Is there anything else you want to buy? I can take you.
No, imtirat.
Let's find a place to rest. They find a spot to rest, and Tang Zhujun quietly shares what happened with Jiang Beihan, saying, He has 3 children now, so Sister Meng has no hope left. Tang Baixin's eyes flicker but quickly lower, and he remains silent. Elder brother, keep an eye on them. I'm going to find father. Tang Zhujun stands up. Ajuan, are you going to find Jiang Beihan? Tang Baixin grabs her hand. Don't act impulsively. Miss Meng is now the prince's future wife. Doing this could. I won't interfere. I have other matters to discuss with father. Tang Zhujun found Master Hong'en's residence and was stopped outside. She smiled and said, I am the daughter of Tang Mingfan. Is my father inside? The guarding monk nodded. Lord Tang and other distinguished guests are inside. Tang Zhujun understood and replied, Then I will wait for my father here. The monk did not stop her. Instead, he brought a chair to the shade and offered her a seat along with a fan. When the prince came out, he saw Tang Zhujun sitting under the tree, fanning herself, her big eyes fixed on the door. Upon seeing him, her expression showed clear disappointment. She was honest about it, indeed. The prince approached, looking down at her. Who are you waiting for? Tang Zhujun waved her hands. Don't block me. Of course. I'm waiting for my father. Am I supposed to wait for you? Self-awareness is good, but unfortunately, the prince lacked it. When did your father change? Tang Zhujun, I warn you one last time. If you do anything to embarrass me or the palace, I will make you pay. Tang Zhujun looked confused. If you have a problem, go see a doctor, but don't ask me. I can't help foolishness. Stubborn as a mule. The prince gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. Jiang Beihan. I won't help Jiang Beihan either. Let the bad men go to waste. She wouldn't help any of them. Don't pretend to be confused. You look at every man with those eyes. If you keep staring like that, you might lose your eyes. Only then did Tang Zhujun realize what he meant. Did he really think she liked Jiang Beihan? Someone who changes his mind easily. Full of bad traits? Tang Zhujun stared hard at the prince. If he wanted to take her eyes, he better be a real man. After a moment, seeing the prince's angry face, she suddenly laughed. You don't need to frown. Maybe today I can get the emperor to cancel our engagement. That would be best, the prince said and stormed off. He walked quickly inside, then remembered he had just come out for a moment, feeling confused by Tang Zhujun's words, and headed back to the restroom. Tang Zhujun thought, what a character. Really thinks he's something special. A lowly man. He needs to give up on the idea of marrying her, or else he'll keep thinking she wants him. After a while, Zhang Beihan also came out, but the prince spoke to him for a moment before they both went inside together. The sight of them being so close made Tang Zhujun feel increasingly frustrated. Birds of a feather flocked together. While she was lost in thought, Tang Mingfan finally came out.
Dad, Dad.
Tang Zhujun called out gently as she stood up. Tang Mingfan smiled widely upon seeing her, appreciating that his daughter was waiting for him. As they walked outside together, she casually said, Dad, why were you in there for so long? I saw the emperor. I told you. The emperor mentioned he saw you and praised how well you raised Yanran. Tang Mingfan replied proudly. Dad, how is the emperor treating you? Honestly, without any grand talk, Tang Zhujun suddenly asked, tilting her head. Tang Mingfan was caught off guard by her sudden question but answered seriously, of course. The emperor has always valued me since my time in the palace. I've come this far without forming cliques or flattering those above me, all thanks to the emperor's support. The emperor is very thoughtful and knows our family is struggling, so he has given us extra rewards. In fact, this house we live in was bought with the emperor's money. Tang Zhujun's first reaction was, then why not buy a bigger one? Tang Mingfan laughed heartily at her. Do you think I'm someone who doesn't know what's appropriate? The emperor originally wanted to gift me a large house, but I couldn't afford to maintain it. If he had given me a big house, it would have embarrassed him. So in the end, he gave me money to choose for myself. Tang Zhujun understood that her father and the emperor were not just ruler and subject, but also friends. The emperor was very protective and appreciative of Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan wanted to mention that even though the emperor knew she had a child out of wedlock, he was still willing to suggest her as a concubine for Prince Jin, which showed the emperor's care for him. However, thinking about how her daughter and Prince Jin didn't seem to get along, he decided to hold back. Young people need to spend more time together to build their feelings naturally. Tang Zhujun's character couldn't be forced. Tang Zhujun thought, how can things get better? A fool can never hatch a chick. Her relationship with Prince Jin was like that fool. There was no sign of growth. So, what could come of it? Dad, she continued with a serious tone, if there's something that benefits the emperor but might not be good for you, would you do it? She already had a sense of the answer, but still asked. Tang Mingfan replied earnestly, as a subject, it is my duty to serve my emperor. Jun, remember, we have only one master, and that is the emperor. If one day the king of Jin wants to stray from his path, we must advise him promptly. But right now, the king is doing very well. She didn't care at all whether the king was good or not. However, she knew that the emperor was not doing well at the moment. Father, Tang Zhujun said, I saw the emperor today and dared to glance at him. Tang Mingfan smiled and said, it's fine. The emperor thinks you're just a mischievous young girl and won't take it to heart. I still have some reputation in front of the emperor, so don't worry. As he said this, his eyes were kind and proud. For all these years, it was the emperor's trust and care that had supported him through tough times. That's not it, father, Tang Zhujun replied. I suspect the emperor has a heart condition, and it's quite serious. When she looked at the emperor, she noticed that although he was smiling, his expression seemed a bit stiff. If the emperor was not genuinely smiling at her, it meant he was either used to it or could only manage that due to health issues. Father, the emperor's face is swollen, his lips are purple, his earlobes have wrinkles, and there are bulges in his neck. With all these symptoms combined, I believe his heart condition is quite severe, Tang Zhujun said seriously. Her father was a loyal minister, and if he knew the emperor was unwell, he would surely be worried and wouldn't be so cheerful when mentioning him. So, Tang Zhuyan concluded that her father was unaware of the situation. If her father didn't know, it meant the emperor was either hiding it on purpose or being misled by others. In either case, it was better to avoid trouble. However, considering her father's feelings, she felt it was a different matter, so after much hesitation, she decided to speak up. She also had her own selfish reasons. If the emperor valued her father so highly and then passed away, their family would no longer be as secure and prosperous. Zhuyan, are you telling the truth? Tang Mingfan's expression changed immediately. Tang Zhuyan knew this was a gamble. If the emperor didn't want anyone to know about his illness, then meeting him would not be pleasant for him. If the emperor was unaware of his condition, this reminder might have a positive effect. The best outcome would be that whether the emperor knew or not, she could help more than the doctors, and then she could ask the emperor to dissolve the verbal engagement with the king. She had already thought of a good reason. It was a mismatch. Tang Mingfan asked her a few more questions and then took her back to wait for a meeting with the emperor. From beginning to end, there was only concern for the emperor, with no doubt about the daughter at all. When the emperor came out and saw Tang Mingfan and his daughter standing outside, he found it a bit strange and smiled, saying, "Are you inviting me to your home for a meal?" "I can't, as I need to return to deliver scriptures to the Empress Dowager." Prince Jin glanced at Tang Zhujun with a strong hint of warning. "Don't cause trouble." Tang Zhujun ignored him, kneeling on the ground and saying, "Your Majesty, I have a matter to discuss with you, but it is difficult to speak of. I hope you can grant me a moment alone." Her? Meeting the emperor alone? What intentions could she have? Prince Jin said, "If you have something to say, tell me first." "Don't delay, father." The emperor looked at Tang Mingfan, who gave him a pleading look, saying, "It's the old minister's fault for not teaching his daughter properly." Although the emperor hesitated, he knew Tang Mingfan would not cause trouble, so he said, "Then everyone else step back, and you two can talk." Tang Zhujun turned to see Prince Jin and Zhang Beihan standing at the door, and said, "No, you all need to step far away." Prince Jin replied, "Tang Zhujun, know your limits." Tang Zhujun said, "Your Majesty, look at the prince bullying me. I don't want to be engaged anymore. Be quiet." Tang Mingfan pretended to be angry, following the script they had discussed earlier. The emperor waved his hand, saying, "You all step back." Prince Jin and Zhang Beihan moved back a few paces. Zhang Beihan looked at Prince Jin and quietly said, "It seems that Miss Tang doesn't want to be with the prince. But this is also good. Her reputation would be a burden for him." Prince Jin's face turned dark, clearly not comforted by this. Zhang Beihan continued, "As for Meng Yulan, I advise the prince to be cautious." Prince Jin's expression finally changed. Not because he cared about Meng Yulan, but because Zhang Beihan was discussing a praised young lady in such a manner, which was not gentlemanly. Zhang Beihan's expression was calm. "To be honest, I once wanted to marry Meng Yulan, but after a mishap in her family, she turned against me. Such a woman is not worthy of being a princess. She could only be his servant, subject to his whims." A flash of coldness crossed Zhang Beihan's eyes. Prince Jin made his thoughts clear. "You couldn't have her back then, so now you seek revenge?" Duke Wuyong, seeking profit and avoiding harm is human nature, especially for a woman. "You are overthinking this. It seems rather petty." Zhang Beihan smiled, his smile sharp like a snow blade. "The prince probably has never loved anyone and doesn't know the pain of being betrayed by the one you love. Anyone can take advantage of him, but not the woman he would give his heart to." The Jin Wang said nothing more. The emperor arranged the marriage, leaving him no room to object. If Meng Yulan didn't find a way out, he would have to marry her. To him, all women were the same. Marrying one was like marrying another. No, not Tang Zhujun. That woman was too dangerous. He feared he might suffer greatly. "Tang Zhujun, Your Highness, it's time for your medicine." Thinking of her name, the Jin Wang pressed his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed. He wondered what that woman was up to in front of the emperor. Did she go to ask the emperor to cancel the engagement? Tang Zhujun lowered her voice and made her judgment, staring at the ground, waiting for the emperor's reaction. Tang Mingfan was anxious. "Your Majesty." The emperor chuckled softly, a hint of sadness in his voice. I thought I was hiding it well, but a little girl saw right through me. Ah, June, stand up and speak. Hearing how he addressed her, Tang Jun felt relieved. It seemed the worst wouldn't happen. I knew since last year when the doctor said I had 3 or 4 years left. Tang Mingfan also knelt down, tears streaming down his face. Your Majesty. Tang Aiching, the emperor, reached out to support him. I have known for a long time about my lifespan. It was already written. No one can change it. I only hope to do what I must while I am alive and take care of loyal ministers like you. The future of the Yuan family will still need your help for my sons. The problem was which of his 8 sons he would need help with. However, the emperor's openness and generosity exceeded Tang Jun's expectations. The emperor truly loved her father, and her father deserved the emperor's trust. Your Majesty, Tang Jun said, may I try to examine your pulse? You little girl, do you think you are better than the royal doctor? The emperor laughed lightly. Tang Jun replied, not at all. I just want to see if I can help you and ease some of my father's regrets. Come here, the emperor said, placing his hand on the stone table. He then told Tang Mingfan, you have finally seen the light after enduring so much. I don't know if I will have the blessing of having a truly filial child like you. Neither the father nor the daughter dared to respond to this statement. Tang Jian focused and felt the emperor's pulse. Her sincerity, seriousness, and professionalism caught the emperor's attention. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable trust and hope in her. Juyun, how is the emperor's health? Tang Mingfan looked eagerly at his daughter, his voice trembling. Tang Juyun released her hand and knelt before the emperor, saying, I do not doubt the physician's skills, but when discussing the emperor's health, I believe the physician may have exaggerated the condition to avoid future blame. This statement was a bit convoluted, but the emperor reacted with surprise and joy. Girl, are you saying my illness is not that serious? In my humble opinion, your worries about state affairs have indeed affected your health, but the idea that it could last for years is simply unfounded. If years are false, does that mean he could live for another decade? Tang Mingfan was excited. Jiyun, really? You're not deceiving the emperor, are you? Tang Jiyun touched her neck. Father, would I dare to deceive the emperor? Do you think I have a hard head? Seeing the delighted emperor, she added seriously, I have a prescription and daily care methods written down. You can have the physician review them. She believed in her medical skills and that they could withstand scrutiny. Although the emperor was not fully convinced, he was still overjoyed. Tang Aiching, your family is truly sent by heaven to help me. The emperor told Tang Jian to rise, but she hesitated. Your Majesty, I have one more thing to discuss with you. Go ahead. Your Majesty, I may need to come to the palace often to help with your health. However, I believe you wouldn't want others to know about your condition. Otherwise, there would be no need to keep it a secret. What do you mean? The emperor narrowed his eyes. Tang Jian then noticed that when the Prince of Jin narrowed his eyes, he looked very much like the emperor. Your Majesty, Tang Jian swallowed hard and said, if I were to become the Prince of Jin's concubine, wouldn't that be inappropriate? The emperor surely didn't want his sons to know about his health. What's wrong? You don't want to be with the Prince of Jin? Your Majesty, he is not a suitable match for me, and I was too foolish in my youth to deserve the prince. Is it because the Prince of Jin is harsh with you that you're scared? The emperor's voice held a hint of amusement. Don't worry, my girl, I will support you. If he bullies you, come tell me, and I will have him punished. Tang Jian. Your Majesty, I've made myself clear. Is this how you repay your lifesaver? The emperor looked at her with a lifeless expression and suddenly burst into laughter, saying to Tang Mingfan, my dear minister, this girl doesn't seem to like my son. Bring in the Prince of Jin. The Prince of Jin quickly entered and bowed, saying, Father. The emperor pretended to be stern and said, Kneel. The Prince of Jin lifted his robe and knelt beside Tang Jun, feeling a bit anxious, unsure why the emperor was suddenly angry, but he showed no sign of it. The emperor coldly said, I have granted you Tang Jun as a concubine. Is that too much for you? The Prince of Jin replied steadily, I wouldn't dare. Then why did she say you bullied her? Tang Jun thought, I didn't. Don't say that. She was just being humble, listing her flaws. The emperor was also making things worse, which would only make the already unfriendly Prince of Jin hate her more. The Prince of Jin said, "I was wrong. Please punish me, father. If I punish you, I'm sure Tang Zhujun will be upset. I'll let you off this time, but if it happens again, I won't be so lenient." "Yes, I understand." Tang Zhujun felt like crying. "Your Highness, let me explain. It's not like that. It's all your father's fault. It turns out being a good person doesn't pay off. And father, why are you grinning so widely? Don't you realize the emperor is setting a trap for me?" She timidly avoided looking at the Prince of Jin. She had already spoken about breaking off the engagement, and now it felt like she was complaining. Did the prince want to punish her? The emperor truly knew how to stir up trouble. "All right, now go with Tang Zhujun to pay respects to Lady Tang." Tang Zhujun thought, "Alone with the prince? The emperor is going to get me killed."
Yes.
Tang Zhujun led the prince to pay respects to her mother, and seeing him bow so formally, she silently thought, "Mother, I'm sorry, but this is an imperial order. If you're uncomfortable seeing his stern face, take it up with the emperor." As they left, the prince walked ahead, with Tang Zhujun following like a shy wife. Suddenly, the prince stopped, and Tang Zhujun almost bumped into him, instinctively asking, "What are you doing?" The prince smirked. "Tell me how I bullied you." Since they met, it was clear she had been the one scheming against him, yet now she was turning it around on him. Tang Zhujun said, "I can explain. We didn't get along, so I wanted to ask the emperor to break off the engagement. So you just shifted all the blame onto me? Why don't you admit you changed your mind?" Tang Zhujun said, "I've thought about it, but I can't drag others into this." Prince Jin's face turned dark, and he clenched his fists by his side. She was still feeling wronged. She actually dared to think like that. He sneered, "I want to know who you really like. Is it that Qing Feng, Zhang Beihan, or your biological father?" He knew. Tang Zhujun's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know? Who in the capital doesn't know? You fall for everyone you meet," but Tang Zhujun thought her biological father seemed both rich and powerful. Maybe Prince Jin knew him too. The circle of the powerful in the capital was too small. Thinking about the possibility of needing Prince Jin's help to get her child back, Tang Zhujun decided to ease the relationship. "Your Highness, saying I fall for everyone isn't right. I have no improper thoughts about you. Truly, absolutely none." She sincerely wanted to clear things up with him, but the emperor was making things complicated. Prince Jin's expression was as cold as frost, and his voice was icy. "Are you reminding me that I can't compare to anyone?" Tang Zhujun replied, "When did you become so insecure? I really want to ask the emperor to cancel the engagement. I have no intention of complaining." Sigh. "Forget it. You probably won't believe my explanation, but don't worry, I will work hard on this matter." Prince Jin's expression did not soften at all. Tang Zhujun said, "I will help you raise your daughter, but I absolutely won't let you help me raise my son. Whether you believe it or not, I truly don't want to marry you. Feeling rejected by you. Why did Meng Yulan hang herself? What?" Tang Zhujun was confused by a sudden change in topic. Did Zhang Beihan say something to him, or did the Linlin guard find out something? But thinking of using her guilt to ask was just wishful thinking. Tang Zhujun played dumb. "Isn't it because she didn't want to marry you? After all, not everyone can handle such blows like I can. Are you saying you can take a beating?" Tang Zhujun replied, "You should ask the emperor for his opinion." She now had a protective charm. Who was afraid of whom? Maybe if she treated the emperor's illness, she could convince him to take her as a goddaughter, getting a princess without having to marry that awful man. The two parted ways as they had countless times before, unhappily. After returning home, Tang Zhujun asked Tang Mingfan, "Father, does the emperor think I won't speak carelessly about his illness, or does he think it doesn't matter if Prince Jin knows?" Before leaving, the emperor had given no instructions, which puzzled her. "The emperor doesn't guard against Prince Jin." Tang Mingfan stroked his beard and said, "Tang Shuyun replied. Is the Prince of Jin the one the emperor favors? Then she is dead. The Prince of Jin cannot become emperor," Tang Mingfan said firmly. Tang Zhuyun sighed in relief, but couldn't help asking, "Why?" because the emperor gave him the golden scale guard, and because the emperor appointed you to him. Tang Zhiyun was speechless. How is it that she is a barrier to the throne? Marrying her means the Prince of Jin is cut off from the throne? The reason your father later agreed to you marrying the Prince of Jin. Wait, father, when did you agree? Tang Zhiyun almost choked on her own words, her eyes wide in surprise. I didn't agree to this either. Wasn't he the one who agreed to go to the emperor to cancel the engagement? June, Tang Mingfan said with a wry smile. I want to support you for life, but I can't. But I have my older brother and Linlin, and I can earn money. I don't need anyone to support me. Tang Zhiyun humbly pleaded, please don't throw me out. June, let me finish, Tang Mingfan said. I've inquired about the young lady from the Meng family. I wanted to ask for your brother's hand, but when your brother heard about it, he said it was not a match, so the matter was put aside. But that girl is truly wonderful. Tang Zhiyun then realized that Meng Yulan and her brother almost had a connection. If she becomes the main wife, she won't make things difficult for you, Tang Mingfan said. The Prince of Jin is the emperor's biological son. As long as he doesn't get involved in the struggle for the throne, unless there is a change of dynasty, he will always be a wealthy and idle prince. Moreover, the Prince of Jin can accept Tang Zhiyun's past, and he treats Linlin well. Father, how do you know he won't get involved? Tang Zhiyun felt that the Prince of Jin was not someone to be underestimated. It was hard to guarantee he wouldn't get mixed up in things. Because the emperor gave him the golden scale guard. That is not a clean position. The true heir is not allowed to be involved in such matters. But isn't that for the emperor's use? How is it not clean? Just like those eunuchs, aren't they also used by the emperor? But no one respects them, Tang Mingfan patiently explained. Tang Zhiyun immediately understood. Using someone while looking down on them, the emperor is not kind. In other words, the emperor handed the dirty work to the Prince of Jin, saying, Here, son, go clean the toilets. Thinking of this, Tang Zhiyun couldn't help but laugh. The emperor is trying to keep the Prince of Jin out of trouble. Tang Mingfan sighed deeply. The emperor has good intentions. But isn't the golden scale guard supposed to be secret? Do others know? Others may not dare to say it, but several princes definitely know, Tang Mingfan said. Tang Zhiyun felt her brain was really not enough. Giving you to the prince is the same, Tang Mingfan continued, because everyone in the court knows I am a loyal minister and won't rely on anyone but the emperor. Oh, so. The Jin prince cannot become emperor. She can't blame him. Only her father. This is also the emperor's care for me. Tang Mingfan sighed deeply. Tang Zhiyun thought, it's good-hearted, but doesn't this matter depend on what the Jin prince thinks? He seems to be stirring up trouble and will end up in a bad situation. No, that won't do. The best way is to stay away from danger. This marriage must be cancelled somehow. Dad, she remembered something else and asked curiously, who is the Jin prince's birth mother? How did he end up among common people? I feel like he doesn't look like someone who has ever struggled. The Jin prince is not simple at all, not down to earth at all, Tang Mingfan said, Yun, this is the emperor's private matter. I only know that he is a good emperor. As for the matters in the harem and family affairs, they do not affect him being a good emperor. Tang Zhiyun translated. The Jin prince's background is not very honorable. His birth mother likely has a low status. Tang Mingfan then asked about the emperor's health. Tang Zhiyun knew he genuinely cared and said, Don't worry, I'm here, right? How do you feel about your health lately? Me. I'm healthy, so you have to believe me. I haven't given you any medicine. Just eating well is much better, right? Tang Zhiyun smiled. People who have long-term nutritional deficiencies definitely need high-protein food. Can they not get better with fish and meat at every meal? I really didn't expect you to have such good fortune. It must be your mother protecting you from below. 1, 2, 3. Tang Zhiyun silently counted to 3, and then Tang Mingfan's eyes turned red. Dad, Tang Zhiyun smiled. We visited Mom today. She must be very happy. Maybe she'll come back with us. If you cry, she'll feel sad. Tang Mingfan. No crying, no crying. I'll go in and rest. Go in and cry secretly. Tang Zhiyun then told Tang Baixin about Jiang Beihan and couldn't help but curse. His conscience must have been eaten by dogs. If he had been clear back then and didn't want to burden Sister Meng, it would have been fine. Now, Sister Meng is left with unrequited love, and I won't say anything more about him, but he took the money and said they would wait for each other. What happened in the end? No, Tang Zhujun cannot think about it anymore. Just thinking about it makes her heart ache. This kind of scoundrel deserves to be punished.
Tang bai sim di mai si len.
Hey, back then, when Dad wanted to ask for Meng Jie's hand in marriage for you, why didn't you agree? Tang Bai Xian replied in a low voice. Should I force her like the prince did? Tang Zhujun said. Well, it's not entirely fair to say that. The prince has his reasons too. She was a reasonable person. You should tell her, Tang Bai Xian said. Let her plan for herself and live well with the prince in the future. If you two get along, I will feel more at ease. Tang Zhujun found this strange. Who was he trying to reassure? Was it still Meng Yulan? If only there were no engagement with the prince, I would encourage Dad to find a matchmaker for my brother, she suggested cautiously. Tang Bai Xian turned red and showed a hint of anger. Jun, you shouldn't say such things. If you ruin her reputation, how will you make it right? Oh, she understood now. But when did this reserved older brother start to like Meng Yulan? Was it because of the way she looked when she came to find him? Or was it when she stopped him from going crazy and he accidentally hurt her, leading him to think about her constantly? In any case, she was sure that Tang Bai Xian had feelings for Meng Yulan. Unfortunately, Meng Yulan was to marry Prince Jin. Tang Zhujun couldn't escape her own marriage, so she wouldn't dream of helping Meng Yulan break her engagement. She felt regretful but comforted herself that marrying Prince Jin might not be so bad. He always got angry with her, but he never truly meant harm, just scaring her a little. Thinking about how patient Prince Jin was with children, Tang Zhujun felt he was a good person. All right, if Meng Yulan marries him, it could work out, but it was a pity for her silly older brother who would be left with unrequited feelings. Since she had figured out Tang Bai Xian's feelings and knew this situation was impossible, she would avoid mentioning Meng Yulan in the future and encourage Tang Mingfan to find a gentle, beautiful, and understanding wife for Tang Bai Xian. Tang Zhujun naively thought that was the end of Meng Yulan's story, not knowing it was just the beginning. Tang Zhujun had Xiao Er send a message to Meng Yulan, telling her that Jiang Bei Han already had 3 children. She didn't meet Meng Yulan again because the outcome was heartbreaking and she felt powerless. When Xiao Er returned, she said, Miss Meng said thank you. She already knows about this. Miss, why did you tell Miss Meng about Jiang Beihan? Tang Zhujun glared at her. Don't ask and don't tell anyone. Xiao Er pouted. You've changed. You used to tell me about handsome men, but now you only tell Miss Meng, Tang Zhujun replied. If you keep talking, I'll send you to Jiang Beihan as a concubine. Well, he has to want me first. Xiao Er rolled her eyes, busy wiping the table until it shone.
Tang Zhujun sai.
She was feeling down and didn't want to move. Linlin heard she had a stomach ache and was very worried, wanting to stay with her. Tang Zhujun told him to take Yanran out to play. Before leaving, he reminded her, Aunt, I'm not going far, just next door. If you feel unwell, call for me. Okay, the key is hanging over there. Tang Zhujun smiled. The Prince Jin didn't stay every day anymore, so he left a key for the 2 kids to play. His courtyard was much bigger and had a garden, where the kids often ran around. Linlin tiptoed to get the key and took Yanran's hand to leave. Xiao Er said to Tang Zhujun, Miss, should we arrange a betrothal for Linlin and Yanran? At home, everyone called the children by their names, and Xiao Er did too. Tang Zhujun replied, Absolutely not. Even if the kids stay the same, do you want me to be related to Prince Jin? He can be quite difficult, and marrying his daughter would be a nightmare. Oh, Prince Jin, please reconsider. You might affect Yanran's future choices. Tang Zhujun didn't want to move, so she took a day off, spending it lying on the couch reading, only getting up for meals and the restroom. She had to admit, although her father was poor, he had a rich collection of books, including stories of talented scholars and beautiful women. Tang Zhujun read with great interest, learning many new words through guessing. It wasn't until dusk that she realized she had read all day. Rubbing her neck, Tang Zhujun called for the 2 kids. Xiaoer peeked out from the kitchen and cheerfully said, "They went over after lunch and haven't come back yet. That was too long." Tang Zhujun put down her book, slipped on her shoes, and immediately felt a wave of discomfort. Oh no! After tidying herself up, she was about to go find the kids when Linlin and Yanran returned. Tang Zhujun noticed Yanran looked unwell and very pale. What happened to Yanran? Tang Zhujun squatted down to touch her head and check her pulse. She didn't seem sick. Linlin explained, "We saw a really big rat on our way home, and it scared Yanran." Yanran quickly nodded, worried that Tang Zhujun wouldn't believe her. However, Tang Zhujun really had some doubts. Linlin's expression was hard to read, but he was cunning. If he played tricks, he could easily outsmart anyone. Yanran was different. She was very honest and obedient, and it was easy to see when she was lying. However, since Yanran listened to Linlin, she probably wouldn't be able to find out much. Plus, she looked pale and seemed genuinely frightened, so Tang Zhujun took her to wash her hands and face and change her clothes, planning to ask Linlin later what was going on. After dinner, her stomach hurt, and she went to bed early, only to wake up in the middle of the night. She thought it was better to wait until morning to ask. After a good night's sleep, Tang Zhujun felt refreshed and got up early to cook for Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan urged her to go rest, saying, "Don't work too hard now, or you'll suffer later." Tang Zhujun felt embarrassed. Her father even knew about her little habits. "It's fine, I won't touch cold water," Tang Zhujun replied with a smile. "I'll be done soon." If she didn't cook, how could her father enjoy his meals? She wanted to pamper him. Tang Mingfan smiled proudly. His daughter was the best in the world. Tang Zhujun made fish stew with pancakes and prepared several cold dishes, along with some ice desserts. "Dad, I put the ice desserts in this small ice container. Keep them away from the hot pot so they don't melt." After enjoying the steaming fish stew and sweet ice desserts, even the gods would be envious of such a thoughtful daughter. Feeling proud and receiving envious looks today, Tang Mingfan left with confidence, forgetting to take his official tablet for court. When Tang Zhujun realized this, her father had already been gone for a while. Tang Baixin said, "Give it to me. I'll go catch up with Dad." Although it was hard for him to outrun his father, Tang Mingfan usually left early. If Tang Baixin hurried out, he might meet other officials on their way to court and could ask a familiar one for help. So, Tang Zhujun handed him the tablet, and Tang Baixin quickly ran out. She didn't think it was a big deal. After all, the emperor and her father were close friends and wouldn't punish him for such a small mistake. They might even understand that her father didn't have a servant and might reward him with a few helpers. Why couldn't she find such a touching love story for herself? She and her sister could have a good relationship too. Gender shouldn't be such a strict barrier. 2 children were the last to get up at home. Tang Zhujun served them rice and warned Yanran, "Don't give any eggs to brother Linlin." Yanran was picky and didn't like eggs. Every time Tang Zhujun wasn't looking, she secretly gave her fried egg to Linlin. Feeling guilty, Yanran smiled and took small, difficult bites of the egg, struggling to finish even half. Tang Zhujun gave her half a bowl of warm milk and said, "You need to eat well to grow tall. Otherwise, brother Linlin will be much taller than you, and even if you stand on your tiptoes, you won't reach his shoulders." The prince was quite tall, but that didn't mean Yanran would be the same. Linlin, due to previous malnutrition, wasn't very tall compared to his peers, but he had long legs and would surely grow tall in the future. Besides, Tang Zhujun herself wasn't short, and the man she met the other day was very tall. When Yanran heard this, she obediently finished all her eggs. Tang Zhujun was about to ask about yesterday's incident. She didn't tolerate her children lying, even though she spoiled them, when suddenly they heard a loud commotion outside. "Oh my, what's going on? What's wrong with your mother?" Tang Zhujun got up to check, worried that something had happened to an elderly woman. When she stepped outside, she saw Tang Bai holding a woman in his arms, breathlessly calling out to her, "Ajun, quick, help, please." The woman's hair was loose, covering her face, but blood was dripping down from her head. If it weren't for Lu Zhu stumbling in behind Tang Bai, Tang Zhujun would never have guessed that the injured person was Meng Yulan. Quick, take her to my room. Tang Zhujun instructed Xiaoer to take the two children next door while she hurried to check on Meng Yulan's condition. Meng Yulan had already fainted, with a large bump on her forehead, and blood was flowing continuously. What happened? She ran into a wall. Tang Bai's voice was heavy and anxious, concern evident in his tone. How is she, Ajun? Is she in danger? His white clothes were almost completely soaked in Meng Yulan's blood, and his robe was splattered with large stains. However, Tang Bai, who usually liked to keep clean, was now only focused on the fainting Meng Yulan. She's not in danger, brother. Please step aside. I need to treat Sister Meng's wounds. Oh, okay. Tang Bai hurriedly moved aside, almost tripping over himself, clearly flustered. Tang Zhujun instructed Lu Zhu, go find Xiaoer and bring some warm water. Green Bamboo suddenly knelt down with a thud, hugging her leg and pleading, Miss Tang, please let our young lady go. Don't save her anymore. Please don't save her. Tang Baixin, filled with anger, stepped forward and pulled Green Bamboo's arm, saying, move aside. If you delay saving her, you are intentionally putting her life at risk. Meng Yulan was so good, yet her maid wished for her death. Tang Baixin felt an unusual rage, even more than feeling betrayed. Tang Zhujun seemed to sense something and said in a deep voice, if she wants to die, it's easy, just a poison pill. When your young lady wakes up and explains things, if she still wants to die, I will help her.
Ayun.
Elder brother, take Green Bamboo outside.
Ayunya. Go out.
Tang Zhujun said calmly and firmly. Not only Green Bamboo, but even Tang Baixin had never seen her sister like this. Gritting his teeth, he pulled Green Bamboo out. Tang Zhujun cleaned Meng Yulan's wounds, applied medicine, and bandaged her. Seeing her drenched in cold sweat, she sighed, Sister Meng, how much longer will you pretend to be in pain? Meng Yulan had already woken up when she drove those two out. But during the cleaning process, the pain was so intense that even though her forehead was throbbing and she was sweating profusely, she still kept her eyes closed. Ah, June, you shouldn't waste medicine on me. Meng Yulan opened her eyes. Her gaze, which was sometimes gentle and sometimes strong, now looked lifeless, like a desolate landscape after a fire. Medicine is never wasted when used to save someone, Tang Zhujun said lightly while tidying up. Sister Meng, if you're not afraid of dying, why fear living? Just for someone who doesn't love you, you're willing to give up your life. Don't you think that's too degrading? Usually, among noble ladies, even a harsh word from someone competitive can hurt their feelings. How can you let a man treat you like this? Dying for love is one thing, but dying for someone who doesn't love you is truly a disservice to your life. Meng Yulan looked at the ceiling, tears streaming down her face. She felt hopeless, and it couldn't be changed by just a few words. Yet at this moment, she was also deeply surrounded by guilt, her conscience troubled. I'm sorry, Ajun. I fear I have harmed your brother. Knowing the old story she had never heard before, she felt despair and impulsively sought out Jiang Beihan, wanting to make him remember her for life through her death. However, it ended up being a farce and a joke with no resolution. Fate is unpredictable, and people's hearts are hard to understand. Meng Yulan had two maids who had served her since childhood. One was Green Bamboo, and the other was Yingxue. Green Bamboo is lively and innocent, while Yingxue is steady and thoughtful. Both are trusted aides of Meng Yulan. When something happened at the Wuyang Marquis' residence, Meng Yulan was extremely anxious. She secretly sold some belongings and managed to gather 2,000 taels of silver. Along with a letter expressing her determination, she had Yingxue deliver it to Jiang Beihan. Yingxue returned with news that Jiang Beihan accepted the letter and promised to act as stated, telling her not to be sad. A few days later, Yingxue's family came to ask for her release. Although Meng Yulan was reluctant, she heard that Yingxue was going home to get married and that she was willing, so she borrowed 200 taels of silver from her sisters to help her leave the residence. Unexpectedly, Yingxue went to find Jiang Beihan, and the man she was marrying was indeed Jiang Beihan. She was the biological mother of Jiang Beihan's 3 children. Tang Jian was shocked when Meng Yulan shared this, but it was not entirely incomprehensible. Ultimately, Meng Yulan had misplaced her trust, leading to the subsequent events. It could even be said that calling Jiang Beihan a scoundrel was unfounded. It was more about her own foolishness. "Do you think this is all of it?" Meng Yulan said softly, her face pale as paper. Tang Jian didn't understand. Wasn't this already tragic enough? Surely Meng Yulan wasn't still hoping to reconcile with Jiang Beihan and become a stepmother? "Is it that you want to clarify the facts and have Jiang Beihan punishing Xue?" But he refused. Tang Jian asked tentatively. "No." Meng Yulan gently shook her head. "If Xue needs to be punished, I will do it myself. There is no possibility for me and Jiang Beihan anymore." The 3 children between them made her heart ache. Even if she was willing, what about Xue? Would she have to kill her? What would the 3 children think? If not, would she have to share a husband with Xue? Meng Yulan was not willing to demean herself like that. So when she learned the truth, fate had already drawn an unbridgeable chasm before her, forever separating her from Jiang Beihan. "Since you know, why are you so troubled?" Tang Jian said. "Without Jiang Beihan, isn't there still Prince Jin? He would be fine too." The eavesdropping Song Jingyang gritted his teeth. The prince wouldn't want to take on that burden. What does "he would be fine" even mean? The prince must be exceptional. If it were in the past, Meng Yulan said with a self-deprecating smile in her eyes, even if my heart ached, I would never confront Jiang Beihan publicly. But now, Tang Jian suddenly realized that Meng Yulan had always been concerned about Madame Meng's situation, wanting to keep everything quiet. She wouldn't recklessly expose everything in front of so many people and then crash into a wall. "It was my mother who instructed Xue to act that way back then." Meng Yulan cried out in pain. However, Madame Meng did not expect that Xue had a trick up her sleeve. Madame Meng asked Xue to tell Meng Yulan that Jiang Beihan wanted her to give up, but Xue instead said to let Meng Yulan wait. As for Xue marrying Jiang Beihan, that was Madame Meng's idea, meant to make Meng Yulan completely give up hope. "My mother, Xue, are both the instigators," Meng Yulan said softly. "And Jiang Beihan underestimates me. Does he not know the true nature of the person he loves? He married Xue so quickly. Isn't that a form of revenge against her? He couldn't even send a letter to clarify the situation and hastily sentenced her to death. Her mother, her maid, her lover, all pushed her to the edge, leaving her with nothing to hold on to. So Meng Yulan truly had a death wish. There was nothing left in this world worth holding on to. Yesterday, I had Green Bamboo take everything I wanted to give you to the inn. Ah, June, I'm glad to have met you. You are truly like a sister. Thank you, Sister Tang. Tang Jun replied, "Don't say your last words. If you die, you'll be all alone, unable to rest in peace, becoming a wandering spirit." "Aren't you afraid?" "I'm not afraid," Meng Yulan said. "Isn't the human heart more frightening than a ghost? Besides, with things like this happening, do you think I can still live? Neither the Meng family nor the royal family would allow her to survive. I owe your brother and you, and I'll repay it in the next life. Running away from debts is not honorable," Tang Jun said. "The next life is too far away. Who can find you? Let's settle it in this life." "Ah, Jun," Meng Yulan said with a bitter smile, "please don't joke with me. I really can't smile. Thank you for saving me, but you can't change my fate." Tang Jun replied, "I can help. It's a small effort for me. But what about my brother? Although he got himself into trouble, he ran back with you in front of everyone. What will he do now?" Meng Yulan bit her lip tightly, trying to hold back her tears, but they still fell. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Besides her pale apologies, she didn't know what else to say. She never intended to involve others. Even Green Bamboo had made arrangements, but things didn't go as planned. A man so good to her would be dragged down by her, criticized, and even resented by the prince. If she could make up for it, Meng Yulan would be willing to do anything. "You don't need to feel sorry, it was my choice." Tang Baixin stood at the door, having changed into clean clothes, tall and elegant. He approached Meng Yulan and said, "Today's events are all my fault, and I will take full responsibility." Tang Jun thought, Wow, my brother is so manly, Meng Yulan panicked. Mr. Tang, no, it's not that. I don't want you to take responsibility. It's my fault that I caused you trouble. Seeing the two of them politely refusing to take blame, Tang Zhujun could only think, please just get married already. Big brother, please step up. Now that you're home, if you can't seize the moment, you might end up alone forever. Tang Baixin clearly had deeper thoughts. He said seriously, no one is forcing me. I want to take responsibility for you. You don't need to feel guilty. I made this choice after weighing the pros and cons myself. Lying, seeing the one you love hurt, you were already panicking. What weighing did you do? You also don't need to worry about the emperor and the prince. I will handle it. Even if I can't do much, I will see it through to the end. Sometimes human strength is limited, but I am willing to give everything for you. Each word was firm and resolute. Tang Zhujun was moved to tears. Why did it feel like her chance at being the main character in a story had been taken by Sister Meng? She had been here for so long and hadn't met a man who loved her deeply. Even the supporting characters were lacking. Sister Meng had only known Big Brother for a few days and already had such a devoted partner. Stories are indeed deceiving. Only those who excel in everything are the protagonists, while she felt like a fool. The sudden responsibility clearly left Meng Yulan at a loss. No, it shouldn't be like this. I won't force you, Tang Baixin said. Stay with the Tang family to help teach my sister. I will work for you as a form of payment. After some time, you can decide what to do next. Meng Yulan bit her lip, trembling uncontrollably, the white bandage on her forehead making her look even paler. What right did she have to be treated so well by the Tang siblings? Tang Baixin's suggestion to stay with the Tang family was also a way of acknowledging that after this incident, she had nowhere else to go. The Meng family would push her to her limits, and the prince would too. She had become the shame they wanted to erase. Tang Zhujun also realized this later. However, she was thinking about the big boss, the emperor. This matter was entirely in the emperor's hands. If he was willing to help, then everything would be fine. If he wasn't, it could lead to serious trouble. The emperor probably wouldn't be willing, right? This is the consort he prepared for his son. With things turning out like this, how can Meng Yulan be spared? The emperor must be thinking, why can't this be solved privately? Why does it have to be made so public, leaving him with no face? Moreover, Meng Yulan is truly a source of trouble. Jin Wang, Jiang Beihan, and Tang Baixin are all talented young men favored by the emperor, yet they are all caught up in this mess because of Meng Yulan. It's over. The more Tang Zhiyan thinks about it, the colder her heart feels. This time, her father's influence might not help. And then there's Jin Wang, that man who values his reputation above all else, probably because his reputation is already poor, and he has little left to lose. This will surely infuriate him. He had warned both of them not to bring shame to the royal residence. Looking back, the things she did, like visiting a male entertainer, seem trivial now. Sister Meng is the one who quietly makes big moves. Tang Zhiyan feels overwhelmed. She had thought that getting Meng Yulan's engagement to Jin Wang annulled would take a lot of effort. She never expected that this hot potato would end up in the Tang family's hands. Juan, take care of Sister Meng, Tang Baixin said. I'll wait for father to finish court. He definitely needs to discuss this with Tang Mingfan first. Mr. Tang, Meng Yulan called out to him, her eyes gradually showing determination. Thank you, but really, it's not necessary. I can take responsibility for my own actions. As for involving you, I can only apologize. If you explain to the emperor that I was just trying to help Juan, he might not pursue it further. Someone as good as Tang Baixin shouldn't be dragged into this. It's all her fault. She misjudged people. She was blind, and she's willing to pay any price for it.
She accepts that.
I can take responsibility for my own actions. Juan, watch over her, Tang Baixin said firmly. I'll be back. Mr. Tang, don't call me. My brother is as stubborn as a mule. Once he's made up his mind, there's no changing it. This is a debt you'll have to owe, Tang Zhiyan said. Meng Yulan nearly bit her lip in frustration. Juan, I'm hungry.
Stop thinking about that.
I'm right here with you, and not going anywhere, Tang Jian replied, not falling for it. What did you do wrong? Just because you misjudged someone you have to suffer? Meng Yulan forced a smile. Juan, my existence is a disgrace to the Duke's residence and the royal family. Don't flatter yourself, you're not that important. Tang Jun rolled her eyes. Do you believe that if something else happens now, no one will talk about you anymore? Don't think of yourself as the center of the universe. Others just take a bite and move on. When they meet again, they'll be like, who are you? I'll tell you, before doing something foolish, at least take a couple of stabs at the bad guys. If you have to go down, take a few with you, Tang Jun said angrily. But for now, forget it. You owe my brother a big favor. You have to repay it. Meng Yulan lowered her gaze and said nothing. She couldn't repay it. Staying would only bring more trouble to the Tang family. She understood the good intentions of the siblings, but she also had her pride. All right, just stay calm. Since Tang Baixin likes you, then you are truly family. Tang Jun said, don't just sit there. Since you're not resting, let's think together. If you want to stay in the Tang family without facing difficulties, how should we approach this? Meng Yulan replied, I really can't stay. Jun, you've come this far. If you get into trouble again, my brother's efforts to save you today will be in vain. His reputation is already bad. If people keep pointing fingers, how will he ever marry? Meng Yulan clutched the bedsheet, her veins standing out on her hands. She had never thought about the future. She didn't even know what her future held. But the Tang siblings wouldn't let go. They were determined to save her, no matter how much she begged them to let her go. She couldn't drag her saviors into the abyss with her. After a moment of silence, Meng Yulan spoke again, her eyes clear. I will go to see the emperor and apologize, then, if possible, I will kneel before Prince Jin and ask for his forgiveness. Whether it was the emperor or Prince Jin, her goal was not to survive but to protect the Tang siblings from being implicated. They were such a happy family and shouldn't be caught up in this turmoil. All right. Tang Jun clapped her hands. Let my father and brother go to see the emperor, and I'll meet Prince Jin. Prince Jin would have to deal with her, the villain. No, what I mean is... Meng Yulan became anxious. What you mean is not important. The most important thing now is to recover. Tang Jun said. Her brother had feelings for someone. It was his responsibility to resolve the issue. As for her, she would just go along with it. Though this situation made her anxious. Oh, Prince Jin. Tang Mingfan took Tang Baixin to see the emperor. The father and son knelt outside the study for several hours, but the emperor did not see them. The emperor was indeed angry about this matter. Father and son are alike. Reputation is more important than anything. Your Highness, Tang Jun is urging Meng Yulan to compromise with you. Song Jingyang said angrily, nearly exploding with frustration. How could they scheme against the prince like this, treating him like a beggar? With Meng Yulan's current reputation, who in the capital would want her? Prince Jin sat behind the desk, his face dark. He had suspected something about Jiang Beihan and Meng Yulan, but he never expected it to escalate this much. Even if Meng Yulan hadn't caused a scene, he would have found a way to break off the engagement. He would never marry a woman who didn't want him. His pride wouldn't allow it. Now, he had become the laughingstock of the world. His woman liked another man and even hurt herself for him. Then, the brother of his other woman, his future brother-in-law, rescued her. Was Prince Jin just a joke for everyone to enjoy? He had always been low-key and suddenly became famous in this way. He had used up all his patience. Now Tang Jun still wanted to push someone onto him. Did she think he didn't have enough shame? Your Highness, Miss Tang requests an audience. Tang Jun was now in a panic, having heard that her father and brother were still kneeling in the palace. This was what Madame Wang had told her. Madame Wang also said that only the prince, the victim, would forgive them, and then the emperor might show mercy. So she hurriedly sent Xiu'er and Liu to watch over Meng Yulan and the two children and rushed out. After stepping outside, she realized she had a little follower. It was Linlin. Linlin, go back. Aunt has important business. Aunt, are you going to find the prince? I want to go too. I miss the prince. Tang Jun replied, no, She was prepared to be scolded by Prince Jean today and decided to keep quiet, no matter how he insulted her. However, she couldn't let Linlin see her in such a humble state. She had her pride too, but Linlin insisted on following her, lips pressed tightly and brows furrowed, looking determined. Tang Zhujun thought she might be seeing things. Linlin, when stubborn, reminded her a bit of Prince Jean. Fine, let's go. Tang Zhujun, feeling anxious, took his hand and walked away. When Song Jingyang heard Tang Zhujun had arrived, he nearly jumped up. Your Highness, she's here. She's come to make you accept the situation. Prince Jean coldly said, let her kneel outside. Tang Juyin knew his purpose was to make him step back. He hadn't done anything but became the topic of everyone's conversation, and they still wanted him to step back? Song Jingyang. Yes, let her kneel. But the guard reported, Miss Tang, she brought a child with her. How despicable. She even brought Yanran, using the child to plead for mercy. He was too easy to deal with. Prince Jean stood up and walked out quickly, his robes billowing, showing his real anger. However, when he saw Linlin, he was a bit surprised. Why are you here? Tang Zhujun forced a smile and bowed. Greetings, Your Highness. May I have a moment to speak with you? Linlin also politely greeted Prince Jean. Considering Linlin's presence, Prince Jean did not explode immediately, but said coldly, go back and reflect on your actions. Stay out of this. Tang Zhujun replied, Your Highness, my father and brother are still kneeling in the palace. I know this situation is unfair to you, and I can do my best to make it up to you. Her medical skills could be of use to him. You make it up to me? Prince Jean sneered. Have you ever heard of using someone else's things to compensate for another? Implying that she was already his, and yet she wanted to negotiate? Tang Zhujun thought, endure, I must endure. Your Highness, can we speak privately? Sure, of course. Prince Jin's voice was icy as he grabbed Tang Zhujun's chin. I'll take you somewhere to hear you out. This man could be quite intimidating. Tang Zhujun dared not move. Your Highness, please. Song Jingyang, lead the way to the Jinlin guard's prison. Tang Zhujun said, Your Highness, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? As a minor character, she shouldn't waste the prison's resources. Prince Jean said coldly, Linlin, come here. Linlin hesitated for a moment, but stepped forward, and Prince Jean held her hand. Stay with me, he said. Today, he wanted Linlin to understand that she shouldn't let a woman lead her, especially someone like Tang Zhujun, to avoid leading the child astray. Though reluctant, thinking of her father and brother still kneeling in the palace, Tang Zhujun gritted her teeth and followed. Song Jingyang brought the horse over, and Prince Jean picked up Linlin and mounted the horse. Tang Zhujun looked around but didn't see a carriage, feeling disheartened. Prince Jean wanted her to walk. If you can't keep up, let me know, and I'll have someone tie you up and drag you along. Tang Zhujun ground her teeth and glared at him. Linlin was restless and wanted to get down to find her, but Prince Jean held her tightly on the horse, making it hard for her to move. Tang Zhujun said, Linlin, you don't need to worry about this. It's between him and me. Just follow along. Who hasn't run an 800-meter race? Prince Jean rode ahead, not going too fast, just at a pace that Tang Zhujun could keep up with. But the scene was quite strange. A nobleman riding a horse with a child, followed by guards, and a woman running with a flushed face quickly attracted attention. Tang Zhujun felt like a monkey. No matter how thick-skinned she was, it was hard to ignore the embarrassment. However, thinking of her family and the future happiness of Tang Baixin and Meng Yulan, she felt that this little humiliation was nothing. She was a strong woman who could endure, just like she comforted Meng Yulan. In less than 3 days, there would be other news in the capital. After all, her reputation as a lovesick girl was already well known. Song Jingyang followed behind, noticing that Tang Zhujun was sweating but still calm, which made him a bit wary. Did this woman have skills? Little did he know, Tang Zhujun had been exercising since she arrived and had almost regained her previous fitness level. Linlin wanted to look back at her from time to time but was held tightly by Prince Jean, who wouldn't let her move. I'm just teaching her a lesson, so she learns to mind her own business, Prince Jean said in a low, cold voice. And this matter also required his stance and explanation. Linlin lowered her head, tears falling onto the horse's back. Prince Jean noticed something was wrong and reached out to touch her tear-streaked face.
Linlin, no crying.
He slowed the horse down, but his voice became stern. Didn't I tell you that men can bleed and sweat, but they must never cry? As they slowed down, Tang Zhujun caught up and, hearing him yell at Linlin, felt displeased. Your Highness, our Tang family's child doesn't need your guidance. Linlin was just a little girl. It was sad that her aunt wouldn't let her cry. What if she held it in? Come at me if you want, Tang Zhujun said defiantly. I won't let you off easily, Prince Jean sneered, his narrow eyes filled with anger as he pointed the whip at her, then turned to Linlin. Linlin, have you cried enough? We can go once you're done. Linlin turned her body and suddenly hugged him, trembling and silently crying in his arms. Linlin, come down. Aunt will take you, Tang Zhujun said, reaching up to hold Linlin. Let go. Prince Jean raised the whip. He cared for Linlin deeply and didn't want her to be misled by Tang Zhujun. Please don't, Your Highness. Linlin grabbed the whip, looked up with tear-filled eyes, and said, I won't cry anymore. Linlin, come down. Tang Zhuyun, who cared deeply for the child, preferred to take the punishment herself rather than let Linlin suffer. You don't need to plead for him.
Aunt, I don't want to.
Linlin looked at her, her eyes red from crying, filled with deep affection and reluctance. Tang Zhuyun almost thought she was mistaken. Why does Linlin have such an expression now? What does this child want to do?
Linlin!
Tang Zhuyun became anxious. This is an adult matter. It doesn't concern you. She regretted bringing Linlin along. The Prince of Jin held Linlin with one arm and tightened the reins with the other, urging the horse to move forward. Tang Zhuyun was very worried about what Linlin wanted, so she hurriedly followed beside them. The horse stopped again, and Tang Zhuyun was puzzled. Following the prince's gaze, she realized they had arrived at the prison gate. Linlin, wait outside. Song Jingyang, take Tang Zhuyun inside. Your Highness, I want to follow you. Linlin tugged at his sleeve, looking up with pleading eyes. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Even if I discipline her, you can stay calm? The prince pointed at Tang Zhuyun. Linlin bit her lip tightly, this time grabbing his arm with both hands, her face almost pressed against his hand. Yes. Although Tang Zhuyun was worried about Linlin, she felt that Linlin's attitude towards the prince today was different. It was a kind of affection and closeness that was hard to describe, as if today was the last chance. Tang Zhuyun was startled by her own thoughts and said sternly, Linlin, don't imitate Meng Yulan. Don't harm yourself, do you hear me? The prince looked at Linlin. He also sensed something was off. But if this little one dared to risk her life to save the Tang family, he would first give her a beating. As a man, one must think about how to solve problems, not seek sympathy in such a way. Aunt, I won't. Linlin lowered her head. My body and skin are given by my parents. I cannot harm myself. The prince sneered, Tang Zhuyun, what are you waiting for? Do you want me to have someone take you inside? Enough. He thought she was deliberately stalling for time. Tang Zhuyun, even if it's a tough place, she would go in today. Taking a deep breath, she walked to the front. However, when she walked to the end of the long, dark, damp path and saw the bloody torture devices, whether familiar or not, she couldn't help but feel weak in the knees. Humans can be extremely cruel to each other. The prince sat in the only chair in the center, his face cold and imposing without needing to be angry. Linlin stood beside him, her eyes still red, her fists tightly clenched by her side. Tang Zhujun was forced to sit on the torture chair, instantly feeling a chill run through her body. I will give you one last chance. You can leave now, the prince said. I will act as if you were never here, and you will still be my concubine in the future. His women must stand behind him. Knowing he was angry and still daring to plead for mercy, she had quite a lot of nerve. Your Highness, please listen to me. Tang Zhujun carefully organized her words. Are you leaving or not? Tang Zhujun replied, Your Highness, my father and my elder brother. Please let me explain. She truly had something important to say. All right, the prince said. I will listen to you, but first, let me calm down before you speak. He pointed to the terrifying torture devices scattered on the walls and floor. Which one do you think is suitable? Tang Zhujun knew that the prince was in a bad mood today and would surely take it out on her. But those devices were truly frightening. Mentally, she was a steadfast warrior, but physically, she was a timid coward who feared pain. As a doctor, she had no problem performing surgery on others. However, if her own finger got cut by paper, she would wince in pain, wishing to file for work-related injury. Your Highness, Linlin suddenly spoke up. Linlin. The prince's tone became sharp. What did you promise before you entered? Linlin lowered her head, suddenly picking up a long black whip from the ground, kneeling before the prince, and raising the whip high. I said I wouldn't cause trouble for the prince and wouldn't make a fuss. I have broken my promise. Please punish me. Implying that she was willing to take the punishment to plead for Tang Zhujun. The prince did not take it but looked at her coldly. Tang Duo, lift your head and look at me. Linlin fought back tears, but her eyes still glistened, looking at the prince as if saying a final goodbye. It was indeed a final goodbye, as both the prince and Tang Zhujun felt the same way. Your Highness, don't involve children in adult matters, Tang Zhujun said, almost in tears. It's all my fault. Your Highness, please see that my aunt knows she was wrong. Linlin said, please punish Tang Duo and give him a chance to speak with you alone. Remember the punishment. I will listen to you, the prince replied. For the first time, the prince felt a sense of panic that he might lose something valuable, even though he did not show it. Deep down, he sensed that something precious was slipping away. Your Highness, may I have a moment to speak with you? The prince stood up. Your Highness, Tang Jian said, please let me explain. I am useful. I can help you with many things. I can. I do not need that. The prince coldly rejected. Linlin's punishment can be noted. I did not say I would spare you. Linlin silently shook her head at Tang Jian, her eyes conveying comfort, as if to say, Aunt, I will take care of everything. Tang Jian was on the verge of tears. If the cost of Tang by Xian and Meng Yulan's relationship was her own humiliation, she could accept that. After all, she owed a lot to her father and brothers, and since she took over her previous self's body, she should help repay that debt. But if the cost was Linlin, she could not accept that. Linlin had already taken on too much that she shouldn't have. Linlin, don't go. Aunt, I just want to talk to the prince for a moment. It will be quick, Linlin reassured her, her eyes still glistening with tears, but a smile was forming on her lips. The prince took Linlin to the next room, a place where he usually rested after questioning prisoners. The furnishings were simple, but very clean. Linlin knelt down again in front of the prince. Linlin, you know I have high hopes for you, the prince said. I haven't met many children, but without a doubt, you are the most outstanding. I know you care for me, Your Highness. You taught me to ride and hunt, to read and write. You, with your noble status, didn't have to do those things. Linlin looked up slightly, trying to hold back her tears. I know you treat me like a niece, and I admire you very much. The prince was different from Tang Mingfan. Every boy has a dream of a hero, and the prince was Linlin's dream come true. So, Linlin, tell me, should I be angry today? In this matter, he was innocently affected. If Linlin could not understand this, it would truly disappoint him. He allowed Linlin to support her family, but at the very least she should understand right from wrong. Your Highness should be angry. Miss Meng's actions, no matter the reason, have harmed you, an innocent, and damaged the royal family's dignity. My father also acted thoughtlessly, making you the subject of others' jokes. The prince should be angry. It's understandable. Prince Jean let out a sigh. There is never love or hate without reason. He liked Linlin because of her wisdom and maturity beyond her years, far better than his own mother. Linlin defended Tang Zhujun, saying, Prince, my aunt knows this too, but she had no choice. She helps family, not fairness. Prince Jean responded, that's true. And my aunt never thought about marrying you. Linlin continued. So don't blame her for not treating you like the most important person. Did she tell you she doesn't want to marry me? Yes, Linlin replied. She said she wouldn't marry anyone and would stay home to raise me. You really believe her words? What are Qingfeng and Jiang Beihan to her? She may not want to marry, but she certainly isn't lacking in admirers. Prince Jin chose not to speak, as Linlin believed in Tang Zhujun too much. He wanted to let the child keep some hope. Prince, I want to tell you a secret. What is it? My aunt is actually my mother. Prince Jin said, so that's why you protect her so much. A child's defense of their mother, especially at a young age, is instinctual and unbreakable. Not just that, I believe she cares for me, Linlin explained. There were times when I thought it would be better if she weren't around. But now, absolutely not. Prince, I have another secret to share. As Linlin spoke, tears streamed down his face. This time, Prince Jin felt the sadness in him and couldn't bring himself to scold the child. Prince, I heard you talking to that subordinate from Hua yesterday. Prince Jin's expression changed instantly. Are you threatening me? He looked at the small child with mixed emotions. Prince Jin was angry because Linlin dared to bring this up. If he were truly ruthless, he wouldn't have let the child leave that door. I won't tell anyone. Not a soul, Linlin cried. I promise I won't tell anyone. I just ask you not to make things difficult for my mother. She is my mother, he cried deeply, his small body trembling like leaves in a storm. Prince Jin lifted him up and wiped his tears away. Why are you crying? Is this how you negotiate with me? Linlin choked on his words. Prince, I don't want to cry. I know you don't like it when I cry. But I also know that in the future, you won't like me anymore. He had discovered Prince Jin's deepest secret, a secret that could lead to his downfall. If he didn't speak, he could always regard the prince as a beloved elder and receive his care. But now he had to speak. He understood what it meant to break this barrier. So today, he felt like crying without any dignity. He was about to lose his hero. The prince was deeply shocked. He had never realized that such a young child could have such profound thoughts and strong emotions. The child admired him and felt close to him, yet had to choose to give up for the sake of his family, causing him pain. The prince held Linlin in his arms, gently stroking his back, while internally scolding the Tang family. Could these people let the child have some peace of mind? Previously, Tang Jian was a worry, but at least it was manageable. Now, Tang Baixin had gone too far, causing a real uproar. Tang Mingfan was also confused, indulging his children instead of punishing Tang Baixin and apologizing to the emperor. Did he really think the emperor had no temper? Now, with Linlin pushed to this point, no one in the Tang family was innocent, and Tang Jian was also scheming against him. Linlin was truly heartbroken, crying in the prince's arms for a while, wishing to linger in that embrace a bit longer. Have you cried enough? When Linlin's voice softened, the prince's tone returned to its previous coldness. Yes, Linlin shyly stepped away, standing with his head down. Your Highness, I swear I will never reveal your secret to anyone. If I break this vow, may the heavens— That's enough. The prince interrupted him, giving him a deep look. Did Yanran hear that? These two children were inseparable. It was unreasonable for Linlin to know while Yanran did not. Linlin replied, she heard, but she didn't understand. I misled her on purpose and scared her. She won't say anything. I guess she'll forget about it soon. What would you have done if this hadn't happened today? I would keep it to myself. Linlin looked at him sincerely. Your Highness, please help my father. I will study hard and help you when I grow up. The prince was silent for a moment, and when he spoke again, he had made a decision. His gaze was deep, and his voice was cold. Come with me. Tang Ziyan had been watching them anxiously, and when she saw them come out, her worry eased a bit as she called out to Linlin. Linlin smiled at her, assuring her he was fine, but the sadness in his eyes was heartbreaking. He thought he would completely lose the love and guidance of Prince Jin. Because the prince's secret could be deadly, he revealed it. Tang Jian said, You don't need to scare me with words, Prince. You have the power, and I am at your mercy. Do whatever you want. But what does it matter if it's just about a child named Linlin? Yes, the Tang family had wronged him, and she was here to repay that debt. If Linlin weren't here, that man would keep making him choose, and she would say to choose him. Not allowed to choose him? Then he was not worth anything. Hold her down, Prince Jean said calmly, but his tone left no room for argument. Tang Jian replied, let go. Anyone who moves today will regret it. However, Prince Jin's orders made her words useless. Linlin, come here. Prince Jean beckoned. Linlin bit her lip and slowly approached. Lie down. Prince Jean pointed to his thigh. Linlin hesitated for a moment, but then obediently lay down. Prince Jean held her shoulder, raised his other hand high, and struck Linlin's bottom. He didn't hold back. The sound was loud, and Linlin really felt pain. Auntie, it doesn't hurt, Linlin said, her body tense, her face flushed, and beads of sweat forming on her nose. Your Highness, I know you are of noble status. I have made many mistakes in the past. If you want to punish me, please don't take it out on Linlin, Tang Jian said, feeling heartbroken. But Prince Jean completely ignored her and struck again, his voice cold and stern. This is the first time. If it happens again, it won't be so easy. Linlin, who didn't make a sound or shed a tear, clung to his leg and cried loudly. He understood why the prince punished him. It was a way of telling him that even though he knew the prince's secret, the prince was still willing to guide him, and they still had a future together. He felt even more guilty. He had actually used cunning against the prince. At first, he could have spoken up, but the prince hadn't vented his anger yet, so he held back, waiting until the prince had punished his aunt and scared her before he finally spoke. By then, the prince had already released some of his frustration. He also knew that the prince liked him, so as long as he acted more understanding, the prince would likely relent. But he didn't know that after revealing a secret that meant everything to the prince would still respond to him this way. Let her go, Prince Jean said, feeling his pants soaked from Linlin's tears. He took a deep breath and looked at Tang Jian. Tang Ziyan immediately rushed over to hold Linlin. Linlin said, Auntie, let the prince hold me. Hearing this, Tang Jian forgot to cry. Did this somehow create a bond? Tang Jian let go of his hand and moved in front of Jin Wang, feeling a bit shy this time. Jin Wang picked him up and placed him on his lap, causing Linlin to gasp in pain. In the future, if you get punished, you will sit here and write 1,000 characters before the punishment is over. Linlin lowered his head and smiled. Tang Jian thought, this world is really confusing. Bring me my riding whip, Jin Wang said, looking at Tang Jian. Tang Jian gritted his teeth, took the whip from the table, handed it to Jin Wang, and then closed his eyes. Jin Wang stood up with Linlin and walked out without even looking at Tang Jian. Tang Jian was ready for the worst, but instead of punishment, she heard footsteps fading away. Fortunately, she wasn't the only one confused. Song Jingyang asked, Your Highness, what about Tang Jian? How should we punish her? Tell her to leave. Jin Wang's voice came from a distance. Tang Jian would gladly leave if he returned Linlin to her. And Your Highness, could you be generous and let my whole family go? Thank you, Your Highness, and I'm sorry, Linlin quietly said on the horse. Linlin, let me ask you, if you were me, what would you do? Linlin was taken aback. Think again. What does the Emperor want me to do now? Jin Wang gently prompted. The answer was clear. Everything had come to this point. It was just a matter of going with the flow. After thinking seriously, Linlin replied, If I were the prince, I would plead for my father in front of the Emperor. Jin Wang's gaze was calm and deep. Why? Because that's what the Emperor wants to see. Jin Wang admired him inwardly. He truly was the child he had chosen. The Emperor would be furious for losing face, but would he give up on Tang Mingfan and his son? The answer was obvious. He wouldn't give up, but he couldn't avoid punishment either. The Emperor was in a difficult position. At this moment, if Jin Wang wanted to please the Emperor, he had to take a high stance and show kindness. This way, the Emperor would lightly punish the Tang family and comfort Jin Wang, and the matter would be settled. Personal matters would always be secondary to the state, and Jin Wang understood the emperor's mindset very well. Now, Linlin also understood. However, Linlin looked at Jin Wang with her shiny black eyes, unsure. "Your Highness, am I right?" "Yes," Jin Wang replied. Linlin thought to herself that it seemed her aunt's efforts were in vain, and of course, so were his. Even if they do nothing, the prince will ensure this matter comes to a resolution. "Do you feel like you got hurt for no reason?" "No," Linlin replied, feeling a bit shy. "I was too foolish and threatened the prince, so I deserve the punishment. How could anyone not like such a humble and understanding child? I really don't understand how someone like Tang Zhujun could have such a child." "Thank you, Your Highness," Linlin said sincerely. "I will keep your secret and help you when I grow up." Prince Jin patted his head and said, "First, let's get through this situation." How the emperor would give a light punishment hung over the Tang family like a sword. As for Tang Zhujun, seeing Prince Jin take Linlin into the palace, she wanted to follow, but her aunt wouldn't allow it. Having been out for so long and forced to run by Prince Jin, she was starting to feel overwhelmed. She could only return home, and her pants were indeed a bit dirty, but thankfully it didn't show through her skirt. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. After changing clothes, Meng Yulan rushed to find her. "Jun, what happened?" She felt immense guilt for bringing such trouble to the Tang family, which was hard to express in words. Tang Zhujun was also anxious. She worried about her father and brothers not knowing the situation, and she was upset that Linlin had been punished by the prince. But in front of Meng Yulan, she didn't show her feelings. "Prince Jin has already gone to the palace to plead for us. Let's wait for news at home." Meng Yulan sat down weakly, her skin, already pale, looked even more so, and her lips were colorless. "Don't worry, Sister Meng," Tang Zhujun comforted her, also trying to reassure herself. Since Prince Jin has spoken up, the emperor will likely give a light warning. Her father was not well, and with the emperor's favor, the punishment would probably fall on Tang Baixin. It was all for him to get married. If there was a punishment, so be it. Meng Yulan remained silent, unconsciously gripping the armrest of her chair. Seeing her like this, Tang Zhujun knew she was troubled, but she was also worried about the 3 men at home, and her stomach felt uneasy, so she leaned back in her chair without saying anything. "Miss, the lady is here," Lu Zhu said in a flustered tone at the door. It was Madame Meng. The matter that Meng Yulan had dealt with early in the morning was now approaching sunset, and she arrived quite early. Meng Yulan glanced at Tang Zhujun and said, "Jun, you should step aside for a moment. My mother probably wants to talk to me." Tang Zhujun nodded and got up to go to the inner room. Just a curtain separated them, and the voices of the mother and daughter outside were clearly heard. Tang Zhujun thought Madame Meng might scold Meng Yulan, but she never expected Madame Meng to actually urge her daughter to take her own life. "My child, it's not that I don't care for you. Now that things have come to this, if you die, others will forget about you and Lord Tang. They will think you were strong-willed and that you suffered because of Jiang Beihan. If you don't die, our family's reputation and the Tang family's reputation will be ruined completely. Go ahead. Your elder brother is still the heir. If you live, how can he maintain his face? What will happen to his title? And mother, how can I explain this to your father? Is this really her mother?" Tang Zhujun felt an overwhelming anger. Meng Yulan smiled slightly. "Mother, did my father send you?" Madame Meng nodded, tears streaming down her face. "Then did my father know about the letter I sent to Jiang Beihan back then?" "Well, that was your mother." Madame Meng lowered her head, unable to meet her daughter's gaze. "But I did it for your own good. At that time, no one expected the Duke of Wuyang's family would rise again. You didn't expect that using Yingxue would backfire, making Jiang Beihan completely hate the Duke's family," Meng Yulan said softly, her gaze falling on the white silk, and then she spoke mockingly. "Mother, you know I don't want to drag the Tang family down, yet you still want me to die for them. Isn't that just repaying kindness with ingratitude?" It was absurd. Even if she had to die, they wanted her to die outside, afraid of tarnishing the Duke's family. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's family, a model of noble girls in the capital, but overnight, She became a disgrace everyone wanted to shun. Yulan Yu. Meng Yulan coldly smiled and slightly raised her head, revealing her long, fair neck. If you gave me this life, then come and take it if you want. I've died once already. The king of hell won't take me again. Tang Zhujun almost wanted to applaud Meng Yulan. With such a duke's family and such cold parents, it was better to be without them. Madame Meng, from beginning to end, never showed any concern for her daughter's suffering. All she spoke of was the duke's family's reputation and the heir's future. She didn't care about Meng Yulan, so why should Meng Yulan care about them? Madame Meng was naturally unwilling and desperately tried to persuade Meng Yulan. In the end, Meng Yulan simply stopped speaking and coldly stared at her. Finally, Madame Meng could no longer hold back and slammed her hand down. If you don't listen to me, where do you think you can go? Can the Tang family shelter you for a lifetime? I won't cling to the Tang family, Meng Yulan said. I will leave now, and you won't have to worry about me anymore. I hate that you changed my fate, and I hate even more that you can act as if nothing happened and force me to my end. Mother, this is my last word. From now on, you will no longer have a daughter like me. She knelt and bowed 3 times to Madame Meng, and when she stood up, her gaze was resolute. Green bamboo, let's go. She didn't know where to go, but she couldn't burden the Tang family any longer. She was only waiting for news that the Tang father and son were safe, but now that Madame Meng had approached her, she decided to leave. Catch her. Madame Meng's tone changed, harshly commanding. Since you don't want to leave with dignity, I will ensure you do. Take this disgrace away. Who dares? Tang Baixin had returned. Not only Tang Baixin returned, but also Tang Mingfan and Linlin. Tang Zuyun hurried to support Tang Mingfan, but he gently pushed her away, saying, Father is fine. Thank you, young Master Tang, for saving my life, Meng Yulan said, bowing gracefully, her expression calm and determined, no longer the weeping girl she once was. I have somewhere to go. It is getting late, so I will take my leave. Tang Zuyun wanted to persuade her to stay, knowing that once Meng Yulan left this home, her biological mother would surely harm her. However, she didn't get the chance. Tang Baixin said, The Emperor has issued a decree to reward you to me. Everyone was stunned. The Emperor had rewarded Meng Yulan to Tang Baixin? Reward? Why did it sound so much like treating her as a servant? From now on, she is a member of the Tang family and has no ties to the Duke's residence, Tang Mingfan said, stroking his beard as he addressed Madame Meng. If there is any disgrace, it will be the Tang family's disgrace. Madame Meng was shocked by this news and was dazedly pushed out the door. Tang Zuyun exclaimed, Elder brother, what did the Emperor say? You need to explain clearly. She was a bit worried about the Emperor's unpredictable actions. Although the Emperor couldn't kill anyone, he certainly wouldn't let the Tang family off easily. Meng Yulan looked at Tang Baixin in confusion. Tang Baixin said, From now on, Miss Meng will be your sister-in-law. That was quite a sudden change. Seeing Meng Yulan's face turn red, Tang Zuyun said, Elder brother, don't be so straightforward. Shouldn't we wait until after the wedding for such a change? Tang Baixin glanced at Meng Yulan and resolutely stated, The Emperor wants Miss Meng to be my concubine. The Emperor's original words were even harsher, belittling Meng Yulan and saying she was only fit to be a concubine, forbidding any formal ceremony, and ordering her to be a lowly concubine. Tang Baixin wanted to say more, but Jin Wang pulled him back, and he swallowed the rest of his words. I know this is unfair to Miss Meng, but it's for the best, Tang Baixin said awkwardly. If Miss Meng has other plans in the future, it will be easier. Big brother, have you lost your mind? This is a woman the Emperor has given you. How can you give her to someone else? Once she becomes a concubine, she will likely remain one for life. It will be very difficult to elevate her status. The officials are ready to criticize, and the Emperor will think carefully before agreeing. This is truly a great humiliation for Meng Yulan. Unexpectedly, Meng Yulan nodded, knelt in the direction of the royal city, and bowed in gratitude. Then she turned to Tang Baixin and bowed her head, saying, I greet you, my lord. She knows the Emperor wants her to be a concubine, otherwise, she wouldn't refer to herself that way. Tang Zuyun watched her resigned expression, feeling choked up. Just as she was about to help Meng Yulan, she saw her brother kneeling before Meng Yulan as well. Well, this is like a wedding ceremony. Tang Baixin looked at the panicked Meng Yulan and said, "On the way back, I already spoke with father. It is a great fortune to have you. The emperor only said to make you a concubine, but he did not force me to marry. In the future, there will only be you by my side. No one else. Others may see you as a concubine, but you must know that in my heart, you are my wife. I failed to secure your position as a wife. That is my shortcoming. I will do my best to make it up to you in the future. If you are unwilling, after a few years, when the time has passed, I will help you leave." "I am willing," Meng Yulan said, tears falling. "Please get up. I cannot bear this." Since you are willing, Tang Baixin remained calm and restrained. He was making a promise, not declaring love. "Let's pay our respects to father together, and in a few days, we will bow to mother's tablet." They both bowed to Tang Mingfan. Tang Mingfan said, "Get up. From now on, let's live well. The past is the past. We are family, so let's look forward. Eldest son's wife, you will have to work hard for this family." He acknowledged it. He recognized her as Tang Baixin's wife. Tang Zhiyun felt her eyes warm. It was truly touching. Lovers finally became a couple. Although there were some regrets, Meng Yulan might not immediately love her brother, but with his kindness, she would surely come to love him in time. However, she suddenly noticed Linlin watching her with a complicated expression. "Linlin, what's wrong?" Tang Zhiyun asked with a smile. "Will I have another mother now?" Linlin asked. Tang Zhiyun's smile froze on her face. Linlin knows that she is his biological mother, and she has accepted him now. Asking him to call a woman without feelings mother is really difficult for him. Meng Yulan said, "Young master, you can just call me aunt." Although the master and the elder brother don't mind, the emperor's decree is like this, and our Tang family cannot be seen as disobeying. Oh dear, Meng's sister got into character too quickly. "Then I will still call you Meng's sister," Tang Zhujun said happily as she held her hand. "From now on, we are family." Meng Yulan smiled at her. Tang Mingfan came in again, walking unsteadily but refusing help, and handed Meng Yulan a book. "This is a gift for you," Tang Zhujun thought. What did her father say? A book is a gift for a daughter-in-law? It can't be lessons for women, right? Meng Yulan seemed surprised, but quickly accepted it respectfully. Tang Zhujun leaned in to look. The cover had 2 characters, but she only recognized one. "Secret," she guessed. "This book looks quite interesting. It's secret scores," Meng Yulan said, clearly excited. "Master, this is too valuable. I can't accept it." Tang Mingfan waved his hand. "Our family is poor, and we don't have anything valuable to give you, so just take it," Tang Baixin added. "Since it's a gift from father, you should keep it. You will help me honor father in the future." "Yes," Meng Yulan curtsied and accepted it like a treasure. It turned out to be a long-lost music score, priceless in value. 1,000 taels of silver, Tang Zhujun asked. "Not less," Meng Yulan smiled. Tang Zhujun. So she had been holding on to a golden bowl while begging. If she had known, she would have cleaned up her father's study and sold some books to become rich. Forget about just improving her life. She could have soared high. But then she thought if she sold Tang Mingfan's books, he might sell her first. No wonder her brother said their father had no feelings for money. He truly regarded wealth as worthless. "Father, brother, you should go rest now," Tang Zhujun said. "I'll find some ointment, and Xiao will get the table ready. Tonight, we will celebrate properly." Low-key celebration. "Wait," Tang Mingfan called out to Tang Zhujun. "There's one more thing I need to tell you." "Father, what is it?" "Please tell me," Tang Zhujun asked cheerfully, already planning how to arrange the evening's accommodations. Unexpectedly, this matter was resolved so perfectly. She was very happy. "The emperor wants you to be a concubine for Prince Jin, but father has already." "What?" "She went from being a minor wife of Prince Jin to an unnamed minor wife." "Does she care about titles?"
"No."
"So, nothing happened. Just do it. It's all in the future anyway," Tang Zhujun said nonchalantly. She was satisfied with the outcome, and her resentment towards Prince Jean had lessened significantly. Linlin, come on, I'll help you with your medicine. Everyone in the room looked at her in shock, as if she were foolish. From a side wife to a concubine, and she feels nothing? Is she too heartbroken? Linlin, I'm fine. I don't need medicine. Tang Zhujun, oh dear, the little one still cares about her pride. Yanran, who had been silent, said, the concubine will still be with my father, right? Tang Mingfan worried that the term concubine might upset Tang Zhujun, so he quickly added, Jun helped the emperor before, and he hasn't forgotten. So, the concubine is just a temporary decision. It will be fine soon, and she will still be a side wife.
Oh.
Tang Bai felt guilty and said, also, the emperor wants you to serve at the palace now. The servant is here, Xiao shouted. Then everyone heard Song Jingyang shout, who's the servant? You're the servant. Xiao, I'm just my lady's servant. What's wrong with that? Song Jingyang immediately fell silent. Tang Zhujun laughed heartily. When foolishness collides, who wins? She was so busy enjoying the spectacle that she forgot she was supposed to report to the palace immediately. I'm here to pick up Miss Tang, Song Jingyang said with a stern face. Tang Zhujun finally reacted. Wait, can it be tomorrow? Prince Jean, can you be more patient? Is it really that urgent? No, the prince said this is an imperial decree. Meng Yulan looked guilty. This was all because of her. Let's go then, Tang Zhujun said. Father, elder brother, I'll have a good talk with the prince and be back tomorrow. Linlin, take good care of Yanran. She wasn't worried at all. With Yanran staying at the Tang family, would Prince Jean dare not let her return home? Tang Bai said, Jun, don't worry, I've already asked the prince. Let's hurry. We don't want to keep the prince waiting, Song Jingyang said mischievously, cutting off further conversation. He knew perfectly well where Xiao learned the term servant. You all should tidy up, eat, and rest. I'm leaving now. Since I have to go, there's no need for tearful farewells. I'm not going to die. Tang Zhujun went back to her room to pack a few things, just a small bundle, and then she left with Song Jingyang. The evening was settling in, but the moonlight filled the ground. Tang Zhujun widened her eyes and didn't see the carriage at the door, and she couldn't help but angrily say, Has Prince Jean lost his mind? Does he want me to run to the palace? Do you expect me to carry you there? Prince Jin's cold voice came from nearby. Tang Zhujun turned her head and saw Prince Jean standing a few steps away at the door. Saying 3 steps was an exaggeration, but 10 steps seemed unnecessary. I just thought I was going to the palace.
Tang Zhujun mumbel sopti.
Tang Baixin came out. I've already spoken with the prince. You will stay next door and can return home anytime. Thank you, Your Highness, for your kindness. If Jun misbehaves in the future, just let me know, and I'll talk to her. Tang Zhujun chuckled. Big brother, you should go back and rest. You need to calm down. I'm fine, and the prince as well. She wisely avoided mentioning Meng Yulan, fearing it would upset Prince Jean. Tang Baixin watched her leave, and as she was about to enter, he suddenly bowed to Prince Jean. I leave Jun in your care. Prince Jean came over to help him up and said in a deep voice, No need for that. Today's events were driven by your concern for her, and it wasn't entirely your responsibility. The emperor has already issued a decree, so there's no need to bring it up again. Look at him, how good he is at pretending. He doesn't speak like this to me. But as long as it reassures the family, that's what matters. Tang Zhujun followed Prince Jean into the house. This wasn't her first time here, so she wasn't too nervous. Serve tea to the prince, Song Jingyang said. No need, Prince Jean replied. You can leave. I have something to discuss with her. Tang Zhujun sighed in relief, knelt, and served him tea, fearing her heart might burst. You should know the emperor's decree, Prince Jean stated directly. This is something your Tang family asked for, so don't blame others. Remember your place. As long as you follow the rules, I won't make things difficult for you, and I will turn a blind eye to your visits home. But if you embarrass me, don't blame me for being harsh. Do you still have any face left to lose?
Yes.
A wise woman knows when to back down. After all, their statuses are different. Seeing Tang Zhujun fidgeting with a rare look of hesitation, Prince Jean coldly said, "If you have anything to say it all today. Don't wait until later when you regret it. Then I will ask, Your Highness, do I still have to share a bed?" The prince's face suddenly darkened, and he gritted his teeth, forcing out a few words. "What do you say?" "I can't say much. It only counts if you say it, my lord. It is an honor for you to be favored by me as a concubine." "I completely agree," Tang Zhuyun said seriously. "Everyone in the capital knows that if I were to share your bed, it would be to my advantage. However, I feel unworthy of such an honor. You should let me study the 4 books for women and cultivate my character." "Be quiet." How could the prince not realize she was looking down on him? "My decision to sleep or not depends on my mood and capability," Tang Zhuyun thought secretly. Well, sleeping with him wouldn't be a loss. A man of his status is someone she couldn't afford in a club anyway. Just because he didn't want money didn't mean she should underestimate him. Compared to someone like Qingfeng, the prince was her ideal type. "Then, my lord, let's postpone it. Unless you want to fight fiercely," Tang Zhuyun said, shrugging her shoulders. The prince took a moment to understand her meaning, his handsome face turning red as he pointed outside. "Get out." Tang Zhuyun happily left. Song Jingyang asked, "Did you provoke the prince again?" Tang Zhuyun looked up at the moon, feeling a wave of sadness. "I want to give myself to the prince, but he told me to leave." Song Jingyang replied, "Would you really listen to him? Why don't you ask the prince?" Song Jingyang was speechless. There was a knock on the door and someone opened it. Soon, 2 little ones holding hands and carrying lanterns entered. It was Linlin and Yanran. "Sister, I want to sleep with you," Yanran said, sniffling. Linlin added, "Auntie, I came to find the prince. He said to come see him tonight." Tang Zhuyun immediately became alert. What do you need to see the prince for? Could they be using Linlin to force her to comply? There was no need. She had already made her position clear. "Linlin, you should go back," Tang Zhuyun said. "There are medicines in my cabinet, the little white bottle with plum blossoms on it. Ask Xiaoer to help you with it." She couldn't fight the prince, but she decided to reason with him. Just because they were children didn't mean they could be used to vent emotions. Linlin blushed. "Andy, please stop," Yanran asked. "What happened to brother?" "Why does he need medicine?" Tang Zhuyun lied for Linlin. "Brother accidentally twisted his ankle. It's nothing serious." The prince said, "Song Jingyang, go find Xiaoer and bring the medicine." "I will take care of him." "That won't do." Tang Jun disagreed, saying, "What if this person gets sick and starts biting people again?" Linlin replied, "It's okay. I've already used medicine, but not the one in the small white bottle. It was the one in the blue bottle. I remember my aunt used it after my great-grandmother slapped her." Tang Zhuyun exclaimed, "Linlin, you can't use that medicine. That was used to worsen the symptoms. Quick, wash it off," Tang Zhuyun shouted over the wall. "Sure, bring me the medicine in the small white bottle with plum blossoms on it." "Got it." Soon Sure rushed in like the wind, asking, "Miss, is this it?" "Yes." "Give it to me," the prince said coldly. Sherwood handed it to Tang Zhuyun and then ran away. Song Jingyang asked, "Are you silly?" Sherwood replied while running, "Who knows who's silly? With the prince being so fierce, staying behind would only bring trouble. Who would take care of the young lady then?" The prince reached out, saying, "Give it to me." Tang Zhuyun said, "I can go. No need to trouble the prince." The prince snatched the medicine away. Song Jingyang, have someone prepare hot water for a bath. "Your Highness, even though Linlin is a child, she is not a target for your anger. This matter has nothing to do with her." "Be quiet. Gugob, it's not like that. The prince isn't angry with me," Linlin said. "I made some mistakes that I can't explain to you, but it hurts me when you blame the prince." Tang Zhuyun was confused. "Forget it. You go clean up and we'll talk later." Song Jingyang, take her and Yanran to rest. No, we can wait here. First, settle them in the guest room," the prince ordered. Tang Zhuyun sighed in relief. At least, she could still hear some noise in the courtyard. She took Yanran to the guest room, and the latter was very happy. "Sister, Does this mean you will marry father? Then you will be my mother, right? Joy sparkled in her big, grape-like eyes, filled with excitement. Tang Juyin sighed and patted her head. Yanran, I am just your father's concubine, similar to a maid. Even if she became the main wife, she would still be a secondary wife, so she just wanted to quit this role. What should we do? Yanran was almost crying. What if someone bullies you, sister? And what about you? Tang Juyin laughed. Will you protect your sister? You are the only girl in the prince's residence. You are the master. As long as you are strong enough, no one in this residence, except your father, can bully me. Yanran was too soft-hearted. She needed to grow stronger slowly. The most important support for a girl is not her family, but her own strength. Okay, Yanran said loudly. I will definitely protect my sister. At the same time, Prince Jean was in a large bathtub with Linlin, surrounded by steam. Prince Jean leaned back against the side of the tub, while Linlin stood just tall enough to peek over the edge. He found the big bathtub very interesting and enjoyed splashing in the water. Come here, Prince Jean said, bending his knee to lift Linlin onto his lap. Your Highness, Linlin said, facing him and wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling very close to him. I'm sorry. Why are you saying sorry? Yanran had never been this close to Prince Jean, and he would never bathe with her like this. The small child, her soft body, and trusting eyes made Prince Jean feel both strange and wonderful. He had fought many people, but only Linlin could come close to him without holding any grudges after being hurt. This feeling of being completely trusted made Prince Jin's heart soften. My grandfather, my father, my aunt, and I all have people who care for us. No matter what mistakes we make, there is always someone to help and comfort us. But for you, Your Highness, you haven't done anything wrong yet still get hurt and no one cares. In this situation with Meng Yulan, Prince Jean had always been the victim. Prince Jean was taken aback and after a long pause said, There are people who care for me too, but they are not by your side, Linlin replied. Your Highness, I will be good to you in the future, just like I am to my aunt. If anyone bullies you, I will help you. Even though I'm small, I will stand by you. Prince Jean was touched, but teased her. What if your aunt bullies me? Linlin was puzzled. Her aunt was very nice, but she often did tease the prince. I will talk to my aunt, Linlin finally decided. Thank you. Prince Jean laughed, lifting her under her arms and tossing her up and down, splashing water everywhere. Linlin's excited little face turned red, but she stayed quiet. She was afraid Yanran would hear and feel hurt. After all, he was her father. Prince Jean continued to laugh heartily. Do you want more? Is it fun? Shall we do it again? The sound of splashing water followed. Tang Zhujun, who was eavesdropping, felt relieved. It seemed Linlin and Prince Jean had made up. Perhaps Prince Jean also realized he had made a mistake? Today was quite chaotic, and he would have a good talk with him tomorrow. She now has time to think about the whole situation. She knows that Prince Jean has suffered an undeserved disaster and is understandably angry, but this matter should be directed at any adult from the Tang family, not the children. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Prince Yong, and seventh brother are here. Song Jingyong shouted. Tang Zhujun was startled. What are these gentlemen doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, the seventh prince entered first, saying, This isn't the royal palace. There aren't so many rules here. We heard that sixth brother has a new sister-in-law, so we came to celebrate. Tang Zhujun thought. What is this? You come to someone else's home and say there are no rules? You have some nerve. Then the voice of Prince Yong rang out. Old Seven, stop joking. It sounds like your sixth brother is not in a good situation right now. Let's not cause trouble. A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The crown prince laughed. I told you not to come, but you too insisted. Tang Zhujun felt overwhelmed by their words. These are all fighting roosters, and when they clash, sparks fly. Let's hope no innocent people get hurt. She made a shushing gesture to Yanran. She wouldn't go out and get involved. Oh, it's His Highness the Crown Prince, fifth brother and seventh brother. Moments later, Prince Jean came out holding Linlin's hand. Before he could speak, Linlin had already bowed to the guests. Sixth brother, The seventh prince exclaimed in surprise. When did you have such a big son? The resemblance between the two was striking. When the seventh prince shouted, the crown prince and Prince Yong were also taken aback. If you don't look closely, it's easy to miss, but upon closer inspection, there are indeed many similarities. He's not my son. He's Tang Baixin's child, the seventh prince said. He took sixth brother's woman and brought his son to settle the debt? That's quite unusual. Old seven, don't talk nonsense. The crown prince scolded, displaying the authority of a higher position. Prince Yong added, let's not mention that. We're here to congratulate sixth brother, not to add to the trouble. Tang Zhujun thought, you three are so insincere. You've already made the wound worse and now pretend to be innocent. But the seventh prince laughed heartily. It's just so interesting. Sixth brother lost his woman and gained a burden. Tang Zhujun felt like going out to confront Prince Jean. This seventh prince has such a sharp tongue. Prince Jean, who is not good with words, is really not helping. The crown prince said, sixth brother, don't take old seven too seriously. He still has a childish personality and means no harm. Suddenly, Linlin burst into loud tears. Tang Zhujuan's heart sank, and she secretly poked a hole in the paper window to look outside. A few men outside seemed a bit strange, but Prince Jean remained calm. He squatted down and asked, what's wrong, Linlin? Are you scared? Don't worry, I'm here. Linlin cried. No, I'm not scared. I was just listening to Seventh Master talk, and thought of my pet magpie that passed away. I really liked it, but it talked so much that it wore itself out. It sounded just like Seventh Master. Tang Zhujun struggled to hold back laughter. Oh my, he really is her son. When he speaks, he surprises everyone. Prince Jean patted his head and said, you shouldn't say things like that. Then he stood up and addressed the pale-faced seventh prince. Children speak without thinking. You won't hold it against a child, will you? The seventh prince had a childish nature, while Linlin was a true child. The seventh prince gritted his teeth and replied, I won't. Go find your aunt, Prince Jean instructed. Linlin bowed to everyone, looked up at the seventh prince with innocence, and said, Seventh Master, when I find a new magpie that's just like the old one, I'll definitely show it to you. It will really be similar. With that, Linlin innocently walked away, leaving the seventh prince trembling with anger, nearly exploding on the spot. The table was set in the courtyard, and the brothers began to toast each other. Tang Zhujun told the two children to lie down and sleep, but Linlin said the prince had already treated her. He remained calm. They were all standing in the courtyard, and he could still treat Linlin. Tang Zhujun whispered, Everyone, be quiet. They are here to annoy the prince. We shouldn't disturb him with their nonsense, understand? Sister, aren't you going to help father? You're so capable. Linlin looked a bit worried. Aunt, you won't turn against us at a critical moment, will you? Tang Zhujun. Am I that kind of person? Why would I get involved in a fight between powerful beings? Go to sleep. Yen Yen quickly fell asleep, but Linlin took a while, straining to listen to the sounds outside. Tang Zhujun was also listening. Though she wasn't very clever, she realized that the three men were in cahoots and had come to mock Prince Jean today. That wasn't enough. They even wanted to bring trouble to themselves. Sixth brother, let your little sister come out and show us. I heard she's beautiful and famous in the capital, said the seventh prince. Famous for being a lovesick girl in the capital, perhaps. Linlin suddenly whispered, Aunt, they want to insult you and make grandfather and dad resent the prince. Tang Zhujun, what? How could her son be so smart? If Linlin hadn't said anything, with her slow reaction, she might not have realized until tomorrow. Linlin's translation is simultaneous interpretation. Her translation is at a basic level, checking each word one by one, and even when put together, it might not make sense. Tang Zhujun came out to greet them, but the seventh prince might still insist that she serve drinks to everyone, or even worse, after all, she is just a concubine. The king of Jin didn't let her come out to avoid embarrassing the crown prince. If she did come out, how would Tang Mingfan and his son save face? The king of Jin has it tough. Aunt, you should confront them. They won't dare to make a scene, Linlin said again. Tang Zuzun. Does she see her as just someone who confronts others? But it's unreasonable to smile while being slapped in the face. Tang Zhujun stood up. I'll go. At that moment, the king of Jeans spoke lightly. She is currently putting Yanran to sleep. Yanran can't be without her. If she wakes up crying in the middle of the night, the emperor will have to worry again tomorrow. The crown prince said, then let it be. How has Yanran been feeling lately? The topic was quickly changed. Tang Zhujun was ready to confront, but then had to hold back. She sat by the bed, looking at Yanran's peaceful sleeping face, lost in thought. This meant that Yanran was highly valued by the emperor. Even the crown prince didn't dare to act recklessly. However, Yanran was still not a princess, which was indeed strange. Linlin, being a child and having experienced so much during the day, quickly fell asleep. Tang Zhujun wasn't feeling much better. She leaned on the bed and soon fell asleep too, completely unaware of when everyone outside left. She dreamed that she was holding a small whip, confidently telling the king of Jin, "Get ready. Take off your pants." This pleasant dream was interrupted by a sudden rush of warmth. Her period had arrived. Tang Zhujun rubbed her eyes and yawned, lifting her head from the bed, feeling sore all over. There was a bathroom in the room. She cleaned herself up, wrapped her dirty clothes, and placed them on a chair, then climbed onto the bed to continue her interrupted dream. However, after a while, she suddenly felt something was off, opened her eyes wide, and found the king of Jin sitting in a chair, breathing heavily. "What are you doing?" Tang Zhujun asked cautiously, noticing a faint smell of blood in the air. Could it be that she had leaked?
No.
She realized that the king of Jin was wearing black night clothes, and his right chest seemed to be wet. "Your Highness, are you hurt?"
Come with me.
Tang Zhujun tucked the two children in, then followed the king of Jin out. She prayed for mercy from the heavens, from yesterday morning until now, in less than 12 hours. It felt like she had lived through 12 days. How could so much happen at once? Yesterday, when the Prince of Jin was fighting Linlin, she cursed him countless times. However, the consequences came too quickly, not even overnight. The prince was seriously injured. A barbed hidden weapon had pierced his chest, but fortunately, it wasn't on the left side. This made things tricky. How could she treat the wound to minimize the damage? After all, there were no antibiotics here, and preventing infection was a long way off. "Hurry up," the prince urged her. "What are you thinking? Is this how one asks for help?" Tang Jian replied, "I was wondering if a concubine can have a chastity memorial after being widowed." The prince understood her meaning and sneered, "You don't deserve a chastity memorial. A burial with you would be more fitting." Tang Jian asked, "Burial? Do people still do that? Why hadn't she heard of it?" "Before I die, I will make sure to ask for a favor for you." Tang Jian thought, "I wish she would just die. I need to cut you open completely." She gestured to his wound. "If I don't, I can't remove that weapon and it will hurt a lot. I can give you a painkiller, but it will still hurt afterward. Stop talking and no painkillers. I have to attend court. There's not much time." Tang Jian exclaimed, "Are you crazy?" "I said hurry." For the first time, her hands trembled, not from lack of confidence, but because without anesthesia, every cut felt like she was a butcher. The prince spit down on a cloth, beads of sweat rolled down his face into his hair, and his veins bulged, looking fierce. An hour later, both of them were soaked, as if they had been pulled from water. This special wedding night was truly a bloody battle. She really had a knack for curses. Tang Ziyan collapsed onto the footrest, speaking weakly. "You can't attend court today. Absolutely not, unless you want to throw your life away." "I must go." "You don't need to." Tang Ziyan leaned against the bed. "Choosing this day to go out means everyone will know you took a concubine and drank with the crown prince. So, if you rest for 2 days after your wedding night, no one will suspect anything." Although she didn't know exactly what the prince was doing that got him hurt, he wasn't looking for a doctor, and his outfit already spoke volumes. The prince was secretly doing something shameful. The prince's voice was cold. "What do you know?" Did Linlin tell her? No, Linlin wouldn't. "I don't know anything," Tang Zhujun said. "I don't want to know. I just asked the prince not to involve me. I'm just a concubine. And if something happens, can I be sent away? She was looking for a way out. In the past, she might not have felt this way, but after hearing what the Crown Prince's friend said, she realized that the Jin Wang was not on good terms with them. The Jin Wang ignored her and after a while said, "Get ready and come to bed with me." Tang Jun replied, "You can't move your injury. I said to get into bed. I move? I can't. Tang Jun, I will sew your mouth shut one day. Even that wouldn't work." Tang Jun quickly cleaned up, changed her clothes, and replaced the bedding for the Jin Wang. Gritting her teeth, she helped him take off his clothes, let him lie down, and then climbed into bed, lying quietly against the wall. The Jin Wang did not go to court and stayed in bed all day, with meals brought to the room. Tang Jun felt like she was going to turn into a mummy. She talked to the Jin Wang about Linlin being beaten yesterday, but he dismissed her with, "This is a matter between men." Tang Jun sensed that these two were hiding something from her and decided to wait to ask Linlin what he had said to the Jin Wang. Her back was starting to hurt from lying down, so she tentatively asked, "Your Highness, can I sit up for a bit?" "I can rock the bed." "Why rock the bed? It makes you look strong. You just lie down quietly." The Jin Wang ground his teeth. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." "Come on, Your Highness, you've had children, you should understand." The Jin Wang, fearing she would annoy him, told her to leave. Tang Jun said, "Your Highness, I want to go home for a bit." "I won't be gone long." Linlin and Ran had already been sent over in the morning. She wanted to check on the children and see how Manhwa was doing. "Don't let your father and brother get into trouble. Keep my injury a secret." "Got it," Tang Jun replied, feeling like she was on a sinking ship. But once she left and returned to the Tang family, she immediately felt happy. Manhwa was in the yard feeding the chickens with the two children. She had never done this before, but it was clear she was enjoying it. "Sister Meng, I'm back," Tang Jun greeted with a smile. Manhwa quickly handed the bowl of grain to Lu Zhu, washed her hands, and asked, "How is it? Did the prince make things difficult for you?" "No. How could he?" Tang Jun replied, "The prince and I have known each other for a long time." "Where are you staying? Are you getting used to it?" "I'm temporarily staying in your room." Manhwa lowered her head, her face a bit red. "I didn't touch your things. Whether as a concubine or a wife, she should have served her husband last night." However, Tang Baixin did not mention it and let Xiu'er take her to Tang Jun's room to rest. "Sister Meng, you don't need to be so formal. Just treat this place like your own home. Our house is too small. When we move to a bigger one, I'll invite you to stay and you won't complain." Seeing that she wasn't angry, Manhwa sighed in relief and said, Jun, I have something to discuss with you. I left some things at the inn and over the years, I saved some money in Shaanxi and Suzhou. Can you help me get it back?" Tang Jun was intrigued. Manhwa was quite resourceful. The money she saved was surely for Jiang Beihan, but unfortunately, he was not lucky enough to have it. "We can retrieve the things from the inn, but for the money from other places, we'll need to plan carefully." "Okay." Also, Manhwa was eager to share more. "I cooked for the master and the elder today, but I'm not sure what they like."
Can you teach me?
"And if I bring back the money, should I give it to the elder or the master?" "Will the elder be upset?" Tang Jun smiled. "It's all family here. Whatever you make, they will eat. You handle the money, not just for yourself, but also for my father and my brother. Just remember not to give my father any money." Manhwa was confused but nodded. The rules of the Tang family made her previous learning useless. She had to start over slowly. "If you feel wronged, don't keep it to yourself. Remember to tell me, and I'll take it up with my brother." Manhwa shook her head. "No, the elder is very nice. But you, the prince is difficult to deal with, and any resentment he has towards me might fall on you. Are you okay?" Today, she heard from the two children that Tang Jun hadn't gotten up yet and was still in the prince's room, which made her anxious. It's so easy for a man to torment a woman. "I'm fine, really. It's just that the crown prince and his friends came to drink yesterday and stayed too late, so the prince didn't get up today." "It has nothing to do with me," Tang Jun replied. Just then they heard shouting outside. It was Tang Baixin arguing with someone. Tang Jun didn't catch it, but Manhwa turned pale. Jiang Beihan had arrived. Amidst the commotion, there was a woman crying. Was it Ingxue? Ajun, don't go. This is my issue. I'll handle it, Meng Yulan said, taking a deep breath. What do you mean, your issue? Let's go see together, Tang Zhujun said, rolling up her sleeves. How dare they come here and bully them just because there was no one home? No, Meng Yulan said, pulling on Tang Zhujun's sleeve and changing her mind. Jun, I'm not going out. Why are you being scared? Haven't they hurt you enough? Tang Zhujun was upset to hear this. I shouldn't forget my current identity, Meng Yulan replied. If the master hasn't allowed me to go out and I run out on my own, won't it look like I want to see Jiang Beihan? She had said before that they would never meet again in this life or the next. If Tang Baixin let her go out, she would obey her husband. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain her actions. All right, I understand your concerns, Tang Zhujun said. Wait here, I'll go. I'll confront those two troublemakers for you. Miss, I'm coming too. Xiaoer grabbed a broom and said fiercely. To be a loyal servant, one must be ready for it. What a good maid she was. As Tang Zhujun stepped outside, she saw Jiang Beihan facing off against Tang Baixin, with a pale, thin woman standing behind him, looking like a weary countrywoman. Lord, let's go back, the woman pleaded. It's not that I'm guilty, but since we have been through so much together, why do we need to embarrass her? This was actually Ingxue. Tang Zhujun smiled. To steal someone else's man and end up looking old and ugly is truly remarkable. If she worked herself to death, wouldn't she deserve a memorial? She leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, speaking coolly. Jiang Beihan glanced at her, his expression cold as ice. Tang Zhujun was not afraid at all. Instead, she flirted. Lord, I know I'm beautiful, but please, keep your eyes to yourself. Jiang Beihan turned to Tang Baixin. I want to see Meng Yulan. I want her to confront Ingxue. Tang Baixin replied coldly. Lord, please have some respect. My wife manages the household and does not meet with other men. Meng Yulan, come out. Jiang Beihan shouted directly into the room. You know my nature. I won't give up until I see you today. Tang Zhujun said. Oh, calling yourself a lord and saying such things without fear of being laughed at. Let me ask you a few questions, and if your answers satisfy me, I'll help you send a message. Jun, Tang Baixin said, this matter has nothing to do with you. I won't agree. Big brother, trust me. It's not that I don't trust you, but I can't use her as a wager, Tang Baixin said seriously. If she doesn't want to see him, she won't want to hear him speak. Tsk. Tang Zhujun looked at Ingxue. Did you see that? Even if I insulted my sister Meng, my big brother wouldn't want to hear it. Look at you, I've scolded you. But where is your man? Ingxue sobbed. As long as I can stay by the Lord's side, I will be forever grateful. Tang Zhujun scratched her ear, wondering how Jiang Beihan had not tasted good tea for years. Such blind and foolish behavior. My lord, she turned to Jiang Beihan, you keep insisting that my sister Meng should confront your unworthy wife. So, I ask you, what reason does she have to do that? What benefit does she gain? If she wins, can you take her away? She has already been granted to my brother by the emperor. If she loses, it will make you feel better, proving you were right and that choosing Ingxue was the best decision. Then you can live your life in peace, right? If winning brings no benefit and losing only favors you, why is it that your family seems to have all the good fortune? Tang Zhujun fired off her words like a machine gun, scolding Jiang Beihan mercilessly. Come on, let me ask you again, my lord, she said with a forced smile. Please think about it. If my sister Meng is so heartless, why would she send Ingxue 2,000 taels of silver? It would just sink into the water. It's like feeding a dog only to be bitten back. My lord, with your strong character and deep feelings, you take the 2,000 taels from Meng, enjoy a lavish life in exile, and raise a bunch of children with your unworthy wife, yet you still speak so harshly. Meanwhile, my sister Meng is seen as ungrateful, unmarried at 19, and now she can't even face you. Am I right? I spit. You keep insisting on a confrontation while you sleep with your unworthy wife every night. How can you question us? All right, let me tell you. You and your companions are unworthy, and that will last forever. Ingxue, do you still have the face to cry? Let me guess, you were the one who suggested this confrontation today. Anyway, only you two know what really happened back then. Each side has its own reasons, and no matter how much you argue, it will always be a messy situation. But why come here? Look at the neighbors, see the eyes behind those windows and doors. This uproar will ruin my sister Meng's reputation. If my brother is hot-tempered, he might go back and deal with her, making her life miserable. And you, with 3 children, Zhang Beihan may not see through you, but you know him well. No matter what happens, you are still the mother of 3 children, and he won't do anything to you. One cannot raise fierce dogs in a secluded place. Sister Meng is quite impressive. She has even raised a wolf. Ingxue, are you feeling proud? You changed your fate and became a marquise, while the girl you once served is now a lowly concubine. Let me tell you, that girl has won your man's heart, while you can only survive by enduring hardships with him. That girl will be cherished by my brother, while you will live in your man's suspicion every day. Why does Zhang Beihan hate that girl so much? It's because love turns to hate. No one can argue with you about today's events. You have won. There is still a long way to go, and we are still young enough to see the outcome. Zhang Beihan, please return the 2,000 taels of silver when you have time. Dear neighbors, I apologize for not treating you to sweets yet. Instead, you have witnessed such a grand drama. Please bear witness. The emperor's judgment is not something we can overturn. Zhang Beihan was left speechless by Tang Zhujuan's powerful words, standing frozen in place. Ingxue cried, "My lord, I truly didn't. My heart only belongs to you. You know this after all these years." Tang Zhujun wanted to say more but suddenly heard the cold voice of Prince Jin. "Come back and serve, Tang Zhujun. At you in percent. That man who always holds her back. Can't he see she was in the perfect moment to shine?" Tang Baixin bowed to Zhang Beihan and said, "My lord, you and your wife should enjoy your life together. Please spare Meng. She is doing well now and will continue to do so. I will take care of the 2,000 taels of silver as a gift for you, and I hope you won't repay kindness with resentment. If you don't care for her, I do." Behind the door, Meng Yulan was in tears. Come on, come on. What a stubborn dog. Can't even understand human words," Xiao shouted, sweeping dust everywhere with a broom. Prince Jin said, "Tang Zhujun, I'm coming. Tang Zhujun pouted as she approached, quietly complaining, "Can't you give me a little respect, my lord?" Prince Jin then addressed Zhang Beihan. "Today's incident was her recklessness. I apologize to you on her behalf." Zhang Beihan bowed to Prince Jin. "Your Highness, you flatter me. As for today's matter, I have other affairs to attend to, so I will take my leave." With that, he took Ingxue and left just like that. "Come in with me." Tang Zhujun entered, feeling downcast. One shouldn't be too arrogant, or it's easy to get slapped in the face. Tang Baixin glanced back and then entered the Tang residence. Meng Yulan felt guilty and anxious. "Sir, Jun, the prince." "It's all right," Tang Bai thought. If the prince doesn't show up, Zhang Beihan might just barge in out of anger. When the Jin prince appeared, it was like a bucket of cold water on Zhang Beihan, calming him down. The prince also apologized, giving Zhang Beihan a way out, which is why he left. In fact, Tang Zhuyun and the Jin prince worked well together. I'm afraid the prince will blame Jun. The prince is just here to help. He won't make things difficult for her. And that was true. Tang Zhuyun had thought the Jin prince would scold her again, but instead, he just asked her to make dinner, without saying anything else. Just that? Fine, she was very good at cooking. Tang Zhuyun felt happy. "Your Highness, I'll make you some chicken soup, hee. Although she was a bit slow to react, she realized that if the Jin prince hadn't intervened, things wouldn't have settled so easily. They would have gone back and forth, making a scene. This was great for her mood, especially since she felt victorious. After making the chicken soup and a few dishes, Tang Zhuyun called out to Xiao over the wall. "Xiao, bring a food box over." I'm coming. Tang Zhuyun gave half of the dishes to Xiao to take away and brought the other half to the Jin prince. She suddenly noticed that there were no other women in the house. Besides her, the previous maid, Mama Rong, seemed to have disappeared. "Your Highness, today I'm treating you," Tang Zhuyun said. "Can I discuss something with you?" The Jean Prince leisurely sipped his chicken soup, looking elegant yet proud, without even lifting his eyelids. You see, my father isn't well, and Linlin is used to my cooking while growing up. Can I continue to cook for them? Don't worry, I'll pay for it myself. I have money. Or, I could even support you too, how about that? Good food doesn't hurt the stomach. She felt a bit guilty, since she was now considered part of the Jean Prince's household, and technically, her money was also his. Song Jingyang, according to the rules of the household, the Jean Prince began. I know this isn't right, Tang Jian quickly replied, feeling like she was about to be scolded, but your highness is generous, and my father still has to work for the emperor's health for 50 more years. The Jean Prince ignored her and told Song Jingyang, who was at the door smelling the food, make sure to give the maid her monthly allowance. This, Song Jingyang said awkwardly, there are no ready examples. It's not like you can just say whatever you want. Other royal households have officials to manage these matters, but the Jean Prince's household is an exception. No one oversees anything. Tang Zhujun said, Your Highness, you don't need to be polite. I have money. She didn't intend to be his woman or spend his money. The only person she could confidently ask for money from would be her future partner, though it was unlikely she would meet anyone like that. Then give her 100 taels of silver each month, the Jean Prince said. Tang Zhujun and Song Jingyang both widened their eyes. The Jean Prince added, My woman can support herself. Tang Zhujun felt like she had been hit by a sudden windfall. Song Jingyang asked, Can I contribute 10 taels of silver? I can cover my own food costs and eat leftovers. Tang Zhujun, as annoying as she could be, was an excellent cook. This situation had already become common knowledge among officials in the court because Tang Mingfan had been boasting about it. Tang Zhujun said, 10 taels of silver? How much is your monthly salary? 20 taels. 20 taels a month, and you're spending 10 on food. You really are a foodie. The Jean Prince agreed, and Tang Zhujun received 110 taels of silver. She went to deposit the 100 taels given by the Jean Prince into a special account, intending to return it to him in the future if the opportunity arose. When Tang Zhujun went out to buy groceries, she noticed that the price of pig offal had risen sharply, nearly matching the price of meat. It was said that the daughter of the Tang family, with her own efforts, had caused the price of pig offal in the capital to rise. It was time to develop some new dishes. How about spicy chicken, twice-cooked pork, dompa pork, steamed pork with rice flour, or mapo tofu? However, since the Jean Prince couldn't eat spicy food, she would start with something lighter. The Jean Prince had not returned from court yet. This hardworking man only took one day off and resumed his duties the next day. Tang Zhujun changed his bandages every day, taking good care of him, and his wounds healed faster than expected. Of course, she wasn't doing it for free. While changing his bandages, she would sneak glances at his muscles and sometimes pretended to accidentally touch him. The feeling was quite nice. While cooking, Xiao'er came over to help with the fire. The two families were becoming like one, separated only by a wall. Tang Zhujun was simmering a milky bone broth and was about to stick some flatbreads to the side of the pot when she suddenly heard Xiao'er say, Miss, have you and the prince consummated your marriage yet? Tang Zhujun's hand shook, and the flatbread almost fell to the floor. Was this a topic of discussion? She had completely forgotten about that aspect of their relationship in recent days. Why are you asking that? I'm just curious because I remembered that the master and Miss Meng have already consummated their marriage, and I haven't heard you mention it. What? The pancake really fell on the ground this time. Did my brother and sister Meng get together? How do you know? Well, the night after the incident with Jiang Beihan, I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and saw Miss Meng enter the master's room. I was curious, so I peeked through the window, and to my surprise, Miss Meng entered and took off her cloak. She wasn't wearing anything underneath, which scared me, and I quickly ran away. Tang Jian said, Why were you looking in the first place? Wow, their relationship is progressing so quickly. And it seems like Sister Meng took the initiative. But if my brother just took Sister Meng like this, isn't that a bit? Well, never mind as long as they both agree. How are things with you and the prince? Is he a good sleeper? Tang Jian almost spat out her drink. He is not a good sleeper at all. Last time, she lay in bed all day and had back pain for several days. Not good, she replied irritably. Such a shame. You put in so much effort and went through so many troubles to get him, yet you can't sleep well, Xiaoer said regretfully. It's a pity that now you're with the prince. You can't go find Qingfeng anymore. Tang Zhuyan gritted her teeth. Maybe I should send you to find Qingfeng. Prince, she saw Jin Wang standing at the kitchen door. Come in with me. Tang Zhuyan washed her hands, let Xiaoer cook on low heat, and then followed Jin Wang into the room. I said I'm not sleeping well because I'm nervous around you, not for any other reason, Tang Zhuyan said. Really, you're in good health. I can tell by your pulse. I even saw you went to the bathroom. It was quite far. Shut up. When did you know that Meng Yulan liked Jiang Beihan? Today, Jin Wang met Jiang Beihan in court and suddenly remembered that day at the Great Xianghua Temple when Tang Zhuyan kept staring at Jiang Beihan with a strange look. Thinking back, was she already speaking up for Meng Yulan then? Since the day Sister Meng was in trouble, Tang Zhuyan replied. What's wrong? So you knew, but didn't tell me, and kept it a secret, Jin Wang asked. Tang Zhuyan was speechless. Is this how you settle scores later? I was wrong, Your Highness. No matter what, Jin Wang is quite innocent in this matter regarding Meng Yulan. He was just a young man struggling to find a partner, with a bad reputation that made no one want to be with him. So even the eldest princess had to arrange a flower-viewing banquet for him, only to have things disrupted by his previous self. After finally getting a marriage granted by the emperor, a series of misunderstandings followed. Jin Wang is quite restrained now. I'll give you a chance to make up for your mistake. Is he really this easy to talk to? Tang Zhujun sensed a plot brewing. This man was digging up old grievances, waiting for her here. My injury. Your Highness, I did my best, Tang Zhujun replied. In such a short time, to recover like this is impressive. While you have a strong constitution, I also put in a lot of effort and held nothing back. I didn't say you weren't trying, Prince Jin said. As per tradition, there will be a game of Kuju on the 15th of August, and I will participate. The Mid-Autumn Festival. Tang Zhujun counted on her fingers. It's fine, there are still over 20 days left. You will be able to participate. Royal events are indeed frequent. There were dragon boat races for the Dragon Boat Festival, and on the 15th of August, besides moon gazing, there was Kuju. Even the princes must be tired. After the Kuju match, everyone will go to Mingze Lake to bathe. Tang Zhujun understood. You are worried you won't be able to explain your injury. Yes. Tang Zhujun stroked her chin, her big eyes spinning. However, Prince Jin already had an idea. If I get burned, can it cover the previous scars? Tang Zhujun was startled. Your Highness, what are you planning to do? Prince Jin replied calmly. Every year, countless people in the capital get burned in fires. With oil lamps and candles used daily, such incidents are inevitable. Tang Zhujun exclaimed, Why would you harm yourself like that? What a terrible idea. You could just brush it off, couldn't you? People are already suspicious of me. What? What kind of secretive things have you done that make you so clumsy as to raise suspicion? Tang Zhujun murmured. Let me think of a way. What legitimate reason could there be? Maybe I could pretend to be sick. You would still be suspected. They're just waiting for the right moment. Tang Zhujun felt inexplicably connected to the Crown Prince's group. She rolled her eyes and suddenly sighed. Forget it, I'll handle it. My reputation is already poor. This won't make much difference. Prince Jin suddenly became alert. What do you intend to do? Of course, I will help you. Tang Zhujun pouted. From now on, you have to come back every day and bring me gifts. You should go around the capital buying gifts for me so everyone knows how much you like me. And then it will depend on me. By the way, you should also be polite to my father. You know, love for the house extends to the crow. After hearing her plan, Prince Jin hesitated slightly. This isn't good for you. Not good for me is still better than losing my head for following you. Tang Zhujun rolled her eyes and said, Anyway, this matter with Sister Meng is something we owe you. I can't sleep if I don't repay my debts. So, let's leave it at that. Oh no, I hope my pancakes don't burn. She rushed out quickly. Prince Jin watched her skirt fluttering, his gaze deep and complicated. After a moment, her loud voice called out, Linlin, Ran, come eat. Sister Meng, you don't need to cook anymore. I'll ask Xiaoer to take some back for you. Soon, the two children came hand in hand. When Linlin saw Prince Jean, she happily approached him. Yen ran to the kitchen to see Tang Zhujun cooking and excitedly told her about learning to paint from Meng Yulan. "Everyone go wash your hands," Tang Zhujun commanded. "Help set the table for dinner." The family of 4 gathered around the table to eat. Tang Zhujun understood the importance of respect, but since Prince Jean remained silent, she didn't bother to set another table. Most of the time, Prince Jean was easy to please. "Annie, there's no spicy food," Linlin said softly. "The prince and I both like spicy food." Tang Zhujun replied, "The prince has offended me. If you and he get along, I'll be jealous and won't have anything to eat." Yen Ran laughed. "I get along with my sister and I like sweet food." Tang Zhujun served her a piece of sweet and sour pork. "Eat more. Aren't you going to ride horses with the prince this afternoon?" "It's Linlin who is going. I'm not going because I don't look good riding." "Silly girl, why do you care about looking good? If you need to escape, will you wait for someone to bring you a carriage?" "Skills are important," Tang Zhujun said while serving her a bowl of bone soup. "Don't believe in the idea of being gentle and virtuous. That's for show. Skills learned are what truly belong to you. If a man teaches you to be weak, it's to take advantage of you. If you believe it, then you're foolish." Yen Ran timidly looked at Prince Jean. Prince Jean said, "I'll teach you and Linlin how to ride. If you want to join, you can." He looked calm, but no one knew that his hand was tightly gripping his thigh under the table. The sounds of battle had turned into dusty memories. Yen Ran's mother had once been a brave warrior in her youth. "Unfortunately, father, I'm afraid I won't learn well." "What if you don't learn well? Who is born knowing everything?" Tang Zhujun encouraged her. "You should come too," Prince Jean said, looking at her.
"Sua," Tang Zhujun replied.
She had always wanted to learn to ride, and now was a good opportunity. Linlin was still riding her spirited horse. Although it didn't compare to the famous horses in the palace, she still favored it. Tang Zhujun looked at the tall horse and felt troubled. She couldn't climb onto the horse. It can't be that the Prince Jean carries her up like he did with Linlin. "Come, step on." Prince Jean had somehow walked over to Tang Zhujun, who was sighing while looking at the horses. He crouched down, interlocking his fingers with palms facing up, offering them to her, having the prince use his hands as a step for her.
"What an honor today."
"But he is injured." "Sixth brother and little sister-in-law are really affectionate." The teasing voice of the 7th prince rang out. "Great. Here comes another person looking for trouble, but that's not my responsibility."
"Close the door and let the prince be."
Prince Jean said lightly. "Why is 7th brother here?" The 7th prince, fanning himself, replied with a forced smile. "I wanted to see my little sister-in-law a few days ago, but 6th brother was hiding her well. Now I see, little sister-in-law is truly beautiful. No wonder 6th brother keeps her hidden. She looks a bit common. Not as good as the future 7th sister-in-law, who has a round face and looks like a blessed person," Prince Jean remarked. Tang Zhujun struggled to hold back her laughter. The description of a round face reminded her of the day of the flower viewing banquet, when she had actually seen the future royal consort, Qi. From a distance, Qi had a round face and fair skin, looking like a white steamed bun. Back then, she thought that if someone like her could marry the prince, then so could she, which is why she almost climbed into Prince Jin's bed. Look at that. When Prince Jean gets sarcastic, he really knows how to hit hard. The 7th prince, annoyed, turned to Tang Zhujun. "I heard little sister-in-law didn't have a good reputation before. Now that you're with my 6th brother, you must cherish it and not bring shame to him." "Oh, can't you pick on someone else instead of the prince?" Tang Zhujun smiled. 7th master is right. I was young and foolish back then, not being picky, and I disturbed you, knowing you liked Miss Qi. How could I dare to approach you? Who are you calling not picky?" The 7th prince's face turned red with anger. "Of course, I'm talking about myself," Tang Zhujun replied. "I would never dare to say that about 7th master." Prince Jean said, "7th brother, father has already told you to focus on the right things. Men shouldn't gossip. I'm taking my family out for a ride today, so I won't keep you." He subtly positioned Tang Zhujun behind his tall figure. 6th brother, wait." The seventh prince said, since we mentioned father, I used to be playful. Father asked me to learn more from you. I've been studying hard lately. Could you give me some guidance? I won't take up much of your time. Tang Zhujun immediately understood his intention. He was here to test if Prince Jean was injured. Sure enough, the seventh prince continued. A few days ago, my elder brother was attacked after leaving here. I was shocked and went back to work hard, practicing for several days. The crown prince was attacked? The Jean prince actually went to assassinate the crown prince?
But why?
Tang Zhujun slowly questioned in her mind. Seventh brother, be careful with your words. When did my elder brother get attacked? The seventh prince said, Oh dear, I shouldn't have said that. I only speak the truth in front of real people. Father doesn't want it to get out, fearing it will cause trouble. Sixth brother wouldn't report me, would he? The Jean prince did not answer. The seventh prince glanced at Yanran and Linlin on horseback, stroking his chin. That's Tang Baixin's son, right? Speaking of which, these two kids are quite similar. Both have a father but no mother. Tang Zhujun was furious, her chest rising and falling. If she didn't teach this guy a lesson today, he wouldn't know why flowers are so red. Come on, let's not waste sixth brother's time. Please, sixth brother, give us your guidance. The Jean prince did not respond immediately. Song Jingyang stepped forward and said, Seventh master, I'm not talented, but I can spar with you. For the first time, Tang Zhujun felt that having a sycophant was actually useful. She wasn't worried that Song Jingyang wouldn't be a match for the seventh prince. To be honest, with her sharp eyes, she could see right away that the seventh prince looked unsteady, with dark circles under his eyes. He was clearly her potential big client. He was weak and needed a boost. Knowing he was to marry the Qi family, the seventh prince probably started to consume in revenge. Next time, she should have Qing Feng recommend her, Tang's miracle medicine, to him. The seventh prince's expression changed angrily. Who do you think you are? You think you can spar with me? Seeing Song Jingyang's flushed face, the Jean prince said, Jingyang, step back. Tang Zhujun reached out and pulled the Jean prince, smiling as she stepped forward, stopping right in front of the seventh prince. She looked up with sparkling eyes and said sweetly, Seventh master, don't get too caught up. If you really have some pent-up frustration, how about I accompany you? The seventh prince was taken aback. Tang Zhujun was being respectful and now flirting with him in front of the Jean prince? But he certainly wouldn't pass up the chance to slap the Jean prince in the face. All right, then you just. Before he could finish, Tang Zhujun grabbed his arms, used her shoulder to push him, and before anyone could react, with a loud thud, the seventh prince was thrown to the ground, like a turtle on its back. After executing a beautiful shoulder throw, Tang Zhujun playfully beckoned to the seventh prince and smiled. Come on, seventh master, stop pretending. With my little strength, you just lie down. Isn't this just a setup? I'm just a small servant. If our lord gets angry, I can't handle it. The seventh prince's attendants rushed in, some calling for the master, others looking for a doctor. The seventh prince lay on the ground, eyes rolled back like a dead fish, his body in pain, mostly in shock.
How did she do that?
How did he end up on the ground? Tang Zhujun felt secretly pleased. You can insult the Jean prince all you want, but dare to insult my child? She pretended to return to the Jean prince, saying, My lord, I'm so scared. The seventh prince asked me to spar with him. Everyone heard it. It's really not my fault. The Jean prince smiled. It's not your fault. Seventh brother was just playing around. Then he stepped forward to help the seventh prince up, feigning concern. Seventh brother, stop being mischievous. You're making a fool of yourself saying that. Come on, get up, we should leave. The seventh prince groaned, his head spinning, forgetting what to say. Then he saw the Jean prince lift Tang Zhujun onto the horse, then mount himself, with 2 guards leading the children. They all rode off, leaving behind dust and a confused seventh prince. Tang Zhujun felt a bit anxious sitting in front of the Jean prince. My lord, your wound didn't open, did it? Why did he insist on carrying her onto the horse? If his wound opened, wouldn't that cause trouble for her? It's fine, hold on tight, the Jean prince replied with a smile. Arriving at the spacious horse grounds on the outskirts of the city, the guards led the horses in circles with the two children, while the Jin Prince and Tang Jun rested under a shade. Do you know that the seventh prince is petty and holds grudges? Tang Jun replied confidently. I'm also petty and won't let things go. If you offend him, he will cause you trouble later. I'm in the backyard. Can he really come to the Jin Prince's residence to cause a scene, unless the Jin Prince were dead? Besides, do you think begging him will make him let you off? Tang Jun scoffed. Can I really distance myself from the prince now? The Jin Prince said, finally, you're being smart. Do you have any skills? Just some small tricks, nothing impressive. Nothing impressive? You seem quite proud of yourself. The Jin Prince was in a good mood. For the first time, it wasn't him confronting the seventh prince, but someone helping him. Since he came to the capital, he had always faced challenges alone, with no one behind him, not even his father, who was never his support. Tang Jun said, talking about it won't help. If I've offended him, I've offended him. In the future, if you and my brothers rise, no one will step on me. Now, take off your clothes. I want to see. The Jin Prince didn't move, and she stomped her foot in frustration. I told you to take off your clothes. If you won't, I'll do it for you. Song Jingyong brought over the tea and heard a distant remark that made him want to slip away. Tang Jun was too fierce. Your Highness should just give in. However, thinking again, Song Jingyong recalled the injury of Prince Jin. No, the prince couldn't do that now. Repaying kindness would have to wait. He cleared his throat and lowered his head to serve the tea. Hold your prince down, Tang Jun said forcefully. Song Jingyong now viewed Tang Jun with admiration, like a rushing river. Only she could take down the seventh prince like that. But admiration aside, helping her with the prince didn't seem appropriate in this situation. Aunt. Who's your aunt? Check if your prince's wound is opened. I'll go find the medicine box. She lifted her skirt and hurried out. Song Jingyong said, Your Highness, should I help you undress or will you do it yourself? Prince Jin replied, Did you see how she took down the seventh prince? Song Jingyong said, No, I didn't see clearly. At that moment, he was busy feeling indignant, scolding Tang Jun for being fickle and unchangeable, never expecting to feel so pleased later. It was so satisfying that Song Jingyong thought it would be worth it if the prince sacrificed himself tonight. I think Miss Tang is quite good, he said. Your Highness, just give in. Who is such a fierce maid? With her sharp tongue, who can resist? Although the prince might feel wronged, now is not the time for internal and external troubles. He needed support. Your Highness, please bear with it. That was Song Jingyong's true feeling. Tang Jun rushed back with the medicine box. You took that with you when you went out? The grass curtains around the pavilion were lowered, making it hard for outsiders to see what was happening inside. They could only vaguely see the two figures. Of course. When taking a child out, especially on horseback, what if the child gets hurt? Tang Jun said. Oh, I told you. Doesn't it look like it's opened? The lighting was poor, but thankfully, Tang Jun was skilled and quickly helped Prince Jin reapply the medicine and bandage. She wisely didn't ask about his assassination of the crown prince. However, Tang Jun had a feeling that her family might have misjudged him. Could someone who dared to assassinate the crown prince really be someone who doesn't care for power and couldn't become emperor? Why did you help me today? Prince Jin asked slowly. Because I couldn't stand his arrogance. I could tolerate him, but bringing up two children's sad stories? How shameless. Tang Jun said angrily. Let him suffer this silent loss today. I can't believe he would go out and say he was taken down by a woman. Have you thought about what you'll do if you can't beat him? If I can't beat him, there's still the prince, right? Then you trust me? The prince's voice held a hint of laughter. Of course. Song Jingyong has caused you so much trouble, and he's still right by your side, isn't he? Tang Jun said. Besides, the seventh prince seems weak. The prince replied, No matter what, today you acted to protect me. Tell me what you want, and I will agree. Tang Jun was amazed at how smoothly he switched between I and this prince. What I want is for you to let me go, but you can't decide that. Once you marry the princess, could you put me in a quiet courtyard, provide for my meals and shelter, and leave me alone. It's best if I can escape, but if not, I need to protect myself until I can get away." The prince said, "Are you worried about being bullied in the future? With me around, no one will dare to bully you." "No, not at all," Tang Zhujun replied. "They have a rightful claim, and I'm just a nuisance." "Never mind, let's talk about that later. A man's promises are forgotten quickly. What does she expect? If you feel bad about it, could you forgive the debt my brother owes you?" "Wasn't it already forgiven? My father thinks it should be paid back," Tang Zhujun said, feeling frustrated. "What happened with my brother's case? Why haven't we heard anything? Was it not investigated, or are you hiding it from me?" "I'm hiding it from you, Tang Zhujun." "Then why not just say it?" But the prince remained silent. "Could you help me check my leg, my right calf?" the prince suddenly said. "Oh, what's wrong?" Tang Zhujun naturally squatted in front of him, lifting his robe and rolling up his pant leg. This was a habit formed after years of being a doctor. It had become instinct. "It's itchy and painful. It's been a few days," the prince said. "At first, I thought it was just a bump and didn't pay much attention." The light was too dim, and Tang Zhujun was almost pressed against his leg, recalling the last time she had pulled down his pants, struggling to hold back laughter. For the prince, watching her with her flowing hair and warm breath on his leg made him feel a bit stiff. "Haha, I didn't expect to find the prince here." Changji laughed as he lifted the curtain and walked in. He had just sent Song back and was passing through the outskirts of the capital when he saw Song Jingyang. He heard that Prince Jin was also there and that Tang Zhujun was with him, so he came over to say hello. Unexpectedly, when he saw the scene before him, his laughter stopped abruptly, and he stepped back repeatedly, saying, "Oh my, is this really happening in broad daylight?" Tang Zhujun replied, "I'm not doing anything too extravagant." Prince Jin remained silent. She stood up and said, "Your Highness is fine. He was just bitten by a bug. A little medicine and he'll be better in a couple of days." Changji said, "Your Highness, so you were trying to set me up? You were testing me." Prince Jin said nothing. Tang Zhujun, not wanting to deal with them, went outside to check on the two children. The incident with the seventh prince had quietly passed without causing any stir. Tang Zhujun continued her daily routine of making seasonings, preparing medicine, taking care of the children, and cooking. Life was simple yet fulfilling. Prince Jin brought her gifts almost every day, whether it was jewelry or food. Once, he even called a vendor to their door to make snacks for her to eat while they were hot. Onlookers, unaware of the details, thought Tang Zhujun had enchanted Prince Jin, making him, usually so aloof, completely captivated. Only Tang Zhujun treated Prince Jin like she was teaching her son. "Get one of everything. The lady loves to eat." Tang Zhujun pretended to sit on a horse, looking proud. "Get it all. Let her choose. Understand? You get it, right?" The prince's concubine had the title of lady, so she had effectively promoted herself. She couldn't say, "This lowly concubine," and still expect to be favored. Prince Jin remarked, "You're being pretentious." Tang Zhujun replied, "Do you know why you've lived so long and still have to wait for the emperor to arrange a marriage for you? Because you're foolish." However, despite being disobedient, Prince Jin could still show affection in a way that might fool many people, allowing their plans for the Mid-Autumn Festival to proceed smoothly. The Mid-Autumn Festival banquet arrived as scheduled. With her status, Tang Zhujun would normally follow behind like a maid, but now she was favored. Even the emperor joked with Prince Jin, implying that he was initially reluctant, but now seemed to enjoy it. Prince Jin usually had a calm expression, so no one noticed anything unusual. Yanran closely followed Tang Zhujun, worried that others might upset her. Everyone knew that although Yanran didn't have the title of a princess, she was the most favored among the emperor's many granddaughters. For instance, today, the emperor called her over to speak privately and rewarded her with gifts. Many other granddaughters couldn't even be named by the emperor. "Big sister, look at my father," Yanran exclaimed excitedly as she saw the king of Jin ride in, her hands almost clapping red. "I have to tell brother Linlin when we get back. Today is a palace banquet and not many people are attending. Only Tang Mingfan from the Tang family is here." I see," said Tang Zhujun. The king of Jin wore a dark outfit, sitting proudly on his horse, exuding confidence, and standing out among the other 7 princes. Not every prince participated in the game of Kuju. For instance, the crown prince and the 8th prince did not join, leaving only 6 princes to compete. However, the most awkward part was that the king of Jin had a group of followers, while the other princes had their own teams. Tang Zhujun felt that, aside from her, no one else seemed to find this unusual. The match was exciting, and Tang Zhujun watched intently, as if reading a thrilling story. The king of Jin played exceptionally well, defeating his opponents decisively with a score of 18-0. Tang Zhujun immediately understood why no other princes were on his team. It would offend others. They would rather lose together with their brothers than win alongside the king of Jin, who seemed unaware of the situation. The audience was silent, with many feeling awkward and looking down at their feet. If they pooled their efforts, they could probably dig a palace out of the ground. Yanran said, "Father is amazing." Tang Zhujun agreed. The prince is impressive. Did everyone around her suddenly feel uncomfortable? Where did they all go? Well, it was nice to have some peace and quiet. Being with the prince felt refreshing. Soon, the princes would go to Mingzi Lake to bathe under the emperor's guidance. Tang Zhujun had already informed Tang Mingfan to tell the emperor that the water was too cold for him due to his health issues. Tang Zhujun wanted to follow the king of Jin, but Tang Mingfan hurried over to stop her. "What are you going for? You're not the prince's maid." Although others saw Tang Zhujun as the prince's concubine, Tang Mingfan believed his daughter was a secondary wife. How could a secondary wife go to see other princes? Tang Zhujun whispered, "I have to go. You'll understand soon." While the emperor couldn't enter the water, he still smiled as he watched his sons go in. Tang Zhujun understood this feeling. It was like a mother duck leading her ducklings into the water. "Prince, please don't go," she said, holding onto the king's belt, but he looked serious. The 7th prince was eager to see the king of Jin and called out loudly, "Sister-in-law, are you reluctant to part with 6th brother? How about letting 6th brother take you with him?" Tang Zhujun squinted and smiled slightly, threatening in a low voice, "Are you not afraid that I will push you into the water like a female ghost and drown you?" The 7th prince shivered at the thought of that scene. The emperor noticed the commotion and laughed. "What are you two whispering about?" The 7th prince quickly replied, "Father, 6th brother doesn't want to go into the water. I'm just trying to persuade him not to break the rules set by our ancestors." The emperor frowned. "What is going on?" Tang Zhujun said, "Your Majesty, this matter has a reason behind it. It's all my fault for being ignorant and not knowing there was a ceremony today, so I caused some trouble." "What kind of trouble?" "Actually, it's nothing," Tang Zhujun said shyly. "I just caused a bit of a mess in the room." Prince Jin said, "You may leave." He stepped forward, knelt on one knee before the emperor, and then opened his clothing. The emperor looked down and saw a rough but vivid drawing of a large kitchen knife on Prince Jin's left chest, with some crooked words beside it. "Owned by Tang Zhujun. Beware of chopping hands." This. The emperor was both amused and annoyed. Tang Zhujun knelt properly beside Prince Jin. "I was just being silly and mixed some paint, the kind that's hard to wash off like the one used for palace repairs. I didn't expect today." The emperor couldn't help but chuckle, but still had to maintain a serious demeanor. A woman should be virtuous and generous. "Do you realize your jealousy is wrong?" Tang Zhujun obediently admitted her mistake. The emperor couldn't help but scold. "Look at your writing. It looks like a dog crawled on it. You've truly embarrassed your father. And you, Cheer, as a prince, you should know better. There should be limits to your mischief." In the end, Prince Jin was punished with a 3-month salary reduction, and Tang Zhujun was ordered to write lessons for women 100 times. Although only a few people, including the emperor, saw it, the incident spread like wildfire, becoming the latest topic of conversation in and out of the court. Tang Zhujun frequently made the hot search list and had become used to it, even eating an extra bowl of rice. Now she could walk confidently in the capital, with her supportive father and brother, and a man backing her up. Though it was fake, it was enough to give her confidence. The only downside was her hand hurt from writing lessons for women, and the content made her want to complain while writing. Her daily routine involved Prince Jean at the large desk with 2 children writing, while Tang Zhujun wrote and grumbled. The most interesting part was the reactions of the Tang family. Tang Mingfan, with a flushed face, spoke to his daughter. Although this situation is indeed laughable, matters between a husband and wife should be kept private. As long as the feelings are strong, don't forget your original intentions because of what others say. Original intentions. Should she continue to torment the prince? This really is her father. Tang Zuyun eagerly declared that she would be fierce to the end. Tang Mingfan said, "Stay relaxed. I see you getting along well with the prince. Yun, you need to secure your position as a secondary consort first. As for more, we won't have high hopes, but your father and brother will keep trying." Tang Jian was shocked. Did he want her to become the primary consort? That might not be impossible. Tang Mingfan replied. With the right timing and support, if you have a son, the rest can be handled by your father and brother. Tang Zuyan looked down at her flat stomach. She would have a baby. Right now, everything was happening at once, leaving her no chance to struggle. But she hadn't given up. If she tried hard, there was still a chance to leave the prince. Tang Baixin came to ask Tang Juyan, "Yun, your relationship with the prince is progressing rapidly. That's wonderful. But what about you, Lan and me? You two have already been together. What else is there to say?" "No, how could I do such a thing?" Tang Baixin said seriously. Another false rumor from Xiaoer. Tang Juyan advised her older brother not to be thrown off track. Their progress was fast because it was all fake. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble. Tang Jian's public display of affection reached the emperor's ears, and her father and brother believed it, so others naturally did too. Then, the one who stands out gets shot, and Tang Jian found herself in trouble. Tang Jian taught Meng Yulan how to make dumplings, while Linlin and Yanran played with dough, getting flour all over their faces and clothes. Xiaoer rushed around, cleaning up after them, anxious and stomping her feet. "You two are making a mess. Come on, let's go play outside." She was a diligent and tidy maid. Linlin laughed and said to Yanran, "Let's go practice our writing. My dad will check my homework tonight, and the prince will check yours." Meng Yulan smiled and said, "Green bamboo, you should help too." After they went outside, Tang Zhuyan secretly asked Meng Yulan, "Sister Meng, now that you've been here for a while, are you settling in?" Before, she thought their relationship was progressing quickly, so she didn't ask much. Unexpectedly, nothing happened, so she decided to check on Meng Yulan's adjustment. Meng Yulan's face turned slightly red. "Everything is fine. The master treats me very well." "How well?" Tang Zhujun asked with a smile. Meng Yulan's face turned even redder. "In short, it's extremely good. Everything is good." "Oh, come on, tell me more." After becoming a concubine, Meng Yulan had no contact with her family or former so-called sisters, except for Green Bamboo. With no one to share with, and since she connected well with Tang Zhujun, who was also her sister-in-law, she shyly shared some things. It turned out that she had indeed gone to find Tang Baixin herself that day and had done what Xiao mentioned. "It's not that I'm shameless, but I was worried that Jiang Beihan would continue to bother me in the future. I thought if I give myself to the master and have a child or two, he would completely give up." Meng Yulan already knew there was no possibility with Jiang Beihan and didn't need to ask for his forgiveness. Forgiving him would be the greatest cruelty to herself. Tang Zhujun. Later, the master said that I am now his person, whether or not I give myself to him. He won't let anyone take me away, and said he doesn't want to force me, that some things take time. Meng Yulan's face was flushed, but her eyes were filled with happiness and contentment. Although life in the Tang family was a bit poor and required her to do everything herself, everyone treated her sincerely, and she felt fulfilled and happy. Later, I said I wanted to take out my silver, and the master said it was all up to me. Tang Zhujun. What's so touching about that? You use your money to help the family, and my brother accepts it. Do you really need to be so grateful? No, Meng Yulan replied. Ah, Jun, you don't understand. Many people want their wives' dowries and also want to save face. The master truly treats me like family. Tang Zhujun. that I consider you family too. Why don't you give me some silver to spend? Saying this, she couldn't help but laugh and lean on Meng Yulan's shoulder. Meng Yulan playfully scolded. You're bullying me. I wouldn't dare. What if my brother comes to settle the score with me? After joking, Meng Yulan became serious and said, There's something I've been hesitating about and wanted to discuss with you. You can tell me, Sister Meng. Yesterday, Linlin and Yanran were playing, and one of the servants accidentally pushed Yanran down. I told him. And then, I have been thinking about this all night. I feel inadequate in my position, but since he is the eldest son of the master, I can't just watch him make mistakes without saying anything. However, I worry he might mind my status and think the master doesn't care for him. In short, being a stepmother is challenging. This stepmother, with her unclear position, has it even harder. Not doing anything is not an option, but taking action also brings worries. Tang Zhujun smiled and said, You should take charge. Linlin is not a child who holds grudges. I noticed you were standing by and taking care of the two kids during dinner. Don't do that anymore. My brother said to treat you as a wife, but if you don't see yourself in that role and let others take your place, don't cry later. I know what to do. Meng Yulan replied, her gaze calm and determined, showing the confidence she had when they first met. Thanks to the master's kindness, I will do my part well. That includes teaching your sister-in-law. Tang Zhujun laughed heartily. Meng Yulan chuckled at her teasing. How are things with you and the prince? Just like with you all. Nothing much happened. That's good, Meng Yulan said, showing a hint of sweetness on her face. Tang Zhujun replied, Yes, I think it's quite nice. They respected each other's space, hoping it would always be this way. Meng Yulan was busy, making clothes for Tang Baixin. All of Tang Baixin's clothes and shoes were made by her. Do you want to learn? Meng Yulan asked, noticing Tang Zhujun staring intently at her embroidery of bamboo. No, I don't want to. There was Xiaoer before, and now there's Sister Meng, so I'll keep being lazy. You have to make something for the prince. Make something for him? That's a nice thought. She hasn't even made anything for Linlin. Well, for the prince's birthday and the new year, you should at least show some effort, Meng Yulan said with a smile. I can cook, Tang Zhujun replied. No matter how much Meng Yulan encouraged her, she was just too lazy to learn. By the way, Meng Yulan said, someone from Sihai Tower came yesterday to deliver 120 taels of silver. The master asked me to give it to you today. Tang Zhujun kept half, saying it was business done at her family home, so they should split it. Then when the master returns, I'll discuss it with him before making a decision, Meng Yulan said. After a while, Tang Baixin returned from the office. Meng Yulan, accompanied by Lu Zhu, went to attend to him, helping him change clothes, washing a warm cloth to clean him, and then bringing tea and snacks, standing by gracefully to serve him. Tang Zhujun watched in amazement. If she serves like this, wouldn't the Prince of Jin be smiling in the afterlife? Oh my, it must be great to be a man in this era. Why couldn't she have traveled back in time as a man? Tang Baixin let Meng Yulan sit down, and then she gently talked about the day's events at home. Tang Baixin listened as she mentioned preparing food and smiled, saying, You're not good at this. No need to force yourself. I have to learn to do it slowly. Tang Baixin then asked Tang Jian, Why are you still sitting here? Tang Jian replied, Should I leave? I just came back with the prince. Tang Jian thought to herself that she wasn't deaf. She had already heard Song Jingyang's loud voice. All right, I won't disturb them anymore. On her way back, she noticed many items in the courtyard and several young eunuchs standing around, with Wang Fu talking to the Prince of Jin. The emperor has been reminding me since before the Mid-Autumn Festival not to forget your birthday. Today is only the 3rd day of the month, and the emperor urged me to hurry here. The Prince of Jin is having a birthday? For the sake of future peaceful coexistence, it seems she should prepare a gift. But what should she give? That's the question. Wang Fu saw Tang Jian and even bowed to her. She couldn't accept such a greeting lightly. He was the emperor's trusted aide. Tang Ziyan returned the gesture gracefully, saying, Thank you, Wang Gonggong, for making the trip. The Prince of Jin looked slightly surprised. She acted like a proper lady today. Wang Fu smiled and said, Before I came, My wife heard I was going to the prince's residence to deliver a message. She asked me to see if it would be convenient for her to visit you. I hope she can learn a bit from you and not be so foolish in the future. Tang Jian smiled and replied, Wang Gonggong is too kind. Your wife is always welcome to visit. Song Jingyang handed Wang Fu a thick red envelope and sent him off. Tang Jian asked the prince, Your Highness, is your birthday tomorrow? The prince replied with a simple, Birthdays held no excitement for him. Before coming to the capital, his lively family celebrated his birthday together, but now he was all alone, and birthdays only made him feel lonely. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I didn't have time to prepare a gift, Tang Jian murmured. How about this? I'll prepare a feast for you tomorrow to celebrate your birthday. The prince responded with another, and walked into the study, allowing Song Jingyang to serve tea. The next morning, Tang Jian got up early to make longevity noodles, adding eggs, some vegetables, and carrots carved with brilliant and mighty. Look at that, what a flattering gesture. She carefully considered these 4 words. At first, she wanted to create a little figure peeing, but due to technical limitations and the fear that Prince Jin might not understand the humor, she decided against it. Prince Jin said nothing and quickly finished a bowl of noodles. Song Jingyang, beside her, had already devoured 3 large bowls of noodles and said, I can have another bowl. Tang Jujun replied, We're out. When you come back tonight, I plan to make 16 dishes to celebrate for the prince and invite Linlin and Yanran to join us. She decided not to invite her parents to avoid bringing gifts. However, seeing that Prince Jin had no intention of that, Tang Jujun didn't mention it. Prince Jin only said he had matters to attend to today and would return in the evening, so she didn't need to busy herself at noon. Tang Jujun went shopping in the morning and started cooking in the afternoon. Xiaoer, she called over the wall, can you check if we have any garlic left? She had bought garlic today but used quite a bit, and now there wasn't enough for the garlicky crayfish dish. None left, Xiaoer replied. Should I go buy some? Hearing her and Lilzu playing hopscotch with the 2 children which she had taught them, Tang Jujun said, No need. I'll go see if there's any for sale. She took off her homemade apron, counted the dishes she had prepared, and made sure she had everything before heading out. When Prince Jin returned, he found the door slightly ajar and pushed it open, but no one came to greet him. Laughter came from next door, but the courtyard was quiet. Where is everyone? Prince Jin asked. Only Song Jingyang responded. Is the lady next door? It smells so good. Did she make something delicious? Song Jingyang sniffed and lifted the kitchen curtain, his eyes brightening. Your Highness, there are so many dishes. Prince Jin entered the kitchen and saw cold dishes on the table, the stove glowing red with fire, steam rising from the pot, carrying a delicious aroma, and a small charcoal stove bubbling with chicken soup. There's also Yunying noodles, Song Jingyang said happily. Yunying noodles require many ingredients and are quite labor-intensive, but they taste refreshing. If it weren't for the 2 children, Tang Jujun rarely made them, but it seemed different this time since it was the prince's birthday. Help set the table. Prince Jin's usually stern expression seemed a bit softer today. Of course, Song Jingyang replied cheerfully. Perhaps hearing the noise, Linlin and Yanran came in hand, and they both bowed to Prince Jin to wish him a happy birthday. Linlin presented him with a piece of calligraphy she had written, while Yanran gifted him a handkerchief she had embroidered. Where is my sister? Yanran looked around but didn't see Tang Jujun, so she asked. The prince replied, Isn't she next door? No, Linlin said. Could it be that Annie hasn't come back from buying garlic? Buying garlic? How long has it been? The prince felt a sudden unease. About a quarter of an hour, Linlin said, watching the sunset. Maybe the vegetable sellers have mostly left, and Andy went far. Then let's wait a bit longer. However, the dishes were all on the table, waiting for Tang Jujun, who still hadn't returned. Song Jingyang, send someone to look for her. Yes, there was enough food on the table. Why was she buying garlic? Linlin and Yanran also went out, standing at the door, looking eagerly. At that moment, Xiaoer's voice came from next door. Miss, do you still need garlic? My mother just bought some. The prince heard this and suddenly felt anxious. Does buying garlic really take this long? Xiaoer didn't hear a reply, so she hurried over, seeing only the prince in the room, and said, "Your Highness, why are you silent? Is my lady still not back from buying garlic? The fresh ones should have grown by now." After mumbling, she also went out to look. The prince watched the table of food go from steaming hot to gradually cooling down as the sky darkened, yet Tang Zhujun still hadn't returned. The officials and guards all began searching for Tang Zhujun, but she seemed to have vanished without a trace. Tang Zhujun couldn't understand how she went out happily to buy garlic and ended up being ambushed. She was skilled, but her opponents were too confident, attacking her with a group of strong men and using sneaky tactics. How could anyone withstand that? With a pain in her neck, everything went black and she fainted. She was awakened by a splash of cold water, opening her eyes to rub her neck and look around in confusion.
Who am I?
Where am I? What am I supposed to do? She found herself in a very large, rough hall, surrounded by people, with torches burning brightly, creating an intimidating atmosphere. In the center, a woman in her 30s sat on a prominent seat, with a fierce look and two shiny long knives on the table in front of her. Is this a female bandit leader? Ergo, did you catch the right person? The woman scrutinized Tang Zhujun with disdain. Is this the woman who has captivated the prince? Tang Zhujun thought. So, it's because of the prince. That's her, no mistake, said the man called Ergo. The woman stepped down from her seat, crouched down, and pinched Tang Zhujun's chin, saying, "Just an ordinary person, Tang Zhujun. Compared to you, I can definitely outshine you by a long shot." "It seems like the Prince Jean has strange tastes," the woman said again. "Bring me paper and pen. Let her write a letter to Prince Jean." Tang Zhujun weakly asked, "What should I write?" The woman tightened her grip, and Tang Zhujun immediately felt a sharp pain in her jaw, cursing the woman in her heart. "Have Prince Jean trade you for my man." Tang Zhujun, "Your man? Who is he? What does he have to do with the prince? My man was captured by the court's minions, and now I want to use you to exchange for him." Tang Zhujun thought, "Honestly, sister, you think too highly of me. This plan has no chance of working. I heard you are the daughter of Tang Mingfan, the Minister of Justice, and that you are favored by Prince Jean. No, she is indeed from the Tang family, but she has never felt the prince's affection. It's just a rumor, definitely a rumor." But Tang Zhujun quickly realized the reason for her misfortune today. After that grand performance on the 15th of August, everyone now believes that Prince Jean is deeply in love with her. "That's not true, everyone." "Sister," Tang Zhujun said with a pained expression, "I am indeed my father's daughter, but Prince Jean does not favor me, I assure you." She tried hard to prove that she was of no use to anyone. With a father as upright as hers, if bandits held a knife to her throat, he would probably advise her to sacrifice herself for righteousness. And as for Prince Jean, just looking at her once would count as a loss for her. "You have such sweet words and soft skin. No wonder you can charm Prince Jean. Sister, please don't add drama to my situation. I'm useless." However, under pressure, she had to comply. Whatever the female bandit wanted her to write, she had to obediently write it, only to be criticized again for her poor handwriting. "Tang Zhujun, I can endure." The female bandit dictated, and Tang Zhujun wrote 2 long pages, the main point being, "Your Highness, please come quickly. If you don't, I might be harmed." "Let's leave it at that for now." The female bandit, probably exhausted from thinking of words, waved her hand and said, "Are you done?" "Let me see." Tang Zhujun got up from the ground. Poor her. She had just finished writing the letter while lying on the floor and handed it to the female bandit. The female bandit criticized her handwriting again and then asked, "What do you mean by all this?" "I circled the words I couldn't write," Tang Zhujun replied, "but it shouldn't affect the overall meaning, right? The content of this letter. Your Highness, I have been captured. The court has taken Wang away. Please send someone to release me, or I will be in great trouble." The female bandit leader threw the letter at her face, saying, "What is this nonsense?" Tang Zhujun replied, "If you can't write, find someone to teach me. I will copy it again." "I followed your instructions carefully and didn't miss a word." She was very cooperative, hoping to be let go. "Such a coward." the bandit leader said, clearly annoyed. After Tang Jian finished rewriting the letter, the leader waved her hand and said, take her down and lock her up with that sickly person. When my lady feels like it, we can deal with both of them at midnight. Tang Jian was shocked. Perhaps her wide-eyed expression was too obvious, as the bandit leader reached out and touched her chest, saying, this isn't bad. It seems that the prince likes you for this reason. My lady likes it too, Tang Jian thought. This is too frightening. Aren't you trying to save your man? Why are you acting so shamelessly? By the way, no one is allowed to touch her without my command. If anything happens to her, the prince will want to tear us apart, and that would be a disaster. Tang Jian replied, thank you, your highness. Then she was locked in a storage room. When she was taken out, she realized the wind was howling around her, and the grass was lush. It seemed she had been brought to the mountains. Go in. Two men roughly pushed her into the storage room and locked the door, starting to chat outside. Inside, a candle flickered, casting dim light. On a pile of straw lay a person, tall and dressed in rags, with visible scars on exposed skin. He was lying on the ground, his face hidden by messy hair, making it hard to see his expression. Tang Jian observed him quietly for a while and noticed his chest rising and falling slightly, confirming he was still alive. However, she didn't dare approach him and cautiously asked, are you okay? After a long pause, just when she thought she wouldn't get a response, she suddenly heard a hoarse voice say, not dead. The tone was cold but not hostile. Tang Jian felt a little relieved. She sensed that he might be difficult to deal with, but now they were both locked up by bandits. If he wanted to do something to her, she could defend herself, right? The effects of the fear were fading, and with him in such a weak state, she should be fine. However, coexisting peacefully would clearly be the best option. Tang Jian wanted to get him to talk more and said, I see you have injuries. I have some medicine for external wounds in my pocket. Do you need it? Yes. The response was unexpectedly straightforward. I'm here now, Tang Jiujun said as she approached and squatted down. Where are you hurt? How did you end up here? I was brought here without any reason. The man seemed to understand her intent and replied in a hoarse voice, this is a bandit hideout. I don't know why you were captured, but I was taken because that woman has her eyes on me. Tang Jiujun gasped. This is a real mess. While trying to save the man, she found herself in a complicated situation with someone who was also interested in her. So, did they hurt you because you resisted? Tang Jiujun asked, her voice trembling. Let me help you with your wounds. The man nodded and slowly pushed his hair back, revealing half of his face, which was handsome yet stern, making it hard to tell his gender. As she unbuttoned his shirt, she saw old and new wounds on his body, which made her worry about her own situation. She applied medicine to his wounds and asked, can you move? No, they mix sleeping powder in my food, and I have old injuries, so I can't move. Then, should I take off your pants to treat your lower body? She wanted to build a good relationship to gather information that might help her escape, and as a doctor, it was instinctive for her to help someone in need. Good or bad, that's for the judges to decide. A doctor's duty is to save lives. Not to mention, they were both in a tough situation. Okay, the man agreed without hesitation. That was quite straightforward. Don't feel embarrassed. I'm just helping you. I won't ask for anything in return. As Tang Jiujun pulled down his pants and looked down, she couldn't help but want to scream, covering her mouth tightly, her eyes wide open. Tang Jiujun didn't see the man's private parts. How small could it be? What a tragic situation for this man. Being injured and unable to move was already unfortunate, but to find out he was also born with a condition was shocking. However, as Tang Jiujun looked closer, she realized this was a girl. Now she was confused. Girl, you're in a tough spot too. With an impressive figure, she had completely misidentified her gender. Miss, are you? Okay, I won't die, the girl replied coldly. Thank you for your help. With that voice and demeanor, it was no wonder she had mistaken her identity. The female bandit leader likes women, but she touched my chest and said she wanted that girl with a pair of cups. What does that mean? Does she think she and that girl are the same? No way. How blind can she be? Tang Juyun straightened her chest, feeling confident about herself. After giving the woman her medicine, she sat down, wiped her sweat, and said, "Wait a bit for the medicine to take effect, then I'll help you put on your clothes. By the way, how did you get caught?" The woman replied, "It's a long story." Tang Juyun waited and waited, but the woman didn't say anything more. Since it's a long story, she decided not to share it. "Oh, ancient people really think differently. Do you need me to give you a few more acupuncture needles to ease the effects of the medicine?" Tang Juyun asked, patting her pouch. She had noticed that despite the woman's many injuries, her muscles were strong, and her hands were calloused, indicating she was skilled in combat. It's really not her fault for mistaking her gender. Who would expect this girl to be a tough fighter? Plus, her secondary sexual characteristics were not very obvious. Forget it, she didn't mean to offend. She was just stating a surprising fact. Tang Juyun was trying to be friendly to see if this woman could become an ally, and if there was a chance to escape. Her father was great at solving cases, but that takes time. Waiting for someone to rescue her was not as good as saving herself. "Sure," the woman replied coolly. For some reason, Tang Juyun thought of Prince Jin. Could this be his long-lost sister? The way she spoke was so similar. It's better to build a good relationship first. Having more friends means more options in times like this. Tang Juyun took out a silver needle from her pouch. "It might hurt a little, so don't be nervous." The woman stared at her pouch. "What else do you have in there?" Tang Juyun grinned. "I have everything you could want." Actually, she only had a few candies left. She pulled out two, popped one in her mouth, and handed the other to the woman. "Sweet treat." The woman's eyes flickered. She recognized the taste of candy. At that moment, two guards outside seemed to approach, sitting down to drink and chat. "Why is it so cold today? We're so unlucky. Come on, have a drink. Tell me about it, but that woman we just locked up isn't bad. What do you say, just the two of us?" Tang Juyun cursed under her breath. If those two dared to come in and cause trouble, she would make sure they wouldn't be able to act like men anymore. Even though she was outnumbered, she would take down at least one of them. She was ready to fight. Another man said, "I wouldn't dare. Brother, you just arrived and don't know the rules here." Lu Er, the leader, likes women but doesn't allow the brothers to act freely. They say there are places on the mountain where women are available for money. Tang Jujun, a female bandit leader, and she has this kind of awareness? Besides, do you know who this woman is? She's a concubine of the Jin Wang. Ah? Shouldn't the Jin Wang's concubine be in the royal palace? How did she get caught? Tang Jujun, she just went out to buy garlic. What kind of trouble did she get into? It's a sad story. The woman lying on the ground suddenly spoke. "Are you the Jin Wang's woman, Tang Jujun?" "I guess so." "Why, do you know the Jin Wang?" The woman didn't answer but continued. "Why did they capture you?" Tang Jujun blinked, thinking there was nothing wrong with sharing, so she said, "They said someone from their mountain was caught, and they want to trade me for them." "Useless." Tang Jujun, who are you calling useless? Well, at this moment, she decided to make friends instead of enemies. "Can you move now?" Tang Jujun asked quietly. The woman tried. "I can move my right side, but my left side is still not working. That's because I haven't treated that side yet." "Here it comes." After half an hour, the woman regained some strength and could sit up. "Do you have any candy?" she asked. "Yes." Tang Jujun emptied the remaining candies from her pouch and handed them to her. The woman stuffed them all in her mouth and surprisingly swallowed them. Tang Jujun was stunned. She had never seen anyone eat candy like that. "What's her name?" the woman asked.
Tang.
Tang Bao. Tang Jujun didn't reveal her real name. Tang Bao. The woman frowned slightly, but didn't press for the truth. She made a shushing gesture and quietly moved to the window, peering through the broken paper. Tang Jujun was shocked. Earlier, she had checked the woman's pulse and knew she had serious internal injuries. Just the little bit of medicine and the few needles she had used today couldn't possibly help her internal wounds. Yet the woman seemed fine. It must take incredible willpower to act like that. Just thinking about it made Tang Jujun feel pain. "Can you remember the way you came?" the woman asked after observing the dark surroundings, probably because there was no progress. Tang Zhujun replied, I was knocked out and brought up the mountain. I can only remember the way from the main hall to here. She had forced herself to remember, knowing that remembering was her only chance to escape. The woman was silent for a moment before saying, We need to leave tonight. My strength is fading, and if we wait until tomorrow night, our chances will be even slimmer. Since they are taking you as a hostage, even if they find out, they will only suffer some minor injuries, so you don't need to be afraid. Isn't pain scary? Though she felt nervous, Tang Zhujun would not falter at a critical moment. All right. Do you have a plan? I will follow you. Also, while my skills may not be as good as yours, I can handle a few men. The woman finally showed some surprise. Are you sure? She thought this girl didn't seem like someone skilled in combat. I can do it, Tang Zhujun replied. I will do my best not to hold you back. You also heard, I am a concubine of the Gene Prince. If you save me, the Gene Prince will thank you properly. Although she was worthless in the eyes of the Gene Prince and could be sent away for a bit of money, she still had some value to Yanran. The woman said, You don't need to scheme. I have a connection with the Gene Prince and I will help you escape. What? So she is actually acquainted with the Gene Prince, or perhaps even close to him? They exchanged incomplete backgrounds, and though they didn't know how much they trusted each other, an alliance was temporarily formed. Tang Zhujun pretended to have a stomach ache and led the two men inside. The woman came out from behind the door and quickly took them down. The two men fell to the ground without making a sound. Tang Zhujun was once again amazed. Follow me, the woman said coldly. Okay. They crept out in the dark. The moonlight was dim, and Tang Zhujun felt unsteady, carefully following the woman while holding her breath. After a while, she noticed the woman was leading her towards the main hall. Are we going the wrong way? She tugged at the woman's sleeve. Isn't this walking into a trap? The most dangerous place is the safest, the woman replied. We will hide there and wait until midnight when everyone is most relaxed, looking for an opportunity. It wouldn't be long before their escape was discovered, and the bandits would surely start searching everywhere. By eavesdropping in the main hall, they could at least learn the direction of the pursuit. The exit would likely be among them. All right, perhaps this is what it means to be bold with skill. Tang Zhujun had little experience, but was determined not to hold back. In the main hall, there was an altar table. The woman led Tang Zhujun around the guards and slipped underneath. They sat there, hidden by the long tablecloth. Tang Zhujun noticed that the woman beside her was breathing heavily, so she softly said, If you're tired, lean on me and rest. They still needed to rely on this powerful figure to get out. No need. Tang Zhujun sighed and took off her half-sleeve, draping it over the woman while she herself sat in a skirt, resting her arms on her bent knees. She had already realized that the woman had a fever. The heat from her breath was intense. With such serious injuries, it was strange not to have a fever. The woman did not refuse and closed her eyes to rest. After about half an hour, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Both of them held their breath, afraid to make a sound. Soon, they heard hurried footsteps, followed by the loud voice of Lu Er, the leader. What's the panic? His woman is still in our hands. What does it matter if they attack? Someone, go bring that woman to me. Who has arrived? Is it the prince? After all this time, the bandits were not in a stir because they discovered their escape, but because the prince had come. The prince, her family. Tang Zhujun was almost in tears. But the woman behind her showed no reaction. Tang Zhujun didn't dare to speak, her hands tightly clenched into fists, feeling the heat in her palms. Her life depended on what would happen in the next few hours. Second leader, that woman has escaped, and the androgynous one has escaped too. Lu Er was furious. Useless, you can't even keep two women. Second leader, should we execute the guards? Shut up. Lu Er cursed, hurry and run. Are you waiting to be caught by the prince? Oh no. The plot has taken a turn. This second leader was quick to react, prioritizing survival. After more chaotic sounds outside, it finally quieted down. Tang Zhujun nudged the woman beside her with her elbow. The woman said, Don't move, stay still. Tang Zhujun obediently remained still. After a long time, so long that Tang Zhujun felt pain all over. Footsteps were heard outside again, this time more organized. Search. Don't let anyone escape. Hearing that once dreaded voice, Tang Zhujun felt overwhelmed with emotion. Oh, Prince, I missed you so much. She lifted the tablecloth and crawled out. Prince, please let someone tell my father and brothers that I'm safe. The prince replied. He let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Tang Zhujun was safe. When the Golden Scale Guards found out she had been taken by bandits, the news that reached the prince was beyond words to describe his feelings at that moment. Shocked, worried, and even scared. Will I never see the thick-skinned, sharp-tongued, playful yet clever Tang Zhujun again? Why was she taken away? Was it because Tang Mingfan offended someone, or was it because of him? Prince Jin, restless and determined, finally found her. On his way up the mountain, he imagined countless terrible outcomes for her, but he never dared to think she would appear before him unharmed and smiling. Your Highness, you finally came, Tang Zhujun said, clinging to Prince Jin's arm. Prince Jin noticed her pale arm and realized one of her sleeves was missing, so he took off his black cloak and wrapped it around her. There's someone else. Tang Zhujun pointed under the table. Prince Jin looked at her bright white arm and scolded, Behave yourself. There was no movement under the table. Tang Zhujun said, Where are they? Did they faint? Prince Jin replied, Song Jingyang, go check. As soon as he finished speaking, the tablecloth moved slightly, and a woman crawled out from under the table, kneeling humbly with her head down.
Tang Jin.
What's going on? Did Prince Jin recognize her? It seemed like he did. His voice turned icy as he looked at the woman who was still wrapped in Tang Zhujun's cloak. Why are you here? I only seek death.
Huh.
Tang Zhujun couldn't help but imagine. Could this be Prince Jin's former lover who managed to escape? That would be too tragic. Now she had been caught by him again. Not expecting to read anything from Prince Jin's face, Tang Zhujun turned to Song Jingyang. Song Jingyang seemed stunned, but he didn't disappoint Tang Zhujun. Suddenly, as if shocked, he pointed at the woman. Zhu. Is that you? Pig? Pig, do you have two nostrils? Tang Zhujun almost laughed out loud. The woman replied, It's not me. That person is already dead. Prince Jin said, Enough. Song Jingyang, take people to capture all the bandits. Not a single one is allowed to escape. I, Old Chong, am here too. Did you find her? Oh, sister, you're okay.
What?
You're disappointed that I'm fine? However, seeing Changji running with a flushed face, Tang Zhujun knew he was genuinely worried, so she said shyly, I'm sorry to make you worry, Brother Chong. It's good that you're fine. You scare me to death, Changji said. Thanks to the prince, otherwise, if it were any later, who knows what those scoundrels would have done. Tang Zhujun bowed to Prince Jin. Thank you, Your Highness. She is really grateful, but she just got caught up in eating snacks and forgot. Changji held a knife and said, Hey, who is this? What's going on? Why is he wearing your clothes? Did he bully you? I'll take care of him. Tang Zhujun replied, No, Brother Chong, don't be reckless. This is an old acquaintance of the prince. Let's talk about it when we get back. The woman remained kneeling on the ground, motionless. Tang Zhujun was a bit worried about her health, but didn't know what conflict existed between them, so she didn't speak up. All right, I surrender. Just don't harm my men. The leader Lu Er returned. However, she didn't seem to have been captured. It looked more like she had come back on her own. Lock me up with my thief husband, she said, glancing at Prince Jin. Also, I have some information you might find interesting. You can do whatever you want with my men. Before Prince Jin could respond, Changji exclaimed, Who? Lu Shuangdao. Why are you here, woman? When did you arrive in the capital? So they knew each other. Changji had been a bandit before. The situation quickly turned into a reunion, and Tang Zhujun was rolling her eyes in frustration. What brings you here? Lu Er asked happily, not at all concerned about the current situation, as if they were just catching up for hours. I thought you were dead. Isn't it because you wanted to marry me every day? I couldn't take it anymore and sought refuge with Lord Tang. Lord Tang? You mean Tang Mingfan? Oh, why didn't I think of that before?
You erlaubt heartily.
Tang Jian thought, Sister, you are a prisoner now. Shouldn't you act like one? Prince Jean coldly commanded, Seize her. Immediately, the golden scale guards stepped forward to capture Lu'er. Lu'er was truly a tough woman. She didn't resist at all and said, Your Highness, if you let my brother go, I'll tell you something that will definitely be useful to you. Changji clearly wanted to help her, but didn't know how to start. He hesitated and looked at Tang Jian, saying, Sister, did this woman bully you? She's a bit off, but she wouldn't go that far. Unless she herself. Those words were hard for anyone unaware of the situation to understand. But Tang Jian understood clearly. It was obvious that the woman had bullied her. If touching her inappropriately wasn't considered bullying, then what was? However, Changji clearly hoped she would speak up for him. He had followed her father for many years and had earned both credit and hard work. If she didn't want to deal with this, could they ask the prince to look into the bandit leader's other crimes later? Just as she hesitated, she heard the prince say, Did she bully you? Before Tang Jian could answer, he continued, Go over there and tell me exactly how she bullied you, and I will make sure she gets a taste of her own medicine. Tang Jian was stunned. I really can't do that. Lu'er, the leader, suddenly laughed and said, Come here. I won't let you be taken advantage of, Tang Jian. Prince, what are you waiting for? He was so tough at home but acted so timid outside. Come on, I'm right here, Tang Jian. Your Highness, really, it's fine. Let's just forget it. Changji's eyes widened. Sister, don't be afraid. Just tell me what she did, and I will help you get it back. Lu'er. You scoundrel. Back then, I said I liked you, and you denied it. Now you want to take advantage of me. Changji, you must be crazy. Do you dare to touch someone from the prince's side? Did you do something to her? I could just slap you. Tang Jian felt overwhelmed and quickly touched the prince's chest twice. She didn't do much to me. It's just like this, Prince. Even with her thick skin, Tang Jian's face turned red. All right, Your Highness, you can handle this however you want.
I'm fine.
Maybe you should ask the victim over there. She pointed to the woman kneeling on the ground. The woman looked unwell, but was still trying to stay strong and not move. The prince said coldly, Send a message down. Everyone should take a short break on the mountain and continue searching for other bandits after resting for a bit. Your Highness, what about the person who sent a message to my family? Did you send someone? Tang Jian hurriedly asked. If something happened to her, her family would be the most worried, so her first thought after being rescued was to reassure them. The prince replied, You don't need to worry about that. You should find a place to rest. Tang Jian sat down in a chair. I'm not tired, but I am really scared. By the way, Your Highness, how did you find out I was missing? Have you eaten? Is the food to your liking? Yesterday was your birthday, and it turned into such a mess. Sigh. If she had known it would be like this, she would never have gone to buy garlic. She could have pretended to be busy. The prince ignored her. She had an accident, and her family was worried. Yanran was crying uncontrollably. He mobilized the officials and guards and had to check all the city gates, leaving no time to eat. However, all the efforts felt worthwhile once they saw she was safe, and their hearts felt at ease. If you're okay, come down the mountain early. I'm worried about Yanran and Linlin. Okay, let's go, Tang Jian said, also concerned, and stood up immediately. Yet, she couldn't help but glance at the woman kneeling on the ground, looking like a stone statue. Song Jingyang looked at Prince Jean, his eyes showing a hint of pleading. Finally, Prince Jean spoke. You take her. Yes, Song Jingyang immediately agreed. Tang Jian followed behind Prince Jean like a submissive wife. To be honest, the prince's cloak was really warm. The captured Lu'er laughed loudly. I knew I had the right person. What a pity. Changji said, Shut up, you old hag. Do you think we're still on the mountain? I see that Deng Xiang is also useless. After all these years, he hasn't managed you at all. Tang Jian didn't hear the rest. She refused Prince Jin's help and climbed up by herself, finally managing to get onto the horse. Then Prince Jean jumped up and rode away. Your Highness, is your injury okay? Logically, it should be fine, but after days of travel, it might still hurt a bit. Prince Jean didn't answer. He held the reins with one hand and wrapped the other around her waist, slowly guiding the horse down the mountain. Halfway down, they saw Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin. Tang Zhujun got off the horse and smiled. "Dad, big brother, you're all here." "I'm fine." Tang Mingfan's eyes were red, and Tang Baixin's were filled with bloodshot veins. Both were overjoyed to see her safe, but were too emotional to speak. These two talented scholars, capable of writing beautiful essays, couldn't say a word upon seeing her unharmed. What else could this be if not love? I'm really fine," Tang Zhujun said, using a handkerchief to wipe her father's tears. "I just sat in the woodshed for a while and got a bit hungry, then you all came." "It was Prince Jean. We owe it to him," Tang Baixin said. "I know, I've already thanked him," Tang Zhujun replied. "This isn't the place to talk. Let's go home and discuss it, okay?" Okay. Tang Mingfan replied repeatedly, respectfully bowing to Prince Jean. Prince Jean had also dismounted at some point and said calmly, "Let's go back first." Tang Zhujun returned home with everyone and noticed that the two little ones had red, swollen eyes from crying. When they saw her, they rushed over, hugging her tightly and crying, unwilling to let go. Tang Zhujun felt a mix of sadness and satisfaction. She hadn't shed a tear when she was taken away, but now she felt the urge to cry. Meng Yulan was nearby, wiping her tears, but soon, hearing some noise from next door, she quietly tugged at Tang Baixin's sleeve. Tang Zhujun noticed her little action. Meng Yulan and her older brother, did they miss each other that much after just one day? Tang Baixin followed Meng Yulan to the corner, where she whispered something serious in his ear. Then Tang Zhujun saw her brother's expression change. He not only looked different, but also invited Tang Mingfan into the room to talk. After that, she didn't know what father and son discussed before they hurried out together. Tang Zhujun was confused. What were they up to? She comforted the two little ones. Yanran was fine and soon fell asleep, but Linlin, despite being very tired, held onto Tang Zhujun's sleeve tightly and refused to sleep. "Go to sleep. Annie won't get lost again." She thought to herself that she would avoid garlic from now on, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Finally, Linlin fell asleep too. Tang Zhujun asked Xiaoer to help carry them to bed. After finishing, Xiaoer mumbled, "Finally, I can talk to you." "Miss, how could you get lost while buying garlic?"
Tang Zhujun ziplit.
"Let's not talk about that. Why did the bandits want to capture you?" Xiaoer sniffed, her nose red from crying, feeling very unfair. "There are many richer people on the streets. Why did they pick you?" Implying that they were poor, being kidnapped was like being offered a low-value ticket, not a big deal. Tang Zhujun replied irritably, "Because I'm beautiful." She didn't know how the bandits would handle things or if this incident would affect Prince Jean, so she deliberately changed the subject. Xiaoer said, "No matter how pretty you are, you're already 20, and you can't compare to those 13 or 14-year-old girls." Tang Zhujun thought, "I don't want this maid anymore. Take good care of the children." Tang Zhujun said irritably, standing up and pulling Meng Yulan's sleeve to go outside, quietly asking, "Sister-in-law, what did you say to my brother? Where did my father and brother go?" Meng Yulan lowered her gaze and quietly said, "Ah Jun, were you bullied?" Tang Zhujun, "No way. It feels a bit unfair to treat such a spirited young lady as if she were a man and even look at her that way." "Oh dear, where's that person? They must have been taken back by the Prince of Jean. Are they now in a love-hate relationship? If it really is the kind of relationship she imagines, isn't something scandalous happening next door? I really want to find out." Meng Yulan, however, was not on the same wavelength. "That's good, but with such a grand rescue, your reputation might be." So that's what she was worried about. Tang Zhujun felt a bit gloomy too, but did her past self even have a reputation? She thought, let it be. What's the worst that could happen? It's fine, she reassured Meng Yulan. Just say whatever. I'm back safe and sound. But it might affect you all, sigh. What are you talking about? Jun, Meng Yulan said. You are the most important. Listen, my biggest worry is about the prince. The Prince of Jean? What could she be worried about? He found the woman he had been searching for, so he must be doing well. Seeing Tang Zhujuan's confused expression, Meng Yulan became anxious. Jun, if your reputation is ruined, will the prince still accept you? Tang Zhujun. Could the prince really want her to suffer? To be fair, the Prince of Jin wasn't that kind of person. He didn't seem to want her to be in trouble, or else why would he go through the effort to save her? My father and my brother went to see the prince. Tang Zhujun realized suddenly. Yes, Meng Yulan nodded seriously. Jun, I know you usually act freely and are casual with the prince. But this situation is serious. Your father and brother are asking the prince for help, and you need to humble yourself and talk to him nicely. Even if things don't go perfectly, you need to persuade him to let you go home. Understand? Tang Zhujun felt a bit lost. As long as the Prince of Jin agrees, the Emperor can find a way. We could say your father is unwell, and you need to return to take care of him. It's not without precedent, and it would save everyone's face without harming the prince's reputation. Meng Yulan was very emotional. Tang Zhujun responded with an "oh," then said, I'll go check on things first. The Prince of Jin might be wanting to catch up with that lady right now. Wouldn't it be upsetting to interrupt? Oh dear, Meng's sister, please don't mess things up with good intentions. Tang Zhujun felt that the Prince of Jin didn't care much about reputation. When it came to reputation, they were equally indifferent, having long since stopped caring. Tang Zhujun ran next door. Song Jingyang was standing at the door, surprised to see her approach. He hesitated before saying, Are you okay? Do I look like I'm not okay? Tang Zhujun replied, Did my father and older brother come? They're in the study talking to the prince. Okay. Tang Zhujun tiptoed to the window and pressed her ear against it to listen. Song Jingyang thought, Does Miss Tang think I'm dead? But he didn't move. Forget it. Let her listen. He couldn't handle that situation anyway. Prince, Tang Mingfan said earnestly, I'm getting old and need someone to take care of me, so I want to ask you to let Jun come back, just as Sister Meng said. Tang Baixin thought, if the prince doesn't want to see Jun in the capital anymore, we will send her out of the city. The father and son were both very humble, which made Tang Zhujuan's eyes warm with emotion. Her father and brother truly cared for her. Come in, the crown prince said coldly. Tang Zhujun. She walked to the door and pushed it open. What do you want to do? The crown prince asked directly. Tang Zhujun. I want to pretend nothing happened. Do you think that's okay, Your Highness? I have thick skin. It just depends on you. To be honest, she didn't want to leave the capital or her family. Although it would be great to escape the crown prince, that was clearly unrealistic. Nothing happened in the first place, the crown prince stated firmly. Tang Zhujun. She saw the same confusion on her father and brother's faces. I went up the mountain to eliminate bandits and brought along my beloved concubine, that's all. Crown Prince, you really are something. No one else could compare to you. She needed to learn how to speak so casually from the Crown Prince. I'm hungry. Go heat up the dishes we didn't eat yesterday. The Crown Prince hadn't celebrated his birthday in years, and he hadn't eaten any of the dishes on the table, not wanting to waste them.
Tang Zuzun, An Zai.
Father, older brother, you've both been busy for so long. Let's eat together before you go back and rest. It's also a celebration for the prince. Sure, did you buy garlic? Bring me the garlic. I want to see if we can still make the crayfish. The three men. They had seen carefree people, but never someone so carefree. After she left, Tang Mingfan and Tang Baixin respectfully bowed to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince replied lightly, She is already my woman. It is only natural to protect my woman. If it were any other woman, after such an experience, she would surely complain, blame, feel upset, and be sad. Only Tang Zhujun could let it go so easily and cook without a care. This is really great. Meng Yulan was worried about the situation here and thought that once Linlin and Yanran woke up, she would have the two children ask Prince Jin for help. However, after a little while, she heard Tang Zhujun humming a tune and calling Shoer to help warm up the food, which made her breathe a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Tang Zhujun was like a little lucky star, turning misfortune into good fortune, truly blessed by heaven. When Xiao went to the firewood room to fetch some firewood, she suddenly screamed, "There's a ghost," and ran out, bumping right into Song Jingyang, causing him to stumble and shout, "Ah, ah, ah." Tang Zhujun rushed out of the kitchen with a pole, asking, "Where's the ghost?" "Inside, in the firewood room." "It's not a ghost, it's a person." Song Jingyang made a shushing gesture and whispered, "It's that one." "Who?" Tang Zhujun realized slowly. "Is it the woman we rescued from the mountain?" She had been so moved by her family's words earlier that she had completely forgotten about this. Song Jingyang nodded. "Keep your voice down. The prince will get angry." "Oh." Tang Zhujun peeked into the firewood room. "Is she still kneeling?" "Yes, she is." "She wouldn't dare to get up without the prince's permission." Song Jingyang sighed. "Her health is already poor. This could be dangerous. Even if there's deep love, it shouldn't lead to someone getting hurt." Prince Jean was not as violent as rumored, so there must be a reason for his treatment of this woman. Could she be Yanran's biological mother, who abandoned her husband and daughter? But she had heard that she was with Prince Jean and had actively tried to get close to him. Tang Zhujun quietly asked Song Jingyang, "Was she once with a prince?" "Sort of." Tang Zhujun thought to herself, "I'm really clever. Is this what they call love deeply felt, but harshly expressed?" Song Jingyang thought for a moment. "That's about right." Tang Zhujun's mouth dropped open. She really was a little genius at figuring things out. "Then, let's ask the prince for help. What if something happens to her?" "Song Jingyang, get in here." Prince Jin's voice rang out. Song Jingyang looked at Tang Zhujun with a pained expression. "You've gotten me into trouble." Tang Zhujun felt that Prince Jean had ears like a hawk. She took the warm dishes inside with Xiao and secretly saved a portion to give to the woman still kneeling in the firewood room. However, the woman shook her head. Tang Zhujun wasn't familiar with her, so she could only place the food in front of her and then step back outside. After eating, the sky gradually brightened, and Tang Mingfan said he was going to court. Prince Jean replied, "I will go too. This matter has stirred so many people. We must give the emperor an explanation." Tang Mingfan now looks at Prince Jean as if he were his own son and says, "Let's go together today. I will go back to change into my official robes first." Prince Jean nods. After the father and son leave, Tang Zhujun says, "I will help the prince change." Prince Jean asks, "What's wrong with you?" Her excessive eagerness raises suspicion. Tang Zhujun replies, "I just have two things to say to the prince." "Go ahead." Perhaps Prince Jean feels he doesn't deserve such attention and fears being too kind, so he rejects her flattery. "It's about the woman in the bandit den. I think she is in critical condition." Prince Jin's lips tighten, and his jaw clenches, clearly displeased. He asks, "What did she say to you?" Tang Zhujun answers honestly, "She never spoke ill of you. Instead, when she heard I was your concubine, she said she would protect me and help me escape. Look, she cares for you so much that she is willing to save your woman. That's not easy. In fact, thanks to that woman, Tang Zhujun would have found it hard to escape quietly until Prince Jean came to rescue her. Do you want to plead for her?" Tang Zhujun replies, "I do have that thought. If she hasn't committed a truly unforgivable crime, could you be lenient? Or even if you don't forgive her, just let her go." "Did you treat her wounds on the mountain?" "Yes," Tang Zhujun says. "Then spare her life, so your medicine isn't wasted." After saying this, Prince Jean strides into the inner room to change into his official robes. Tang Zhujun thinks, he is softened. He's a man of contradictions. He clearly still has feelings for her. She goes to the woman and says, "Get up. I just asked the prince, and he said I could treat your injuries." She doesn't dare say more. Prince Jean hasn't fully forgiven her, and it's not her place to interfere in others' feelings. However, the woman doesn't believe her words. She crawls out and waits for Prince Jean to come out, saying, "Your Highness, have you truly forgiven me?" Prince Jean, looking serious, replies, "If you really want to atone, then serve Yanran well and protect her." Tang Zhujun thinks, so she is indeed Yanran's biological mother. Yes, yes. The woman is very excited and bows repeatedly. Also, Prince Jean points at Tang Zhujun and says, She will also be your master from now on.
Tang Zuzun Edgalim, Hugh.
No, Your Highness. She is already an unrecognized concubine. How can she be below Yanron's biological mother? Is he trying to provoke her? She doesn't want to be a scapegoat. Why does she feel like she's in a dramatic novel? The girl is not acting according to the usual rules. Shouldn't she be in disbelief and feel humiliated? But she didn't. She immediately bowed to Tang Zhujun and said, I greet you, my lord. Please give me a name. Tang Zhujun was taken aback. What should I do? Can we follow the usual way? But the Prince of Jin said, if she doesn't take you in, then you should leave. That man was putting her in a tough spot. Once they became close, she would be in trouble. It seemed her fate was already sealed. Please take me in, my lord. Song Jingyang spoke up. Miss Tang, if you don't give her a name, it means you refuse her. Please accept her. I beg you. Tang Zhujun glanced at the herbs drying in the corner and said, then you shall be called Nanqing. As soon as she said this, the Prince of Jin, Song Jingyang, and the girl were all stunned. Tang Zhujun was confused. You asked me to name her, so if it's not suitable, don't blame me. What a coincidence. The girl must have been named Nanqing before. Thank you, my lord, for the name, Nanqing said. The Prince of Jin went to court, and Xiua left, leaving only Tang Zhujun and Nanqing in the courtyard.